Chapter 51 Fangirl Meng Yuran. Soul-breaking knife characteristics. Suddenly, a warm breath quickly filled his meridians. Looking back, he saw Tang Lan put one hand on his shoulder, and the strong nine-yang divine art internal force was continuously input into Oscar's body. Master, Oscar said with emotion, we are almost at the Stardo Great Forest, you. Stop talking nonsense. Tang Lan said domineeringly, the second rule of the Tang sect is not to abandon or give up. Oscar was even more moved. Tang Lan in his eyes was glowing. Brother, where did you get this sect rule? Tang San said faintly, why haven't I heard of it? You do this, it makes me look inferior. Tang Lan pretended not to understand the subtext and said with a smile. I just wrote it on the spur of the moment. Tang San's mouth twitched. It was so casual. Why do I feel like I'm being targeted? But seeing Tang Lan's smiling face, Tang San thought it was just an illusion. Brother is so good to me, how can I doubt him? Approaching the outside of the Stardo Great Forest, Tang Lan asked everyone to rest and eat a sausage to recover and ensure that they were in the best condition. Begin to formally deploy troops. Old Zhao, you will lead the way for the team. Xiao Wu and Juking will roam on both wings. If you encounter an attack, don't fight and return to the team first. Rong Rong and Xiao Ao will be in the middle. Tang San and Dai Mubai will protect one each. I'll be the last to prevent soul beasts from attacking. Any questions? Naturally, no one had any questions. Only Zhao Wuji was hesitant to speak, feeling uncomfortable. Old Zhao, if you have something to say, just say it. Holding it back is not good. Then I'll say it. Zhao Wuji said bluntly, it's okay to let me take the lead, but won't this have any training effect? At least put some thousand-year soul beasts in. Tang Lan smiled. It was indeed for this. He looked around the scene and found that most people agreed with this idea. Tang Lan was helpless. You are all geniuses with at least level 7 innate soul power. There are many ways to hone yourself. Why do you have to go to the Stardo Great Forest? 80% of Shrek's 64 students died because of this idea. The theoretical limit of Xiao Ao's third soul ring is 1,800 years. 3 pieces of whale glue plus 1,000 years is 2,800 years. The outer area is mainly for 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, so we have to enter the mixed area. There are many 10,000-year soul beasts there. Who will take the lead? Tang San subconsciously looked at the only strong attack system. Dai Mubai's face twitched. What the hell are you looking at me for? 10,000-year soul beasts are comparable to 5-ring soul kings. Is he, a 3-ring soul master, looking for death? Zhao Wuji was speechless. Now think about it. The death rate of Shrek is ridiculously high. If you want to hone your combat experience, there are fighting soul fields, academy exchanges, and soul master competitions. There is really no need to be in the Stardo Great Forest. Very good, it seems that I have made it clear. Tang Lan nodded and said. In addition, I would like to remind you that there is no need to kill some soul beasts that are not threatening. Hands-on. We won't use their soul rings, just leave them to those who need them more. There was no murderous person present, so there was no objection. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. She is resistant to hunting soul beasts, but humans must do this if they want to break through. It would also be good to kill less indiscriminately. According to Tang Lan's formation, Zhao Wuji took the lead and entered the outer area of the Star Forest. The aura of the 7-ringed Soul Saint was released, and the low-level 10-year and century-old soul beasts sensed danger and instinctively ran for their lives in the opposite direction. Occasionally, there are 1,000-year soul beasts who are not afraid of death, and they will not choose Zhao Wuvai as a breakthrough point. More of a sneak attack from behind, trying to take away the little guy Tang Lan. Then. And they were bound. Joke. Are the most numerous soul beasts in this Stardo forest? Wrong. It's the blue-silver grass that can be seen everywhere. These soul beasts think they are very hidden, stepping on the blue-silver grass to sneak attack on their emperor. As for the blue-silver emperor's tenacity, even if a low-level 10,000-year soul beast comes, he may not be able to break free. These 1,000-year-old soul beasts are just gifts. Tang Lan is not polite either. Directly open the double pupil and use your life to bury tons and tons of violent inhalation. The soul power was buried with life again and stored in the double pupil. The mental power is fed to Kung Pu, increasing the lifespan. It was because the vitality could not be digested internally, so it was thrown to Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking to replenish their physical strength. They were also attacked by spirit beasts, and running around consumed a lot of energy. Ning Rongrong in the middle kept an eye on the two of them, providing remote assistance at any time. Others. On the contrary, I took some time off. While vigilant. Let's start discussing what soul beast is suitable for Oscar. This frost wolf is pretty good. Maybe it can increase the attribute damage of your sausage, Xiao Ao. Daimyo Bai suggested. No. Tang San shook his head. The frost wolf's tail grows 1 centimeter every 50 years. This one's tail is 24 centimeters long, and its lifespan is only 1,200 years. Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang San in surprise. Does he still know this? But thinking about Tang Lan's Tang sect encyclopedia, as his younger brother following him, he must know more through his ears and eyes. Then master, what kind of soul beast do you think I should hunt? Oscar asked humbly. Tang San opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly it got stuck again. He originally wanted to absorb the soul rings of functional soul beasts, among which animal soul beasts were the best. However, in Tang Lan's Tang sect encyclopedia, the supplement to the martial soul mimicry theory also shows that the same kind of soul ring has a certain increase. Can't help but think. Oscar, the sausage martial soul, is it better to absorb plant-based soul beasts or animal-based soul beasts? I can't understand. Tang San vaguely summoned his martial spirit and asked Tang Lan questions through the blue-silver grass. Tang Lan used the spiritual link to answer, absorb the right one when you encounter it. Tang San was stunned. Then he laughed. 2. The Stardo forest is so big, it's up to them to decide what kind of soul beasts they can encounter? He then replied, as long as you absorb the right ones, you don't have to be attached to anyone. Watching Tang San respond to Oscar with his own answer. Tang Lan's mouth twitched. As expected of being a disciple of Yu Xiaogang, this plagiarism is a matter of course. Just like this, we drove all the way and arrived in the mixed zone. Something has been discovered. Zhu Zuking shouted. At 10 o'clock, a snake was flying 3 meters above the ground. It had a fleshy crown on its head as red as blood and a fan-shaped tail. It was coming towards us, but it was shaking a little, as if it was injured. Oh! Tang San said loudly, it's a phoenix-tailed crested snake. Maybe it's suitable for Xiao Ao. How long is it? What's the color of its wings? The wings are light red and are 6 to 8 meters long. Tang San is making calculations. Tang Lan gave the answer, 1,300 to 1,800 is not suitable for Oscar. It's a pity. The coxcomb snake itself is not poisonous, but it is extremely fast. Various nutrients are stored in the coxcomb, and it can increase its strength instantly in times of crisis. If you, Xiao Ao, obtain this soul ring, your next soul skill will be related to speed. The analysis was sound and well-founded, and everyone nodded in conviction. It's a pity that the age is too low. If I hadn't eaten whale gum, this age would have been just right. Oscar also lamented. I wanted to avoid this crested snake, but it rushed straight towards the team. Xiao Wu was about to go up and get rid of it. A ball of life soul blue-silver emperor suddenly exploded under the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, binding it tightly. It is Tang Lan's third soul skill, life burial. Take a deep breath. This phoenix-tailed crested snake simply shriveled up. Wait a minute. Tang Lan said in time, it should be hunted by someone. Let's help take a look. The words just fell. In the direction from which the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake came, 2 figures flew towards it. They are an old man and a young man, both women. It was Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuran. Tang Lan had already discovered their existence through the blue-silver grass. Just ignore Ka Shengxiang. Meng Yuran looked about 16 or 17 years old, with short ear-length hair and neat outfits, making him look dashing. She is also a little beauty. At this moment, her big dark brown eyes stared closely at Tang Lan. What a handsome little brother. Chao Tianxiang saw this battle with caution in his eyes. Showing 6 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, he bowed his hand to Zhao Wuji and said, I am so fragrant that my friends in the Soul Master world think highly of me and give me the title of Snake Woman. My husband, Meng Shu, is known as Duke Long. This is my granddaughter, Meng Yuran. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is what I am chasing. I want to give it to my granddaughter as her third soul ring. If you don't believe it, there are 2 scars on this beast's abdomen and 1 on the underside of its wings, which were injured by my cane. I also hope that you can give me Snake Lady face, and I will definitely thank you if you have the opportunity in the future. The etiquette is thorough and the evidence is sufficient. It can be said that it gives enough face. Pity. We found the wrong person in charge. Zhao Wuji took a step back and gave way to Tang Lan. 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, black, and black rose under his feet, showing the strength of his 7-ring soul saint. Stand up for Tang Lan. When he met Tang Lan, he reminded him in a low voice. Sect Master, this snake woman is not scary, but Duke Long is a soul Douluo, and the 2 of them also have a martial soul fusion skill, Dragon Snake Combined Strike. Titled Douluo have few rivals. Tang Lan nodded slightly and stepped forward. This made Chao Tianxiang's expression tighten. Looking at Tang Lan's handsome little face, he wondered which noble family he belonged to. In no mood, Meng Yuran had already greeted him. Little brother, my sister's name is Meng Yuran, what's your name? Chi Kuokuo's teasing. This Meng Yuran is in the original work, isn't he cold? How? Oh yes. At this time, Tang San in the original work had not yet awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor, and his appearance was very average. Tang Lan understood. 3 yellow, yellow and purple soul rings rose under his feet, and Meng Yuran froze in shock. This little brother looks younger than me, is he already a 3-ringed soul master? Chao Tianxiang is also more certain that this little guy must be of noble status. Pull Meng Yuran behind him and greet him with a smile. You haven't asked me yet, sir. Tangman, Tang Lan. Tang Lan responded. I thought Chao Tianxiang would not recognize him. Unexpectedly, her expression changed and she looked at Tang Lan carefully. He probed, but the Tang sect that cooperates with the Kaibao glazed sect. Oh? This news should not have leaked out yet, how do you know? Tang Lan asked strangely. But it is also equivalent to admitting one's identity. Chao Tianxiang sighed secretly. He even said politely, my husband, Meng Shu, works in the Tiendu Empire and happened to be reviewed by the Pistol Soul Guide. After he came back, he told me about it. The Tang sect master is really a great talent. If there is a need for this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I'll leave it to you. Said. He was about to forcefully take Meng Yuran and turn around to leave. The leopard can be seen in the tube. It can be seen what the attitude of the Tadado Empire towards the Tang sect is. Wait a minute. Tang Lan called to her, we don't need this crested snake, just take it if you want it. Chao Tianxiang paused. Quite surprised, he turned around and pushed Meng Yuran. Yuran, thank you, sect leader Tang. Meng Yuran stood still and looked Tang Lan up and down. But he said, the Python revolver and Uzi, are they really the soul guidance devices you developed? Even you know about it. Tang Lan said unexpectedly, I remember I sent a sample. Meng still stood proudly. The mutton fat white jade ring on her wrist flashed, and a long cloth bag appeared. Separate the strips of cloth. There were many short blades without handguards hanging on them. It's a flying knife. This is the soul-breaking knife I developed. It ignores soul defense to a certain extent and can be thrown with bare hands. It is similar to your firearm soul guide. But the material you used is just ordinary 100 refined steel, and it can actually achieve that effect. Is it the magic of that bullet? Tang Lan blinked. Ignoring a certain amount of soul defense? The original work of the soul-breaking knife didn't go into detail, but it also has this effect. So? Tang San couldn't help but stepped forward and asked. What metal is this soul-breaking knife made of? Meng Yuran, who was very talkative just now, looked at Tang San with a cold face and sideways eyes. I'm chatting with my idol, who are you to interrupt? Tang San choked. But Tang Lan smiled unexpectedly, it was still his little crush. The third son is my younger brother and is responsible for developing the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Tang Lan explained. Firearms and soul guides are called firearms in our Tang sect. I developed them based on Xiao San's hidden weapons. If the metal of this soul-breaking knife is used as a bullet, the damage to soul masters and soul beasts will be greatly increased. That's why the mistress is so anxious. Meng Yuran's expression softened slightly. Smiled at Tang Lan and said, this soul-breaking knife is made of meteorite gold that fell from the sky. Apart from these 18 handles, there is only a fist-sized piece left. When Tang Lan heard this, it was a pity. It can no longer be manufactured on a large scale. But it is used to specially prepare a batch of enhanced sniper armor-piercing bullets. It will have miraculous effects when encountering troublesome soul masters and soul beasts. Then he said, I will give you an opportunity. How about you give me these 18 soul-breaking knives and the remaining meteorite gold? Okay. Meng Yuan agreed so quickly that Tang Lan thought he was hallucinating. Is it so straightforward? Without waiting for his reaction, Meng Yuan had already handed 18 soul-breaking knives to Tang Lan, together with a fist-sized purple lump. Tang Lan didn't care whether it was a scam or not, he took the things to King Lan first. Faced with Meng Yuan's big unblinking eyes, he remained calm and composed. When he was at Notting College, his handsome pretty face fascinated many girls. Now Meng Yuan's expression is the same as theirs. Tisk. The charm is too high, and doing things is convenient. I won't let you suffer. Tang Lan looked at Chao Tianxiang and said, have you ever heard of whale glue? Chao Tianxiang looked strange and stared at Tang Lan in confusion. Why is this little baby talking about this all of a sudden? But after all, as I am getting older, I have already looked away from these things. There was a flash of light on his hand, and 2 yellow objects appeared. A few circles smaller than the pieces Tang Lan had seen before, it was thousands of years of whale glue. That would be easy to handle. Tang Lan took advantage of the situation to explain the true function of whale gum. It actually has this effect. Chao Tianxiang asked in surprise, 4 pieces of 10,000-year whale glue can increase the upper limit of the soul ring to 1,200 years. She suddenly looked at the crested snake on the ground, around 1,800. So. It's a little late for me to be too absorbed in coding. I had a great time torturing Tang San today, quack quack. Old irons who agree, please vote. Chapter 52 The Soul Bone Exploded. Enhanced version of mushroom sausage. Chao Tianxiang stared at Oscar fiercely and guessed something. Your guess is correct. Tang Lan pointed at Oscar. This is Oscar, my second-generation Tang sect disciple, here to hunt for the third soul ring. He ate 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old whale glue, and the upper limit of the soul ring was raised to 2,800 years. Therefore, this 1,800-year-old crested coxcomb snake is somewhat inappropriate. Oscar showed his martial soul in unison, his 2 yellow and yellow soul rings were beating, and his level 30 soul power was undoubtedly revealed. Kaoshengxiangzin. After all, he was a being who could cooperate with the Kaibao glazed sect, so he wouldn't deceive an old woman like her. Then I got excited. One step first, step by step. It seems that it is just the third soul ring, which has absorbed an extra 1,000 years. The physical quality that can be improved will be fed back to the next soul ring. After that, one by one, the final harvest will be extremely objective. Furthermore, Meng Yuan is already level 30, but what about her future children? The first soul ring starts directly after 1,000 years? Thinking of this, Chao Tianxiang saluted solemnly and said, Thank you Tang sect master for informing me of this method. I swear here that I will never leak it to a third party. Tang Lan waved his hand indifferently. I published a book in which the effects of whale gum were recorded, and soon it became known to the world. Chao Tianxiang was shocked. Who knows such important information and doesn't keep it secret? The worst. He also secretly stocked up on whale glue and made deals with those sects and nobles. Why is it still being widely advertised? Kaoshengxiang lived for most of her life. But I can't see through the young man in front of me at all. Just nodded. In that case, I'd like to thank you. Otherwise, we won't know until then, and it will be difficult to buy it again. Then I won't take the crested snake this time. I'll come back and hunt it again after it's been given more years. Yuan, thank you, sect leader Tang, it's time to go. Meng was still a little unhappy. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that she has thoughts about Tang Lan. But Tang Lan didn't want her to stay. If Duke Long and Snake Lady were there, it wouldn't be conducive to his plan. That's it. After I finish hunting the soul rings, I will go to Tiend city. As expected, a college belonging to the Tang sect will be established there. If Miss Meng is interested, she can take the entrance exam. Meng Yuan's eyes lit up. You'll be at the new college too, right? Tang Lan nodded. Great. I will definitely come. Meng Yuan said excitedly, I'll be waiting for you in Tiend city. You must come. Tang Lan just smiled. Neither refuse nor agree. Full of slag smell. But Meng Yuan received the consent signal and waved goodbye happily. Following Chao Tianxiang and leaving, it was like looking back 3 times in one step. The host gained Meng Yuan's admiration, causing Tang San to lose the opportunity for breakthrough. Seize a tiny amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, all soul bone years plus 100. Tisk. Tang Lan regretted a little. Why don't you absorb the attached soul bone first before entering the Stardo forest? 100 years were lost in vain. But Tang Lan's look of regret was misinterpreted by some people. Stop looking. Xiao Wu said jealously, I won't come back if I look at him again. See you again when we return to Tiend city. Tang Lan glanced at Xiao Wu and was not comforted either. Handed the 18 soul-breaking knives and meteorite gold to Tang San. My dear, make them all into special sniper armor-piercing bullets. You keep half of them and give the other half to me. Tang San happily agreed. What Meng Yuan, where is this precious meteorite gold? Sect Master, are we going to let this phoenix-tailed crested snake go like this? Oscar said with some regret, why don't we keep such a precious spirit beast? Made everyone laugh. Why, it won't take another 1,000 years to absorb the soul ring. Daimyo Bai teased. Oscar scratched his head in embarrassment. He just felt that it was such a pity. In no mood. Tang Lan nodded and said, Oscar's advice is good, then keep it. Everyone's laughter stopped suddenly. What the hell? Is Oscar's stupidity contagious? Tang Lan didn't explain either. Ask Oscar to take out his 10,000 years fire ginseng, pull out some roots, and feed it to the coxcomb snake. It doesn't understand human speech. The instinct of the soul beast makes it know that this is a great tonic. His body was drained by the life soul blue silver emperor, and he couldn't wait to swallow the roots. The momentum grew slightly. It's grown a little longer. Tang San said in disbelief, about 0.1 centimeters. The age has increased by about 4 months. Everyone present, including Zhao Wuji and Xiao Wu, all showed off their faces. Does feeding herbal medicine increase the life expectancy? Can you still play like this? Tang Lan calculated the approximate dosage and explained at the same time. Do you really think that all 100,000-year soul beasts have lived for 100,000 years? Most of them are able to break through the race's lifespan limit by eating treasures from heaven and earth, and their strength is greatly improved. So why can't the age of the soul beast be piled up with herbs? I have written this in the Tang sect encyclopedia. You can read more about it when it is published in a book. Don't act like you've never seen the world before, whining and worrying. While talking, Tang Lan cut off a small piece of 10,000 years fire ginseng and fed it to the coxcomb snake. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake swallowed it in one gulp and looked at Tang Lan with surprise and uncertainty. Why are these two-legged beasts so good? Coax. A flame rose from the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It was so hot that it twisted its snake body and opened its mouth to spit out a small fireball. Tang Lan controlled the life soul blue silver emperor and sealed its mouth. It's a waste of medicine, just stay well. Then, the size of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb is growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The fleshy crown on the top of the head gradually turns red. The body length finally stopped at about 15 meters, struggling fiercely with great energy. But Tang San frowned. Brother, did you calculate the dosage wrong? The current age of this crested snake is about 3,000 years old. Everyone who had not yet come to their senses was shocked. 3,000 years? The limit of Oscar is 2,800 years. That's right, it's 3,000 years old. Tang Lan affirmed, it was just created using fire ginseng, so its strength hasn't caught up yet, so it will be easier to absorb. I will use the life soul blue silver emperor to absorb its soul power, vitality and mental power, and reduce its state to the lowest point. Adding the two, it would be okay to control it in 3,200, but considering that no one has done this before, we should choose 3,000 carefully. Tang Lan looked at Oscar. Or if you don't believe my theory, you can choose to change to a new soul beast. Oscar's expression kept changing. 3,000 years. The third soul ring is 1,800 years for others, but it is 3,000 years for me. It sounds horrifying. But recalling how evil Tang Lan was, Oscar wanted to take a gamble. Sect Master, I want to give it a try. Oscar gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master has repeatedly reminded us to be careful about our lives, and he will definitely not let me die. Tang Lan smiled. Oscar's brain was so good that he didn't have to waste words. Suck the crested snake dry, and the lifespan of double pupils will increase by more than 10 years. Only then did he let go of the dying creature and signaled Oscar to take action. Oscar took a deep breath. He took out a dagger and came to within 7 inches of the coxcomb snake. Xiao Wu's eyes were a bit unbearable. The next moment, Tang Lan stood in front of her and rubbed her rabbit ears. The next scene is too bloody, children should not watch it. Xiao Wu leaned on Tang Lan's chest obediently. Pfft! The sound of a sharp knife entering flesh. The phoenix-tailed crested snake was sucked so cleanly by Tang Lan that it didn't even look back and flutter a few times. Died quietly. A purple soul ring appeared on the corpse, rising and falling. Oscar sat cross-legged in front of the crested snake and took a deep breath. The soul power pulled this 3000 soul ring and submerged it into the body. Almost instantly, his body tensed up and started to tremble. It was obvious that the situation was very bad. After all, it has exceeded the limit. However, the double pupil of Tang Lan's left eye lit up, life was buried. The life soul blue silver emperor tied Oscar into a rice dumpling and swallowed the violent soul power in Oscar's body. Everything returned to calm. My body is no longer tense, my bones are no longer shaking, and my complexion has improved. Oh, I forgot to mention it. Tang Lan smiled and said. There is no such thing as soul impact for soul beasts that are less than 10,000 years old, so as long as the total amount of soul power is controlled, it can be absorbed even if it is 9,999 years old. The premise is that we can withstand the first wave of impact. Just leave the rest to me. If you are hunting soul rings by yourself, don't push your limits too much. Everyone, Are you sure you forgot and didn't deliberately fail to mention it? But then I admire Oscar. He probably didn't have confidence in the theory, but he had confidence in Tang Lan. Tang Lan's historical record is so luxurious, whenever this person is replaced. Someone looked at Tang San, who dares to go up and be a test subject. This made Tang San puzzled. It's not like he absorbed the soul ring. Let's see what he does. Under Tang Lan's control, Oscar spent 3 minutes before a circle of purple appeared under his feet. Open your eyes with surprise. When he saw the life soul blue silver emperor retreating around him, he understood what was going on. Thank you, Sect Master, for saving your life. Oscar said excitedly, 3,000-year-old spirit ring. I actually absorbed it. Ha ha ha. Wait until he has had enough laughter. Tang Lan Ke smiled and said, try the new soul skill to see what effect it has. Okay. Oscar held the ball with both hands and shouted confidently. I have a mushroom sausage. A sausage with a mushroom head was born, floating in his hand. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Ha ha ha. This spell. Xiao Ao, you are so wretched. Faced with the ridicule of everyone, Oscar also smiled. Looking at Tang Lan who just chuckled, he handed over the mushroom sausage expectantly. Sect Master, would you like to try it? Tang Lan was also a little curious, so he took the mushroom sausage and ate it. The taste is different from that of the recovery sausage, like taking a big bite of diced mushrooms, with a fresh and refreshing taste. Between chewing, the mushroom intestines turn into soul power and merge into the body. A pair of cyan light wings condensed behind him, levitating him off the ground. Everyone who was laughing was silent. Fly. Oscar's third soul skill is actually to make people fly? Without Ma Heng-jun, the team lacks air superiority. This not only filled the gap, but also directly lifted the entire team off the ground, giving them absolute air superiority. It's really an exaggeration. Ning Rongrong said in disbelief, the flying soul skill is also extremely rare among auxiliary soul masters. And it is at least the 6th soul skill. Your 3rd soul skill. Just one sentence. This shows the preciousness of flying mushroom sausage. Tang Lan also praised, it is indeed a food system with innate soul power. The future is limitless. Oscar scratched his head in embarrassment. I don't dare to compete with you, the sect leader, he. The corners of his mouth were grinning to the base of his ears. Xiao Ao, stop being silly and tell me carefully, what is the specific effect of your 3rd soul skill? Daimyo Bai urged. Oscar's grin grew wider. My 3rd soul skill, flying mushroom sausage, can fly for 2 minutes at the speed of a 3,000-year-old coxcomb. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be a flying speed of 3,000 years? Tang Lan's effect on birth cannot be discounted. I'm not finished yet. Oscar said proudly, this flying mushroom sausage also has an effect. At the cost of reducing the remaining time by 10 times, it turns into fire wings and explodes at 3 times the speed. Hiss. Tisk. Hold C. Are there any means of explosion? Everyone is shocked. The cyan light wing behind Tang Lan has transformed into a fiery red light wing, turning into an afterimage and flying out. Return after 10 seconds and give an evaluation. The fire wing's straight line acceleration is very fast, but its turning agility is poor. King II is slower and has good flexibility. Overall very good. Oscar smiled proudly. In no mood. But everyone quickly surrounded Tang Lan. Sect Master, my soul ring will depend on you from now on. Sect Master, your legs are sore, let me squeeze them for you. Sect Master, please drink some water, it will make you happy this morning. Everyone was trying to be attentive, but Oscar was left out in the cold. Oscar is not annoyed either. Tang Lan's skill is really impressive. At least. Before obtaining the 10,000-year soul ring, they all had to rely on Tang Lan and give him a lot of help. After Tang Lan enjoyed it for a while. Only then did he drive away the crowd and look at Oscar in amazement. Oscar only thought that Tang Lan was praising his third soul skill. But... Xiao, your luck is really good. A 3,000 soul beast that was spawned will actually drop soul bones. My ancestor has become green. Oscar laughed. Sect Master, you are overly praised. It's just a third soul skill, even if it drops soul bones. Soul bone. Oscar's eyes widened. He rushed toward the crested snake with a quick stride, took out his dagger and started to dig down from the snake's head, and found a luminous bone inside the snake's tail. This is a bluish-red left calf bone. Perhaps because it is only 3,000 years old, it is not quite complete, only about 2/3. But so what? This is the soul bone. One of the most coveted treasures of a soul master. Even if it is 3,000 years old, it is still a rare treasure. Oscar held the soul bone carefully, his eyes filled with pure desire. But in the end, he still resisted the impulse, gritted his teeth and offered it to Tang Lan with both hands. Sect Master, I have absorbed the soul ring. This soul bone should belong to the Sect Master. Please keep it for now. Tang Lan was quite surprised. Can you resist the temptation of soul bones? And the wording is also it is owned by the sect leader and kept for the time being, and the reasons are well thought out. This Oscar is fine. Return the remaining half of the 10,000 years fire spirit ginseng to Oscar. Tang Lan reached out to take the soul bone and tossed it up and down in his hand. Everyone's eyes, including Zhao Wuji's, followed the movement of the soul bone. I don't have the soul bone of my left leg. But it's only from 3,000 years old, so I still don't like it. Which of you wants it? In a word. Tang Lan clearly heard several swallowing sounds. Even Ning Rongrong doesn't have a soul bone in his body now. As for Zhao Wuji, a poor guy, his mouth is watering. But although everyone was moved, no one spoke. Because they understand. Soul beasts produce soul bones and soul rings, which are best absorbed by the same soul master. The best candidate for this soul bone is Oscar. Tang San understood this truth best. But he still felt a little unable to control himself. Lift your right foot and put it down and then lift it. This is a soul bone. Where is it suitable or inappropriate? As long as you can absorb it, then you are the best candidate. Are you having trouble with your rhythm these days? How to catch up on the serious decline in reading? Today, I will update the basic 4000 first. The author will sort out the outline, rhythm, and direction, and then make a detailed outline, and then start to explode. Chapter 53 The Soul Bone Belongs to You. The man-faced spider appears. The show begins. Okay. Tang San was quite covetous of this soul bone in front of him. Tang Lan absorbed a piece of blue-silver right leg bone, and then awakened the blue-silver emperor. Then there was a surge of singing and singing. Tang San thought. If only he could absorb this soul bone. Can it also rise? Everyone noticed Tang San's expression, and they all felt unhappy. As a master, why do you still steal the opportunity from your apprentice? Oscar saw this in his eyes and fell silent. Tang San was his master and Tang Lan's younger brother. He not qualified to fight. So he took half a step back, lowering his head and not looking at the soul bone. Tang San was certain in his heart. Staring at Tang Lan without blinking, "Brother! Give it to me quickly." Tang Lan sneered in his heart. "What? No one is trying to rob you, so you don't want to come forward to get it? Let him be the bad guy? Don't say it." If Tang San spoke directly, it would be hard for him to refuse. But since you are reserved. Tang Lan gave one to Tang San. Under Tang San's expectant gaze, he slapped the soul bone into Oscar's hand. The original soup turns into the original food. It is best for you to absorb this soul bone. We will protect you. Oscar, Sigma, QQ. Tang San, dash. Ha? This script is wrong. But now that the soul bones are in Oscar's hands, can Tang San still ask for them to come back? Absorb it quickly. Tang Lan urged, "The third son just told me with his eyes that he must be his apprentice, but you can't live up to your master's kindness." Tang San, Fi. "Brother, are you serious?" Daimyo Bai and the others couldn't help laughing. Is this what Tang San meant? It seems that even if they are brothers, they may have wrong intentions sometimes. The side also explains. Tang Lan didn't know Tang San's character at all, so he had this misunderstanding. That's it. Tang San couldn't open his mouth to fight, so he could only pretend to be generous. "Xiao, what are you waiting for? Just absorb it." Oscar showed surprise. He has already given up. Who would have thought that this soul bone could return to his hands? "Thank you, Sect Master." "Thank you, Master." "Thank you everyone." The host made Tang San lose the left leg bone of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, increasing his power to help Oscar steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, all soul bone years plus 600. Tang Lan was stunned. Then I understood. This left leg bone of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not included in the original work. But in the situation just now, it almost definitely belongs to Tang San. Therefore, being recognized by the system was Tang San's opportunity. Tang Lan can understand this. But the soul bone was absorbed by Oscar, how could it be considered as something Tang Lan had robbed? System, explain? Tang Lan tried to ask. Oscar sees Tang San's true face clearly, and it is no longer possible for him to help Tang San become a god. Oscar surrendered to his host and became a vassal. Vassals who snatch Tang San's opportunity can be converted into 50% rewards. Oh? And what about this hidden setting? 50% reward, so it was originally necessary to add 1,200 years? Wait. Tang Lan's eyes widened. This is the universal soul bone age limit. The right foot of his external soul bone, the ancient tree of life, was lost for another 600 years. No. You have to find an opportunity to quickly absorb this external soul bone. But this process takes a long time, so we have to wait until tonight. Thinking room. So is Oscar sitting cross-legged, he attached the soul bone to his left leg, and the soul power emerged and intertwined. Oscar's third soul ring lit up. As if it had passed some kind of verification, the soul bone directly turned into photons and merged into his left leg. Just as Tang Lan absorbed the blue-silver right leg bone, it was as easy and carefree. This is a high degree of fit. The next moment, Oscar opened his eyes in disbelief. 4,000 years. Oscar was shocked. The flying speed of the flying mushroom sausage's blue wings has increased to the level of a 4,000-year-old phoenix-tailed cockatoo. Tang Lan nodded with relief. Otherwise, how could you absorb it? This original soup has an amplification effect. The effect of the fire wings has also increased. Oscar exclaimed. The burst multiplier has increased to 4 times. The shortened time has been reduced to 7 times. Hold C. Zhao Wuji blurted out, your effect is comparable to a 5,000-year soul ring, right? Is this still the third soul ring? Xiao Wu sighed, the fourth soul ring of an ordinary person is only this level, right? Uncle Tang is awesome. Ning Rongrong cheered. Tang Lan smiled and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Xiao Sanzi, your decision is right. Let Xiao Ao absorb this soul bone, and the benefit will be maximized. Thank you, Master. Oscar flattered. Tang San smiled awkwardly. It felt like being roasted on the fire. Quickly changed the subject, Xiao Ao, what is your soul bone skill? Oscar slapped his forehead. The third soul skill was strengthened, and he was so excited that he forgot to check the soul bone skill. Closed his eyes and checked. Opened his eyes with joy. The soul bone skill of the left leg bone of the phoenix-tailed cockatiel comes from the flesh crown of the phoenix-tailed cockatiel, and is called hormone burst. It usually absorbs my soul power, mental power, and vitality, and releases them all at once when I need them to restore its own state. The ratio is about 30%. Tang-san was a little jealous. This is 30% of the physical state, not 30% of the soul power. It is a hard tonic that can save a life when dying. It is a killer that can fight to the death in desperate situations. He regretted it a little. What face did he want just now? If he asked Tang Lan directly, could his brother not give it to him? That angry. But things have come to this point. Tang-san is useless to be angry. He can't cut Oscar's leg and take out the soul bone, right? He can only pretend that nothing happened. But Oscar still noticed that his master's mood was not right. He quietly put away his smile. Don't get carried away and offend the master. The others also saw it and laughed in their hearts. This Tang-san is really a piece of shit. He even covets the chance of his own apprentice. If he wasn't Tang Lan's younger brother, he would have been kicked out of the team long ago. Very good. Tang Lan congratulated, Xiao Ao has this hormone burst soul bone skill, and if he is proficient in Lingbo Weibu, he should have no problem protecting himself at the same level. Everyone laughed. As an auxiliary soul master, being able to protect himself at the same level is a great help to the team. At the same time, Tang Lan's big picture once again formed a sharp contrast with Tang San. Everyone's evaluation of Tang San was lowered again. They couldn't help but sigh. Tang San's greatest luck is to meet a good brother. After a short break, Zhao Wuji said, Sect Master, it's time to hunt soul beasts for you next. I wonder what your target soul ring age is. All eyes were focused on Tang Lan, and they were guessing. As someone who discovered the existence of whale glue and whose body was ridiculously strong, this fourth soul ring must be at least 10,000 years old, right? Tang Lan sensed his own limit 27,621 years. After thinking about it, everyone will be teammates fighting side by side in the future, so some insignificant secrets can be revealed appropriately. So he summoned the soul of Blue Silver Emperor, removed the disguise of the soul ring condensed into 3 black leaves and released it under his feet. 3 black 10,000-year soul rings moved up and down. Sigma, QQ, Q, Q. Grip C. What did they see? The first, second, and third soul rings of 10,000 years? Even Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had known about it for a long time, were still shocked when they saw it again. It was really that the age of this soul ring was too beyond imagination. Half a minute later, Ning Rongrong was the first to react and asked what everyone wanted to know. Uncle Tang, what is this 10,000-year soul ring? They were all so excited that they were incoherent. Facing the burning eyes of the crowd, Tang Lan shook his head regretfully. You may be disappointed. My soul ring cannot be copied. As a mutant martial soul, the Blue Silver Emperor has a martial soul characteristic in addition to life and soul attributes. It can absorb vitality and infuse it into the soul ring to increase its age. The upper limit is my own limit. Everyone was a little disappointed at first. It is a miracle that cannot be copied. What a pity. Then they showed doubts. Martial soul characteristics. Ning Rongrong asked in confusion, what is this? I've never heard of it. Tang Lan patiently explained, martial soul characteristics are the innate talents of the martial soul, but they are also the ultimate attributes or some special effects. For example, Rongrong, your 7 treasures glazed pagoda has a martial soul characteristic that ignores the percentage increase in level. These are in the Tang sect. It's all written in the encyclopedia. Ning Rongrong and the others nodded suddenly. They are looking forward to the Tang sect encyclopedia more and more from now on. It is worthy of the name of the encyclopedia. Then the sect master has this martial soul characteristic, so can't he just hunt a soul beast casually? Daimyo Bai asked. This attracted everyone's contemptuous gaze. Daimyo Bai immediately realized how stupid his words were. The soul skills brought by the soul ring are fixed. Even if the age increases, the soul skills are only strengthened. The higher the age of the soul beast, the stronger its potential. The soul skills brought by their soul rings are definitely much stronger than those of low-level soul beasts at the same age. Why choose the worse when there is a better one? Just pretend I didn't say it. Daimyo Bai said awkwardly, then Sect Master, how many years should we set for hunting soul beasts? About 30,000 years. Tang Lan said confidently, keep going inside. Once again, everyone was stunned. They guessed Tang Lan's limit, more than 10,000 years. But they didn't expect it to be 30,000 years. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly. No wonder Tang Lan's soul, Blue Silver Emperor, was difficult for him, a 7-ring soul saint, to withdraw. Can the blessing of 30,000-year soul rings be simple? Tang Lan pointed in a direction and headed towards the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. No one noticed. Juking looked at Tang Lan and gradually became firm. This man is too good, and he must seize the time to win. Dual cultivation, right? She can do it too, right? Because there is a storage ring, sausages can be stored for a long time. From time to time, Oscar would shout. I have a mushroom sausage. Evenly distribute it to everyone and store it in the storage ring for emergency use. Xiao Wu's eyes rolled. Tang Lan, like herself, can condense her own soul ring. There is no need to hunt soul beasts at all. But it must not be exposed. So we have to find an opportunity to make Tang Lan disconnect from the team. Only then can we seize the opportunity to condense the soul ring. I don't know how I can get out of the team. In the original work, the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider that Tang San killed was chased by the dragon and snake lady, and then ran into Xiao Sanzi who was chasing Xiao Wu. But because of Tang Lan's intervention, the dragon and snake lady may have taken Meng Yuan back to fight against the sky. The city went to buy whale glue. But it was not a big problem. As soon as Tang Lan entered the Xingda Great Forest, he found the only 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider that met the age requirement through the blue-silver grass network throughout the forest. Next to it, there was a 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. I think it was the one that was swallowed by Tang San later. Seeing that the two get along harmoniously, they are probably mother and daughter? That's why Tang Lan said that the age is about 30,000 years. At this time, he led the team and kept a distance from the two human-faced demon spiders. He was waiting. Wait. Stop. Zhao Wuji at the front of the team stopped suddenly, and the powerful King Kong bear was summoned to possess him directly. Everyone, return the same way. If anything happens later, don't look back. Go. Oscar and the others had not realized the seriousness of the situation. They just thought they had encountered a difficult soul beast. They were about to evacuate. Two tall trees in front of them were separated, and a huge figure walked out. At this moment, everyone's breathing was stagnant. The figure looked like a monkey and a chimpanzee, with dark hair shining with colorful luster, and a body as heavy as a mountain. With his limbs on the ground, his shoulders were more than 7 meters above the ground. If he stood up, he would probably be 15 meters away. The king of the forest, Titan Giant Ape. Tang San exclaimed, 100-year-old Titan Giant Ape can fight against a 10,000-year-old soul beast head-on. As far as the teacher knows, the only Titan Giant Ape in the Stardo Great Forest is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Everyone's face darkened. No matter what kind of soul beast it is, they can't fight it for 100,000 years. It's over. Are they going to die here? Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and bowed. Respected king of the forest, we have no intention of offending you. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. The Titan Ape ignored him. It took a step forward. Everyone's heart was instantly lifted. Because humans hunt soul beasts, almost all soul beasts are hostile to humans. This forest king. I am afraid it is the same. The first, second, third, and fifth soul rings under Zhao Wuji's feet lit up. Akalanatha protected his body. Gravity control centered on Zhao Wuji and fully enveloped the Titan Ape. Gravity compression combined with gravity control to restrict the Titan Ape as much as possible. The powerful Vajra palm was fully activated, and the powerful energy fluctuations were released, and it jumped into the air without hesitation and pounced on the Titan Ape. At the same time, he shouted run. But what responded to him was a tiger roar. Daimyo Bai opened the white tiger Vajra transformation and rushed towards the Titan Ape's forelimbs supporting its body with red eyes. He also reminded Master, you guys go quickly. Everyone did not move. Juking disappeared and rushed forward calmly. Xiao Wu also used the third soul skill. The shapes flashed one after another and came behind the Titan Ape. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand. The 7 treasures turned out to be glass, which is called power. The 7 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, so hurry up. For the 4 of Zhaowuji, their strength and speed have increased by 30%. As the number 1 auxiliary martial spirit in the mainland, his ability to support regardless of level was fully demonstrated at this moment. Oscar also ignored consumption and continuously released his third soul skill, trying to create flying mushroom sausages as much as possible. Seeing this scene, Tang Lan nodded happily. Although the original Shrek 7 monsters each have their own shortcomings, there is no doubt about their unity. But, looking at Tang San who was still hesitating on the spot, Tang Lan twitched the corner of his mouth. Because of Tang Lan's existence, Tang San's true nature was exposed. Be alienated from the team. So you are reluctant to risk your life to fight? It's really a reality. This Titan giant ape is here to find Xiao Wu, so there is no need to worry about it going berserk. Of course Tang Lan would not escape. On the contrary. You still have to brush up your favorability. Only see. Chapter 54 The 8 spider spears exploded. Gather your natal soul rings. Tang Lan summoned the Blue Silver Emperor, the life soul, and pulled it from a distance. Including Dai Mubai and Zhao Wuji, who took the lead, the seeds placed on everyone's bodies grew the life soul Blue Silver Emperor. Linked to the same place as the life soul Blue Silver Emperor thrown out by Tang Lan, the end was tied to the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer. Then, Tang Lan saw golden light flashing all over his body, he opened his Vajra indestructible body and launched a Ling Yen strike, and threw the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer in the opposite direction with all his strength. The people who were tied up by the life soul Blue Silver Emperor naturally flew out backwards and quickly moved away from the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape didn't care about the others. Exploring my hand. Holding Xiao Wu in his hand, the life soul Blue Silver Emperor was easily torn off. What a coincidence! Xiao Wu and Tang San are linked to the same life soul, Blue Silver Emperor. He was also torn off Lei Yanhaoshan hammer. Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong and others could only watch Tang Lan and the others getting smaller. The eyes are full of emotion. The sect leader actually sacrificed himself to cut off the queen for them? They wanted to break away and go back to rescue Tang Lan. The tenacity of the Keming Soul Blue Silver Emperor is not something they can destroy. Oscar reacted the fastest. He took out the flying mushroom intestines from his hand and the storage ring and threw them at Tang Lan. When others saw this, they also followed suit. Zhao Wuji roared angrily and was about to shatter the life soul of the Blue Silver Emperor. Old Zhao! Tang Lan's voice came, I'm sure I can escape. Take them back to Tangmanin and wait for me. This made Zhao Wuji hesitate. Wait for the reaction. Having flown a considerable distance, it was too late to go back for help. He could only accept the reality with a wry smile. I hope the sect master was not comforting him. Those who were in the way were sent away. The Titan giant ape also grabbed Xiao Wu, jumped on the spot and ran high into the sky, heading deep into the Stardo forest. Tang Lan took out a flying mushroom sausage and ate it, with green wings growing on his back and standing in the air. He said in a deep voice to Tang San below him. I have to chase Xiao Wu back. I want to see people alive and dead. My mistress, please leave me alone and go back. After saying that, King Ai transformed into Fire Wing, dragged out the afterimage and chased after the Titan giant ape. Tang San was left there, hesitant. Neither chasing nor walking away. Seeing the flying mushroom intestines scattered on the ground, he picked up all the blue-silver grass. Dark place. Tang Lan also smiled when he saw Tang San's behavior through the blue-silver domain. Xiao Wu didn't mention it for the moment, she had nothing to do with Tang San. But since he was a child, he has really taken care of this kid, it's just that he hid it himself, so he couldn't benefit from it. In exchange for the results. Ha! It seemed that the only option was to start Plan B, to catch the man-faced demon spider and deliver it to Tang San. Preparing for action. Tang San finally took action. After eating a flying mushroom sausage, he also opened his fire wings and chased after it. Oh? Are you actually chasing me? Calculate carefully. A flying mushroom sausage can only fly for about 30 seconds in the fire wing state. Previously, Oscar only had 3 sticks in stock for each person. 90 seconds of fire wings really can't do much. But the flying mushroom sausages everyone dropped just now, plus the improvised ones, must be about 30. With these flying mushroom sausages, at least if you catch up, you won't be unable to escape. I wrongly blamed you, my mistress. 2. Although this guy is selfish, when Xiaowu was caught in the original work, he also chased after him like crazy. I am also his brother after all. The status of Pua these years is no less than that of the original Xiaowu. That would be easy to handle. Along the way, he used his wings of fire to burn trees to lead the way for Tang San. The path gradually moved away from the Titan ape, and caught up with the mother and daughter of the man-faced spider who were scared away. Tang Lan calculated the time. Fire Wing just reached the time limit and fell to the ground. Let the two man-faced demon spiders rejoice. Is there any takeaway in the forest? The smaller 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider opened its mouth and spit out a spider web. Brush! The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor protruded from the ground and turned into a wall to block the spider web. The bigger one is 30,000 years old. The man-faced demon spider roared cautiously and retreated with the little man-faced demon spider. The next moment, Tang San fell from the sky and landed next to Tang Lan. The human-faced demon spider. Tang San said solemnly, the nightmare of a small spirit beast, a life-devouring existence, with 100-year combat power comparable to that of a 1,000-year-old brother, trouble. Tang Lan nodded. Are you okay with the little one? Tang Lan asked, it has already spit out cobwebs once. The man-faced demon spider, which is less than 10,000 years old, can only spit out spider webs 3 times a day. Tang San didn't answer immediately, and watched carefully. The smaller one is 1.5 meters long, with 8 spear-like long legs about 3 meters long, and a black carapace all over its body. The tiles are bright. The age is around 2000. Although Tang San's level was only 28, with firearms in hand, it wasn't like he couldn't fight. But it's the big man-faced devil spider. 30,000 years. Brother, I have no problem. Tang San said seriously, the big one is 30,000 years old. Not sure. Tang Lan frowned and said, the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider has been able to use the spider god to possess me. I will try my best to hold it back. You can fight it quickly. Tang San's eyes sharpened. It seems. We must try our best today. Tang San flew forward directly and killed the little man-faced demon spider. The double pupil of Tang Lan's left eye lit up, life was buried. The man-faced demon spider was overwhelmed by the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, and predatorily devoured a small amount of energy. But Yuzi flashed in Tang San's hand, but it didn't attack the little man-faced demon spider. Instead, aim at the lower abdomen of the man-faced demon spider, where there is a ferocious face with intertwined white lines, and the 8 small purple eyes are its vital points. Da-da-da! Yuzi fired the bullets at an angle, but the man-faced demon spider intercepted them all with its spider legs. The little man-faced devil spider screamed miserably. Spewed out a spider web at Tang San again, trying to stop him from continuing to attack. Tang San seemed to be attacking the big man-faced demon spider, but his attention was always on the little man-faced demon spider. Before it opens its mouth, he stepped on the ghostly shadow and dodged a few meters away. And the cobwebs narrowly missed each other. The little man-faced demon spider immediately caught up with Tang San, staring intently at Tang San. It was about to tear this food that hurt his mother into pieces. The adult man-faced demon spider had a much higher IQ, and could tell that Tang San was deliberately luring the little man-faced demon spider away. The sharp spider legs cut into the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor. I thought it could be easily cut open, but I didn't want to just cut into half. Only by exerting force again can we get out of trouble. But Tang Lan has also completed the release of his soul skills. The second soul skill, Blue Silver Emperor Explosion. Boom! With the energy to devour the giant human-faced demon spider, the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor burst open. The barbs hit its black carapace, making a sound of gold and iron. Tang Lan took the opportunity to summon the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer, which turned into an entity in a flash of lightning and fell into his right hand. Before the man-faced demon spider could react, he used the random cloak hammer technique and struck it down with great force. The man-faced demon spider used its 2 spider legs to parry, and at the same time it had 2 free legs to stab at from both sides. Tang Lan's Life Soul, Blue Silver Emperor, flashed in his left hand. The first soul skill, Blue Silver Emperor Thorn. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor grew and entangled the 2 spider legs. Clang! Lei Yanhaoshan hammer collided with the parrying spider's legs. A sharp blow weighing 2,000 kilograms caused the spider legs supporting its body to sink into the ground. Tang Lan took advantage of the reaction force, turned around and landed with another hammer. The man-faced demon spider had no choice but to continue to fight. The cloak hammering technique is random, one hammer is faster than the other, and one hammer is heavier than the other. You can't intercept it on the first strike, you can only fall into passivity. Although the man-faced demon spider has 8 legs, Tang Lan can also use the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor. The two of them had such a fierce confrontation, and no one could do anything to the other. Until the host made Tang San unlucky to use the Immortal Seal, overdrawing his own potential and reducing his future achievements, and robbing Tang San of a trace of his luck. Reward, level +1. Very good. Tang San began to fight tooth and nail. But Tang Lan still did not change his rhythm and maintained the random cloak hammering technique. At the same time, the blue-silver domain is also paying attention to that side and is always prepared. Until boom, equals. Barrett's loud noise came. The man-faced demon spider in front of him looked back eagerly, trying hard to get away from Tang Lan even after being hit by Tang Lan. At the same time, a golden red light lit up on his body, and the spider god possession was turned on. In this mode, in addition to defense, the man-faced demon spider will be greatly improved. A 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider can even briefly rival a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But the cost is exaggerated. Every second the possession of the spider god is maintained will consume 1 year of the man-faced demon spider's cultivation. It's now. Ling Tian strikes. The random cloak hammer technique was seamlessly connected, condensing the strongest blow of the whole body, and hit the back of the giant human-faced demon spider hard. The man-faced demon spider, who misjudged the power of this attack, was beaten to the ground on the spot. Possessed by the spider god, no defense. The double pupil of Tang Lan's left eye lit up with purple light, and the second skill slot was activated, Dragon Capture Hand. A golden swimming dragon entangled the legs of the man-faced demon spider, lifting it up to reveal its landing point, the eyes of a human face on the abdomen. Pfft! The green ice scorpion tail pierced the pants. Tang Lan stepped on Lingbo's feet simultaneously, and at a weird angle, he forcefully inserted himself under the man-faced demon spider and came face to face with the weird human face. The ice jade scorpion tail condenses the ultimate ice, near the tail vertebrae, and collides with the internal force of the ultimate fire 9 yang divine skill in the body. Soul bone technique Yan freezing poison needle. The ultimate power exploded. Pushing the ice jade scorpion tail by out, it shot out, passed through the spider legs that the man-faced demon spider was trying to parry, and stabbed hard into one of its eyes. The two extreme energies of the violence were instantly injected into the mind of the man-faced demon spider. Then explode. Boom. The red gold light on the man-faced demon spider dimmed, its carapace cracked, and its powerful spider legs hung down, falling to the ground along with its body. A black soul ring floated out of its body and suspended on the corpse. It was just a flaw, and he died suddenly. Tang Lan withdrew the ice jade scorpion tail, his eyes full of surprise. The 20,000-year-old soul bone attached to the outside is so terrifying. Putting away the Barrett used to replenish his gun, his mental power swept over the man-faced demon spider. It's a pity that there is no soul bone. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor tied up the man-faced demon spider. Lan Yin's right leg bone lit up and flew towards Tang San. From afar, I saw a little human-faced demon spider lying on the ground, with a purple soul ring floating on its body. Tang San was sitting cross-legged next to the corpse, with a few new strands of white hair on his head, and flames flashing on his body. It looks very much like the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, when it absorbs the 10,000 years fire spirit ginseng. Tang Lan was not surprised. Tang San opened the inverse and immortal seal and tried his best, but found that he was still a little unable to do it. He resolutely took out the 10,000 years fire spirit ginseng that Oscar had thrown out when he threw the flying mushroom sausage. He stuffed it all into his mouth to replenish the vacant soul power. Then he also used the random cloak hammer method, which revealed a flaw in the little man-faced demon spider of the hammer, and finally used Barrett to kill it with one hit. Now, the violent 10,000 years fire spirit ginseng medicinal power replenished Tang San's overdrawn vitality, but it also impacted his meridians. Can Tang Lan watch his brother suffer? The third soul ring of the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor lights up. Life is buried. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor wrapped around Tang San, devouring the violent medicinal power that he couldn't digest. Unlike the previous soul power, it can only be used temporarily. This time the medicinal power is refined through the 9 Yang divine art, and a small part can be directly transformed into internal power. What is your poison is his delicacy. While absorbing it, Tang Lan floated in front of the little human-faced demon spider. A life-soul blue-silver emperor stretched out, penetrated from the belly of the little human-faced demon spider, and pulled out a purple-black light ball. It is the attached soul bone, the 8 spider spears. Tang Lan smiled. He has been killing the man-faced demon spider for 30,000 years, but he still hasn't broken out his soul bone. Tang San killed a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider and revealed the most precious external soul bone? Ha! If there is nothing fishy here, Tang Lan and Tang San have the same surnames. Tang Lan directly took the 8 spider spears into the Blue King, not afraid of offending the beings in the dark. Anyway, that person just wants to find an heir so that he can go out on his own. Then Tang Lan is better than Tang San, why can't he replace him? Then it's time to wait. Half an hour later. After Tang San's violent medicinal power was digested, Tang Lan withdrew the life-soul blue-silver emperor. The host absorbs Tang San's 10,000 years fire spirit ginseng medicinal power and robs a trace of Tang San's luck. Reward, all soul bone years plus 150. Still coming? Tang Lan has 2 attached soul bones, which will cost him 300 years. Look at Tang San again. His face turned an unhealthy red, and his eyes were gloomy. Just now, in order to better digest the power of the medicine, he used the 9 Yang magic technique. As a result, the internal power of Xian Tiangong is modeled, which contains both the dense purple energy and the medicinal power of fire spirit ginseng. It will take more than half a month to regain purity. But the good news is, Tang San looked at the purple soul ring of the little human-faced demon spider on the side, his eyes full of longing. Brother, I'm level 30. Can you help me absorb this 2,000-year-old soul ring? Tang Lan thought. This 2,000-year-old spirit ring of the man-faced demon spider can be regarded as a small opportunity for Tang San. But Tang Lan couldn't snatch it away. It's impossible for him to absorb this soul ring, right? Then there would be no natal soul ring, and the age would increase with one's own body. But it only made Tang San lose the opportunity, but he didn't snatch it away. The system does not give rewards. It harms others but does not benefit oneself. In addition, this time Tang San was indeed in danger for Tang Lan. Tang Lan nodded in agreement. Little mistress, hurry up and absorb it, I will help you protect the law. Tang San had no doubt that he was there. He immediately sat down cross-legged, summoned the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and activated the purple spirit ring to put it on. I was so shaken on the spot that I was trembling all over. The third soul skill, life burial. Tang San was wrapped again, and the soul power that was about to explode was swallowed up. But the absorption beyond the limit of years still caused Tang San endless pain. Fortunately, although Tang San was influenced by Tang Lan, his level lagged behind the original timeline. But the physical training has not fallen behind, and it is even better than the original work because of Tang Lan's encouragement. Just now, I was replenished by 10,000 years fire spirit ginseng, which also strengthened it to a certain extent. It was a near miss, and I absorbed this soul ring. The soul ring under his feet also turned into white, yellow and purple. Tang San opened his eyes in surprise. Tang Lan waved his hand to interrupt. This 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring is just right for me. My mistress, please protect me. Tang San, after taking a look at the black soul ring, it was already a bit unreal. If he hadn't woken up early, this soul ring would have dissipated, right? If the soul ring is not absorbed within an hour, it will dissipate on its own. He was so moved. Brother actually watched the soul ring that fit so well was about to dissipate and remained indifferent. Just to protect myself, I want to absorb a 2,000-year-old soul ring. Sure enough. It's right to follow here by yourself. Brother is his strongest support in this world. Okay. Brother, hurry up and absorb it. Tang Lan sat down cross-legged, summoned the blue-silver emperor, the life soul, and activated the black soul ring to come over. At the same time, the double pupil of his left eye activated life burial, and a large number of life soul blue-silver emperor devoured him. Obstructed Tang San's sight. Then, this precious 30,000-year-old soul ring was abandoned without hesitation. Dissipates in the air. Then he started to gather his natal soul rings. Perhaps it was the dissipated 30,000-year-old soul ring that filled the nearby energy. Only 1 hour. Tang Lan condensed into the fourth soul ring. He felt it. The fourth soul skill is. It's the end of the month, remember to vote for the monthly votes you don't want. 8,500 for 2 chapters, everyone will treat you to a bunch of ducks. Chapter 55 Strengthening Fusion. God is not afraid even when he comes. The fourth soul skill is, Soul Seed Puppet. The soul seed is condensed, enters the body of life through blood and breathing, and takes root in the soul. Previously, Tang Lan can also control the tiny barbs of the life soul Blue Silver Emperor to enter the enemy's body from the wound as seeds. But because of the weak signal, there aren't many operations that can be done. And if it leaves a certain distance, it will be eliminated by the human body because it loses control. But the soul species is different. It has the hidden ability and can be buried deep in the soul. Devouring the soul power that escapes in daily life, it maintains its own activity and is almost undetectable. The operating space is also much larger. For example, swallowing a small amount of soul power will slow down the target's cultivation speed. For example, if you continue to devour your mental power, you will have low energy in the short term, and you will be stuck in a bottleneck for a long time and be unable to break through. For example, by constantly devouring vitality, the body becomes increasingly weak, the life of the soul ring decreases, and cell activity declines. But the most direct means of attack is, or let the soul seed grow explosively from the body, directly pierce the enemy's internal organs, and finally explode. Once this is done, even if a titled Douluo comes, if he doesn't dodge carelessly, he may be killed. And with the help of the special induction of blue-silver grass, the target parasitized by the soul seed can sense the approximate location of the soul seed even if it is far away from the two ends of the continent. It's really hard to escape, and to fight and fight. He could only become Tang Lan's puppet and be at his mercy. You deserve the name of a soul seed puppet. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. The release conditions are harsh, but the benefits are also extremely high. Not bad, not bad. Looking outside through the blue-silver field, Xiaowu was also there. Is this the end of the reunion with Ming? So during this period, the Titan ape was nearby? Tang Lan felt relieved. The 8 spider spears with attached soul bones were taken out from the Blue King. System, I want to extract the attached soul bone and the right foot of the ancient tree of life. A green ball of light emerged, and inside was a beady green right foot, with no shadow of trees at all. Tang Lan didn't go into details. A snake can explode its leg bones, what's wrong with a tree condensing its soles? First, press the right sole of the ancient tree of life onto your right foot. Then he quickly thrust the 8 spider spear into his back. Tang Lan directly wandered to the outer world, isolating most of the pain perception. Looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who looked at each other with disgust. Start thinking about what's next. Although leaving Shrek. But the elites of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent still have to participate. Don't say anything else. Tang San's Skull of Condensed Spiritual Wisdom is one of the championship prizes. This opportunity must be grabbed. Although the age is neither high nor low, it is about 50,000 years. But this head soul bone and the vast sea Kyun can cover, which is the heart of Poseidon, can be integrated into one. The potential is extraordinary. As for the age limit, with the system in place, it's not a big problem. There is also the illusion wisdom skull left behind after being counterattacked during the sneak attack on Tang San, which is also a good opportunity. In addition, there are a few girls who are good, whether they date them or not, they are also good for teasing. And the premise of all this. Tang Lan and the others had to enroll in the Advanced Soul Master Academy to be eligible to compete for the championship. He had considered this before leaving Shrek. Build your own high-level Soul Master Academy. This is one of the reasons why he released the Tang Sect Encyclopedia. The resources are also readily available. Use Tang San to lure Yu Xiaogang, let him and Lu Erlong recognize each other, and swallow up Lanba Academy as the basic base. By the way, from the Tailong line, we can find the Force clan. Their clan leader, Tian, was very loyal. Because his master Tang Hao was expelled from the Haoshan sect, he chose to lead his people to break away from the Haoshan sect. After recognizing that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, as a contra, he recognized the master without hesitation. With the family heritage of the Li clan, he helped Tang San found the Tang sect, and was also responsible for forging hidden weapons. With his help, The cooperation with Tiendu Empire and Kaibao Glazed Sect can also be carried out smoothly. The follow-up was smooth sailing. For this ability to integrate resources, Tang Lan couldn't help but praise himself. The host obtained the 8 spider spears, causing Tang San to lose his future super artifact. Steal a lot of Tang San's luck. Reward, strengthened fusion of homogeneous soul bones. Ha? Homogeneous soul bones? Strengthen integration? What reward is this? Just wondering. Tang Lan, who was wandering in the sky, felt a sharp pain. Hiss. The source of severe pain is right leg. The rich breath of life wrapped around his right leg. Let the right foot of the ancient tree of life with the attached soul bone merge with the blue-silver right leg bone to become a brand new soul bone. And the blue-silver right leg bone, which was originally just a calf bone, grew upward into a thigh bone, bit by bit pushing away his original bone. The bone-grinding pain is simply torture. But Tang Lan was overjoyed. This is obviously a good thing. If it hurts, just hurt. Just grit your teeth and endure it. The right leg bone stopped growing after it connected with the ice jade scorpion tail. Together with the attached soul bone ancient tree of life's right foot, it formed a complete right leg soul bone. Tang Lan hurriedly checked the 2 soul bones. No. The blue-silver right leg bone and the right foot of the ancient life tree have been integrated into one body. It can be regarded as a piece of soul bone. But the number of soul bone skills has not changed, it is still 2. After checking the soul bone skills, he grinned in surprise. The soul bone skills are still flying and regeneration. But they have all received epic level enhancements. Soul bone skill 1 flying, grants the ability to fly. You can consume your life force to activate the blood escape technique and escape at the speed of light regardless of all restrictions. Originally, the flying speed of the soul bone skill was a flaw. It is not useful when facing the same level. High level ones can't win. As a soul bone skill with 100,000-year-old soul bone, it is very embarrassing. But it's understandable. After all, the blue-silver emperor was rooted underground 100,000 years ago. And I'm not good at flying. Now that we have the perfect solution, we can directly use the ultimate move, blood escape. Ignore all restrictions. No barriers, realms, or killing places can trap him. Escape at the speed of light. Even if God comes, don't even try to chase him. Tisk tisk. Douluo continent is so big, is there anyone who can kill him? But this soul bone skill is just an add-on. Soul bone skill 2 regeneration, all parts of the body can grow extremely fast. Resurrection upon death. Afterwards, the soul bone cools down, absorbs a large amount of vitality and recovers. Resurrection. It's an extra life. And it's not a one-time thing, it can be restored by absorbing the life force after resurrection. This is difficult for ordinary people. This is what the blue-silver emperor of Keminghun does. In addition, the extremely rapid growth of regeneration includes all parts. The head, heart, spine, and even soul rings and soul bones. That is to say, Tang Lan no longer has the so-called fatal injury, only whether his vitality is enough to regenerate. There is only one way to kill him, to consume all the vitality of his body. The most outrageous thing is, soul rings and soul bones can also be regenerated extremely quickly. Needless to say, the soul ring has been strengthened at an epic level. Soul bones. In the original work, Tang San's 8 spider spears were broken every once in a while, and when they grew back, they became even harder. With this regeneration soul bone skill, Tang Lan can also brush out the high-strength 8 spider spears in a short period of time. This reward is simply incredible. Blood escape technique plus resurrection, even if Shura God comes, I will not be afraid at all. This new soul bone is called the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor of life. Since then, the soul bone in his right leg is considered to have graduated, the 2 soul bones are fused, and the years are also superimposed, which is 123,354 years. It's enough until you become a god. Tang Lan shifted his attention and looked at the 8 spider spears behind him. Discover. Chapter 56 Tang San's jealousy. Drive Xiaowu away? As a 2,000-year-old external soul bone, its growth rate is also buggy. After summoning the 8 spider spears, first strengthen all statuses by 50% and speed up by 50%. It's sharp and has barbs attached, and it's also poisonous. Comes with powerful jumping and climbing abilities, which can ignore most geographical factors. This is not enough. It also comes with an active soul bone skill Devour. Devour the target's soul power and replenish itself 100%. Coupled with the devouring of the life soul Blue Silver Emperor, the transformation of the immortal seal, and the endless rebirth of the Nine Yang divine art. Good guy. This is a perpetual motion machine. In addition, the soul bone devouring skill also swallows all toxins and stores them in the 8 spider spears to enhance its own toxicity. Is this the attached soul bone from 2000? 200,000 years old is about the same. But now, this plug-in, which is suspected to be sent by God Shura, belongs to Tang Lan. Since then, all gains are absorbed. Tang Lan untied the life soul Blue Silver Emperor that was used to cover it. Naked to the waist and carrying the 8 spider spears, he appeared in front of Xiaowu and the others. Ah! Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Xiaowu exclaimed. Tang San's eyes were fixed on the 8 spider spears. This is the spider legs of the man-faced demon spider? Soul bone? Exploded soul bones again? Tang San couldn't accept it. He also killed a man-faced demon spider. Why did Tang Lan's soul bone explode, but his didn't? This is not fair. Tang San was roaring crazily in his heart, even his eyes were bloodshot and red. Tang Lan just pretended not to see it. Arriving in front of the 2 man-faced demon spiders, the 8 spider spears pierced their corpses and activated the soul bone technique, Devour. The power of the same origin was directly absorbed by the 8 spider spears, causing its lifespan to skyrocket. After eating and wiping clean, the age of the 8 spider spears has arrived, 34,572 years. The number of years of non-destructive transformation into the human-faced demon spider is the best choice for the evolution of the 8 spider spears' externally attached soul bone. What's interesting is that, because the 8 spider spears were produced from the little man-faced demon spider, absorbing its corpse only added a fraction of 72 years. The remaining 32,500 years all come from the man-faced demon spider. The enhancement attached to the soul bone increased accordingly, reaching an astonishing 84.5%. 1% increase every 1,000 years? Then in 100,000 years, wouldn't it be possible to increase by 150%? Good guy. You know. This is just the passive brought by the 8 spider spears, not the soul bone skill. It is indeed a plug-in sent by God Shura, but it is a bug. Ka ka ka. The body surface of the 8 spider spears was covered with cracks, and the purple-black shell fell off like a molted skin, revealing the jet-black new skin. The 2 pairs of spider spears in the middle have become thicker. But the 2 pairs of spider spears, upper and lower, seem to have not been opened, protecting Tang Lan's shoulders and waist. It looks more coordinated. This is the new direction that the 8 spider lances evolved based on Tang Lan's human habits. 4 for offense and 4 for defense. There is no need for Tang Lan to be too distracted by controlling the 8 spider spears. It can also take into account the key defense. Although he no longer has a vital point. But this is just the first evolution, so don't be in a hurry. At this time, Brother Tang San said in a trembling voice, "Are you a soul bone?" Tang Lan glanced at Tang San. The eyes were bloodshot and red, filled with jealousy. Tang San also realized this and turned away, not daring to look at Tang Lan. "Ang, it's a soul bone." Tang Lan squinted and smiled. "It is still a more precious external soul bone. It is rarer than normal soul bones. It has the ability to grow and is considered the best soul bone." Tang San. The blood in the eyes was almost bursting from the blood vessels and spurting out. "Your soul bone is just a soul bone, but you also have an external soul bone? You still have to be heart-wrenching to kill someone, don't be too outrageous." Seeing Tang San being so aroused, Tang Lan stopped stimulating. "Put away the 8 spider spears." She took out her shirt from the Blue King and put it on, looking into Xiaohu's big eyes behind her fingers. "Still want to see it?" Xiaohu shook her head in panic. Who saw it?" Tang Lan didn't expose it either. He said to Tang San, "Little Sanzi, if you recognize me, Xiaowu and I have something to say." Tang San nodded silently. Tang Lan pulled Xiaowu and came 100 meters away. "What a coincidence! I met 2 soft bone rabbits, having sex." Tang Lan couldn't help but take a few more glances. But Xiaowu seemed to have misunderstood something. "Brother, don't stay here. Can we do it after we go back?" Tang Lan returned a puzzled look. Looking at Xiao Wu's blushing face, I suddenly realized. Okay. What are you thinking about? Xiao Wu also reacted, and even her neck turned red with embarrassment. Tang Lan chose to change the topic. Xiao Wu, you should stay in the Stardo forest from now on. Xiao Wu, oh. Her eyes turned red and she stared at Tang Lan stubbornly. Brother. I'm not that casual. I followed my mother since childhood, and later practiced with Deming and Erming, drank the lake of life, and soon reached 100,000 years. During this period, the only people of the opposite sex around me were Deming and Erming. But they are just ordinary friends. In short, I've never done anything like that. Brother, don't leave me. I can do anything. Big tears fell from Xiao Wu's eyes, and her rabbit ears drooped on her head in a grieved manner. The small hands held Tang Lan's clothes, fearing that he would leave directly. This is really panicking. Tang Lan was a little surprised, but then he understood. No wonder Xiao Wu is so innocent, her social circle is so small. Raising her hand to wipe away Xiao Wu's tears, she smiled helplessly. You should listen to what I have to say. It's still too late to cry. When I go back this time, I plan to go to Tiend city to establish an academy, and the Tang sect's headquarters will also be placed there. As the capital of the Tiend Empire, there must be titled Douluo. Your identity will then be. Tang Lan took out the 30,000-year-old fire ginseng. You are now level 37. You should be able to reach level 45 after taking it. In 2 months, I will bring you the grass jelly again and let you reach level 50. By then you will be able to completely transform into a human being and stay with me forever. Xiao Wu, this is broken tears for laughter. Then he ran into Tang Lan's arms and cried loudly. For Tang San, who was 100 meters away, his whole body tensed up. Sister. This is the Stardo forest. There has only been a ferocious beast like the Titan ape. If you cry so loudly, are you afraid of bringing it back? Xiao Wu and Tang Lan were not worried. The Titan giant ape is standing guard nearby. Which spirit beast dares to come and die? After a comforting meal, Xiao Wu also accepted the reality, stood up on tiptoes and kissed Tang Lan directly on the lips. It was just a goodbye kiss. But Tang Lan held his head down and started a verbal spat. Just let her go. Put the 30,000-year-old fire ginseng into Xiao Wu's arms. Tang Lan turned around and left coolly. Until Tang Lan passed Tang San, Xiao Wu only stared at him affectionately without raising her heels. Tang San was stunned. No. You have been inseparable for the past 6 years. Why are we suddenly going to part ways? Little third son. Tang Lan called. Tang San did not hesitate and followed Tang Lan. There was even a little secret joy in my heart. Because of the first spirit ring, Xiao Wu always disliked Tang San. How strong is Tang San's self-esteem? Simply ignore Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu kept clinging to Tang Lan. As a result, Tang San couldn't go directly to Tang Lan many times. It made Tang San feel like having been robbed of love. I don't want to see Xiao Wu even more. Although I don't know why, brother and Xiao Wu have to part ways. But for him, this is a good thing. From now on, he will enjoy my brother's love all to himself. Chapter 57 Yu Xiaogang appears. Test the soul seed. It is difficult to go deep into the Stardo forest, but easy to get out. Tang Lan opened the blue-silver domain and disguised himself and Tang San as the aura of blue-silver grass. Then use mental power scanning to bypass the high-level 10,000-year soul beast. The other little guys were all tied up by Tang Lan. Life is buried and plundered, spiritual power feeds the eyes, and soul power is released to bury life and save it again. Occasionally, when you encounter low-level 10,000-year soul beasts, you can still use the 4th soul skill to test the parasitic ability of soul seeds. Only one soul seed can be created at a time, and its existence time is as short as 30 seconds. But as long as the target has a wound, the life soul blue-silver emperor can wrap it around and send soul seeds into the body from the blood. Can slowly absorb soul power to maintain its own existence. Once the opponent uses soul power, it will parasitize the soul. Quietly. But if there is no wound, it just enters the body through breathing. Then there are many restrictions. First, the soul seeds must be sent to the opponent's body. Furthermore, the opponent cannot use soul power to protect his body, nor can he be possessed by a martial soul, nor can he use the true body of the martial soul. Only then can it enter the human body along the air and during breathing. The requirements are extremely demanding. But compared to the terrifying effects of soul seeds, it's understandable. In addition, Tang Lan also made an unexpected discovery. The right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life has also inherited the evolutionary characteristics of the attached soul bone, and can continue to absorb vitality and increase its lifespan. Although the age is too high, the vitality required every year is extremely huge. Possible evolution is always good. The useless vitality originally absorbed by the life soul blue-silver Emperor. Suddenly it became popular. It needs to be used for regeneration, resurrection, and evolution. Under such demand, wherever Tang Lan passed, a bunch of soul beasts would be sucked dry, and they would lie weak and dead on the ground. Other soul beasts found this place. The timid one will turn around and run away, while the bold one will turn on the self-service mode. In the Stardo forest, a mysterious legend was left behind. One day later, Tang Lan looked at the Stardo forest reluctantly, not wanting to leave. This time of day, his 8 spider spears absorbed some of the toxins and improved for about 300 years. Although the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life absorbed a large amount of vitality, it only improved for about 52 years. What's exaggerated is the double pupils. The spiritual power of each soul beast is exclusive to it. Improved by a full 6,100 years. The age exceeded 10,000 years and came to 12,074. The soul bone evolved again, opening a third skill slot. And the scope of copying also increases the self-created soul skills of others. That is to say, if Tang Hao were here now, Tang Lan would be able to store 3 rounds of exploding rings. Things like Tang San's purple demon eyes, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, etc. are also within the scope of copying. This gave Tang Lan some insight. Want to see if the 20,000-year-old double pupils will evolve again? But no. Zhao Wuji and the others are still waiting at the Tangmen Inn. A day and a half has passed. If we delay any longer, they will come back and kill us if we can't protect everything. Then there will be trouble. We can only rush back to stabilize the situation first, then go to Tiend city to lay the foundation, and then go to the Sunset Forest to devour them. There is also a man-faced demon spider over there. Although it is only 6,000 years old, no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. As for the one in the Stardo forest, the man-faced spider king who is more than 50,000 years old. Keep it for now. When the 8 spider spears are about to impact the artifact, kill them and absorb them. Thinking about it, Tang Lan and Tang San ran all the way, and finally arrived at the Tangmen Inn as night fell. The strange thing is, there was no one left to guard outside. It's so close. You can still hear a fierce quarrel inside. I told you. In that situation, it was too late to call back for help. Zhao Wuji roared angrily, I was going to sacrifice myself to cover the evacuation of these little monsters. It was the sect master who was sure to escape, so he sent us away. Tang Lan stopped. Tang San also listened attentively. Then why don't you go back and look for people after they are sent out of the Star Forest? Someone said angrily, Xiao San and Xiao Lan are extremely talented. Letting them stay to break up the family will be a loss for the entire continent. This is what I said. Master, even if you are Tang San's master, you are not qualified to accuse Hall Master Zhao. Daimyo Bai said coldly, if the sect leader chooses to let us go, then he must be sure to escape. Are you sure? Flanders asked loudly, it's just a 4-ring soul sect that hasn't even obtained the 4th soul ring. How sure is it that it can escape from the hands of a 100,000-year-old Titan ape? There were endless quarrels inside. Tang Lan could tell. It was Yu Xiaogang and Flender who came after them. They heard about the Titan ape and blamed Zhao Wuji for mishandling it. Perhaps. In Yu Xiaogang's heart, the lives of everyone present are not worth a Tang San who can verify his theory, right? As for Tang Lan, Yu Xiaogang once regarded Tang Lan as one he had trained. How can one not be angry when such a masterpiece is destroyed? Tang Lan also smiled. Looking at Tang San, the spiritual link transmitted the message. Little Sanzi, do you think what my Xiangzi said is right? What happened when Tang San joined forces with the Stardo forest? Discover. Regardless of whether Zhao Wuji sent out Daimyo Bai and others, he turned back to look for the 2 of them. Still desperate at that time, he went over to rescue the 2 of them. Neither is the best choice. because all the flying mushroom sausages were thrown on the ground and let Tang San pick them up. Tang Lan and the two of them used fire wings to travel all the way. How far is the journey? Oscar couldn't produce so many flying mushroom sausages in a short period of time. Wait until they arrive. Tang Lan and Tang San have both obtained soul rings and are about to leave the Stardo forest. If they are in the middle, met other high-level soul beasts, and even the Titan giant ape who lost Xiao Wu. That's the big trouble. But as Yu Xiaogong's disciple, Tang San, like Oscar, couldn't make too many comments. I can only respond. The teacher didn't know the situation at the time, so it's normal that he couldn't give an accurate choice. And he just cares about us. Tang Lan chuckled. Not wanting to dwell too much on this, he raised his hand and pushed open the door of Tang Min in. Bang! The quarrel in the house stopped. Tang San and the two men looked at the door together, with surprise in their eyes. Sect Master! Sect Master, you are back! Uncle Tang, you're okay, that's great! Ning Rongrong was the first to bear the brunt and rushed towards Tang Lan's arms. Tang Lan dodged and dodged. Ning Rongrong took small steps, turned around like a roly-poly, and stabilized her figure. He turned around and looked at Tang Lan resentfully. But other people also came over at this time, caring and asking about Tang Lan's situation. As for Tang San, the taller and taller Zhao Wuji was pushed aside. Tang San, Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang and Flanders came over and looked around Tang San. After confirming that nothing was wrong, they all took a long breath. Xiao San, how did you escape? Yu Xiaogang asked. That is a 100,000-year-old Titan ape, you. Tang San didn't know where to start. I am organizing the language. Then Zhu Zuking said coldly, where is Xiao Wu? Everyone became quiet again. Yes. Where is Xiao Wu? Didn't you go to save her? Could it be? They all looked at Tang Lan, waiting for explanation. In this regard, Tang Lan said. Chapter 58 Yu Xiaogang robbed someone? Soul seed parasitism. Don't worry, Xiao Wu is fine. Tang Lan explained. It's just that she feels a little homesick after experiencing this life and death. She wants to go back and have a look first. After a while, I will pick her up. Don't worry, everyone. Having said that. But everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. After all, that is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Or a strange species among soul beasts, the Titan giant ape. Brother is right. Tang San proved. We were stopped by two man-faced demon spiders on the road. After a fierce battle, we absorbed their soul rings. Xiao Wu came back on her own in the middle. According to what she said, the Titan ape grabbed her and ran towards the forest. Not far away, there was a roar of a cow. The Titan ape seemed very nervous. He just threw Xiao Wu away and ran away. Everyone was speechless for a while. Too lucky, right? Then came the doubts. What soul beast's cry can make the Titan ape panic? Zhao Wuji asked puzzledly. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward confidently and was about to speak. It should be the azure bull python. Tang Lan said firmly, in the star forest, if we say that the Titan giant ape is the king, then the azure bull python is the king. Yu Xiaogong's face froze after he was robbed of his lines. What's even more outrageous is... Zhao Wuji and others did not question it, but nodded in sudden realization. This made Yu Xiaogang realize that something was wrong. He saw the information about the azure bull python in the spirit hall. It was impossible for ordinary people to know. They believed Tang Lan's words? It was very wrong. And how did Tang Lan know? Just as he was about to ask, he heard Tang Lan continue, this time, Xiao Sanzi and I can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, and we have a good harvest. Yu Xiaogang was immediately attracted and looked at Tang San. Tang San was not very happy. He released the blue-silver grass spirit, and a white, yellow, and purple spirit ring rose under his feet. At that time, I was alone facing a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. I had to take the 10,000-year-old fire spirit ginseng before I could kill it with all my might. Teacher, you know how precious the human-faced demon spider is. It's hard to come by. So I didn't wait for the whale glue to increase its age, and I absorbed its spirit ring across levels. Teacher, you know whale glue, right? Fortunately, with my brother's help, there was no problem. Yu Xiaogang frowned when he heard this. He heard about whale glue from Flanders. He really didn't know about this. So he chose to ignore it. The human-faced demon spider is indeed precious, and Tang San's choice is not wrong. But the third spirit ring is 2,000 years? Or is it the 2,000 years of the human-faced demon spider? This directly broke his theory, exceeding the limit of the third spirit ring 1760 years. And from what Tang San said, Tang Lan also contributed to this? Just about to ask. Flanders suddenly said, "Little Sanzi, your level is extremely dangerous to deal with a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Tang Lan, you are just watching. This is deliberately provoking trouble." Yu Xiaogang also fell for this and looked at Tang Lan unhappily. "As a brother, actually. It's not my problem." Tang San hurriedly said, "My opponent at that time was a 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider." Flanders, dot. Yu Xiaogang, dot. Others, underscore, underscore. Hiss. 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 Good guy. 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider? Compared to the level of a soul master, it is a 6-ring soul emperor. And the human-faced demon spider is a species like the titan giant ape. It can fight against a 1,000-year-old existence in 100 years. 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Even a 7-ring soul saint may not be able to kill it. As a result, Tang Lan, a level 40 soul master with 3 soul rings, killed it. This is much more shocking than Tang San killing the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Flender chose to play dead and stepped back. Yu Xiaogang's worldview was shattered and fell into a crash. The brain was in a mess. It was also a trick. Tang Lan said modestly, "At that time, Xiao Sanzi killed the small human-faced demon spider first, and the big human-faced demon spider was willing to be hit by my hammer and went back to rescue the small human-faced demon spider. I found an opportunity to explode, and then I used Barret to hit its eyes in the lower abdomen and completed the final kill. Xiao Sanzi is still powerful." Everyone was a little more accepting after hearing this. But Tang Lan was able to hold back the 30,000-year-old human-faced demon spider and seize the opportunity to kill it with one blow. Everyone present, including Flender, felt inferior. "Then, Sect Master, what soul skills did you get?" Zhu Zuking asked. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. He waved to Zhu Zuking to come over. Zhu Zuking took a step forward. Tang Lan's left pupil lit up, and then there was no movement. Zhu Zuking looked at Tang Lan, and Tang Lan smiled back. The two just stared at each other, neither of them moved. Half a minute later, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say, "So, Uncle Tang, you're not going to be able to release me." "It's already been released." Tang Lan said mysteriously. "Zhu Zuking, don't you feel it?" Zhu Zuking frowned in confusion and was about to shake her head. Suddenly, she felt that the soul power in her body suddenly decreased. She tensed her body alertly. The soul power continued to decrease, as if there was a gap in her body. But no matter how Zhu Zuking looked, she could not find the source. But it is certain that this ability to devour soul power is exactly the same as the soul of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Even Zhu Zuking had a premonition. If Tang Lan wanted to, her mental power and vitality would also be devoured. "It's really a terrible soul skill." Zhu Zuking commented, "I didn't even notice it, and I was hit." The two people's conversation was like a puzzle, which made everyone scratch their heads. "So what is this fourth soul skill?" "Curious." Tang Lan said with a smile, "Then you can feel it too." The soul of the Blue-Silver Emperor appeared, and the 4 yellow and purple soul rings moved rhythmically, disguised. The 4th soul ring was like a broken light bulb, flickering. But there was no movement. Everyone stared with wide eyes, still finding nothing. Still confused. Until the soul power continued to drain, their faces changed. How did they get caught? The look in his eyes when he looked at Tang Lan became more and more weird. Only Flanders vaguely felt that something was wrong. That was the intuition of danger as a 7-ring soul saint. A parasitic soul skill. Yu Xiaogang guessed, but the human-faced demon spider doesn't seem to have this kind of ability. "I am puzzled. Teacher, could it be because of the spider god's possession?" Tang San suddenly said, "When I killed the human-faced demon spider, I saw a red gold light on its body. It must have turned on the spider god's possession. Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up. Yes. It must be so. Yu Xiaogang said firmly, it should be a special ability only possessed by the spider god. The master and apprentice were playing riddles again. Zhao Wuji said unhappily, every one of you, can't you speak more freely? What is the spider god's possession? This time, Tang Lan did not steal Yu Xiaogang's words, allowing him to smoothly explain the spider god's possession and pretend to be cool. Laughing secretly in my heart. Yu Xiaogang is really easy to use as a tool. He doesn't need to speak his own words, just help him figure it out. By the way, teacher. Tang San said again, brother, the human-faced demon spider he killed also dropped a soul bone. And it still had a soul bone attached to it. The light in Yu Xiaogang's eyes suddenly lit up. A soul bone attached to the outside? He has never seen it before. Immediately said, Xiaolan, please release the attached soul bone and let the teacher take a look. Tang Lan laughed inwardly, just let it go as you say? He said euphemistically, the 8 spider spears will destroy your clothes. I'll try again later if I have a chance. Oh. Uncle Tang, what are you afraid of? Ning Rongrong interrupted, it has a soul bone attached to it. The only treasure second only to 100,000-year soul ring. I don't even have it in the 7 treasures glazed sect, so let's take a look. Although Zhu Juking did not speak, he also looked directly at Tang Lan. Yes, sect master, can you open our eyes? Dai Mubai said enviously. Oscar said weakly, am I the only one who doesn't know what this external soul bone is? Yu Xiaogang still needs to show off. Dai Mubai had already taken the lead. Having a soul bone attached to the outside ranks second on the list of soul master's dreams. There are 6 normal soul bones, including left leg bone, right leg bone, left arm bone, right arm bone, skull and torso bone. The attached soul bone is the 7th soul bone, and its rarity is far higher than that of soul bones. There is only one piece of the entire Stardo Empire. A concise explanation of the preciousness of the attached soul bone. Yu Xiaogang added. The prerequisite for absorbing the attached soul bone is to absorb the soul ring of the soul beast dropped from this soul bone. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. Is there still such a restriction? No. When he absorbed the 8 spider spears, it went very smoothly. It's probably Yu Xiaogang himself who came up with the wrong theory again. That's all. Tang Lan didn't show any pretense, he summoned the 8 spider spears, and 8 spider legs came out from his back. The whole body is inky black, looming in the dark night, and the ends of the spider legs are flashing with dangerous light, which stings people's eyes and hurts. Paired with that ferocious shape. Cool. Oscar said with golden eyes, my phoenix-tailed crested snake left leg bone is simply inferior compared to the sect leader's external soul bone. One sentence stuck in Tang San's lung tube. These 2 soul bones are so close to him, why don't any of them belong to him? Yu Xiaogang couldn't care less about Tang San at this time, looking at the 8 spider spears with gleaming eyes as if he were admiring a peerless beauty. Crazy and drunk. It was Flanders who coughed and woke up Yu Xiaogang. He glanced at the 8 spider spears again and said seriously. Xiao San, follow me back to Shrek Academy. In an instant. Tang Lan's face darkened, and he stared at Yu Xiaogang and Flanders with squinted eyes. CO author. I'm here to rob someone. Flanders looked back without showing any signs of weakness. Tang San was Yu Xiaogang's disciple, why couldn't Shrek take him? The atmosphere became tense. The number of reviewers has reached 40, but the rating has dropped. The promised extra updates will still be given. Are there any problems with the rhythm recently? Chapter 59 Angry at Yu Xiaogang. When you are tired, destroy it. Xiao San, follow me back to Shrek Academy. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. Everyone in the Tang clan, headed by Zhao Wuji, tacitly agreed to stand behind Tang Lan and express their position. Yu Xiaogang stood side by side with Flanders, full of confidence. His disciples will definitely listen to him. But the fact is... Tang San hesitated again. Reason told him. Only by following Tang Lan can you get the most benefits, and you will have more freedom than following Yu Xiaogang. Not to mention, Tang sect still has a lot of research that he is interested in. Even if you don't consider these. Tang San and Tang Lan had been inseparable since he was a child, and they finally survived until Xiao Wu left and could be doted on by his brother alone. Give up now? Stupid decision. But the feudal thinking of the old era made him a bit foolishly loyal. Teacher's orders cannot be violated, they are engraved in the bones. So he hesitated. Neither did he want to give up Tang Lan's good qualities, nor did he want to be a disobedient disciple who went against his master's orders. Tang San can only choose. Casting a look for help at Tang Lan, brother, be the bad guy. Tang Lan also smiled. You little brat, you've taken all the benefits, and you don't want to suffer any losses? Then you will suffer a big loss. Tang Lan said seriously, Master, I still respect it's called excessive paralysis. Oh. Let me ask you, do you want to rely on your mistress to practice your 10 core competencies of Wuhan? Yu Xiaogong's stiff face became even harder. He saw a trace of, from Tang Lan's body. Disdain? Very good. No matter who comes today, Tang San is his disciple, so he must listen to him. I do have this intention. Yu Xiaogang said confidently, as long as he follows my default route, his future achievements will be limitless. Tang Lan just smiled and didn't refute. Let Yu Xiaogang fully feel the silent ridicule. Master, do you know that there are many loopholes in your theory? Tang Lan asked. Yu Xiaogong's face turned serious. He can accept others calling him useless, after all, it is irrefutable. But this theory is his last pride, and he will never allow anyone to trample on it. About to attack. Flender, however, pulled Yu Xiaogang and shook his head to signal not to be impulsive. Having read the Tang sect encyclopedia, he knew that Yu Xiaogang would be humiliating himself if he argued now. But Flanders knows, Yu Xiaogang doesn't. Being overwhelmed, he immediately threw Flanders away. He said angrily, then tell me, what's wrong with my theory? Flanders closed his eyes, it was over. Tang Lan also smiled. Asked, the first of the 10 core competitivenesses of Wuhan is that the size of soul power is directly proportional to the quality of Wuhan, right? Yu Xiaogang nodded proudly. He also gave an example, your own twin martial soul proves this point. Very confident. That's it. Tang Lan nodded and said, according to what you said, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, as the world's #1 beast martial spirit, should be the cause of the innate soul power, right? Yu Xiaogang simply nodded. Then here's the problem. Anyone who owns the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex should be innately full of soul power. But Master, you should know better than me. The same blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has high and low innate soul power. Even Master yourself, due to the mutation of martial soul, your innate soul power is only half a level. Master, how should I explain this? Yu Xiaogang was stunned for a moment. But he still retorted, the same martial soul also has different quality differences, so the innate soul power will be different. My problem is the degradation caused by the mutation of the martial soul, which is a special case. It's finally come true. But it's a pity. Tang Lan has a sure kill. Let's assume you are right. So what's going on with the mistress's blue-silver grass being innately full of soul power? Tang Lan asked again. Yu Xiaogang frowned. Glancing at the people present, he felt quite unhappy. Can Tang San's twin martial spirits be mentioned casually? Tang Lan didn't need him to answer either. Looking directly at Tang San, he asked, Little Sanzi, tell me yourself, how did you get your innate soul power? Tang San, Didn't you agree that you would be the bad guy? Why did you kick the ball back? How much Tang San's innate soul power is, he still doesn't know, it was all cultivated bit by bit using the Tiend technique. Does it have anything to do with the quality of martial souls? Xiao San, tell me what's going on. Yu Xiaogang said confidently, as long as you uphold the truth and have a clear conscience. Good guy. Still want to provoke Tang San and make him tell the truth? Tang San laughed bitterly. He definitely couldn't lie deliberately for Yu Xiaogong's sake. Then we can only. I don't know how much innate soul power I have, but it's definitely not full. I've realized it. It's similar to my brother's 9-yang magic technique, and I've been practicing it bit by bit. In a word. Except for Tang Lan, everyone stared. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, confused, and his worldview was shattered. His theory is wrong? Flanders, Juking, and others were surprised. How could one who was born with full soul power be able to practice it later? Is that still called innate full soul power? But some people have particularly peculiar concerns. Ning Rongrong blurted out, I remember Uncle Tang, your innate soul power is level 3, right? This is the innate soul power level that Tang Lan deliberately concealed and left behind. But others don't know. Immediately gave Yu Xiaogang a heavy blow. Tang Lan's martial soul quality was undoubted, but this innate soul power. There is definitely something wrong with his theory. But now no one cares about him, they are all staring at Tang San strangely. CO author, you know how to improve your innate soul power, but you practice it secretly without telling your brother? Tang San looked ashamed and was unable to refute. It was Tang Lan who came forward. How old was the mistress at the time? I guess I didn't even understand what was going on. I didn't say it was normal. He looked at Tang San, his eyes full of trust. If the mistress had the sense at that time, she would definitely not be stingy about sharing. After all, we are brothers. How could you be so selfish? Tang San felt even more embarrassed when he was said this. He was really not an ignorant boy at that time. He had the soul of an adult living in his body. But because of the sect mentality, I chose to keep it secret. It seems now. Is that really a bit selfish? Others didn't know the inside story, so they didn't continue to investigate in detail. Turning to look at Yu Xiaogang. Master, continue the debate. Yu Xiaogang was speechless. How can he argue? His own disciple came out to testify in person, so he didn't even have the chance to cheat. He could only say with difficulty, let's just say that my first theory is not comprehensive, but the other theories are definitely correct. Good guy. Tang Lan said directly, good guy. This guy has the hardest mouth in his body, right? Juking said coldly, since the bottleneck of soul rings cannot prevent the soul master's soul power from improving, why doesn't anyone directly improve to titled Douluo and then obtain soul rings? Maybe it can be completed in 100,000 years. Tang Lan looked at Juking in surprise. It's rare for the ice girl, who is usually very frugal with words, to say such a long paragraph at once. The effect is also sharp. Directly told Yu Xiaogang that he was autistic. Tang Lan also questioned him in the same way at the beginning. Ning Rongrong saw this and said unwillingly. The amplification effect of the spirit's true body is proportional to the quality of the spirit itself. Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, why should there be 3 upper sects and 4 lower sects? Why can the 7 treasures glazed pagoda be the world's #1 auxiliary spirit? Is this also considered a theory you studied? Yu Xiaogang continued to be autistic. Master, you said there are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. Then are those people with 0 innate spirit power all useless? Daimyo Bai took advantage of the victory to pursue. Tang Lan used this sentence to retort Yu Xiaogang, but he also couldn't explain it. Oscar saw this and was eager to try. But after looking at Tang San with an ugly face, he shrank back. Yu Xiaogang seemed to be his master's master? Zhao Wuji didn't have this worry. He had to stand up and retort, otherwise he would seem unsociable. Master, your martial soul mimicry theory, in fact, as early as in the world of soul masters, there were plant-type soul masters who absorbed animal soul rings. The other way around. I met a few when I was young, but their martial souls were generally not strong, so they were not widely circulated. This should not be considered your theory, but the knowledge points you summarized. Yu Xiaogang's face twitched. This is indeed an individual case he accidentally discovered when he traveled around the continent. Relying on his fame to use it as his own theory, he didn't expect to fall into the pit today. Seeing his proud theory being questioned in pieces, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel sad, and felt that life was just like that. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Don't want. Chapter 60. Scold you and you still have to use it for me. Use the bug to brush the 8-spider lance. Just when Yu Xiaogang was about to give up treatment. Don't want. Tang Lan actually spoke for him. Hey! You can't question the master's efforts. He systematically organized this knowledge, most of which is only accessible to nobles and aristocratic families. Being able to sell this book means breaking the knowledge barrier and benefiting countless spirit masters. Yu Xiaogang was shocked. This Tang Lan? Is he speaking for him? Ah, this. Yu Xiaogang was a little moved and felt a little guilty for snatching Tang San just now. As a result, Tang Lan changed the subject. Master, I heard that when you were young, you stayed in the spirit hall for a period of time. Among the 10 core competitiveness of the spirit, which ones are recorded by the spirit? You must remember to mark them out, otherwise people will misunderstand and think that you don't have them. Yu Xiaogang, Phi Omega Phi. I thought he was speaking for him, but the killer move is here? How can Yu Xiaogang answer? Almost all the knowledge points of the top 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan are registered in Wuhan Hall. It's just that no one has organized and released them systematically. That's why he took advantage of the loophole and released the top 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan. And Wuhan Hall had Bibi Dong, the dog, so they didn't come forward to punish him. That's why the current situation happened. I didn't expect it. Was he exposed by Tang Lan's words? Yu Xiaogang was completely autistic. Looking ahead with empty eyes, mumbling in his mouth. Like crazy. Too much. Flanders said angrily, Xiaogang is your elder after all, how can he be so rude? Who knows him? Ning Rongrong retorted, the older one is my elder, is he worthy? It can be said that he was merciless. But Ning Rongrong's identity was there, and Flanders didn't dare to offend her too much. She is not a Shrek student now, and the imperial sword given by Ning Fengzi is no longer useful. How dare a small 7-ringed soul master offend the 7 treasure-glazed sect? Flender also understood. It is impossible to snatch Tang San away today. He can only say to Tang San, Xiao San, you, take care of yourself. Helping Yu Xiaogang, he walked out the door. Since he can't win the fight, he won't stay and embarrass himself. Just. Master. Tang Lan shouted, I am going to Tiend city to establish a new high-level Soul Master Academy. Do you want to be a teacher? Xiao Sanzi will still be taught by you. If the theory is wrong, you can continue to improve it. And the 9 Yang Divine Art has the effect of Yujing marrow washing. I dare not say more. It will help you break through the bottleneck of level 29. There is no problem at all. Yu Xiaogang's empty eyes instantly focused. He also stopped and stared at Tang Lan in disbelief. Seriously? Yu Xiaogang questioned. After all this, you can still tolerate me? Of course. Tang Lan said frankly, you are Xiao Sanzi's teacher, and one of his few relatives. We can debate, but it will not affect this relationship. This mind. This open-mindedness. This pattern. Let alone Tang San. Even Dai Mubai and others were deeply moved. Look at this pattern. The light in Zhu Zuking's eyes also became brighter. He is worthy of being the man she likes. Yu Xiaogang looked inexplicable. After several hesitations, he cast an apologetic look at Flanders' brother, I'm wrong, I have to run towards a brighter future. Flanders looked lonely. He could understand Yu Xiaogang's choice. But there is still a sense of betrayal. But as sworn brothers, can he stop Yu Xiaogang from pursuing progress? Silently, he let go of his hand and walked out of the Tangmen Inn alone. Yu Xiaogang watched Flanders leave, also helpless. He had a relationship with Tang San, so Tang Lan could tolerate him. Flanders and Tang Lan. That was a conflict of 3 views, almost irreconcilable. So he didn't know how to keep Flanders. Perhaps this result is the best now. The atmosphere was weird. Tang Lan glanced at Tang San, who understood. He stepped forward to support Yu Xiaogang. Teacher, I have a lot of questions, please help me solve them. Yu Xiaogang went down the slope. But he let go of Tang San's support and walked ahead with his hands behind his back. The host made Yu Xiaogang and Tang San feel alienated and joined the Tang sect for your use. Snatch a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, Dragon Catcher. Because the Dragon Catcher is not used much. After Tang Lan got started, he didn't use it much. The effect after the mastery. The distance is farther and the suction is stronger. The original distance was, level times 2 meters. Now it has become, level times 4 meters. That is 47 times 4 equals 188 meters. With a radius of nearly 200 meters, there are many things that can be done. Without the 2 people in the way. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Uncle Tang is awesome. Ning Rongrong said with a smile, the famous master, after being scolded, he still wants to serve you, smart. What are you talking about? Oscar retorted, the master has a vision. He is broad-minded. That's right, what truth is that kid talking about? Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Everyone looked at each other. Then they burst into laughter. Today's drama was really cool. Tang Lan was also quite proud. After scolding Yu Xiaogang and alienating his relationship with Tang San, he still had to work for me obediently. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. As for the 9 yang magic skill? It's something that has no capital, so it's given. But Yu Xiaogang have to annex Lanba Academy for Tang sect. This deal is worth it. And Tang Lan has no time, go teach him in time, learn slowly from Tang San. Tang San has never practiced the 9 yang magic skill, but he can't say it clearly. He can only bite the bullet and teach Yu Xiaogang from scratch. Whether he can learn it depends on his talent. It's all Tang Lan's money, why not? After laughing, Tang Lan also asked everyone to go back and seal the entire Tangmen in with blue-silver grass. This way, there is no need to keep someone on guard at night, and Tang Lan will find out if there is a problem. Everyone went back to their rooms. Old Zhao, stay for a while. Tang Lan shouted. Zhao Wuji stayed in confusion. When everyone left, Tang Lan showed the 8 spider lance behind him. Old Zhao, help me break it. Hey? Master, are you sure? Zhao Wuji confirmed. Yet. Tang Lan nodded, this 8 spider lance is a bit brittle. Break it and reshape it. It will be harder after breaking it. It makes sense. Although Zhao Wuji doesn't know if this is feasible or not. But Tang Lan is a master of fighting. If he says it's okay, it must be okay. He used his soul skill directly without hesitation, the mighty Vajra palm. Grib. Tang Lan hurriedly opened the Vajra indestructible body and the immortal seal, and then wandered in the sky to reduce the pain. Dang! A crisp sound. The golden light on Tang Lan's body was shaking, and he actually took the palm of Zhao Wuji. A palm of the 7-ring soul saint with soul skills. Zhao Wuji was stunned. Although he held back, his level was there. It makes no sense that he couldn't break the defense, right? My question. Tang Lan turned off the Vajra indestructible body, try again. Open this state, defense power increases 5 times, speed decreases 5 times. Zhao Wuji was skeptical, and slapped again. Crack. The 8 spider lance was cracked. But Zhao Wuji's attack speed did not keep up, and the cracks on the 8 spider lance healed on the spot. Soul bone skill regeneration. This thing is now a passive effect, and it is normally turned on. Tang Lan continued, old Zhao, don't worry about slapping, you won't die. Zhao Wuji heard it, wow. Then I won't be polite. I immediately used all my strength to slap it down. Then Zhao Wuji became a muggle. I saw. Yesterday, my baby had a fever, and I boiled and drank Chinese medicine until after 5 o'clock. I was very tired. I'll take a day off. Tomorrow is a new month. I'll work hard to earn 8,000 yuan a day. Chapter 61. Yu Xiaogang bowed his head. Bug soul bone skills. Zhao Wuji slapped it hard. Crack. This time, the 8 spider lance broke very cleanly. Several of Tang Lan's ribs were also broken, and one pierced out of the chest. Zhao Wuji was shocked. The sect leader is really brave. The Vajra indestructible body and the immortal seal are all turned off? Just about to call Oscar. Tang Lan's blood didn't splash, but the ribs on his chest retracted, and the wound healed in an instant. The 8 spider lance grew out of his back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Wuji was stunned. Is this the speed of human self-healing? Others are seriously injured and dying, but you are healed in just a few breaths? Tang Lan stretched his body and knocked the 8 spider spears against each other. The hardness has been strengthened a little, but not much. I'll be busy tonight. It's still a bit difficult for a 4-ring soul sect to fight against a 7-ring soul saint head-on without a martial soul. Zhao Wuji, Do you want to listen to what you are saying? What kind of lewd words are these? The titled Douluo, you beat me with your bare hands without a martial soul. I admit it. You are a 4-ring soul sect, and you still want to compete with me, a 7-ring soul saint, with your bare hands? I even opened my soul skills. Just wait. Zhao Wuji noticed something was wrong. Sect Master, what level are you now? Not much, level 47. Silence. Endless silence. Tang Lan is only 13 years, 1 month and 3 days old today. 47th level? He broke the history of the Soul Master world and became the first person in history. That night, Tang Lan and Zhao Wuji were in the living room, exercising until daytime. Juking was the first to wake up as usual. She saw debris all over the floor of the living room, all from the 8-spider lance. Zhao Wuji was slapping his palms together, hitting Tang Lan's back madly. The 8-spider lance was full of cracks, but it couldn't be broken. But what made Juking's eyes go straight was Tang Lan was naked from the waist up, with muscles as strong as steel and iron shining with golden light, matched with her perfect appearance. Even though she had a cold personality, she was in a trance for a while. Tang Lan found Juking and looked at her. Juking trembled, as if she was electrocuted. Swish! She went back to her room directly. Okay, Lao Zhao, let's stop here today. Tang Lan called a halt. He put on his clothes slowly. Of course he had no special fetish, he didn't wear clothes just for convenience. It was just to break the 8-spider lance, so he didn't need to be naked. But he accidentally discovered that after the Vajra indestructible body was defeated and healed, the physical strength would be slightly improved. That allowed Zhao Wuji to work hard to create miracles and brush up his proficiency together. Just this night, the age of his natal soul ring was increased by 2,410 years. And all of this is based on the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, which has a bug-like regeneration soul bone skill. Tang Lan has many ways to replenish soul power. That's why this night's miracle happened. Otherwise, ordinary people would have to go through a month after being broken once. How could they play so fancy? It's worthy of being a reward for plundering a lot of luck, but it's a bug. I'm looking forward to the reward of the fairy grass. Then I'll go straight to heaven. After cleaning up, everyone almost came out. Everyone looked at the messy hall, wondering what happened last night. Tang Lan specially reinforced the room for them, and the soundproofing was great. Is this the master's 8-spider lance? Oscar asked curiously, why are there so many broken pieces? He touched a piece of the fragment, and the sharp blade pierced his fingertips without any hindrance. His right hand instantly turned purple, and black blood flowed continuously. Poisoned. I have a better answer. Oscar's tongue didn't obey him before he finished the spell. Without the spell, his soul skills couldn't be used. Unable to condense a small sausage to detoxify. Seeing black air climbing from his neck to his head, Tang Lan flashed over, and the 8-spider lance broke through the clothes and pierced Oscar's hand to absorb the poison. At the same time, it delivered vitality, making Oscar's pale face gradually rosy. He breathed heavily with lingering fear. Just now he saw that he was too milky. Don't mess with the fragments on the ground, they are fragments of the 8-spider lance, which are highly poisonous. Tang Lan warned. Actually, he didn't need to say it. Seeing Oscar's fate, everyone backed away. Only Tang San's eyes were shining. The fragments of the 8-spider lance are sharp and highly poisonous, they are simply natural hidden weapons. Grinding them into powder can also be a good poison. Damn it! How can this external soul bone that fits him so well not be his? Brother, if you don't want these fragments of the 8-spider lance, give them to me. Tang San said. Channel. As he said that, he was about to step forward and collect these fragments. Can his brother still refuse him? But Tang Lan smiled. This is what I have been waiting for. Sorry, mistress, I have to recycle these toxins. The 8-spider spear was thrust into the ground, swallowing up all the toxins in the fragments. The service life has been increased by 2 years. Besides, the host made Tang San lose the fragments of the 8-spider spears, and swallowed the 8-spider spears with the strengthened external soul bone. Seize a tiny amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, Tang Sect Hidden Weapon Techniques, Rain of Flowers. Bingo! As expected, you can artificially create opportunities to get Tang San's rewards. As for the Rain of Flowers all over the sky, Tang San used it when fighting Zhao Wuji in the original work. You can let the hidden weapon fly straight, diagonally, or around the back to attack the enemy from all angles, dazzling the enemy and making them unable to defend themselves. From now on, if Tang Lan's 8-spider spear is broken, it can be used as a hidden weapon and thrown out. This reward is not bad. What Tang Lan valued more was the meaning behind it. Tang San's own abilities could also be used as rewards. Tang Lan has been coveting the purple devil eyes for a long time. But the conditions for cultivation are too harsh. You have to get up early every day to absorb that wisp of purple energy from the east. Only by accumulating over time can you achieve success. How could Tang Lan bear to get up before dawn? In addition, Tang San was watching closely, so he didn't bother to do it. If you can brush it directly now, it would be the best. Everyone is wearing weights, right? Tang Lan said, Old Zhao, activate your soul skills, let's run to Tiend city. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene had their eyelids twitching. Running to Tiend city? This is the Stardo forest. It is a long way from Tiend city, even a flying spirit beast would have to fly for more than half a month. You still need to carry weight and activate the gravity soul skill, and run there on foot? You can imagine. This will be a training that will test your willpower extremely. It's a good idea. Yu Xiaogang agreed, long-distance physical training is the best way to bond the team. Xiaolan, you are determined. As soon as these words came out, everyone instinctively frowned. Are you gloating? Zhao Wuji directly scolded, Yu Xiaogang, you were admitted to the Tang sect yesterday, you should be called the sect leader. Yu Xiaogang, His stiff expression became even more ugly. But he didn't open his mouth to refute. The system of grading seniority, junior, seniority, and concubine is extremely strict in Douluo continent. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong would not be able to talk to Uncle Tang. This was a huge obstacle to her pursuit of Tang Lan. Now that Yu Xiaogang has entered the Tang sect, even if he is just a teacher from a college affiliated to the Tang sect, he must respect Tang Lan as the sect leader. Calling him by his first name is an overstep, let alone calling him by his nickname. This is disrespectful. After all, he is not Tang Lan's elder. But, as proud as Yu Xiaogang, let him call his former student his sect leader? He looked at Tang San, hoping his disciple would say something. Pity. He found the wrong person. Tang San's sect consciousness is the strongest here. Just pretend you don't understand. Yu Xiaogang's face twitched. Okay. As expected, this disciple is the closest to his brother. Yesterday, I teamed up with my brother to prevent him from getting off stage. Did this happen again today? Yu Xiaogang also recognized the reality. He learned the 9-yang magic skill last night, and its sophistication is astonishing. Compared with the 9-yang divine art, Lan Ba Zong's highest soul power root is like starlight and the scorching sun. Not worth mentioning at all. This gave Yu Xiaogang hope, the hope of breaking through level 30. Even there is still hope. Keep going up? It would be extremely difficult for him to quit the Tang sect now. Yes. Yu Xiaogang lowered his proud head and said softly. Sect Master. The host created a gap between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, and recognized the host as the sect leader. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Award: It's a new month, everyone, please vote. For every 20 pictures read, 1 additional chapter will be added. For every 30 starting points 1 additional chapter will be added. Because this book was first published on QQ, I hope for your understanding. Update time, 1 chapter each at 12 o'clock, 1800 hours, and 2200 hours every day. PS, if there is no update, it means you got up late. We will update it at 2300 hours. Chapter 62 Waste Yu Xiaogang. His true nature is revealed. The host created a gap between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, and recognized the host as the sect leader. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward: Tang sect hidden weapon technique, the goddess scattering flowers. This move. It is the basic technique for many concealed weapons. For example, the Tang sect's 4th hidden weapon 1001 Nights is based on the goddess's scattering of flowers. Similar to the rain of flowers all over the sky, quantity wins. But the rain of flowers in the sky is thrown out continuously, and it is important to be continuous. The heavenly ladies' scattered flowers are thrown out instantly, and what they want is an instantaneous explosion. Each has its own advantages. Tang Lan was in a daze for a few seconds and finished absorbing it. With a wave of his hand. First, we will train for 40 kilometers and then have breakfast when we reach the small town ahead. Set off. Zhao Wuji silently activated his soul skill and took the lead and rushed out. The rest of the people followed immediately. Tang San glanced at Yu Xiaogang worriedly. Teacher, you. Don't worry about me. Yu Xiaogang said with a straight face, the team must advance and retreat together, you can just go. Yes. Tang San left. Yu Xiaogang hung at the back of the team and hurried along. But he could keep his distance and did not enter the range of Zhao Wuji's soul skills. He still has a clear understanding of his physical ability. But even without weight and gravity, he still often falls behind. Tang Lan is also very considerate. Remind the team to circle back and find him sitting on the ground panting like an old dog. The face-saving Yu Xiaogang could only force himself to get up again. So dozens of times. The sun was already high in the sky, and the team had just arrived at the town. The dissatisfaction of Dai Mubai and others was written on their faces. If it weren't for this trash, they wouldn't have traveled twice as far. But Yu Xiaogang, who was exhausted, could no longer care about this. The robe had long been discarded, and the clothes underneath were soaked with sweat, clinging to the body, revealing a stout middle-aged figure. That's called being pampered. This made Dai Mubai and others even more disdainful. That's it. There is no useless martial spirit, only a useless soul master? You, Yu Xiaogang, are a useless martial spirit, and you haven't even tried hard yourself. It's still a beast spirit. Even Oscar, the auxiliary soul master, is much physically stronger than you. Yu Xiaogang's so-called master title was completely shattered in everyone's hearts. Including Tang San. Mi Peng is still his eldest brother, but now he is so weak. Why didn't he listen to my brother and insist on worshipping you as his teacher? It's fine now. If you can't help me, you'll get in trouble. Nausea. The team took a break in the town and replenished supplies. Just continue on your journey. This time there was no small town as a target, so we ran for 2.5 hours. Yu Xiaogang was the first to be unable to hold on, lying on the ground like mud, panting violently like an old dog. Completely drained. The dissatisfaction on the faces of Dai Mubai and others was beyond words. His eyes were full of disdain. When you say it one by one. Why can't I follow through when it comes to me? Sect Master, how about we set off first and he can catch up later? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but suggest. Yes, Uncle Tang. Ning Rongrong agreed. After you arrive in Tiend city, you still have a lot of things to do, so you can't waste too much time here. Although the others did not speak, they obviously thought so too. But Tang Lan looked serious. You have forgotten what I said, the second rule of the Tang sect, don't abandon. Don't give up. Zhao Wuji and the others immediately stopped talking. There is a loser in the team, do we still have to take care of him? You guys disappoint me so much. Tang Lan scolded, according to your thinking, when I met the Titan ape, I should have left you behind, right? As soon as the position changes, the thinking changes immediately. Dai Mubai suggested, how about, Xiaosan, take off the weight and carry him on your back instead. Tang San did not hesitate and shook his head decisively. The teacher's current physical condition may not be able to withstand heavy pressure for a long time. Everyone was silent. You can't lower the team's training intensity just to take care of Yu Xiaogang, right? When Tang San saw this, he sighed. Brother, I will carry the teacher on my back and follow the team. Tang Lan pretended to be helpless. That's all it can do. Little San, don't take off your weight, try your best to keep up with the team's rhythm. Tang San nodded in agreement. The team set off again. Because there is no need to go back and find people from time to time, the traveling speed is increased by more than 5 times. Dai Mubai sighed, I can finally practice with peace of mind. The others nodded empathetically. It's so refreshing to not have the feeling of dragging a bottle. But the same. There is no buffer anymore, after running at high intensity for an hour. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were the first to reach their physical limits. My limbs were as heavy as lead, and every run was extremely difficult. Dai Mubai took out a rope from the storage ring and tied it around his and Oscar's waists. She pulled him and continued running. Implement the sect rules, don't give up. Do not give up. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Lan eagerly. Tang Lan threw out a life soul blue silver emperor and wrapped it around Ning Rongrong's waist. He ran like this for another hour. Juking couldn't hold it in anymore and felt that his chest was particularly heavy. But due to my personality, I still gritted my teeth and persisted. Tang Lan kept an eye on her and immediately discovered the situation. But he didn't lend a helping hand. Instead, he gave up the idea of stopping to rest and ran for another half an hour. Juking, who persisted with willpower, accidentally tripped over a stone. I saw the airbag was about to hit the ground. Tang Lan dodged and hugged her. Then he took Zhu Zuking's hand and pulled her to continue running forward. At the same time, he threw out another life soul, Blue Silver Emperor, an entangled daimyo Bai, who had also reached his limit. His pupils almost overlapped. Hold on for another half hour. Tang Lan shouted, breaking through your own limits is now. This is the limit of half an hour. For those who have reached their limit long ago, it is like looking at the plum blossoms to quench their thirst. Each one has only one thought left. Hold on for half an hour. Only Zhao Wuji noticed. Sect Master, something is wrong with you. Why are you holding Zhu Zuking's hand? Look at Ning Rongrong being dragged by the Blue Silver Emperor. Showing a melon-eating expression. This is interesting. Half an hour later. Zhao Wuji was ready to put away his soul skills. But he still didn't wait for Tang Lan's order. And the people whose brains had stopped thinking long ago were also running down mechanically. This made Zhao Wuji frown. With such high-intensity training, everyone's bodies and wills have reached the edge of their limits. If you continue like this, it will most likely lead to the root cause of the disease. About to export reminder. But then I thought. Tang Lan's soul power has a unique healing ability and a perverted self-healing ability. Doesn't it seem like a big problem? There was no sound. It's half an hour later. Oscar could no longer hold on and staggered to the ground. The life soul Blue Silver Emperor grew from the ground and held it up. The balance of the team was broken, Daimyo Bai was immediately pulled down, and Ning Rongrong followed suit. Only Zhu Zuking, whose hand was being held by Tang Lan, was still being nourished by the internal power of the Nine Yang divine art from time to time, so he was not overdrawn to the limit. Tang Lan did not stop. He took Oscar and others with him and walked slowly for some distance. The life soul Blue Silver Emperor transmits the internal power of the Nine Yang divine skill to heal their overdraft trauma. This time comes again and again. The strength of the body has also gone up. The price. All of them staggered around, staring straight at the sky, feeling sluggish and out of breath. Whoever they love, they just want to lie down now. Chapter 63 Zhu Zuking's Night Attack. Ning Rongrong is guarding the house. Zhao Wuji stepped forward to give them water one by one. Tang Lan hugged Zhu Zuking, took out his water bag, and let her drink it in small sips. He took out a piece of tablecloth from the Blue King, spread it on the ground and put her down. He took out a whole marinated cow and asked Zhao Yuki to cut down a tree on the spot and start barbecue. 10 minutes later. Everyone gradually came to their senses. But he was still too tired to talk and lay motionless on the ground. It wasn't until the aroma of roasted whole beef wafted that he got up, driven by hunger. His eyes followed Tang Lan as he flipped the roasted whole beef. When it's almost ripe. Tang San, who was carrying Yu Xiaogang on his back, finally arrived belatedly. Tang Lan cut off a piece of cow leg. Announced, "Okay, let's get started." Daimyo Bai and others swarmed up and carved up the whole cow in a few seconds. Zhao Wuji, who was a step slower, looked at the cow skeleton in a daze. "Aren't you all exhausted? Why is it so fast? Look at Tang Lan again." He didn't even eat it himself, so he handed the roasted beef shank to Yu Xiaogang. The original intention was for him and Tang San to eat. But before Tang San could regain his composure, Yu Xiaogang ate it himself, taking the bite directly, without even knowing Tang Lan's intention. "Okay, you and the mistress can eat this piece." Tang Lankin gave way. Back to the fire, waiting for Zhao Wuji to roast the lamb again. 2 pieces of roast mutton were handed to them, one from the left and the other from the right. They were Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong. The difference is, the neatly cut piece that Zhu Zuking handed over was specially reserved for Tang Lan. Ning Rongrong's piece still had bite marks, because Tang Lan didn't want to eat it, so he gave up his ration directly. At once. It's hard to comment. The former is determined and prepared. The latter is intentional and willing to share. Tang Lan made a decisive choice and took Zhu Zuking's roast beef. At the same time, he said disgustedly, "Rongrong, you're a nibbler, you'd better eat it by yourself." Ning Rongrong is so angry. Staring at Tang Lan. Holding the roast beef in his arms, he took a big bite and tore it hard. It was like biting Tang Lan. Zhu Zuking acted indifferent to the world, eating his portion in small bites. At this time, Tang San also used Xian Tian Kong to regain his strength. Seeing Yu Xiaogang eating meat, Tang San's expression twitched. "My brother left it for me. Let's have a drink and eat it." Yu Xiaogang took it for granted, as a teacher, what's wrong with enjoying a cow leg? Tang San silently took out dry food and water, filling his stomach first. But the feelings towards Yu Xiaogang in my heart dropped again. Tang Lan on the side looked at the silent master and apprentice, laughing secretly inwardly. Do you really think he is walking to Tiend city to train the team? No. He deliberately chose this in order to break up the master-disciple pair. Only through real contact can we know the character of the other person. And if there is a sharp contrast, the progress will be doubled. Tang Lan stood up and came to Tang San. She grabbed his dry food and handed him his roast beef. You eat this. Tang San was so moved. After all, he is his own brother, and there is no comparison with his teacher or anything like that. Tang Lan didn't stay long. After doing a good deed, he turned around and left, focusing on selfless love. Let Tang San savor it carefully. Just sat down. Zhu Zuking actually handed over another piece of roast beef, and cut off half of her remaining portion. Tang Lan took it with a smile. Although Zhu Zuking said nothing, he said everything. It seems that with Xiao Wu leaving, she also saw an opportunity. Here. Ning Rongrong handed over a piece of roast beef again. This time I cut off the outer circle, leaving the center intact. Tang Lan had no reason to refuse, so he reluctantly accepted it. He handed it to Zhu Zuking with his backhand. You consume a lot, eat more. After all, it comes with 2 weights. Make Ning Rongrong angry. Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, right? Damn it. But she just stared at Tang Lan and made no further moves. Her performance before was indeed very poor, and it was understandable for Tang Lan to do so. And since I was a child, I have been surrounded by licking dogs. The more Tang Lan's attitude becomes like this, the more interested she becomes. Soon, Zhao Wuji's roast mutton was cooked, and everyone divided it according to their appetite. Tang Lan clapped his hands and formed a Tang Min. Everyone went back to their rooms and fell asleep. I'm so tired today. The same is true for Tang Lan. Xiao Wu is not here, and she is still a little uncomfortable for some reason. Until midnight. Zhu Zuking quietly walked out of the room and bumped into Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting for a long time. What is Zuking doing coming out so late? Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Zhu Zuking did not answer. She turned around and closed the door with a normal expression. A blush appeared on the cold face. Paired with that explosive figure, it's both sexy and cold. As for the reason why Zhu Zuking went out. Naturally, instead of Xiao Wu, find Tang Lan as a double cultivator. The kind of dual cultivation she understands. Pity. Ning Rongrong was quick-witted and had an insight into Zhu Zuking's thoughts in advance. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether Tang Lan's cultivation accelerator can be maintained or not. The following days, Zhu Zuking's silent confession became more and more obvious. Every time his physical strength reached its limit, he would instinctively run to Tang Lan. You can challenge yourself with confidence. Because she knew that Tang Lan would catch her. As for Ning Rongrong, the progress is almost nil, and he is still haunted by the life-soul blue-silver emperor. But this only inspired her fighting spirit even more, and she stayed in the living room every night. Never let Zhu Zuking get there first. To the back. Zhu Zuking simply didn't go and slept until dawn. An agreed alliance. It was also broken quietly as Xiao Wu left. In this way, a month and a half passed. When they saw Tiend city, even Zhu Zuking, who had the coldest heart, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it's here. Every day I am fighting against the limits of my body and mind, and I am really stretched to the limit. But the effect is also obvious. On average, each person has improved by 1 level, and their physical fitness has also been improved visible to the naked eye. The most important thing is, team awareness has increased significantly. Except for Tang San. Tang Lan, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai and Oscar have already achieved a certain degree of tacit understanding. This will benefit a lot in future team battles. It's far away from the city gate. Then he saw Ning Fengzi, with Chen Xin, lining up to greet him. But what is more eye-catching is the young man next to him. The appearance is friendly and elegant, but the temperament is noble and majestic. He doesn't look arrogant or high-profile, and his behavior exudes the grace of an aristocrat. No need to ask. There is no one else who can be brought by Ning Fengzi with such a temperament. It can only be Ning Fengzi's disciple, the eldest prince and crown prince of the Tiendu Empire Xueqing He. But Tang Lan knew that Xueqing He had died long ago. Now this is just Jian Rongxiu, disguised with soul bone skills. I have been lurking in the Tiendu Empire for 20 years, and my cultivation has been delayed. Just for the future. When the Wuhan Palace was established, it could conquer the Tiendu Empire in one fell swoop and become the Wuhan Empire. Because of this, Jian Rongxiu will definitely try her best to win over Tang Lan, who owns firearms and mobile phones. What does this mean? There are many benefits to having sex for free. Yes. Tang Lan, who had come all the way, led the team directly to the city gate without tidying up his dusty clothes. She smiled at Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin and said, "Brother, Uncle Jian, why are you still here? What did Rong say? Haha. Brother Lan comes to Tiendu City. How can I, as the elder brother, not welcome him?" Ning Fengzi stepped forward with an elegant smile and embraced Tang Lan warmly. She was wearing a luxurious robe, and she didn't care if it got dusty. Holding Tang Lan's hand, he faced Jian Rongxiu. "Brother Lan is here to introduce you. This is the crown prince of the Tiendu Empire, His Highness Xueqing He. You are also my disciple, brother. King He admires your knowledge. Knowing that you arrived today, he guarded the city gate early in the morning. It's almost sunset now. This is like standing for a whole day." Full of sincerity, Jian Rongxiu stepped forward at the right moment and raised her hand to shake hands with Tang Lan. In no mood. "It's a new month, everyone, please vote. For every 20 pictures read, 1 additional chapter will be added. For every 30 starting points 1 additional chapter will be added. Because this book was first published on QQ, I hope for your understanding. Update time, 1 chapter each at 12 o'clock, 1800 hours, and 2200 hours every day. PS, if there is no update, it means you got up late and will save money. Updated uniformly at 2300 hours. Chapter 64 Tang San explodes his soul bone. Jian Rongxiu shows her goodwill. Jian Rongxiu smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Tang Lan. In no mood, Tang Lan let go of Ning Fengzi and gave Jian Rongxiu a bear hug. Jian Rongxiu froze. Since I was a child, this is the first time that I have such close contact with someone. And Tang Lan's evaluation is: the chest is flat and there is no feeling at all. It seems that the soul bone skill directly changes the body, rather than a disguise similar to the blue-silver field. The eldest prince is too polite. Tang Lan enthusiastically patted Jian Rongxiu on the shoulder and said, "Although you are my disciple, we have our own business, so there is no need to call me uncle. We have been running all this way, but we are very tired. Are you ready for the banquet? Let's go eat and talk." Tang Lan just hugged Jian Rongxiu and walked towards the city gate. "By the way, brother, my brother is still behind. Leave someone to pick him up." Ning Fengzi looked stunned. "This disciple of my own is humble and polite, and has a very high emotional intelligence. He does not have the pretentiousness and aloofness of the nobles. I don't care about Tang Lan's rudeness. But he is also a prince. Are you so big-hearted?" Among Jian Rongxiu's guards, someone had a cold look in his eyes. The dusty heart was keenly swept over, but nothing was found. Frowning in confusion, Jian Rongxiu also adapted. There was a friendly smile on his face, and there was no resistance in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Sir Tang sect, your Tang sect encyclopedia is now popular in the mainland." After watching it, King He was filled with admiration. Many secrets such as whale glue are not recorded in Tiendu College or even the Royal Library. Sect leader Tang is so talented and generous, he is truly a blessing to the mainland soul masters. If he hadn't become a disciple of Uncle Ning, King He would also like to join the Tang sect and study under the Tang sect master. Tang Lan laughed and waved his hands carelessly. "It's just a propaganda method to strengthen the Tang sect. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." The two of them were just complimentary and humble. Enter Tiendu City. Ning Fengzi followed behind with Ning Rongrong and others. However, he did not forget Tang Lan's instructions and left someone here to wait for Tang San. Wait for the team to leave. Tang San was panting, appearing with Yu Xiaogang, who looked calm on his back. Seeing that high-spirited team, then think about yourself. The resentment accumulated along the way finally exploded at this moment. Yu Xiaogang. Being deceived by you into becoming a disciple was the biggest mistake of his life. At the same time, Tang Lan also received a system reminder. The host allowed Tang San to see Yu Xiaogong's true face. The master and the disciple were completely separated, and it was difficult to unite the front. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, 10,000 years soul bone, tiger eagle left arm bone. Oh haha. No rewards were revealed along the way, so they are here. How can this plastic relationship between master and apprentice produce 10,000-year-old soul bones? It should be the last wave of oil and water. Why, does sect leader Tang have any opinions on King He's proposal? Qian Rongxiu asked doubtfully. Tang Lan came to his senses. Ah, I just realized that there are new ways to improve the Nine Yang divine art. Tang Lan evaded. What did the eldest prince say? Qian Rongxiu was a little surprised. Now you understand? Then why don't you find a quiet room for sect master Tang so that you can concentrate on your study? Qian Rongxiu suggested thoughtfully. Tang Lan shook his head. The changes have been completed. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. This is it. Is it over? She had also seen the first level of Nine Yang magic in the Tang sect encyclopedia. Brilliant! According to Ning Fengzi's account, there are 3 levels of this Nine Yang magic. It is already a masterpiece. Now you are making progress again while joking? Sect Master Tang is really a great talent. Qian Rongxiu said sincerely, with you here, the Tang sect has a promising future. Tang Lan smiled noncommittally. Just arrived at the hotel. The best Tiendu hotel in Tiendu city, directly reserved. Just to entertain Tang Lan and his party. Qian Rongxiu walked all the way up and took Tang Lan to the top. Zhao Wuji and others were about to follow. Ning Fengzi said, Wrong, thanks to everyone's care during these days, Fengzi has arranged another banquet to thank you all. As a seasoned veteran, Zhao Wuji understood it instantly. This is to create a private chat space for Tang Lan and Qian Rongxiu. He smiled heartily and said, I, Lao Zhao, can enjoy the banquet of sect leader Ning, and it will be a great honor for me. Pavilion Master Zhao's words are serious. Ning Fengzi said in an easygoing manner, in the future, the Tang sect will also be in Tiendu city, and the Kai Bao glazed sect welcomes you as a guest at any time. The 2 elders communicated politely. Seeing Tang Lan disappear around the corner, he didn't say anything to stop him. Just walk to the other end. The top floor. Tang Lan and Qian Rongxiu sat opposite each other, and the dining table was filled with delicacies from all over the world. But neither of them took their chopsticks. That's what King He said just now. Qian Rongxiu continued the topic, since sect master Tang has said it, we all have our own affairs, why not just call me King He? In the original work Qian Rongxiu also called Tang San Lixian Corporal Brother Xuet. There are still differences. But if it is called King He, it means equal communication. It shows how much Qian Rongxiu values Tang Lan. This also means there is more wool to be harvested. Then don't call King He sect master Tang. You can call me Tang Lan or Xiao Lan. Tang Lan said politely. Qian Rongxiu smiled. She picked up the chopsticks and gestured, Xia Lan has traveled a long distance, let's eat first. Okay. Tang Lan is naturally not hungry, he can absorb the energy of blue-silver grass. But when the prince entertains distinguished guests, how can the taste be bad? I enjoyed tasting each of them one by one, and I was not in a hurry to speak. Let's first take a look at what kind of medicine Qian Rongxiu is selling in the gourd. He is also thinking. How should we arrange the left arm bone of the 10,000 years tiger eagle that was just rewarded? Exclude himself first. He didn't even bother to look at soul bones that were less than 50,000 years old. Even if there is a system, it is too laborious to improve. Let's talk about it again. Although the tiger eagle is a rare flying spirit beast variant, it has the speed of an eagle-like spirit beast and the power of a tiger-like spirit beast. But compared to the level of the man-faced demon spider, it is still a bit lower. Not to mention ancient alien species such as the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. On the other hand, Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking are both suitable candidates. Is there still a choice? How can the fertilizer and water flow to outsiders' fields? Once the relationship is confirmed, use this soul bone as a token of love. Although Tang Lan looks down on this soul bone, how precious are soul bones on the mainland. At the end of the original Shrek 7 monsters, only Tang San had collected a full set of soul bones. Others only get 2 yuan at most. This shows how precious soul bones are. Wait for Tang Lan to slow down his eating speed. Qianrongxiu said at the right time, I heard from Uncle Ning that Xiao Lan came to Tiendu City this time to establish a senior soul master academy for the Tang sect. Tang Lan nodded. Prepare to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in 2 years' time. Qianrongxiu's expression remained as usual. Xiao Lan is already a member of the Fourth Ring Soul sect. She really deserves to compete for the #1 spot. With a flash of light in her hand, she took out a document and pushed it over. This is the Senior Soul Master Academy License Certificate. Xiao Lan, after you fill in the Academy information, I will have someone come to your door to apply for it. If there are people in the court who are easy to do, they will come to serve you. Tang Lan accepted it unceremoniously. Xiao Lan, do you have any ideas about the location of the college? Qianrongxiu asked again. King He has a piece of land next to Tiendu Royal Academy that is no less than theirs. Also next to the Kaibao Glazed sect, Uncle Ning also has a piece of land. The area is more than twice that of Tiendu Royal Academy, but the distance is a bit far, more than 40 kilometers. If you are interested in other lands outside Tiendu City, you can just ask. All he had to do was take out the map and let Tang Lan choose. But that's it. Chapter 65 Trading the Vast Sea Kyun can cover. Big Wildcat attacks Tang Lan at night. But with Lan Ba Academy here, Tang Lan was not prepared to accept this benefit. He had to be careful when plucking wool. Ren Qianrongxiu wanted to win over him, but she was not an enemy. You have to choose what you need. I already have a target address. King He doesn't need to think too much. Tang Lan said naturally, but the Tang sect will definitely attract many new people when it is first established. The workload of background checks will be huge, which will be a trouble. There is propaganda for the Tangman Encyclopedia. At this moment, Tiendu City has already gathered a lot of soul masters. They are waiting for Tang Lan to establish Shan Tao and deliver the goods directly to his door. There is no need to worry about manpower at all. How to screen out qualified candidates and identify those with criminal records, misbehavior, and opportunism is a thorny issue. Qianrongxiu smiled confidently. Isn't this just a matter of her opening her mouth? And we can also use this matter to put some people in. This matter will be handed over to King He. The imperial guards will be asked to maintain order and part of the hotel will be emptied for Tangman's use. Relevant departments will also be arranged to assist in checking the identity of the personnel. To the greatest extent possible, we will ensure that the Tang sect will not be infiltrated by those who are interested. Focus on those. Normal people can't understand the implication. But Tang Lan knew Qianrongxiu's identity and understood it instantly. But I don't care. Which sect doesn't have a few undercover agents? Just screen again later. Then I'll trouble King He. Tang Lan said with a smile, this has solved a big trouble for me. You're welcome. Qianrongxiu didn't take it seriously, Uncle Ning can do this too, the students are just doing it for me. With just a little effort, it can at best be regarded as a way to save face. Want to conquer Tang Lan and the Tang sect? Not even close. Today she just came to recognize him, and had no intention of directly taking down Tang Lan. Seeing that the conversation was almost finished, I was about to find an excuse to leave. Tang Lan suddenly said, King He, you have also practiced the 9-yang magic technique, right? Qianrongxiu simply nodded, the effect of this 9-yang magic is even better than what her grandfather taught her. The problem is not learning. She sighed again, Xiao Lan, you are so generous, you actually used such treasures to select disciples for the Tang sect. This is unprecedented in history. The first person to give an example. Tang Lan just smiled. Qianrongxiu seemed to be praising others, but in fact, she was full of incomprehension. Such a good thing, if you don't hide it, it will be released in vain? Even if it is incomplete, there is something wrong with the brain. But who can know? After the 9-yang divine art is completed, can it absorb the internal force from the same source? He seems to be generous, but in fact it is all calculation. Those who have mastered the 9-yang divine art will be fine if they join the Tang sect. What if we become enemies with the Tang clan? Sorry then, just wait to be sucked dry. I won't continue on this topic. Tang Lan said with a smile, I am willing to exchange the complete 9-yang divine art and the right to sell Tangman's firearms in the Tiendu Empire with you King He. Qianrongxiu's eyes narrowed. There is no need to say more about the complete 9-yang magic. It can be called the #1 cultivation skill in the mainland. When she hugged Tang Lan just now, she felt extremely comfortable because of his extremely strong soul power. Even the martial soul is throbbing a little, as if met the destined person. It's just that her martial spirit is a seraph, so she can't show it now. I didn't mention this matter. Now Tang Lan is giving it away for free? And also take advantage of the Tiendu Empire's firearms sales rights. What does this mean? Qian Rongxiu can choose to arm her subordinates with firearms. Even take out a considerable part and quietly send it back to Wuhan Palace. With such weapons of war, it will definitely be even more powerful for the establishment of the future Wuhan Empire. Yes. Qian Rongxiu said seriously, the alliance is responsible for. Many possibilities flashed through her mind. Status, power, wealth, women, soul bones. The only thing I didn't expect was. Tang Lan actually said, King He, you also know that I have done some research on soul guidance devices. I heard that the Tiendu royal family has a soul guidance device, the vast Sekyun can cover, and I want to study it. Qian Rongxiu fell silent. The vast sea of heaven and earth. But it is the most important treasure of the Tiendu Empire. Although the mystery of it so far remains at the level of legend. Some say it is the relic of the peerless Douluo after his emergence. Some say it is the remains of the Xingluo demon saint king. Some say it is a token sent by gods to the world. King Tiendu once found many strange people and strange things to try to identify its effect. But all failed. What is certain is that its value far exceeds that of 100,000-year-old soul bone. As a symbol of the emperor, it is held in the hands of Emperor Sui. Although Qian Rongxiu is the crown prince, she is not the emperor after all. If you are plotting to cover up the universe in the vast sea, will he be misunderstood and want to seize power in advance? It's hard to say. Tang Lan also remained silent, waiting for Qian Rongxiu to make a decision. This matter. It was indeed a bit difficult for her. In the original work, when Qian Rongxiu launched a coup, Tang San turned the tide and saved Emperor Shui Yat, foiled Qian Rongxiu's conspiracy, and restored the imperial rule of the Tiendu Empire. He also asked Shui Beng to become Tang San's apprentice, thus solidifying the relationship. Emperor Sui gave this national treasure as a thank you gift. Want to get it? Thousands of difficulties. But then again, if this matter were simple, Tang Lan would not give such a generous exchange condition. Although he spreads the nine-yang magic skill everywhere, who among those people would dare to leak it? If Tang San wanted to teach Oscar, he had to ask Tang Lan for instructions. If you want to obtain follow-up skills, you can only find him, Tang Lan. After a few minutes of silence, Qian Rongxiu took a long breath and made a decision in her heart. Nine Sun magic technique can be passed down. It is not extremely suitable for the angel family. If Wuhan Palace can obtain it, its foundation will surely be improved to a higher level. A mere soul guide. Even if you offend Emperor Shui Ye a little, it's still worth it. He and Shui Beng are the only two princes left in the royal family, and Shui Beng is a playboy. Can Emperor Sui still pass the throne to others? If that's true, then she will send people to kill the other party. Xiaolan, how long will you wait for me? Qian Rongxiu said seriously. I will tell my father to borrow the vast Sekyun can cover and temporarily lend it to the Tang clan. After I ascend the throne, I will find another excuse and give it to you, Xiaolan. How? Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. What is a temporary loan or not? Once it's in his hands, can you give it back? After 2 years, your identity will be exposed. When the time comes. Tang Lan rescued Emperor Sui, which not only robbed Tang San of opportunities, but also saved his life. Who can ask him to get it back? Just do what you want, King He. Tang Lan nodded. Qian Rongxiu is overjoyed. Without further delay, King He will go back to find his father right now. Worry that things will change if you are too late. He immediately stood up to say goodbye and left in a hurry. He didn't even say hello to Ning Fengzi. This made Ning Fengzi misunderstand something. Brother Lan, did you have a conflict with King He? Ning Fengzi frowned. Thinking in my heart. If the two of them really had a falling out, how would he deal with it? Tang Lan saw what he was thinking and didn't reveal it. Ning Fengzi is the sect leader of the Kaibao glazed sect, so naturally he gives priority to the interests of the sect. But his attitude was a bit colder. In the final analysis, the current relationship between the two is more about interests than transactions. I made a deal with King He. He is probably anxious, afraid that I will regret it. Tang Lan said calmly. Ning Fengzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Keenly aware of Tang Lan's mood changes, somewhat blaming himself for losing his sense of proportion just now. The Kai Bao glazed sect has bought this hotel, so I'll give it to Brother Lan as a place to stay. Ning Fengzi said, in addition, I have already transplanted part of the Blue Silver King. Do you think it should be placed in the Kai Bao glazed sect? Or, this is a retreat to advance, to test Tang Lan's attitude. Just do as agreed. Tang Lan said indifferently, I'm a little tired during this period. If there is anything, why don't we talk about it tomorrow? In that case, just do as Brother Lan said. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, wrong, your Grandpa Gu also misses you very much, come back with me tonight. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's first reaction was to look at Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuking still had a cold expression. But for some reason, Ning Rongrong saw overjoyed. Damn it! If I'm not here tonight, this big wildcat will definitely attack Tang Lan at night, right? It will definitely. No. She can't go back. She must stay here and guard this big wildcat. I went to bed at 8 o'clock last night again, 8 o'clock in the morning. The baby is 1 year old and is fussy at night, every 10 minutes. Is there any way to solve this problem? I will give a reward for 3 chapters. Chapter 66 Zhu Zuking attacks at night again. Rich and generous. Ning Rongrong's expression was almost written on her face. How smart is Ning Fengzi? Just one glance. He roughly saw the cause and effect, and then looked at Tang Lan who looked bad. He sighed in his heart. Silly Rongrong. You don't think about what Tang Lan will think when you look at her like this? Immediately, he said with a heavier tone, wrong. Ning Rongrong pouted and reluctantly agreed. Ning Fengzi's complexion improved. A flash of light flashed in his hand. He took out 8 brocade bags and held them up with his soul power. Delivered to Zhu Zuking and others. Each contains 4 pieces of 10,000-year-old whale glue, which is also the strengthening limit that Brother Lan said. Brother Lan, you should also accept Xiao Wu's share. Tang Lan accepted it without hesitation. Looking at the grinning Tang San, he felt a little regretful this opportunity could not be snatched away. Otherwise, his image as a good brother would collapse. That's fine. At least let Xiao Sanzi drink some soup, and it will be easier to exploit him later. See Tang Lan accept it. The others followed suit and took the brocade bag. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Daimyo Bai said politely. I also have one, Sect Master Ning is polite. Zhao Wuji said happily. Sect Master Ning, I have swallowed 3 before, this is too much. The honest man Oscar was polite, but he was not slow to act. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang actually said, since there are extra, why not give it to me? After practicing the 9 Yang divine art, he had hope for the future again. I also want to strengthen myself and get a better 4th soul ring. Oscar heard this. Looked at Tang Lan and Tang San with some embarrassment. Why did old Deng ask for it right away? It was Ning who neglected it. Ning Fengzi came to the rescue, it's just that this 10,000-year whale glue is too precious, so only 8 portions were reserved. If you don't mind, I have a few 1,000-year ones, please accept them. Ning Fengzi waved his hand again. Several small pieces of mottled whale glue flew out and landed in front of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang joined the Tang sect too late. Ning Fengzi is the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect, and there are so many people under him who are eager to use it. These 8 portions were reserved a long time ago. After the Tang sect encyclopedia was released, the 10,000-year whale glue was in short supply, and he didn't have much stock on hand. Yu Xiaogang naturally understood the reason. But looking at a few 1,000-year whale glues, he was still a little dissatisfied. The effect of 10,000-year whale glue is better. But after all, it was given to him for free, so he couldn't be ungrateful, right? Then thanks Sect Master Ning for your generosity. Yu Xiaogang said politely. Ning Fengzi smiled and didn't care. Once the Tang sect encyclopedia was published, Yu Xiaogang's title of master had long been in name only. If it wasn't for Tang Lan's face, he wouldn't bother to pay attention. Then Brother Lan, I'll leave first. Ning Fengzi said goodbye, you can come to the 7 treasures glazed tower later to see those blue silver kings. Tang Lan nodded in agreement. Ning Fengzi pulled Ning Rongrong, who was reluctant to leave, out of the hotel. Chen Xin took a step behind and smiled at Tang Lan. The matter you mentioned, Xia Lan, has been done. But he is not in Tiend city recently, and I can't see him until a month later. Tang Lan nodded politely. Sorry to bother Uncle Jian. It's okay, we're one of us. After saying that, jumped onto the 7-killing sword and caught up with Ning Fengzi and the others. Tang San immediately approached Tang Lan. Brother, what did the coal swallow say? Tang San asked expectantly. Is he here to get some benefits? Tang Lan was annoyed and gave him a slap on the head. Absorb the whale glue first, you can't chew too much. Tang San covered his forehead and smiled. He didn't worry that Tang Lan would treat him badly. Okay, you've been running all the way, take a good rest tonight. Tang Lan said, 3 days off, you can do whatever you want. Woohoo, long live the sect master. Oscar cheered. Daimyo Bai and the others also showed a sense of relief. This period of time has been really torturous. Tang Lan waved his hand and turned back to the room. What was prepared for him was naturally the highest-end royal suite. Throwing himself on the large bed, Tang Lan's breathing quickly stabilized. Entering dreamland. He was also very tired during this period. Although there are various recovery methods, they are all aimed at the physical body. Mental fatigue is the hardest thing to heal. Only. His sleep was destined to be restless. Midnight. A slim figure landed on the balcony, crossed the unclosed door with cat steps, and walked to Tang Lan's bed. Tang Lan opened his eyes at the right time. The first thing you notice is how huge it is. It's Juking. At this moment, her cold face was flushed, and her eyes were blurry as if there were hooks, making Tang Lan unable to look away. This is a side effect of taking whale gum. What are you doing? Tang Lan asked knowingly. But now that Juking is here, he has obviously done a good job in psychological construction. I will practice dual cultivation. Juking said bluntly, just like Xiao Wu, I will practice dual cultivation with you. With a cold tone without any fluctuation, he spoke such tough words. A sense of accomplishment arose in Tang Lan's heart. Have a look. Iceberg Queen, isn't she still impressed by my charm? Only. The same dual cultivation as Xiao Wu? Did Juking misunderstand something? But Tang Lan was not prepared to answer either. He directly grabbed Juking's waist, turned around and pressed him on the bed. The girl who comes to your door, there is no reason not to eat it. The next day, early morning. Juking, who had not slept all night, jumped from the balcony with a strange shyness in his eyes as if he was running away. Tang Lan was left with an aftertaste on his face. Tisk, tisk, tisk. A well-behaved cat that is cold on the outside and hot on the inside is really the best. The fatigue accumulated over the past few days has been swept away. Tang Lan stood up and washed himself briefly. Jumped directly from the balcony. Following the location on the map, we arrived at Lanba Academy. Although the Lanba Academy occupies only 1/3 of the Tiend Royal Academy, its value is far higher than the latter. After all, this is Tiend city where every inch of gold and every inch of land is available. The capital of the Tiend Empire. One of the most prosperous cities in Douluo continent. Tang Lan looked over along the way, looking at the prosperity of the past, and felt very satisfied. At the same time, we are also planning to become famous. The surrounding land must also be purchased to expand the scale. It is completely sufficient for the early development of Tang sect. Thinking. A gust of fragrant wind blew in, and there was a little beauty in front of me. She has burgundy shawl hair and blue eyes staring straight at herself. What is even more eye-catching is that she dresses extremely boldly, showing off her plump figure without hesitation. A typical example of wealth and generosity. Pity. Having just been baptized by such a stunning beauty as Juking, the little girl in front of me started to look down on her. Are you also a junior who has just entered school? The generous girl smiled charmingly. My name is Jiangju, what do my classmates call me, and which class are I in? Tang Lan showed a look of surprise. Jiangju, the school beauty of Lanba Academy, whose talent is the healing staff, will be the only healing soul master of the Shrek team in the future. Because he is boldly dressed, generous and wealthy, he has many suitors. This is. Seeing how handsome I am, I feel attracted to you, why don't I stick with you? Chapter 67 Love Brain Lu Erlong. Teasing Juking. Taking the initiative towards Jiangju. Tang Lan has no interest. Not to mention that they have different styles from Juking, but their capital is also far behind. I have something to do with your dean. Can I ask where the dean's office is? Tang Lan asked. Ah. Zhang Zhu said unexpectedly, what do you want to see the teacher for? Teacher? Yes. Jiangzhu has a good talent and was taken in as a disciple by Lu Erlong. She seems to be an adopted daughter? Do you know Yu Xiaogang? Tang Lan asked directly. Jiangzhu's face changed instantly. Teacher, you have been waiting for so many years. What are you doing here now? It seems that he is informed. That's easy to handle. Don't worry about it, just take me there anyway. Tang Lan said. Is it just the Four Ring Soul sect? Who are you? Jiangzhu asked again. This woman can't understand human language? You are very annoying. Tang Lan said helplessly, if you don't take me there, I will ask someone else. Turn around and leave. Jiangzhu was also furious. Why is this person so ignorant? A beautiful woman like yourself, doesn't have any privileges at all? Worried that Tang Lan would leak something, Jiangzhu could only step forward and hold Tang Lan. Okay, I'll just take you to the teacher. That's right. Tang Lan threw away his hand. For a woman who is not interested, don't give her any illusions. Jiangzhu snorted. Shaking his head and walking quickly towards the depths of the academy, he came to a courtyard with a sign saying this is the most important place in the academy, please do not enter unless you have the right to do so. A pool, a thatched house, and a fence. Very simple. On the contrary, there are various kinds of flowers planted in the fence, vying to bloom, colorful and beautiful. Among the flowers, a woman was standing there, watering the water with a kettle in her hand. Hear footsteps. Shang turned around and looked. His eyes swept over Jiangzhu and landed on Tang Lan. Tang Lan also stared at her. Lu Erlong looked to be in his 30s, with a green sarong that could not hide his grace and delicate facial features. The most eye-catching thing. Still under the cloth robe, the unconcealable peaks, turbulent waves, and mature and plump grace can be seen. What a mature young woman. Pity. Yu Xiaogang is still a lover. This figure is for nothing. Jiangzhu, why are you here? Lu Erlong asked casually, is this handsome boy your little boyfriend? I thought I was bringing my little boyfriend to give me a slap in the face. Jiangzhu considered it, thinking about how to speak. Tang Lan has already taken the lead. Take out the storage belt that Xiao Wu wants back from the Blue King. Clang. The kettle fell to the ground, crushing his beloved flowers. Lu Erlong seemed to have never heard of it. He dodged and rushed to Tang Lan, dodging the storage belt and confirming again. That's right. This is Xiaogong's soul guide belt. Lu Erlong looked directly at Tang Lan, how did you get it? Where is its owner? Tell me. The tone was tense and fearful. After all, Yu Xiaogong's strength is really not that good, and it is normal for him to be killed for treasure. Dean Lu, don't be nervous, I'm right here and I won't leave. Tang Lan glanced at Jiangzhu, why don't you let her leave first? Jiangzhu glared. She worked hard to lead the way, but she also had the idea of taking advantage of it. Now that you're done with it, you're going to kick her away? Bah! Scumbag! Jiangzhu, you go back first. Lu Erlong said tremblingly, you, follow me into the house. Lu Erlong held the storage belt with one hand and Tang Lan's hand with the other. Afraid that he would escape. As soon as the door is closed. There is no need for Lu Erlong to ask any more questions, Tang Lan tells the truth. Master is living very well now. He serves as an elder in our Tang sect and is now in Tiend city. When Lu Erlong heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be alive. But then his eyes narrowed. Elder of the Tang clan's guest? The Tang sect you are talking about is the Tang sect that sells the Tang sect encyclopedia for 5 copper soul coins. Lu Erlong asked strangely. Tang Lan was stunned. 5 copper soul coins? Ah, this. Although I didn't plan to make money from this, I originally said it would be sold at cost price. But I didn't expect it to be as low as this. Yes, I am from the Tang sect. I don't care who you are from the Tang sect. Lu Erlong interrupted, how is Xiaogang doing? Tang Lan was also convinced. This bitch, you won't even listen to what someone has to say? He simply said, I have a way for you and the master to finally get married, and he will no longer run away from you. What did you say? Lu Erlong stared at Tang Lan. Can you really do it? What price do you want me to pay? I promised you. So decisive? I want this Lanba Academy. Tang Lan said bluntly, as me. No problem. Lu Erlong said without hesitation, Lanba Academy belongs to you now. You can't touch the original students, but you can do whatever you want with the rest. Good guy. Tang Lan is such a good guy. It is indeed the land of love. Every love brain is simply hopeless. The words I prepared before were all in vain. Lu Erlong stared at Tang Lan closely and urged. What's the method you mentioned? If it doesn't work, I will make you pay the price. He has a straightforward personality and a hot temper. But it happened that Yu Xiaogang was eaten to death. Tang Lan was also speechless. But with this kind of character, since Lu Erlong agreed, there was no need to worry about her going back on her word. This matter is very simple. Tang Lan said, you come with me, I will take you to find him. Good. The fire dragon martial spirit appeared behind Lu Erlong, and 7 yellow, purple, black and black soul rings lit up under his feet. 7-ringed soul saint. She grabbed Tang Lan, overturned the thatched house and flew into the sky. Hovering in the sky, looking at Tang Lan. Which way? Tang Lan, I knew you were in a hurry, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Point out the direction. Lu Erlong flew all the way and quickly reached the Tiend hotel. There was too much movement. It's the landing. Everyone in the Tang sect came here after hearing the news, including Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong's tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. Xiaogang. Is it really you? Am I not dreaming? Yu Xiaogang's eyes were also red as he looked at the woman in front of him who he longed for but did not dare to meet. Her lips were trembling, but she couldn't say a word. Tang Lan looked very disdainful. That's it. He is really not a man. Use the spiritual link to inform everyone and ask them to evacuate the scene. You guys talk first. If you can't solve the problem, call me again. Leave a word. Tang Lan also turned around and left, catching up with Juking who was escaping quickly. Before she closed the door, he squeezed into her room. This caused Tang San and others to look like I knew it. In the room, Juking's cold face showed rare panic and shyness. What are you doing here? Juking calmed himself down. Dingdao, wasn't last night enough? After coming back, when he learned that Tang Lan needed to maintain a pure yang body because of the 9 yang magic, Juking knew that he had misunderstood the term double cultivation. Facing Tang Lan now, I felt so embarrassed that my feet were touching the floor. Tang Lan saw her embarrassment. Stepped forward and hugged Juking, whispering in her ear. A girl who is brave enough to pursue love, what is there to be shy about? We are not related by blood. You are not married and I am not married. What's wrong with being friends? Juking, who received the affirmation, gradually adjusted his mentality. But I didn't know what to say, so I could only remain silent. Tang Lan just hugged her and made no further moves. This surprised Juking. Thought it would. Half an hour later. Bang bang bang. The door was smashed with a loud bang. No need to ask. Except for Lu Erlong, no one dared to come and knock on the door at this time. Tang Lan stood up. I am going to confront Yu Xiaogang again, and this is the last time I will openly confront him. It will be difficult to deal with this guy in the future with Lu Erlong protecting him. I have to leave him a memory that will last a lifetime. Driving in front of me was banned, and this happened over and over again for a long time. The speed of 20 miles is too fast. I can't use my cultivation. Chapter 68, Fighting Poison with Poison. You are a waste. Bang bang bang. The door was smashed with a loud bang. Juking was ejected directly as if he was electrocuted. Tang Lan had already expected it. Open the door. Lu Erlong looked at Tang Lan with red eyes, with expectation in his eyes. Xiaogang, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Then no matter what happens next, don't say anything. Tang Lan was vaccinated, otherwise, if it fails, it will be none of my business. What are you going to do? Lu Erlong said nervously, Xiaogang is a soft-spoken man who doesn't like hard-nosed ones. He's too embarrassed to do that. Okay. Even now, she is still helping Yu Xiaogang speak. I'm really just in love, I'm going to die. Tang Lan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He passed Lu Erlong and killed Yu Xiaogang, who was standing dumbly in the hall. Seeing Tang Lan, Yu Xiaogang asked, "You actually used my identity to ask Erlong for Lanba Academy?" You. Bang. Tang Lan gave Yu Xiaogang a clean punch and it flew away. Lu Erlong's eyes were tearing when he saw him following him. If the fire dragon spirit is summoned directly, he will take action in anger. You do it now, I won't care about this matter. Tang Lan said without looking back. Lu Erlong froze. Looking at Yu Xiaogang who struggled to get up, he suppressed his anger and turned his head away. It's still helpful. The best way to control her love brain is with her love partner. Then, Tang Lan stepped forward and kicked Yu Xiaogang again. At the same time, he said with disdain. Dignified master, turns out to be a coward. The saint of Wuhan Palace stayed with you regardless of her identity, and you escaped. Lu Erlong is not afraid of worldly judgment now, so you still ran away. It's heartbreaking when you come up. Yu Xiaogang was very popular on the spot. What do you know? He said angrily, whether it's the other two dragons, it's not what I want. Oh. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows, is it hard to disobey a teacher's orders? Or is blood thicker than water? Yu Xiaogang suddenly raised his head. How do you know? These are the most unspeakable secrets in his life. Why would Tang Lan know? Yu Xiaogang. You are a hypocrite who is just trying to gain fame. Tang Lan said bluntly. The reason you wanted to take me on as a disciple in the first place was just to test your so-called theory. Finding that I couldn't be persuaded, I took on the mistress instead. Then if you have accepted a genius disciple and become powerful, what does it have to do with you? It would be amazing to be able to teach an ordinary soul master to become a titled Douluo. For those theories of yours, you even ignored the development of your mistress and refused the Royal Academy's invitation to let him enroll in Shrek. The Imperial Academy is guarded by Soul Douluo, funded by the Tiend Empire, and assisted by the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace. You need resources, you need teaching, you need connections, you need connections. What does Shrek have? You are mediocre if you don't dare to cause trouble. Which teacher would instigate his students to cause more trouble outside? Tang Lan output immediately. That's not showing any mercy, and Yu Xiaogang is worthless. The 10 core competencies that Wuhan was proud of were also torn apart and broken into pieces. The spray made him bloody. The suspicion that Yu Xiaogang sprayed was reborn, turns out, am I such a waste? Lu Erlong clenched his fists and trembled all over. The beloved was so insulted, but she couldn't take any action. It was simply too painful. As for right or wrong, how could Xiaogang be wrong? Wait until Tang Lan scolds him. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's appearance of a shattered worldview, he knew the heat was coming. If the scolding continues, Bibi Dong will be involved, and Lu Erlong will really go berserk. Back to the topic. Tell me, for a waste like you, who cares about your private life? The union of brother and sister is not tolerated by the world. Don T, how important is it to see it yourself? I saw 2 soul beasts walking side by side on the road, and I have to check if they are siblings. Who has the time for that? Or are you and Lu Erlong together just for that little thing? Yu Xiaogang was shocked. There seemed to be light gathering in his eyes, trying to catch that hint of inspiration. You mean to say? You still don't understand this? Tang Lan grabbed Yu Xiaogang's collar and spit wildly, as long as you are not husband and wife, the relationship between the 2 siblings is better. What? 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 That would be too unfair to Erlong. To love someone, you don't necessarily have to get her. I hope she can be happy. Pa Tang Lan rushed up with a big fist, and beat Yu Xiaogang so hard that he turned 2.5 times in the air and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Lu Erlong felt distressed and relieved. Still hope she is happy? Are you stupid? Tang Lan was also convinced. Lu Erlong has waited for you for 20 years, is she happy? It's just that you are cowardly and don't want to bear the world's discussion. What kind of hypocrite are you? Isn't it better to be a real villain? Yu Xiaogang, when you plagiarized the theory of the Spirit Hall, you didn't seem to be very reserved. And you are no longer the number 1 in the theory of spirits, and you don't have any status to be reserved. As he said, Tang Lan threw down a Tang sect encyclopedia. Take a good look. Yu Xiaogang flipped through the book blankly, his eyes gradually widened. During this period of time, he has been training with the team in the wild. So this is the first time he has seen the Tang sect encyclopedia sold all over the continent. Now look at it. The theory is directly better than his. And a lot of knowledge points are unheard of by him. It is simply a textbook for soul masters. He flipped through it frantically, his expression gradually became crazy. It's gone. His only pride, the first person in theory, is completely gone. What identity does this have? He is now just a loser's. Have they been forgotten by the world? Tang Lan saw Yu Xiaogang collapse. She stepped back happily, signaling Lu Erlong to go up and comfort her. This time, Yu Xiaogang no longer resisted. Self-esteem? Worldly perspective? He has nothing left, and has even been labeled a loser. This is the method of fighting poison with poison, bare feet are not afraid of shoes. Aren't you, Yu Xiaogang, self-esteem? Then I will prove that you are a waste. Who cares about waste? Only Xiaogang. Lu Erlong said softly, what if thousands of people say you are a waste? As long as I, Lu Erlong, think you are the best, that's enough. This gave Yu Xiaogang a shot of adrenaline. Finally, he let go of everything, as if grasping the last straw, and looked at Lu Erlong expectantly. Even at this time, this guy still didn't dare to take the initiative. But Lu Erlong, who was in love, didn't think there was a problem. She was even overjoyed. She held Yu Xiaogang's hand tightly, fearing that he would run away again. Seeing this, Tang Lan turned around and left, not wanting to stay here and be disgusted. It's really a flower stuck in cow dung. No. He had to find someone to vent his irritability. Tang Lan went straight to Zhu Zuking's room. Chapter 69 Get another external soul bone. Zhu Zuking, who is worry-free. Back to Zhu Zuking's room. She saw her eyes were strange, as if she was getting to know Tang Lan all over again. What's wrong? Tang Lan raised her eyebrows. You don't like Yu Xiaogang for a long time, right? Zhu Zuking said frankly, all along the way, I thought it was my illusion, you seemed to be deliberately provoking me. She didn't continue. But those who understand will understand. Tang Lan nodded simply. Yu Xiaogang is such a swindler, if Xiao Sanzi didn't believe him, I would have chopped him alive. I can only resort to this last resort, so that Xiao Sanzi can see his true face. You can judge for yourself, is Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong a man? Tang Lan told the whole story again. This made Zhu Zuking frown. She began to understand why Tang Lan hated this guy. Not only that. Tang Lan continued to spoil the story, before this relationship, he was with the Spirit Hall. He also revealed the love and hatred between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. Zhu Zuking was speechless. The saint of the Spirit Hall was almost betraying the temple, but she backed down? She also published the theory of the Spirit Hall as her own research? For the first time, disgust appeared on her cold face. It's disgusting. If the heroine was replaced by her, she would just kill him. Seeing Zhu Zuking's reaction, Tang Lan felt relieved. Look. This is the reaction that a normal person should have. Lu Erlong, who is in love, how could she? Forget it. If it weren't for her love brain, Tang Lan would not have been able to get the advantage of Blue Tyrant Academy. The host took over Blue Tyrant Academy, making Shrek Academy lose the opportunity to rise, and Tang San lost a major helper. Snatch the middle amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, 20,000 years of externally attached soul bone, evil eye. Woohoo! He actually had a soul bone attached to him? This is something Tang Lan never expected. I thought that if Lan Ba Academy was swallowed up by Shrek, Tang San wouldn't benefit much. The result can be regarded as moderate luck? In the future. The Shrek Academy in Douluo Continent 2 has become the first academy in Douluo Continent. It is independent of the three major empires and directly occupies Shrek City. Shrek Academy is also the main battlefield for Tang Xinwang's many arrangements. If you think about it this way, it's understandable. Having said that, although Tang Lan has not watched the subsequent plot, he heard that there will be descendants of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang 10,000 years later. Okay. Even though you say no, your body is still very honest. Bah. The system, extract the attached soul bone and evil eye, and place it in the Blue King. No movement. Tang Lan opened the Blue King and found an extra eye soul bone. Take it out immediately. The evil eye is only the size of a palm, dark blue in color, but sparkling with a strange brilliance. It looks very strange. Juking, I want to absorb soul bones, you help me protect the law. Zhu Zuking's gaze fell on Xie's eyes, and there was a hint of desire in his eyes. But he quickly put it away and nodded coldly. Regarding the origin of the soul bones, he didn't ask a word, he didn't have that kind of curiosity. This is also the reason why Tang Lan directly took out the evil eye and fused it. Zhu Zuking's cold personality is certainly difficult to follow, but if he can win her heart, it would be a big help. Sitting cross-legged on Zhu Zuking's bed, Tang Lan pressed his evil eye on his right eye. Immediately wandering around, weakening the pain. This fusion lasts for 3 hours. As soon as Tang Lan's consciousness returned to its original form, he realized something was wrong. In the past, the body would be strengthened after absorbing soul bones. But now his physical strength has not changed much, but his mental strength has doubled. That's right. Double it. Even the age of double pupils has evolved, jumping to 18,000 years. Think carefully. The evil eye is produced by the evil eye tyrant, the most powerful 780,000-year-old evil emperor, who is regarded as the totem of the Sun and Moon Empire. The evil eye has multiple attributes. The fewer attributes, the more powerful it is, and the more attributes, the weaker it is. The owner of the soul bone attached to the evil eye has both spirit and time elements. They are considered to be the most outstanding group, comparable to the Titan giant ape and azure bull python. This effect is normal. Tang Lan looked forward to checking out the soul bone skill, reset. The target can be marked once per day, activated within 2 minutes, and resets the target status to the time of marking. At first glance, it's a bit like the effects of time rewind, Izanagi, and mana regeneration upon death. This is indeed the case. When marking oneself, the reset status includes soul power, vitality, geographical location, etc. For Tang Lan, the life-saving effect is secondary, after all, he has the soul bone regeneration skill. He can turn on the soul bone technique to mark himself before the battle. Then you can go all out and have no worries about consumption or overdraft. Wait for the time to come, a reset. It's full again. It is equivalent to 2 consecutive explosions. Imagine. In the future, Tang Lan will master the magical ring exploding skill, and he will explode the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor once and the Lei Yanhaoshan Hammer once. A reset. You can blow it up again. If you activate the Soul Bone skill regeneration, you can die and resurrect on the spot, and you can explode again. Good guy. 69 and 54 soul rings, isn't this a shame? Tang Lan couldn't wait to learn the magic ring exploding skill from Tang Hao. Wait. Tang Lan has been invincible for 2 minutes, he can develop it by himself. Perhaps the utilization rate will not be too high, but it can still be regarded as a trump card. Hold C. I am really a genius. Tang Lan hugged Zhu Zuking excitedly and rewarded himself with a wet French kiss. Kissed Zhu Zuking in a daze. Until Tang Lan's hands were dishonest and he woke up immediately. He dodged and retreated, packing Tang Lan's clothes on his back. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were stopped by me and have been waiting for you outside for a long time. Tang Lan was a little unhappy. If you two are in love, can't you just go away? You must come to disturb me. After watching Zhu Zuking put everything in order, Tang Lan stood up and opened the door. Just see the corridor and balcony. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong held hands and talked with happy smiles. I saw Tang Lan coming out. Lu Erlong greeted him with a smile and said, Sect Master Tang, thank you for your explanation. Xiaogang and I can. Tang Lan waved his hand carelessly. We just get what we need. Yu Xiaogang's value has been basically squeezed out, and Lu Erlong is his crazy fan. Neither of them is of much value to Tang Lan. There's no need to be too polite. Lu Erlong saw Tang Lan's intention and was not angry at all. As a matchmaker between her and Xiaogang, she was very tolerant. Raise your hand. He took out a pile of documents from the storage ring and handed it to Tang Lan. This is the relevant information of Lanba College. I have signed a contract to give it to you free of charge. You are now the new dean of Lanba College. I also hope that Sect Master Tang can keep his promise and retain the original students of Lanba Academy, and at least let this group complete their studies. Tang Lan took the information and nodded in agreement. This is natural. The Tang sect is also going to establish a high-level Soul Master Academy. Anyone who is willing to stay will be accepted. Lu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Yu Xiaogang and made eye contact. Continuing, Xiao Gang and I discussed whether we could stay at Tangmin Academy and serve as a teacher. Oh? Tang Lan looked at Yu Xiao Gang, who faced it calmly. This thing. After being so humiliated, beaten, and scolded by Tang Lan, you still want to stay? Are you cheap? The disgust in Tang Lan's eyes was not concealed this time. In the past, Yu Xiaogang would be furious with his poor self-esteem. But this time, something's wrong. Chapter 70 Yu Xiaogang suddenly wakes up? Let's work for free first. Faced with Tang Lan's disgust, Yu Xiaogang smiled unusually calmly. Sect Master, you are right, my life is filled with failures. Before, I cared too much about this so-called secular perspective and did a lot of hypocrite things. From today on, I just want to be a real villain. I am very impressed by the comprehensiveness of the Tangmin Encyclopedia. Many of them are still in a theoretical state, and I want to try to prove them. It has nothing to do with anything else, I just think about it. Hey? Why did this guy suddenly figure it out? Tang Lan thought for a moment. He tentatively said, Old Zhao will be the dean of this Tangmin Academy. If you want to stay, you can only be an ordinary theory teacher, and you can only teach the contents of the Tangmin Encyclopedia. Yu Xiaogang simply nodded. Just what I wanted. Is this acceptable? I also want to stay. Lu Erlong said, I want to apply for a practical class teacher so that I can cooperate with Xiaogang's theoretical class. Yu Xiaogang held Lu Erlong's hand tightly and cast a grateful look. Lu Erlong smiled sweetly. Good guy. Two people on the move, how can they still be in love? Yu Xiaogang is dispensable. But Lu Erlong, as a seven-ringed soul saint, was in urgent need of the newly founded Tang sect. And with Lu Erlong here, taking over Lanba Academy will be much smoother. As for what kind of medicine is sold in Yu Xiaogang's gourd? Not important. Let's work for free first. Thinking of this, Tang Lan nodded and said, okay. Seeing Tang Lan agree, Yu Xiaogang smiled. Finally revealed his true face. Sect Master, Erlong, Brother Fu, and I have a martial soul fusion technique called Huang Sheng Sheng Long, which can easily defeat Contra. Boss Fu, the current Shrek Academy only has one student, Ma Hung Jun, and it has ceased to exist in name only. So I was thinking, can I let him take Ma Hung Jun to attend Tangmin College as an exchange student? If there is a need in the future, our golden iron triangle should be driven by the sect master. Okay. So you were waiting here? Said it was for borrowing. But isn't that just borrowing a chicken to lay an egg? I want to use the resources of Tangmin Academy to cultivate Ma Hung Jun. The resources occupied come second. Mainly because Ma Hung Jun, the little fat man, was very annoyed. But the golden iron triangle is still of some use at present. After thinking about it, Tang Lan compromised and said, I can talk to my brother and let them go to Tiend Royal Academy, but Tangmin Academy cannot. Yu Xiaogang sighed. He could see that Tang sect was rising and its future was promising. I still want to win over an old friend. It's a pity that the conflicts were too deep before and can no longer be reconciled. Then I'll trouble sect leader Tang. Lu Erlong said sensibly, if we need help in the future, the Golden Iron Triangle is willing to serve sect leader Tang. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. A deal is a deal, don't make it seem like our relationship is so good. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Ning Fengzi. Say briefly. Ning Fengzi responded readily. Invited again, Brother Lan, are you free tomorrow? The Blue Silver Kings are very excited when they know you are coming. Okay, then I'll go take a look tomorrow. Then I'm in the Kaibao glazed sect, waiting for you to forgive me. Bung Jiao Fengzi said with a hearty smile. Hang up the phone. Tang Lan handed back the information Lu Erlong gave him just now, together with the documents Qian Rongxiu gave him, to Lu Erlong. Then invite Zhao Wuji who is watching the show. Old Zhao, you have taken care of the name change of the college. In addition, we will announce to the outside world that the Tang sect is recruiting disciples from all over the continent. The Imperial Guard will come to you when the time comes to assist in screening and maintaining order. As long as students of appropriate age pay tuition and have no criminal record, they can enter Tangmin Academy. Those with certain talents and no criminal records can be accepted as outer disciples of the Tang sect. If you are a genius with an innate soul power of level 7 or above, or someone who meets you by chance, you can make a list. After I take the assessment, you can be an inner disciple of the Tang sect. Tang Lan explained everything. I don't care about Lu Erlong at all, he is not even a member of the Tang clan. She, Lu Erlong, is not, but Yu Xiaogang is. Yes. Lu Erlong was delighted that Tang Lan had entrusted him with such an important task, feeling that he had shared the pressure with Yu Xiaogang. As for Zhao Wuji, although he feels that the school of management is a headache, what can he do? I can only take it bravely. Now most of the troubles are out of the way. Tang Lan is a hands-off boss, relaxed and carefree. Very happy. Just then, Dai Mubai and Oscar walked in from the hotel entrance arm in arm. Seeing Tang Lan, he immediately stood straight. Sect Master. Hello, Sect Master. Tang Lan nodded slightly. Spirits are expanded after being strengthened by the evil eye, he can use his spirit power simply without the help of the blue-silver domain. Using spirit connection, he notified Tang San and Zhu Zuking to come down. Took out the 10,000-year-old tiger eagle left arm bone. No explanation of the origin. Said directly. You performed well in this field training. This is a 10,000-year soul bone, the tiger eagle left arm bone. It is not suitable for auxiliary soul masters to absorb, so Rong and Oscar will not compete. Zuking, Xiao Sanzi, Mubai, who of you three can absorb it? Everyone's face jumped. Take out spirit bones as rewards? Tang Lan is too arrogant. But on second thought, this tiger eagle left arm bone is suitable for agile attack and strong attack, Oscar is excluded. Only Zhu Zuking, Tang San and Dai Mubai are left. Here. A woman of Tang Lan and a brother of Tang Lan. What can Dai Mubai fight for? So, in the end, it was given to Tang Lan's own people, and he got a reputation for generosity. This Tang Lan knows how to play. As for Tang San, a control system, he is not suitable for spirit bone attributes. He is Tang Lan's brother, and his brother can give it directly. Who dares to object? Tang San obviously thought so too. He stared at the tiger eagle left arm bone with a sharp gaze, confident and confident. Brother will definitely give it to him. Zhu Zuking's eyes were shining, and she also wanted to fight for it. Hot dogs are not sandwiched in vain. Cream is not whipped in vain. The remaining Dai Mubai, although his eyes were also full of desire. But he still had self-knowledge. Looking at Tang San and Zhu Zuking, he hesitated for a moment. He actually said, Master, the tiger eagle is said in the Tang sect encyclopedia to have the strength of a tiger and the speed of an eagle. So this tiger eagle left arm bone is more suitable for the strong attack and agile attack systems. He said this, just short of pointing it out to Zhu Zuking. This caused Tang San to glare at him angrily. If you don't want it, don't trip me up. Brother. Tang San retorted, teacher once said that if the soul bone is not suitable, it cannot be absorbed. I'll know after I try it. Okay. Try it. Can this be tried casually? Tang Lan looked at Yu Xiaogang, wanting to see what he would say. Yu Xiaogang hesitated. He saw Tang Lan staying in Zhu Zuking's room before, and didn't come out for the whole afternoon. Whether it is cultivation or dual cultivation, who knows? But it is certain that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. As for Tang San, he is just a traitor who dares to disobey the master's orders. He has made up his mind. Just listen. Add more chapters. For every 25-star praises, 20 monthly tickets, and 200 recommendation tickets, one more chapter will be added. Chapter 71 Massage Zhu Zuking. Fighting at the slightest disagreement. What can be done to help a traitor who dares to disobey the master's orders? I did say that. Yu Xiaogang added. But I only gave a rough idea at that time. Soul bones that can absorb are naturally compatible, but there are also differences in levels. Just like this martial soul fusion skill, according to the Tang sect encyclopedia, if the martial soul is more than 60% compatible, it can trigger martial soul resonance. But this is only the minimum degree of compatibility, and the power is average. The higher the degree of compatibility, the stronger the martial soul fusion skill. So I think this soul bone is best given to the agility attack and power attack departments according to the characteristics of the tiger eagle. The words are implicit. It is to exclude Tang San from the candidates. Tang San was so angry. Okay, okay. Is this the way to play it? I carried you for more than a month. I have no credit, but I have worked hard, right? You turned around and stabbed me in the back. Old thief. You deserve to die. Host makes Yu Xiaogang break up with Tang San and snatch a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, all soul bones plus 500 years. Yo! Is there an unexpected surprise? Tang Lan looked at Tang San's angry look and thought he was going to rant. But he held back. The old-fashioned thinking of the ancients still prevented him from directly tearing his face with Yu Xiaogang. Tang Lan felt a little regretful. He could only say the solution he had thought of in advance. Since the dispute is unresolved, let's have a competition. I have made an appointment with the Tiend Royal Academy team to have a soul battle in a month. When the time comes, whoever performs the best among the three of you will get this soul bone. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. He was ready to give up, but he didn't expect a ray of hope. As the highest level except Tang Lan, he still has a chance. Master, I have no problem. Dai Mubai agreed. I have no problem either. Tang San said confidently, my third spirit skill will definitely not be bad. Similar to the historical trajectory, this third soul skill is still cobweb restraint. I will perform well. Zhu Zuking is bound to win. After making puffs and hot dogs for Tang Lan last night, Zhu Zuking could clearly feel that his martial spirit and Tang Lan's Lei Yan Haoshan hammer were resonating almost all the time. When the time comes when this martial soul fusion skill is activated, she will be the most sassy queen. And Tang Lan also taught her the immortal seal technique and dragon capturing hand. She has a good talent. In just one morning, I understood half of it. You will definitely be able to master it after a month. When the time comes. Who is afraid of whom? Let's go to Tang Lan to do double cultivation tonight and ask for advice on cultivation. Zhu Zuking thought to himself. Tang Lan nodded when he saw that everyone was full of fighting spirit. He took out the soul bone to get this effect. Let everyone have a good fight, and even think that Tang San has a good chance. But in the end, it must be for Zhu Zuking. Use this to brush up system rewards. Tang Lan agreed, then after 2 days of rest. No. Zhu Zuking refused, I can start practicing tomorrow. Now it starts to roll up. I'm also giving up my vacation and starting training tomorrow. Dai Mubai followed closely. Let Oscar, who is watching the show, widen his eyes. Boss Dai. It's not like we agreed to go. Dai Mubai cast an apologetic look. Fight for the possible soul bone. Oscar curled his lips and didn't refute. After all, soul bones are rare, let alone 10,000-year-old soul bones. Tang San also wanted to express his stance immediately, but Tang Lan pressed him down. Tomorrow, I will go to the Kaibao glazed sect to talk about the assembly line and foundry. Tang San was a little unhappy. Then isn't his progress lagging behind? But I also know that this is a big deal, so I can only accept it calmly. This made Zhu Zuking's mouth curl up slightly. Are you helping yourself? Think about it again. Tang San's main methods were the hidden weapons he hid and the firearms given by Tang Lan. But these external objects cannot be used in official Soul Master competitions. And it's just an exchange match, there's no need to use such a killer weapon. Just the white, yellow, and purple-blue-silver grass. Ha! In other words, Zhu Zuking was only a second-level Great Soul Master, and his soul skills were one less than Tang San's. But Tang Lan's level is high. As long as he uses Tang Lan's martial soul fusion skill, won't he be killed in seconds? As for Dai Mubai, same as Tang San. But if you want to be as strong as Zhu Zuking, will you place your hopes on others? Compared with relying on men, she hopes to get this soul bone with her own strength. For this outdoor physical training, I have been using Lingbo Weibu to practice, and it was upgraded to level 29 a month ago. If I work hard in the last month, I hope to reach level 30 and get the soul ring. Tang San and Dai Mubai's third spirit rings are only about 2,000 years old. And I have whale glue to add 1,200 years, and Tang Lan can extend some of the years. If I can master the seal of immortality, 3,500 years is not a bad idea. That's a huge advantage. Zhu Zuking couldn't wait and went directly to Zhao Wuji. Hall Master Zhao, are you free now? The implication is obvious, we need to start practicing more immediately. Zhao Wuji deliberately refused, and he had a lot of things to do next. As a result, Dai Mubai also came over. Hall Master Zhao, please work hard during this period, and I'll treat you to a drink when the time comes. Dai Mubai promised, you can choose any tavern in Tiendu city. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly. Knowing that I couldn't refuse, I nodded in agreement. Tang San immediately said, Hall Master Zhao, my brother and I will go to the Kaibao glazed sect tomorrow, and I will ask you for training when we come back. Come on, come on, come on, everyone. Zhao Wuji said, at worst, I'll be using my soul skills while I'm taking care of things. When Tang Lan heard this, he immediately laughed and cursed. Old Zhao, please stop blaming Sang and Hawaii. When the time comes, I will talk to my brother and send a knowledgeable person to assist you. Zhao Wuji chuckled, scratching his head and pretending to be stupid. I don't mean that, but if you are willing to sympathize with your subordinates, sect master, it is naturally the best, he. Tang Lan was also amused and did not continue the topic. Waved his hands for everyone to disperse. Train when you need to train, and rest when you need to rest. I'm so confused about Oscar. Looking at the three people leaving, Zhao Wuji looked at his room again. People of the same age are working hard to involute, can he still lie down peacefully? To know. There are 8 people in the current team. A normal fully staffed team has 7 regular players, and the extra ones can only serve as substitutes. Oscar doesn't want to be the substitute. Sighed. Gritting his teeth, he also caught up with Zhao Wuji. Hall Master Zhao, add me. Tang Lan mobilized everyone's enthusiasm with just a few words. Yu Xiaogang felt ashamed. Certainly. The prerequisite for doing all this is to have a 10,000-year soul bone. All I can say is, Zhongju Tang is rich and generous, Xiaogang, it was right to choose to stay. Lu Erlong said with emotion. Yu Xiaogang just smiled, neither nodding nor denying. He didn't stay here just for these petty profits. But for. At midnight. Zhu Zuking dragged his tired body back to his room. Found that Tang Lan was also there. Thinking of what happened last night, Zhu Zuking felt a little resistant. It's not that I resist those things, but it's just that the time is wrong. I was thinking about how to refuse. Then Tang Lan stepped aside, revealing the bathtub behind him, and the hot air was flowing. You must be tired from hard training, take a bath and relax. Tang Lan smiled sincerely. It made Zhu Zuking feel a little guilty. Such a considerate man, but she still misunderstood him. A few seconds later. Looking at Tang Lan, who was still standing there, the emotion in Zhu Zuking's eyes faded and returned to coldness. Ha! Man! But she had already done double cultivation last night, so she was not afraid. He raised his hand and took off his jacket, revealing a black alloy vest. That's when I unbuttoned the first button. Bang bang bang! A row of buttons flew out, and her bust suddenly grew in size. Don't wait for Tang Lan to take a closer look. Zhu Zuking was already possessed by his martial spirit. He took off his clothes at the speed of light and got into the tub. Tang Lan only saw a large area of white skin and holy light. He secretly thought it was a pity. Why didn't you activate the 2 soul bones attached to the eyes to increase your dynamic vision? But it's not a big problem. Tang Lan walked towards the tub with a bright smile. The water is a bit cold, let me heat it up for you. Zhu Zuking said nothing. In Tang Lan's opinion, that's just acquiescence. Tang Lan took off his clothes 3 times and got into the bathtub. Use the internal power of Zhuyang divine skill to slowly boil the water. At the same time, a small part of the 9 Yang divine skill's internal energy is integrated into the water. A small amount of it is absorbed by Zhu Zuking. Significantly relieves muscle fatigue. Tang Lan raised his hand. I'll use my inner strength to massage you, so that you can train energetically again tomorrow. After hearing that he could train normally, Zhu Zuking still didn't say anything. Then, the next day, Zhu Zuking, who was the last to train last night, was the first to arrive at the hotel's training ground. He looked like nothing was wrong. Dai Mubai, whose muscles were a little sore, was quite envious. Not surprised at all. In the past, after every long-distance training, Tang Lan would use his 9 Yang divine skill to warm up everyone one by one. The effect is immediate, even more exaggerated than medicinal bath. Otherwise, after more than a month of extreme physical training, even if they could persevere with their willpower, their bodies would have collapsed long ago. Until now, Dai Mubai was already a little envious of Zhu Zuking for finding such an excellent partner. When a person surpasses you in a discontinuous manner, it will make people unable to feel jealous at all. Dai Mubai knew himself, he was nothing compared to Tang Lan. Not to mention The core reason for the current situation was his own cowardly escape choice. This is the retribution he deserves, no one is to blame. I won't run away anymore. I will definitely fight back and regain everything I have lost. Except Juking. Daimyo Bai endured the pain and devoted himself to training. Tang Lan rarely took a nap. Last night. In the first half of the night, he was massaging Juking. In the middle of the night, Juking gave him a massage after recovering. A perfect cycle. It's over. Tang Lan was also pestered by Juking, asking for advice on the cultivation of the immortal seal. Stayed up all night. Although I don't feel tired, I just want to lie down. Smelling the lingering fragrance of Juking is very pleasant. An hour later, there was a knock on the door. Brother! Tang San shouted softly, it's time to set off, I'm still rushing back to train. Tang Lan sat up now. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion, sure enough, this gentle village is a tomb of heroes, which is too draining of one's will. But thinking of Juking's superb figure, Tang Lan smiled again. You should also know how to combine work and rest when doing things. Bang bang bang. Elder brother. Are you in there? Tang San was obviously anxious. Tang Lan walked over and opened the door. Without waiting to speak, Tang San had already grabbed his hand and ran all the way to the top of the building. Wait! Rooftop? Arrived at the location. I saw 2 3-meter-tall golden-winged birds standing on the rooftop preening their feathers. Looking at the age, it's around 4,000. This is a docile flying spirit beast that rarely attacks humans when it sees them. They neither eat meat nor grass, but eat metal to strengthen themselves. Especially fond of gold. But gold mines in the wild are too difficult to mine, so there is a possibility of being domesticated by humans. However, because its breeding cost is too high and its endurance is too low, it is generally only used as a short-distance homing pigeon to transport urgent documents. Very precious. Unexpectedly, the 7 treasures glazed sect actually uses them as mounts in the air? He is indeed very wealthy. In front of the Garuda, 2 disciples dressed in Kaibao glazed pagoda costumes saluted Tang Lan respectfully. Hello, Sect Master Tang, Hall Master Tang. The Sect Master has asked us to pick you 2 up. You 2, please take your seats. Garuda knelt down in cooperation, revealing the large seat behind it. Tang Lan jumped up curiously. Make sure the 2 of you are sitting firmly. 2 disciples jumped on the Garuda's neck and patted its head. The golden-winged bird understands. After taking off, he flapped his wings and flew smoothly, heading outside Tiend city. Both Tang Lan and Tang Lan were soul masters, so the cold wind was not a big deal. But the 2 Kaibao glazed sect disciples each summoned their defensive spirits to block the wind in front of them. Under his feet are 5 soul rings of white, yellow, purple and purple. The 5-ring Soul King is the driver? As expected of the Kaibao glazed sect. Admiring the beautiful scenery. In less than half an hour, we arrived at the Kaibao glazed sect. It is located in a group of mountains, with buildings rising from the ground, and its prosperity is no less than that of Tiend city. The golden-winged bird crossed the city gate directly and landed in an open space. Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong, as well as Sword Douluo Chenexin and Bone Douluo Gurong, are all waiting here. It can be said that it pays attention to exceptions. Tang Lan didn't hold it either. The golden-winged bird jumped down, smiled and opened its arms to hug Ning Fengzi. Brother, why are you making such a big fuss? I just came here to recognize the way. This is Brother Lan's first time here. As a brother, naturally you can't neglect me. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. He raised his hand and brushed past Ning Rongrong and Chen Xin, pointing his palm upward at Gurong. Brother, you already know Rongrong and Uncle Jian. This is another sect protector Douluo from my 7 treasures glazed sect, with the level 95 title of Bone. The face of this ancient banyan tree is like a withered grass root, its muscles and skin are shriveled, and its eye sockets are sunken. His figure is not that strong, with extremely swollen muscles, but his entire body frame is astonishingly large, and his height alone is 2.5 meters. Like a big zombie. But at this time. But he stepped forward enthusiastically and gave Tang Lan a bear hug. Thanks to your immortal seal, I defeated this coward Chen Xin several times, ha ha ha. I see. Tang Lan was about to speak. Who loses? Chen Xin said angrily, if I wasn't afraid of beating you to death and didn't use my strongest move, I wouldn't be able to break through the defense. Gurong smiled even more proudly. You have stronger moves, and I also have stronger defense. After all, you lose. Chen Xin was furious on the spot, and his soul power was manifested. Okay, okay. If you say that, I'm really going to have a serious fight with you. Who is afraid of whom? Gurong was not afraid at all. Back mountain, let's go. Walk. Black mist rose up behind Gurong, and he disappeared into it. Chen Xin also flew with a sword, turning into sword light and disappearing into the sky. Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong were left behind, looking helpless. Why are these two fighting again? It just happened to be at this time. The look in Tang San's eyes was a bit strange, maybe he thought this was their show of strength? Fortunately, Tang Lan's complexion remained as usual, without much change. These two people have been in love with each other for a lifetime, and Tang Lan is not surprised at all. On the contrary, Chen Xin and Gurong still respected Ning Fengzi as their sect leader in front of outsiders. Being able to act so casually. He also really treats Tang Lan as a junior. This is a good thing. Tang Lan took the initiative to tease, Uncle Bone and Uncle Jian have a pretty good relationship. Ning Fengzi didn't look at Tang Lan as if he was making sarcastic remarks. He also breathed a sigh of relief. The first time I came here, I made Lan De laugh. Ning Fengzi said with a bitter smile. Yes, Uncle Tang, don't get me wrong. Ning Rongrong echoed, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian have always disliked each other, and it's not against you. Tang Lan smiled indifferently. Just as I was about to say a few words, the matter was over. In no mood. Tang San on the side suddenly choked, causing the three people's expressions to change. Just listen. Chapter 72 Domain Evolution. Mutation. Tang Lan was ready to expose this matter. Tang San was furious. He gave up his training time and came to Kaibao Glazed Sect. The result is this treatment? Brother, he is not angry. It must be because of his status as the sect leader and he cannot show his face. Only he can do it for you. He immediately said angrily. It's too much to bully someone. My brother and I came all the way, and this is how your Kaibao Glazed Sect treated us. This matter must be done. Tang San hasn't finished speaking yet. Then Tang Lan summoned Lan Yin Huang, the life soul, and covered his mouth. Casting an apologetic look at Ning Fengzi. The younger brother is competing for the soul bone recently. I brought him to the training today because he fell behind in progress. I feel a little resentful. Ning Fengzi didn't care. On the contrary, he is very interested in this competition for soul bones. I haven't heard Rongrong mention it before. Uncle Tang, what soul bones are there? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, I've only been away for a day, why do I have soul bones again? Tang Lan smiled and briefly summarized the matter of Tiger Eagle's left arm bone. Ning Fengzi understood. He misunderstood. This Tiger Eagle left arm bone is obviously not suitable for assisting a soul master and has nothing to do with Ning Rongrong. In that case, Rongrong, when the time comes, you can pay more attention to the mistress. Ning Fengzi instructed. Tang San's eyes lit up. Yes. During team battles, if the assistant takes the most care of you, it is the Kaibao Glazed Tower plug-in that will definitely perform better. He looked at Ning Rongrong expectantly. Ning Rongrong thought of it, Juking. I left for a day. That coquettish hoof must have succeeded in the night attack, right? If I help her get the soul bone and let her help me conquer Uncle Tang, isn't it reasonable? I thought so in my heart. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, of course, I will handle it as appropriate based on the battle situation. Without making a clear statement, he was just practicing Tai Chi. But from what Tang San heard, that ways if the war situation permits, I will take more care of you. The anger in my heart for being delayed in training dissipated in an instant. At the same time, I also had a glimmer of understanding. It turns out that my brother brought me here to find a cheat. He is indeed his biological brother. Tang Lan released his bonds at the right time. Then thank you Rongrong. Tang San smiled broadly, if there is a suitable soul bone in the future, I will also help Mystery get it. Ning Rongrong smiled and said nothing. In my heart, I was disgusted by the contrast between Tang San's before and after. This person is so realistic. Boom. Bang. Ding-ling ding-kang. The mountains in the distance lit up brightly, and there was a huge movement like thunder. No need to ask. Those two must have started the fight. Landy laughed. Ning Fengzi recalled, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu have been fighting since I was a child. They seem to be incompatible, but in fact they have a deep relationship. Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded, both grandpas are very proud, and they are not the first to admit it. How interesting it is. Oh. Tang Lan asked, with your previous personality, you often provoke them to fight, right? Ning Rongrong's smile faltered. It made Ning Fengzi chuckle a few times, finally someone could cure this little princess. Dad. Ning Rongrong glared, didn't you say that you want to discuss the assembly line and supply it as soon as possible? Ning Fengzi then put away her smile and looked at Tang Lan with smiling eyes. Tang Lan directly launched Tang San. The third son is solely responsible for the bullet assembly line. Brother, let's talk about it. Full power. Ning Fengzi was a little surprised. This is no small matter. Why don't you catch it yourself? Yes, full authority. Tang Lan emphasized again, young master, I can trust you. Hearing this, Tang San smiled, my brother is my brother. In this case, Lan do I not go to Lanyan Park with Rongrong? Ning Fengzi suggested. Before Tang Lan could express his stance, Ning Rongrong had already pulled up Tang Lan's sleeves and ran away. Very good. I hate talking about these things the most, let's go play. No way. Tang Lan could only give Tang San a look to cheer him up. Two lives are human beings. Although Tang San had a pedantic and selfish personality, he was still very trustworthy when it came to his own interests. He can't suffer the slightest loss. He left with Ning Rongrong with peace of mind. Strolling through the Kaibao glazed sect, you will see blue-silver grass growing everywhere you look. The disciples passing by along the way saluted respectfully. Hello, Master Ning. Hello, sect leader Tang. Along the way, they all recognized Tang Lan? And yet so humble. I didn't expect it. Ning Rongrong explained, before you came, my father informed you, for fear that what happened last time would happen again. Thinking of Shrek Academy, the arrogance of those 7 treasure-glazed tile sect disciples. Tang Lan also smiled. I hope it's not just superficial. If this trend doesn't change, be careful of me replacing you. Facing this ridicule. As the young master of the 7 treasure-glazed sect, Ning Rongrong also nodded in agreement. After I came back to investigate, I found out that there are many people doing bad things outside based on the name of the Kaibao glazed sect. I have made a lot of enemies for the section. I never expected that those people would be so bold. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth angrily. She was just too proud to be pampered, and her heart was not really bad. During the conversation, the two entered a manor, which was also full of blue-silver grass, which was much stronger than outside. The years are all over 1,000 years old. 7 treasures glazed sect and Tiendu Empire are purchasing blue-silver grass from all over the continent. Ning Rongrong explained, starting from the 100-year-old blue-silver grass, the price will be increased by 10 gold soul coins for every 100 years. Every additional 1,000 years, the price will be increased by 1,000 gold soul coins. Just spit out a rich man. She didn't say the price of the 10,000 years blue-silver grass, because Tang Lan had marked the location of the 57 10,000 years blue-silver grass. Tang Lan didn't answer her. At this moment, in the spiritual world, he heard the cheers of his people. Buzz! 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 9 rays of light lit up from a distance and shot straight into the sky. The 1,000-year-old blue and silver grass around them was woven into a carpet, and it squirmed by itself to send Tang Lan and Ning Rongrong to a distant place. At the same time, there will also be Xingdian's spiritual power integrated into Tang Lan's body. Strengthen Tang Lan's soul strength. This is as a people, to seek refuge their emperor offered me a trivial gift of thanks. But when you gather less, you become more. Tang Lan's soul continues to grow at a perceptible speed. The blue-silver domain spontaneously unfolded, which in turn stimulated these 1,000-year-old blue-silver grass to briefly evolve into blue-silver emperors. As they become stronger, they feed back more power and integrate into the blue-silver field. When Tang Lan came to the center of the park, his blue-silver domain has also evolved again, with the special effect of range entanglement. That's it, you don't need any seeds, you can directly summon the Life Soul Blue-Silver Emperor to entangle the enemy in the blue-silver field. If paired with 3 soul skills, Burial of Life, It can directly make the entire blue-silver field become a forbidden area of life. Tang Lan opened his eyes happily. The source of the 9 beams of light just now is exactly. Chapter 73 Tang San comes to seize the opportunity. Ultimate attributes. The source of the 9 light pillars just now were 9 thick blue-silver kings. The light converged and formed 9 old figures. They all knelt down to Tang Lan. See my emperor. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened when she saw it. This blue-silver king can still transform? Incredible. Get up. Tang Lan said. Although the 9 people stood up as instructed, they all bowed respectfully. The leader. It was the old man Lan Yinwang who had awakened for Tang Lan. Oh? Are you awake from your deep sleep? Tang Lan smiled and said, last time I went home to see you, there was no movement. The old man Blue-Silver King raised his hand to salute. After the emperor's friend transplanted the subordinate here, he poured various herbal essences day and night, and with the help of other Blue-Silver Kings, he recovered faster. In addition to our 9 Blue-Silver Kings who are over 80,000 years old, there are also 11 Blue-Silver Grasses who are over 50,000 years old and 34 who are over 10,000 years old. Sect leader Ning has also transplanted them. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Ning Fengzi did an impeccable job in this matter. This is also the reason why he agreed to place the Blue-Silver Kings in the Kaibao Glazed sect. After all, the Tang sect was just founded, and its foundation was far less rich than the Kaibao Glazed sect. Let the Kaibao Glazed sect take care of it first. If you find another opportunity in the future, just transplant it. Emperor. The old man Blue-Silver King said softly, all 9 of us are born in the earth and have no names. Can we ask the emperor to give us names? Give me a name. In Douluo continent, only respected elders are qualified to bestow names. Tang Lan thought for a moment. I didn't bother to name them one by one, so I just used Zhugong. You will call them Tiend Palace, Qin Palace, Zhen Palace, Zhen Palace, Zhong Palace, Sun Palace, Li Palace, Kun Palace, and Dui Palace in order. The old man of Blue-Silver King, also known as Qian Gong, took the lead in kneeling down to thank him. Thank you, my emperor, for giving me your name. As the emperor, we will offer you a gift of thanks. The words fell. The 9 Blue-Silver Kings lit up again, causing the blue and silver grass gates in the entire park to bloom with a brilliance that overshadowed the bright sun. Ning Rongrong was pushed out of the park. Only Tang Lan was in the endless radiance, and the Wuhan life soul Lan Yinhuang spontaneously appeared, swallowing 99% of the energy. The remaining 10% was still as vast as the ocean, pouring into Tang Lan's body and modifying his muscles and bones. The soul power level increases slowly. Outside Blue-Silver Park, Chen Xin and Gurong both gave up fighting and rushed over immediately. First, he checked Ning Rongrong to make sure there was nothing wrong. It was the one who was confused, squinting at the park shrouded in light. Rongrong, please tell me specifically what happened. Ning Rongrong was also a little confused. Subconsciously. Briefly describe what you just saw and heard. Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other and both had guesses. They know. Tang Lan and Tang San are not pure people. Rather, he is the descendant of titled Douluo Tang Hao and his 100,000-year-old soul beast. It seems now. Tang Lan inherited his mother's status as Blue-Silver Emperor and was recognized by the Blue-Silver Grass clan. What a good thing. Gurong said with a stiff smile, this little guy is going to be even more perverted again. The hat parrot is so ugly. Chen Xin said. Hey! You coward, didn't I hurt you just now? Gurong said angrily. It was obviously me who chopped you to pieces. Chen Xin showed no sign of weakness. Let's go. Go back and continue fighting. Who is afraid of whom? Let's go. So. The 2 old naughty boys left again. Ning Rongrong also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Grandpa Bones said it was a good thing, then don't worry. Ning Fengzi and Tang San rushed over nervously. After listening to Ning Rongrong's explanation, everyone felt relieved. Ning Fengzi said with emotion, Landy protects the Blue-Silver Grass tribe, and he deserves this opportunity. Tang San's expression was complicated. On the one hand, as my brother becomes stronger, his backer will become stronger in the future. This is a good thing. But, as twin martial souls, why did Tang Lan have so many strange encounters? But Tang San is unwilling to give in. He tried to summon the martial spirit and entered the park with the blue-silver grass in hand. He really got in. The blue-silver energy diverted a little and surged into Tang San's body. Tang Lan, who was launched into the blue-silver domain, discovered it immediately. Good guy. Are you even trying to steal your brother's chance, A thought. The millennium blue-silver grass at the door was directly entangled by Tang San, packed up and thrown out of the park. Tang San is so angry. He can feel that those energies are of great benefit to him. Immediately holding the blue-silver grass martial spirit, he wanted to break into the park again. Duan was bounced away. Can't get in. Tang San's face was a little distorted. If you can't get it originally, that's fine. But after he absorbed a little bit, he knew it was a good thing. Just kicked him out? This is not appetizing, just for fun. At the same time, Tang Lan also received an unexpected reward. The host makes Tang San lose the baptism of blue-silver energy, cutting off the possibility of finally awakening the blue-silver emperor, and robbing Tang San of a moderate amount of luck. Reward, ultimate attribute, soul. The so-called ultimate attributes only appeared in the subsequent peerless Tang sect. It's called the ultimate martial spirit. As the name suggests, it is a martial spirit with ultimate attributes. This ultimate soul attribute rewarded by the system makes the life soul blue-silver emperor superior to all soul attribute martial spirits and soul beasts. Can suppress, and even be immune to soul attribute damage. And your own soul attributes will be additionally strengthened. This is going down and the other is going down. Not to mention those of the same level, even super third level soul abilities would be ineffective against Tang Lan. Don't think that because soul attributes are scarce, their effect will be small. To know. Mental power is a derivative of the soul. So, Tang Lan's ultimate soul attributes are also effective for spiritual attributes. Nothing like the purple divine light, the other side of the dream, or the squeeze of the spirit can enter Tang Lan's eyes. Fortunately, I didn't let the mistress come in. This reward is too great. When you perform a full performance, you must first collect your energy. Following Tang Lan's will, the endless brilliance in the park gathered towards him, forming a cocoon of light similar to the one he first awakened from. It's just that the scale is much larger, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. And the bottom is still continuously sending energy to the light cocoon. Tang San was so greedy when he saw it. Why did it suddenly form a cocoon of light? Ning Rongrong pointedly said, it was absorbed smoothly just now. Was it stimulated by something? Tang San remained silent. Stealing an opportunity from my brother. It's what he did that was unkind. Ning Rongrong wanted to continue taunting, but was interrupted by Ning Fengzi. After all, it's brother Tang Lan, so you can't offend him. Mistress, let's continue discussing the details. Ning Fengzi gave the steps. Tang San nodded silently. Finally, he looked at the cocoon from a distance and turned to leave. 1 minute later, a large number of Kaibao glazed pagoda disciples, several kilometers apart, surrounded the entire blue-silver park. Promise not to let anyone go in and disturb Tang Lan. Tang Lan absorbed it with peace of mind. The majestic energy this time is much more exaggerated than the blue-silver King Qiangong. And most of the energy was used to transform Tang Lan's body. Don't be too hasty. After 25 full days, Tang Lan finally absorbed most of the energy, and his body, level, and soul had reached their limits. See you later. Chapter 74 Get the ultimate attributes again. Bug's fifth soul skill. After Tang Lan was full, the remaining energy gathered at his feet and began to condense soul rings. Another 2 days have passed. A dark black soul ring is placed in the fifth soul ring. Tang Lan then opened his eyes. The 9 weak Qiangong people knelt down and bowed to Tang Lan. Unable to hold on any longer, it dissipated. Tang Lan's body has been transformed again. The age of the fifth soul ring is a bit high, and he almost sucked them dry. I guess I'll have to sleep for a while. But Ning Fengzi obviously won't just watch, and will definitely use Krypton Gold skills. It's not a big problem. Tang Lan opened the Flying Soul Bone skill and stood in the air, carefully comprehending the gains of these days. The first is the level 51. Upgraded to level 4, saving half a year of hard training. Don't think this is missing. Tang San rose from level 43 to level 59, but it took 5 years, this was still amazingly fast. On average, it only improves by 3.2 levels per year. After the body has been greatly strengthened, the life of the soul ring has increased to 50,100 years. Improved by about 15,000 years. The strength of the soul rings is catching up with the 7-ring soul saint, and there are 5 soul rings, both of which are 50,000 years old. The 5th soul skill is the heart of life soul. Actively condense soul power, internal power, mental power, vitality, and other energy in the heart. Once needed, it can be extracted at any time. This time, the battery life has been directly doubled several times, and combined with Xia Yan's soul bone skill and reset, the difficulty level has been increased by several levels. Tang Lan is already confident. The ordinary 7-ringed soul saint is here, and he can fight head-on without opening his martial soul avatar. If the opponent's attack power is not strong enough, he will not be able to break free from the shackles of the life soul Blue Silver Emperor. Then just wait to die. Open the martial soul's true form? Then Tang Lan can use his soul bones to kill his opponent. But as a 50,000-year-old soul ring, how could it have just this effect? After the soul of life is fully condensed, it can be combined with the 4th soul skill, Soul Seed Puppet, to be buried in the souls of others. But it's not to replenish their status. Rathir is a backup body. Once Tang Lan's main body dies completely, this soul heart will be activated and the host will be replaced immediately. That's right. Another resurrection. It's not a fixed point, on-site resurrection, but a remote resurrection. As long as Tang Lan buries a few more soul hearts, is there anyone in this world who can kill him? It's simply outrageous. Even the effect of this bug has long exceeded the limit of a 50,000-year soul ring. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a 100,000-year soul ring. Why is this? Don't forget. The blue-silver energy absorbed by Tang Lan is only 0.1%. 99% of the blue-silver energy was absorbed by the soul Blue-Silver Emperor. It has only one effect, giving the soul Blue-Silver Emperor the ultimate attribute, life. The effect is the same as the ultimate soul attribute. It is also the strengthening of the ultimate life attribute that makes the 5th soul skill, Soul Heart, have such a bug effect. Tisk tisk tisk. It's a pity that if I use the heart of life soul to revive, my soul bones and storage ring will explode. Otherwise it would be perfect. Tang Lan got the advantage but still acted cute. Now, Tang Lan can say without hesitation that non-title Douluo can no longer kill him. Why don't we find a soul Douluo and have a fight? Thinking about it, Ning Fengzi and his men approached quickly. Ning Rongrong saw Tang Lan from a distance, screamed, covered her face, turned around, and stood still. Tang Lan looked down. The huge capital swayed in the air, it was so smooth. Great! The clothes and weight were all decomposed. Fortunately, as a soul guide, King Lan was still very strong. Took out a robe and put it on, descended from the sky. Welcome Ning Fengzi and others. Brother Lan, congratulations on your improvement. Ning Fengzi congratulated. It's okay, it's just that I've been promoted to level 51 and got another spirit ring. Tang Lan said modestly. Even though many benefits were hidden, Ning Fengzi was still a little surprised soul rings can be obtained this way. But thinking about Tang Lan's identity, he understood. The 100,000-year-old spirit beasts that have transformed all condense their own spirit rings. Ning Rongrong, who came after him, became interested after hearing this. Uncle Tang, how many years of spirit rings are there? Tang Lan looked at the scene. Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, Gu Rong, Ning Rongrong. They are all considered his own people. There was no hiding anything. About 50,000 years. Even the knowledgeable Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong were all shocked. Ning Rongrong also covered her mouth, shocked. 50,000-year spirit ring? Isn't that the lifespan that only a 7-ringed soul saint can bear? That's the 7th soul ring. You're only on your 5th soul ring? That's way off. But thinking about the huge commotion before, it all makes sense. Congratulations, Brother Lan. The champion of this year's all-continental high-level Soul Master Academy elite competition must go to the Tang sect. Ning Fengzi said sincerely. Then I'll take advantage of your good wishes, brother. Tang Lan smiled and said, by then, Rongrong will be there too, and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect can also be named. Okay, okay. They exchanged a few polite words. Chen Xin said, Douluo will return to Tiend city in 3 days. I'll ask him out. Brother Lan, have you asked Poison Douluo out? Ning Fengzi said in surprise, that person is aloof and arrogant by nature. He's not easy to get along with. I need you to be there. Tang Lan waved his hand to refuse. Poison Douluo and I have business to discuss. There won't be any problems. Ning Fengzi was still worried. Don't worry Fengzi, I will go with you that day. Chen Xin said. Ning Fengzi was speaking in literary language, remembering something. Brother Lan, 3 days later is the day when your Tangmin Academy team will compete with the Tiend Royal Academy team. Duguyan, the granddaughter of Du Douluo, is in the team. Why not invite Du Douluo to the game site, and then Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian and I will go to watch the game, safe and worry-free. Tang Lan was in a trance for a moment. It's been a month already? It feels a bit like cultivation without time. Then I will do it, brother, please trouble Uncle Jian. Tang Lan nodded. No problem for me. Chen Xin nodded. It's a small matter. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, King he has been asking about your situation for half a month, and asked me to tell Omiya Chunlu to find him as soon as possible. Ning Fengzi took out a golden token and handed it over. This is King He's personal token. With it, you can enter and exit the Tiendu Palace at will. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. Did he get the Hanhai Kyunkan cover? No problem, I'll go right away. Please arrange for the golden winged bird to take me back to the city. Ning Fengzi shook his head. Brother Lan, you made a lot of noise and attracted many interested people. I'm worried about you being alone. It's time for Rong Rong to go back to the Tang Sect Academy. Uncle Jian, please send Rong Rong and Brother Lan off for me. Chen Xin raised his hand. The Wuhan Kisha sword turned into a giant sword and stood horizontally in front of him. He jumped on the sword first. Tilted his head to signal Tang Lan and Ning Rong Rong to come up. Ning Rong Rong jumped on it directly. Then brother, Uncle Gu I withdrew first. Tang Lan said goodbye, I have handed over the manufacturing method of mobile phone chips to Jian Gong and the others. After recovering, we can practice directly. Brother Lan, please don't worry about your work. Ning Fengzi nodded with a smile. Watching the 7 killing sword rise and fly outside. The speed of Chen Xin is not very fast. Tang Lan was a little anxious and wanted to get the vast sea Kyunkan cover quickly. After all, that is the heart of Poseidon, the core of the artifact trident, and the opening item of the 9 tests of Poseidon. Take this away. Don't the rewards have to go to heaven? But Tang Lan is not easy to push. Just as he was thinking about how to remind him, his eyes suddenly froze. Understand Chen Xin's intention. Only see. I suddenly thought of a bug idea today, and I will write it out tomorrow, quack quack. Chapter 75 The Fusion Skill of Sword and Bone? Guidance to the Dusty Heart. Below the 7 killing sword, I saw a large number of Kaibao glazed sect disciples, carrying large buckets with strong herbal fragrance, watering everywhere in Lanyan Park. Come to think of it, this is what Chen Xin wants Tang Lan to see. Ning Rong Rong in front of him explained. These are purchased herbs that are over 100 years old. After stimulating their medicinal power, they are refined into medicinal liquids, which are most easily absorbed by the blue-silver grass. Usually, just 1 drop can be used as a medicinal bath, and it will definitely help them recover quickly. Tang Lan nodded clearly, feeling quite emotional. What a big deal! It was really a wise choice to let the Blue-Silver King stay in the Kaibao glazed sect in the early stage. Anyway, if Tang Lan comes, he must have done so well. Of course. Kaibao Glazed Pagoda did this not out of love, but so that the Blue-Silver Kings could start production as soon as possible. It is estimated that the quality of those tens of thousands of years old blue-silver grass is much better, so I hope they will evolve into Blue-Silver Kings. It can be considered that everyone gets what he needs. Until I left Blue-Silver Park. The 7 killing sword suddenly accelerated and turned into a sword light that shot directly at Tiendu City. Duck. Ning Rong Rong couldn't stand firmly and fell into Tang Lan's arms. Tang Lan is also funny. With the relationship between Ning Rong Rong and Chen Xin, I don't know how many times I have taken advantage of the 7 killing sword. Can such a low-level mistake still occur? Anyway, one of the 2 people must have done it on purpose, or both of them did it on purpose. Straighten Ning Rong Rong. Without giving her a chance to speak, Tang Lan took the lead and asked. Uncle Jian, your 9 Yang Divine Art should still be on the 2nd level, Changing your tendons and cleansing your marrow, right? When Chen Xin mentioned this, his mood fluctuated. Xiaolan, your soul power root is really magical. I have a hunch that after the Yijin marrow cleansing is completed, it will be able to be upgraded to at least one level. The upper limit can be raised further in the future. If other titled Douluo find out about this, they will definitely attack your Tang sect. How about it, do you want me to help me Yaiwan, a titled Douluo who is stuck in the realm, go to Tangman to take charge? Oh haha. This worldly mind can handle it, and the benefits are really there. Then I'll trouble Uncle Jian. Tang Lan reminded, however, the attributes of the Nine Sun magic technique are extremely strong and yang, so it is not very suitable for women to practice, and if the attributes do not match, the effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Chen Xin naturally understands this. Rong told me about this. He said with some regret, it's a pity. I'll have to fight with that old man under pressure in the future. How could Tang Lan hear the smell of expectation? The relationship between these two people is really good. Although we cannot live together, we will die together in the future. Thinking of that scene, Tang Lan frowned a little. An idea struck. I thought of some possibility. Uncle Jian, have you read the Tang sect encyclopedia I wrote? Chen Xin shook his head. I have been awarded the title of Douluo. Most of the knowledge in it is useless to me. I have not read it carefully. This is normal. The greatest value of the Tang sect encyclopedia to titled Douluo is the 9 Yang divine skill. But that's the first level there, and the dusty mind is the first 3 levels. Then Uncle Jian is back, you can read the chapter about the fusion of martial souls and different bodies. Tang Lan smiled and said. It was mentioned among them that the auxiliary gods, the god of cookery and the goddess of 9 colors, possess the god-level fusion skill Resurrection Divine Light because their relationship is close enough. Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone may seem incompatible, but you both know how important each other is. Maybe it's also possible to use martial soul fusion skills. When Uncle Jian heard this, his first reaction was impossible. Absolutely impossible. That old bone is worthy of me having martial soul fusion skills. Joke. Tang Lan just smiled and didn't refute. Anyway, the suggestion was made. Whether he adopts it or not has nothing to do with him, whether this martial soul fusion skill exists or not is not yet known. Ning Rong, on the other hand, was quite excited. Grandpa Jian. With the relationship between you and Grandpa Bones, there will definitely be a chance. Chen Xin will immediately refute. Ning Rong held Chen Xin's arm and said coquettishly. Grandpa Jian, Rong hopes to see the martial soul fusion skills of the 2 grandpas. It must be awesome, right? Yeah. Definitely. Chen's sarcastic words were so heartfelt that he couldn't say them out. His little princess has said this, how can he still be dissatisfied? Then, give it a try when you get back. Chen Xin encouraged him. Could it be? Great. Ning Rong cheered, I'll call Grandpa Bone when I get back. Chen Xin, who was just trying to perfunctorily, sighed helplessly. This time he had to take it seriously. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Xin still shook his head. The attributes of this old man and old bone are not compatible. Rong, you should not have too high expectations. Ning Rong didn't know how to answer, so she could only turn her head and look at Tang Lan. Uncle Tang, what do you think? The little girl knows how to borrow strength. We are not outsiders. Tang Lan directly showed the external soul bone, Ice Jade Scorpion Tail. Uncle Jian, my Ice Jade Scorpion Tail can condense the ultimate ice. The original soul bone skill is the Ice Poison Needle, which is very ordinary. But my 9 Yang magic skill's internal force is the ultimate fire. When it collides with this ultimate ice, it will burst out with a powerful thrust to launch it, giving it super destructive power. Once it penetrates the target's body, it will also inject this violent energy and detonate it in its body, forming a brand new soul bone skill Frozen Poison Needle. With such extreme powers of ice and fire, such an attack method can still be developed. Uncle Jian, you and Uncle Gu, although the attributes are not compatible, they are not mutually exclusive. How can we know if we don't try it? Chen Xin heard it and thought about it. Since the 2 forces are not compatible, why not detonate them to use their destructive power? It's a good reverse thinking. Compared to Chen Xin, Ning Rong's focus is completely on the Ice Jade Scorpion Tail. Uncle Tang, this is what the Tang sect encyclopedia says, the soul bone attached to the tail, right? Yet. Tang Lan nodded, the stock at home is not suitable for my attributes, but I have the skill of regenerating soul bones, so I will absorb it and see if it's a big deal. I can cut it off later. It was a casual explanation. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Tang Lan devoted himself to research. It's too attractive, isn't it? Chen Xin also sighed. As expected of someone who can write the Tang sect encyclopedia, this persistence is precious. After I go back, I will read this book carefully. Tang Lan didn't expect that. He could establish a good character by just saying something casually. So he just established it to the end. Uncle Jian, the high yin-yang attribute herbs can accelerate the speed of tempering the body. After the 9-yang magic art is cultivated to the 3rd level, it will transform into the 9-yang magic art internal force that is extremely strong and extremely yang. At this time, the human body is like a furnace. The high yin-yang attribute herbs will be burned into pure medicinal power, which can be absorbed without obstacles and quickly improve the level. But the premise is that the age must be high, 5,000 years as a base, and 10,000 years is the best. Hearing this, Chen Xin looked back suddenly. Will this way of improvement not shake the foundation? Tang Lan shook his head decisively. The so-called shaking of the foundation, in the final analysis, is that the human body cannot completely digest the herbs, and the medicinal residue blocks the meridians. The 9-yang magic art internal force is extremely strong and extremely yang, and the remaining medicinal residue will be burned clean, so naturally it will not block the meridians. Chen Xin nodded thoughtfully. The expression gradually became excited. Chapter 76 Huo Wu enters the Tang sect? The temper is as violent as the body. There is such a way to improve. If it weren't for you, Xiaolan, I really wouldn't have thought of it. I'll ask Fengzi to buy more when I go back this time, and I'll give you a copy when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Chen Xin laughed happily. Obviously thinking of something happy, for example, beating up Gurong after a quick improvement. The 7 killing swords suddenly accelerated a lot, and the sword light shot towards Tiend city. In just 10 minutes, they reached the gate of Tiend city. Tiend city is quite special. Titled Douluo are not allowed to fly in directly. Wrong, Xiaolan, you can walk around by yourselves. I'll go back first. See you in 3 days. Chen Xin greeted. Soared into the sky and disappeared at the edge of the sky. I couldn't wait. Tang Lan mourned for Gurong for half a second in his heart. Huo made his attributes not suitable for the 9-yang divine art. Grandpa Bone is going to be miserable. Ning Rongrong said gloatingly, it's good that it's like this, otherwise they will always be evenly matched, no one will give in to the other, and the martial soul fusion technique will be even more impossible. Tang Lan laughed. If Gurong knew that his beloved little princess thought this way, he would definitely be sad. Ignoring the curious eyes around, Tang Lan turned and walked into the city gate, and Ning Rongrong immediately followed. Let's go to the Tiendu Palace. First find Qian Rongxiu and get the Hanhai Kyunkan cover. Ning Rongrong nodded and smiled without saying anything. Tang Lan didn't care. Because this is the capital of the Tiendu Empire, Tang Lan didn't want to be too ostentatious. Take bus number 11 to get there. But he didn't go far. He was stopped by a wall of people. There were densely packed people in front of him, and each of them had the breath of soul power. All of them are soul masters. Even in the capital, this is not right, right? Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. In doubt, the crowd began to move forward, so fast that a large area was cleared in the blink of an eye. Tang Lan's instinct to eat melons made him follow. Qian Rongxiu has been waiting for a month, so it doesn't matter if the's a while. Walk quickly for a while. I saw guards in armor lined up on the roadside. Each of them had electric eyes, and you could tell they were elites. Tang Lan suddenly had a guess. Is this possible? Further forward. As expected, Tang Lan saw acquaintances Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang. One of the two maintains order and the other checks the information. Quickly divided the crowd into 2 categories, academy students and outer disciples. As for the inner disciples, they have to wait for Tang Lan to nod. Next batch. Lu Erlong shouted. The person in front of Tang Lan immediately stepped forward, making him stand out while he was still there. You can't interview your own sect, right? He was about to turn around and leave. There was a bad-tempered person in the back, and he just started to spray. Hey! You're a grown man, why are you so annoying? The voice calling was a female voice, and she sounded young. Tang Lan followed the sound. It looks a bit familiar. With short fiery red hair, a fair face, and exquisite facial features, she is a dashing little beauty. It's this temper that is as fiery as his figure. What are you looking at? She glared and said, either go up or get out. What are you doing standing here? The movement here attracted the attention of the Imperial Guards. A small team came quickly. What are you doing? Don't hinder the team. Everyone, come aside. Tang Lan, dot. Ning Rongrong watched the show with a smile, not intending to speak at all. It was very interesting to be scolded by the girl who signed up in front of my house. Why did you let me go out? I finally squeezed in. The short-haired girl yelled angrily, this man is standing in front of the queue, why don't we just drive him away? Crash. But it was the squad leader who suddenly knelt down. I am guilty of failing to recognize sect leader Tang immediately. This is recognition of Tang Lan. Tang Lan waved his hand angrily and asked the team to return to their posts. No one has ever seen me, so it's good to be able to react. Then, relying on his height, he looked down at the short-haired girl. He already recognized who the other party was. Huo Wu is a student of Blazing Fire Academy, one of the 5 element academies in the Tiend Empire, and the daughter of the Dean of Blazing Fire Academy. The soul of the future Blazing Academy team and the main control soul master. So, why did she come to the Tangman registration office? After Huo Wu knew Tang Lan's identity, she didn't show panic, but her attitude was slightly restrained. Are you Tang Lan, the leader of the Tang clan? Huo Wu said bluntly, I can join the Tang clan today, but I can't study in the Tang clan academy. How about that? Said. 3 yellow, and purple soul rings rose under her feet, and her soul power level was level 30. Show off your talents. When Tang Lan heard this, I understand that this little girl is here for the 9 Yang magic. The 9 Yang divine art, which is the most powerful and powerful, has a fatal attraction for fire-attributed spirits. If you don't know, forget it. But Tang Lan released the first level of 9 Yang magic in the Tang sect encyclopedia. If anyone practices a fire-attribute martial spirit, it will spread in a very short time. Only. Isn't Huo Wu thinking too good? Not only do I need the skills, but I also don't want to leave Blazing Fire Academy. You want both? Although sects generally do not restrict admission to academies, Tang Sect Academy is clearly aiming for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. As one of the 5 elemental academies of the Tiendu Empire, Blazing Fire Academy will be its opponent in the future. Isn't this just taking Tang Lan as the enemy? Don't refuse in a hurry. Huo Wu said loudly. I have an innate ability called Soul Fusion. You can concentrate the maximum output of each soul ring on one soul ring to release soul skills that exceed the limit. Generally, high-level martial arts spirits can master this innate ability. I can teach you how to master it. How? Fine. This Huo Wu is not too stupid, he is well prepared. What a pity. Ahem. Ning Rongrong raised her little hand, sorry, I know this ring melting talent skill. Uncle Tang wants to learn it, so I'll teach you. Huo Wu's face changed on the spot. He looked at Ning Rongrong carefully, as if he wanted to remember her, but also as if he recognized her. Snort. This lady has taken note of this. Sooner or later it will be paid back. Say the next harsh word. Huo Wu simply shook his head and left without any hesitation. Made Tang Lan smile. This fire dance is extremely talented. Like Ning Rongrong, he has lived among the stars since he was a child. He has a proud and somewhat arrogant personality, has a bad temper, is irritable, and is aggressive and domineering. Do you really think that after making such a fuss in Tangman, you can leave safely? Someone is here. Stop her. Crash. Always pay attention to the Imperial Guards here, swarming up and surrounding Huo Wu. Let Huo Wu be a little confused. What does this mean? She directly opened the martial spirit, which was the shadow of herself. The 3 soul rings light up again, with full momentum. Put great pressure on the Imperial Guards who are ordinary people. But no one took a step back. Huo Wu also didn't dare to take action, she was just a bit ruthless, but not a fool. This is the Imperial Guard of Tiendu City. Take action against them. Regardless of whether it was justified or not, things got big in the end. Huo Wu glared at Tang Lan. The head of a dignified sect will let some ordinary people top in front? Tang Lan was also helpless. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was covering her mouth and snickering, and said angrily. Don't you think she looks a lot like you before? Ning Rongrong heard this and said. Chapter 77. Things didn't go well and you still want benefits? Ning Rongrong generously acknowledged Tang Lan's teasing. Yes. Look at it this way, I used to hate it. Fortunately, I met you, Uncle Tang. Otherwise, we don't know who we might offend. Said. Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Tang Lan, really not letting go of any opportunity. Tang Lan rolled his eyes. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor was summoned from behind, and 5 yellow, purple and black soul rings appeared under his feet. The level 51 soul power directly suppressed Huo Wu. Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, who were about to come over when they heard the noise, stood stunned on the spot. Good guy. I haven't seen you for a month, and you've even jumped level 4? Huo Wu obviously didn't expect that this boy who was younger than himself could have such an exaggerated level. The talent that I am proud of appears in front of me. But her pride did not allow her to show weakness. He insisted, what do you want? If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Tang Lan said casually, if the trouble affects the registration order, how should we deal with it? The squad leader just now smartly took half a step forward. My lord, according to the laws of Tiendu, anyone who disrupts the order of public activities will be detained from 3 days to 3 years depending on the seriousness of the case. Tang Lan cast an admiring glance, he had a sharp eye. Then lock him up for 3 days as a warning to others. Tang Lan waved his hand. It's already considered a lenient treatment. But Huo Wu has been spoiled since he was a child, how could he ever be so angry? How dare you? Huo Wu yelled angrily, my father is the Dean of Blazing Fire Academy. He is the Marquis of the Tiendu Empire. How dare you, my sister, do something? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but shake her head. Her father is still the sect leader of Kaibao Glazed Sect. Tang Lan still used the Russian turntable, which scared her to the point of crying. Tang Lan was also very happy. He couldn't help but said, you people, do you know how to fight with me? You can tell me, what can you do? Huo Wu opened his mouth but was speechless. What she is most confident about is naturally her talent. But in front of Tang Lan, she became angry and said, I'm just trying to fight against my father. If you can, why don't you move out of your father's house? Yu Xiaogang behind him was speechless. My father is Haoshan Douluo. Is your father a piece of shit? Even when the emperor of the Tiendu Empire comes, he must be addressed as Haoshan Mian. Tang Lan sighed. In the anime, Huo Wu seems to be someone who dares to love and hate. But when reality comes into contact, I really want to beat her to death. At the gate of his sect, frantically provoking him, the sect leader, will this make you feel better? Do you still want the Tang sect's face? Just as he was about to use some tough tactics, the sound of neat horse hooves approached quickly. Qian Rongxiu, disguised as Shui King He, took the lead in galloping, and the team spontaneously moved out of the way. Get off your horse. A guard came forward and whispered the reason. Qian Rongxiu's eyes directly locked onto Huo Wu. When he opened his mouth, he blocked the shot. You said that the people under this prince cannot touch you. Huo Wu is not stupid. She knew she couldn't contradict the prince, otherwise her father wouldn't be able to protect her. But she was unwilling to give in, so she just gave up. He just stood there with his neck stiffened and said nothing. Qian Rongxiu was too lazy to talk nonsense to her. Waved his hand. Take him down and let the people from Blazing Fire Academy come to Tangmen to redeem him. The term of detention was not mentioned. He was imprisoned in Tiendu prison, but he had to ask the Tang clan to redeem him. Tisk tisk. How can it be redeemed without blood? Huo Wu also realized this. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. Shouting? The prince is here, and she is not mentally retarded. Begging for mercy? I can't let go of my face. The imperial guards ignored her and directly set her up with spears and escorted her away. Neither Qian Rongxiu nor Tang Lan looked at her. King He came so quickly. I plan to go directly to the palace to find you. Tang Lan said unhappily, who knew we would encounter such a thing? Qian Rongxiu smiled in an approachable manner. It's the same thing when King He comes over. Can we go inside and talk in detail? Of course, please. Qian Rongxiu and Tang Lan walked side by side. Yu Xiaogang consciously led the way, leaving Lu Erlong to preside over the scene. Ning Rongrong was too sensible to follow and stepped forward to help Lu Erlong. On the road, Yu Xiaogang explained to Tang Lan in detail the changes in this month. In front is Tangmen College, the students' uniform styles have not changed. But when we get to the second half, it's the territory within the Tangmen sect. The newly recruited outer sect disciples are all wearing Tang sect clothing with windbreaker style. No need to ask, Tang San designed it. Tang Lan doesn't care about this. It can even make Tang San feel more belonging to the Tang sect and squeeze his labor force. After passing the outer gate, you will find the core of the sect. Zhu Zuking and others from the inner sect practiced here. In addition, the surrounding 10 kilometers the land has been acquired by the Tang sect. Parts have been transformed into various assembly lines, warehouses, dormitories, etc. Most of the space is temporarily reserved for future expansion. Oh haha. Tang Lan nodded, quite satisfied with the current development. Including the original Lanba Academy, the Tang sect covers an area of about 30 kilometers in diameter, directly occupying a corner of Tiend city. The Tang gate is at the south gate, less than 100 kilometers away from the Tiend palace in the center of the city. If it were any other sect, the Tiend royal family would not be able to agree. But Tang clan can. Because, in the eyes of the Tiend royal family, the Tang clan was their arsenal. Of course, watching it right under your nose is the most reassuring thing. As for the future, Tang sect is still a new sect, who knows what will happen in the future. Soon, Yu Xiaogang took Tang Lan and Qian Rongxiu to a building. Sect Master, this is your palace. On the outside is the residence of the Hall Master, and a generation of disciples are also nearby. If anything happens, you can call us at any time. My subordinates will leave first. Seeing Yu Xiaogang respectfully close the door, Tang Lan had some doubts in his eyes. This thing. Why do you behave like that? In compliance with the rules? Have you really changed your mind? Still. Xiaolan. Qian Rongxiu congratulated, King he heard from Uncle Ning that the 12-year-old five-ring Soul King is unprecedented. Tang Lan smiled modestly. It's just chance, not talent. Luck is one of people's strengths. Qian Rongxiu sighed, this is fate, we don't have a choice. This is. Remember her mother? But Qian Rongxiu was just dazed for a moment and then came back to her senses. As an undercover agent, you have to be vigilant at all times. King He has also heard about this exchange competition between the two houses. Qian Rongxiu frowned and said. King He couldn't get the vast Sekyun can cover soul guidance directly. But I also persuaded my father to use it as one of the rewards for the champion in this exchange competition. Furthermore, the team that wins the championship this time will receive a spot in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament and be promoted to the finals. Tang Lan blinked. Recommendation quota? This is usual. Those are the privileges only available to the main team of Tiend Royal Academy. He actually used it as a lucky prize for an exchange competition between the two academies. This is what King He specifically mentioned. Qian Rongxiu said with a smile, after all, I originally promised to give it to you directly, but I still have to go through such twists and turns. Got it, I'll just add something if it's not done properly. There's nothing we can do about it. Originally, Tang Lan was thinking that in this team exchange match, he would not bully the smaller ones. Now we can only go up and hold down the battle. Thinking like this, Tang Lan said politely, King He is joking, it's enough to have a chance. Having said that, there was no mention of the exclusive authorization for the 9 Sun magic skills and the firearms trade that was originally promised. Nothing has been done yet, why do you still want benefits? The smile on Qian Rongxiu's face froze a little. Didn't she give compensation? For a time. Something is wrong with the atmosphere. Chapter 78 Get another soul bone. Trick Qian Rongxiu. Nothing has been done yet, why do you still want benefits? Tang Lan meditated in silence. Qian Rongxiu waited and waited before Tang Lan spoke. It's also an understanding. I couldn't help but feel a little angry. She has been busy running for a long time for this vast sea of heaven and earth. Only with Emperor Shuiyi's consent, could it be used as the prize for this exchange competition. They also took out all the recommended places that originally belonged to Tiend Royal Academy. Do you express this? Although there is anger in my heart. But Jian Rongxiu has been lurking for many years, so she still has some patience. It will only take another 3 days or so. Get up and say goodbye. Xiaolan, you just came back. You must be busy with a lot of things. Then King He will leave first. Tang Lan stood up and walked out together. I'll give it to you. Jian Rongxiu did not refuse. Casually chatted, I heard that in this exchange competition, Xiao Lan didn't encourage me to trade the money as an internal reward. Hey? Among those few people at that time, who leaked the news? Tang Lan asked strangely, it's just a 10,000-year-old soul bone. If you want King He, I'll give it to you. He actually took out the tiger eagle left arm bone and handed it to Jian Rongxiu. Can Jian Rongxiu pick it up? I also have a complete set of angel soul bones at home. If the left arm bone is absorbed, it will be destroyed on the spot. As for giving it to others, neither Shui Qinghe nor Jian Rongxiu could do this. Tang Lan was also sure of this, so he gave it away simply. Jian Rongxiu's expression softened slightly. Push back the left arm bone of Tiger Eagle. Xiao Lan was joking. Although soul bones are precious, I can't let you break your promise, right? It just so happens that I harvested a piece of soul bone some time ago. It will also be used as a bonus this time. Xiaolan, you can reward it on my behalf. Jian Rongxiu flashed the storage ring on her hand, took out a cyan right leg bone, and handed it to Tang Lan. This is a 6,000-year-old Felian silver fox right leg bone. King He will not show off the details of the spirit beast. Tang Lan by surprise. He just teased Jian Rongxiu, why did he bring back a gift? Then let me thank King He on behalf of the disciples. Tang Lan said with a smile, King He is so generous, I can't be stingy. Tang Lan took Felian silver fox's right leg bone, condensed a spiritual ball of light in his hand, and floated it in front of Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu hesitated cautiously. He was stalling for time. Is this using mental power to carry information and transmit it directly to the brain? Even a titled Douluo may not be able to do it. Xiaolan, you really surprise me more and more. It's just a small skill, it can't be put on the stage. Tang Lan said modestly. At the same time, he felt a slight fluctuation in mental power. The source is the guards who followed Jian Rongxiu. No surprise. It should be one of the titled Douluo who protects her, testing whether the spiritual light ball is harmful. Tang Lan was not worried. He wouldn't be stupid enough to do something so obvious. Wouldn't this be a direct act of jumping wolf? Jian Rongxiu confirmed that there was no problem, and smiled as she absorbed the spiritual light ball. The first 3 levels of the 9 Yang Divine Art are obtained. Taking advantage of Jian Rongxiu's period of enlightenment, Tang Lan leaned over and put his hand on her back. He shouted in a low voice, don't resist, I will take you to practice again. Jian Rongxiu's hands trembled, resisting the urge to fight back. Instead, he hid most of his soul power. She is now the 6th ring soul emperor, which is not suitable for Shui Qinghe's status. At the same time, also ask the titled Douluo who protects her not to act rashly. Tang Lan's internal force entered Jian Rongxiu's body without making many movements. King He, you have mastered the first level of 9 sun magic skills. Good. I will guide you to transfer to the 2nd level and temper your body. The soul power follows me. Tang Lan patiently taught Jian Rongxiu, acting like a good teacher and helpful friend. But secretly, a soul seed with his spiritual power, protected by the hot internal power of 9 Yang divine skill. With Jian Rongxiu's breathing, it entered the body. Jian Rongxiu's focus at the moment is on the internal power of the 9 Yang divine skill. This inner strength of Zhigang Xiang is more pure and bright than her grandfather Qian Daoliu. If Grandpa's bright soul power is like the first day, it will be dazzling. Tang Lan's hot soul power is like the scorching sun, scorching and dazzling. It's simply not too suitable for her martial spirit. Even if the Angel Legion is allowed to practice this 9 Yang divine art, their strength will be collectively improved by 1 level. These discoveries made Jian Rongxiu extremely excited. He didn't notice at all that dirty things entered his body and hid in his soul. Tang Lan also smiled. With this soul seed, Jian Rongxiu is no longer afraid. Then it was discovered. The internal power of Zhuyang divine skill and Jian Rongxiu are very compatible. Because Xiao Wu has transformed into a soul beast, she can ignore the restrictions on women and practice the 9 yang magic to replenish her yang energy. But you can only practice the first 2 levels. But Jianrongxiu can actually ignore it. Normally speaking, the yang energy brought by the internal force of the 9 yang divine skill will make the body stronger while exercising. Muscles are harder. The body is stronger. The Adam's apple is more prominent. The beard is thicker. But Jianrongxiu didn't. Those yang energy disappeared inexplicably. Tang Lan's conjecture. It should be her seraph martial spirit, which absorbed it and nourished herself. Tisk. Pity. I originally wanted to see what Jianrongxiu looked like with a beard. But now Jianrongxiu's soul power has turned into the internal power of 9 yang divine skill. Paired with soul seeds. If you fight with Tang Lan in the future, you will be swallowed up by him through the air. And if you want to get rid of this internal force, you must either use more advanced exercises or practice them again. Jianrongxiu cannot do both. You will never be able to stand up again. Again. How could she not pass such a good technique back to Wuhan Palace? Don't say anything else. Since Jianrongxiu is so compatible, Douluo will definitely not be able to escape. There are also worship halls and elder halls. Excluding those with incompatible attributes like Ghost Douluo, who can resist switching training. After all, Tang Lan took back his hand and reminded him specifically. King He, this second level will temper your body, wash your marrow from the I Ching, and improve your qualifications in all aspects. If it is stuck at a bottleneck, it will be broken open. You can use fire attribute herbs that are more than 10,000 years old to speed up this speed. After that, you can also absorb fire attribute herbs without any obstacles and upgrade your level, provided that your mental strength keeps up. Jianrongxiu has stars in her eyes. Isn't this 9 yang divine art too outrageous? Popularize. It must be popularized in Wuhan Hall. Don't say anything else. This can break through the situation. Those titled Douluo in the Ka realm, as long as their attributes are not mutually exclusive, they all have to practice. Xiaolan, you are really a great talent. Jianrongxiu said sincerely, I am willing to trade half of the Tiendu Empire for you to assist me, how about it? Tang Lan noticed. Here Jianrongxiu uses I instead of the usual King He to refer to herself. So you are using Jianrongxiu's identity to recruit yourself? If this wool is not harvested, how long will it last? 7th Chapter 9 Juking takes the initiative. 100,000-year soul bone? If you don't take advantage of this, when will you? Half of the country is fine. Tang Lan said with a smile. If your highness can take out other treasures that attract me. For example, external soul bones, 100,000-year soul bones, 100,000-year soul rings and the like. It's not impossible to serve. Tang Lan used your highness here, that is the loyal Prince Juking He of the Tiendu Empire. After receiving the benefits. If you, Juking He, become Jianrongxiu in the future, then you will naturally get it for free and even have to avenge Juking He. But Jianrongxiu didn't hear the subtext. How could she know that Tang Lan had seen through her true identity? She really thought about it seriously. Tang Lan has a firearm soul guide and shows such a monstrous talent. As long as he can recover, he can suppress the world and become the leader of the Wuhan Hall. Hulina, the golden generation. All stand aside. But forget about the external soul bone. That thing is a rare commodity. Jianrongxiu only knows one, her own angel soul bone set. This can't be given to Tang Lan. 100,000-year soul ring. It is written in the Tang sect encyclopedia that there are 2 in the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. But it would be difficult for the Spirit Hall to come out in full force to deal with alien species such as the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. After all, that is their territory. If too many titled Douluo go there, it will trigger a beast tide. Maybe. Ask Grandpa to help? It can be determined. As for the last 100,000-year soul bone, there is really a clue. She knows that the second worshipper of the worship hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo, has 100,000-year soul ring as his 9th soul skill. But she has never heard that he has 100,000-year soul bone. Maybe he didn't absorb it. This is normal. Leave it to the descendants, use it to break through the realm, etc. All are possible. You can write back and let Grandpa ask. I believe that after you switch to practicing the 9 Yang divine art, Grandpa will know the importance of Tang Lan. Thinking so. Qianrongxiu smiled. In that case, I will find a way. If you come, don't refuse, Xiaolan. Tang Lan smiled more sincerely. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he go back on his word and be untrustworthy? Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Qianrongxiu savored these two sentences carefully. Looking at Tang Lan, there was a moment of trance. But he quickly stabilized his mind. He praised, "You are worthy of being a great talent who can write the Tang sect encyclopedia, and you speak eloquently." Tang Lan said a few polite words. Qianrongxiu couldn't wait to leave quickly. Watch Qianrongxiu leave. The corners of Tang Lan's mouth were harder to suppress than Barrett's. I really look forward to what benefits Qianrongxiu can do. Ah! The request just now was too high. 50,000 year soul bones, etc., a few more pieces are also fine. Anyway, I can use Tang San to brush rewards. What a mistake. Try to raise it next time. Thinking. Tang Lan sent a message to the blue-silver grass. Turning around and walking towards the inner gate training ground. Zhao Wuji, Zhu Zuking and others are all training here. Zhu Zuking seemed to have sensed something and looked back at Tang Lan from a distance. She turned directly into a residual shadow, flew over and threw herself into his arms. Tang Lan hurriedly hugged her. Still thinking. Is this iceberg so enthusiastic after it melted? It's only been a month since we last met, and this is happening. Quick! Give it to me. Zhu Zuking said hurriedly, your 9-yang magic power. Tang Lan, Okay. After all, he made a mistake. But seeing Zhu Zuking so anxious, Tang Lan did not hesitate. The majestic 9-yang magic power rushed into her body. It filled her up. Zhu Zuking hugged Tang Lan like an octopus to increase the contact area. The body absorbed greedily, and the momentum was gradually increasing. This made Oscar and others who were originally laughing suddenly understand. Something is wrong. Zhu Zuking is going to crack. A faint sound of breaking sounded. Zhu Zuking's level has broken through to level 30. She was surprised and kissed Tang Lan on the face. Muah! Tang Lan was shocked. Is she so proactive today? Oscar said exaggeratedly, we are still here, and we are kissing now. Brother, let's kiss. Bai Po gave a thumbs up. Dai Mu Bai didn't say anything, with a smile on his lips and blessings in his eyes. He had let it go a long time ago. But... damn it! Shut up! A green figure rushed forward and glared at Zhu Zuking. It was Meng Yuren. This was the candidate Tang Lan nodded to at the beginning, so he didn't need to review it. He would be an inner disciple when he came. Moreover, at that time, Meng Yuren didn't hide it at all, that is, he had a good impression of Tang Lan. Come to Tangmen, just for him. How could she not be angry when she saw this scene? Tang Lan suddenly realized. Why is Zhu Zuking suddenly so enthusiastic? Breaking through the realm is only one of them, and it is also necessary to swear sovereignty. Tang Lan took the opportunity to holding Zhu Zuking's waist. He faced everyone. I'm back. Tang Lan said with a smile, the exchange competition will be in 3 days. Are you ready? Don't worry, Sect Master. Dai Mu Bai was full of confidence. I'm already looking forward to it. Oscar showed off his muscles. It would definitely be interesting if they knew that the auxiliary soul master could also face the enemy head-on. Brother! Win for sure! Everyone clapped their chests to show that they were pinching them. At this time, Ning Rong Rong came from a distance. It was the person Lan Yin Cao sent a message to. Tang Lan took out the right leg bone of Felian Silver Fox with one hand. Instant. All eyes are focused on the soul bone. Brother! Tang San said loudly, this is not Tiger Eagle's left arm bone. A new soul bone. Everyone looked at Tang Lan expectantly with bright eyes. That's right. Tang Lan smiled and said, this is the soul bone of Prince Xueqing He, who will reward you personally. It comes from the right leg bone of the 6,000-year-old spirit beast Felian Silver Fox, a small spirit beast known for its speed. The soul bone technique is most likely to be used for acceleration and escape. It is suitable for all of you. Same rule, in this team competition, whoever performs well will get it. Good guy. Is this really another soul bone reward? The suzerain is awesome. Oscar cheered, if it weren't for you, how would the prince have paid attention to us? The suzerain is awesome. His left leg bone of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake does not conflict with the right leg bone of the flying silver fox, and can also compete. He couldn't compete for 10,000 years. 6,000 years will do. Uncle Tang is so awesome. Ning Rongrong's eyes were also shining brightly. I even took out 2 pieces of soul bones, and my father was not so angry. Soul bones can be found but not sought. Even the Kaibao glazed sect has no inventory. Sect master, I can't wait any longer. Daimyo Bai was full of fighting spirit. As for the original tiger eagle left arm bone, he only had some hope of fighting for it. But after all, the competitors are a Tang Lan woman and Tang Lan's younger brother. Very slim. Only by doing a heroic feat to turn the tide is possible. But now, with one more soul bone, his hopes are greater. After all, as the leader of the sect, Tang Lan can't give good things to people close to him, right? The current situation is, Tang San and Zhu Zuking competed for the left arm bone of Tiger Eagle. Others competed for the right leg bone of Felian Silver Fox. Compared to the excitement of the others, Tang San and Meng Yuan had completely different expressions. Tang San had some displeasure on his face. Brother, why do you have to compete for any good thing? Chapter 80 Give Zuking a massage. Depart for the Sunset Forest. Add. Update 60 Monthly Pass. Tang San had some displeasure on his face. Brother, why do you have to compete for any good thing? How good it used to be. Whatever he wants, I will give it to him directly. Now, according to Tang San's idea, the left arm bone of the 1,000-year tiger eagle is enough to compete. This 6,000-year-old Felian silver fox right leg bone should be given directly to him. As for Meng Yuan, who just entered the inner gate, the whole person is confused. Soul bone? It's just an ordinary exchange match. You give me 2 yuan as a reward? Plus the soul bone of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The outside world is greedy for soul bones. Where are you wholesale? It's too much. At the same time, she was also crazy, wondering if she had a chance. Stop talking about her. Even Zhao Wuji, the hall leader, was a little jealous at this moment. Damn it! Why can't he join the Tang clan team? Tang Lan put away Felian Silver Fox's right leg bone, and everyone gradually came back to their senses. The reason for raising the bet is for a reason. Tang Lan explained. In this exchange between the 2 academies, Emperor Sui presented 2 prizes. The first one is the Soul Guidance Device, the vast Sekyun can cover. I'm very interested in this, so I made a reservation first. Second, it's a guaranteed spot in the elite finals. Originally, I didn't plan to participate in this exchange competition. But now I'll join just in case. When they heard that Tang Lan would join, everyone felt calm. This is an existence that can compete with the 7th Ring Soul Sage in the 4th Ring Soul Sect. The little Tiend Royal Academy team has a handle in hand. The only suspense is, whose family does the soul bone flower belong to? Brothers! Come on and practice! Oscar shouted. Xiao, aren't you talking nonsense? Hall Master Zhao's gravity will be doubled. Daimyo Bai is bound to win. Ning Rongrong was also involved in training. She didn't really care about the right leg bone of Felian Silver Fox. The Kaibao glazed sect is as rich as any country, but ordinary soul bones cannot lack her. But only gem-type soul bones are suitable for the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to absorb. Soul bones are rare and require a specific type. After many years of accumulation in the Kaibao glazed sect, they managed to get a suitable one, for her father. So, unless there are soul bones that exceed her father's, Ning Rongrong will not absorb them. Just wait. Tang Lan hugged Zhu Zuking and walked out. She is already level 30, so she must hunt for soul rings. Until everyone is gone. Only then did Meng Yuan come to his senses, and the light in his eyes gradually lit up. She is also a team member? Doesn't that mean? Does she also have a chance to obtain a soul bone? You know. After taking the whale glue, her 3rd soul ring is 2,700 years old. The opportunity is great. Meng Yuan couldn't care less about the target being robbed. Plunge into hard training. This soul bone. I want a piece too. Holding Zhu Zuking in his arms, he walked to a deserted place. This little girl suddenly ducked out of Tang Lan's arms. There was a blush on his cold face, and he looked away with evasive eyes. What, now you know how to be shy? Tang Lan joked, you were very bold just now. Zhu Zuqing remained silent. Take a catwalk and leave quickly. Tang Lan followed her with slight steps on the waves. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed the number. After a few sounds. Brother Lan. Ning Fengzi asked doubtfully, this is separation. Do you need help from me? After all, I had just left not long ago, so I didn't want to ask him to reminisce about old times. Brother, lend me your golden-winged bird. Tang Lan said directly, Zuking just broke through level 30. I want to take her to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Oh? 3 days is a bit tight. Ning Fengzi thought, how about we let Uncle Jian go? The golden-winged bird does not have enough endurance, which will waste time. Okay. Chen Xin can't take any time off anymore. Having a titled Douluo following you would definitely be the best. As for being polite, doesn't exist. Now that the Tang sect and the Kaibao glazed sect are deeply tied, it is the sweet period. Both sides are eager to have more contact with each other. Then I'll trouble Uncle Jian. Tang Lan said, I have recently been developing the 4th level of the 9 Yang Divine Art, and I just want to take this opportunity to discuss it with Uncle Jian. Ning Fengzi on the other side was excited. When Chen Xin came back, she had already told him about the wonderful realm-breaking and enhancing effects of the 9 Sun magic technique. Can development continue? Okay, okay. Ning Fengzi laughed and said, the Lan disciples are destined to be members of the EPO sect. Uncle Jian will come to find you later. Then I'll be waiting for you. Hang up the phone. The two of them also came to Zhu Zuking's dormitory. Zhu Zuking went in first without closing the door. Waiting for Tang Lan to enter. Just as the white afterimage flashed by, Zhu Zuking had changed into new clothes. The speed is so fast that it is worthy of being a ghost civet. But can Tang Lan be happy? Zuking, Uncle Jian will come over later and take us to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. Tang Lan smiled and said. Let's take advantage of this time to take a bath and get a massage to relax. Zhu Zuking was shocked at first. Sword Douluo protector hunted soul beasts for her? What a great honor! Certainly. This is the face given to Tang Lan, she is just taking advantage of it. Then the body stiffened. Bath? Massage? Without waiting for her reaction. Tang Lan was already pulling her towards the back of the dormitory. Chen Xin is very fast, so he must fight quickly. Fortunately, Zhu Zuking's attack speed is very fast. After the internal power of the 9 Yang divine skill is slightly healed, it will be able to unleash its full firepower. Hiss! Half an hour later. Tang Lan walked out of the dormitory refreshed. The heart of dust just fell from the sky. We meet again. Chen Xin said with a smile. The mood is very happy. I'm troubling Uncle Jian again. Tang Lan said politely. No trouble, I came just in time. Chen Xin smiled with crescent moon eyes. That guy, Old Bones, heard about the wonders of the 9 Suns magic skill, and he was so anxious that he wanted to challenge me for a duel. This is. Want to take advantage of the fact that Chen Xin has not improved significantly, and give it a good beating first? Result. Chen Xin came over to take Tang Lan and the others to the Sunset Forest, and the Kaibao glazed sect had to be guarded by a titled Douluo. This fight didn't end. Wait for Chen Xin to come back. It's time for the first batch of fire attribute herbs to arrive at the sect. The dusty heart absorbs. The life of Gurong is so sad. No wonder Chen Xin is in such a good mood. Zhu Zuking also tidied up her clothes and walked out of the room. Chen Xin glanced at it. It was immediately clear at a glance where my little princess had failed. But he can't control this. Waved his hand to summon the 7 killing sword, Chen Xin was the first to board it. Tang Lan followed closely, letting Zhu Zuking hold him behind him. Enjoy a back massage. That's great. But in the sage's time, Tang Lan didn't do anything more extraordinary. The perception of titled Douluo is not a joke to you. After flying a certain distance, Chen Xin took out a book and handed it to Tang Lan. Fengzi asked me to bring it, take a look. Tang Lan took it and opened it to take a look. Fusion Ring. It is the talent skill that Huo Wu wants to trade. A technique that only high-level martial arts can perform. What to say? It seems that Huo Wu is still imprisoned in Tiend prison. If she leaves, she will suffer. The prince spoke. Unless her father begs Emperor Shui yet. No. Emperor Shuiye will not let go. He won't even meet Huo Wu's father. He is just the dean of Blazing Fire Academy and can be replaced at any time. But this is the only one in the Tang sect. Tisk. Let her reflect in prison. That competitive character must have a grudge against me. But it's not a big problem. Huo Wu can't cause any trouble. Read on. Ring fusion, after all, is a kind of control of soul power. The principle is very simple. Activate all soul rings at once, and then concentrate all soul power on one soul ring. Ordinary martial souls can't bear such overloaded operation. Where can I find a van to participate in the formula racing? It's very difficult. Personal qualifications, learning talents, martial soul quality, etc. There are strict restrictions. But for Tang Lan, Uncle Jian, this ring fusion is a bit like your soul ring materialization. Tang Lan commented. Chen Xin nodded. Just when he was about to explain that the inspiration for this soul ring materialization came from the ring fusion, Tang Lan raised his hand. Shocked Chen Xin. 212 recommended votes, more will be added when it reaches 300. Chapter 81 Is Ring Fusion Difficult? Discussing the Dao with titled Douluo. Tang Lan raised his hand and summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor. 5 soul rings glowed, and then gathered on the third one. Below. Large pieces of Blue-Silver Emperor broke out of the ground, each as thick as an adult's waist, like small trees, covering a range of 500 meters in diameter. From a distance, it looked like a small forest. But Juking, who knew the horror of Tang Lan's third soul skill, opened his eyes in disbelief. In the past, Tang Lan's life burial only covered a range of dozens of meters. This was already a bug. This 500 meters. It's so thick and so many. Juking believed that facing this move, he could only wait to die on the spot, he couldn't escape. Tang Lan let out a long breath. You drained 50% of my internal force at once, and this is all the power. He looked a little dissatisfied. Xiao Lan, don't be too harsh. Chen Xin said speechlessly, the attack just now was comparable to the full-strength attack of the 6-ring Soul Emperor. Coupled with the characteristics of your martial soul, it will be difficult for the 7-ring Soul Saint to break free in a short period of time. So strong? Zhuzuking's face twitched. Why was the distance between him and her getting farther and farther? It can be strengthened. Tang Lan said unsatisfiedly, if you open the blue-silver domain again, the power can be doubled. What about the consumption? Chen Xin reminded, without soul power, that is, internal force support, this soul skill will be dispersed on the spot. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. Consumption? The blue-silver Emperor of Life Soul can absorb, the Heart of Life Soul can replenish, and the Soul Bone skill can be reset and rolled back. It's not a big problem. But Tang Lan still said modestly, we are just discussing the maximum explosion. The power of this instant squeezing of life burial is also very strong. Chen Xin didn't say anything else. Tang Lan is not stupid. Just a reminder is enough. Take advantage of this gap. Tang Lan turned around and taught Juking the ring fusion. This thing was really hard to learn in the past. Because of the convenience of soul skills. Few people would deliberately train to control the soul power. But Juking practiced Lingbo Weibu, and controlled her internal power every day to coordinate with the footwork, so her control naturally improved. As for the quality of the martial soul? The nether spirit cat can become a god, so how can it be inferior to Huo Wu's Hokage? Besides, isn't there Tang Lan? Let Tang Lan enter her body and take her to do it a few more times. Practice makes perfect. So she mastered the ring fusion technique. Watching Chen Xin was amazed. They are evil themselves, and they can teach others. It's hard for the Tang sect not to rise. It's quite simple. Tang Lan said easily, Uncle Jian, Rong can also do this trick, right? I'll let her teach Xiao Sanzi and the others. I don't want to. Chen Xin turned around and looked at Tang Lan strangely. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Melting rings usually requires 3-ring soul master before trying to learn. Rong hasn't had time to learn yet. Ah, this. Tang Lan blinked. Is this thing so difficult? Is it very difficult? Tang Lan looked at Juking. Juking, dot. What should I do if I have a man who is a monster but doesn't know it? She is not good at speaking. She simply said bluntly, it's very difficult. If I hadn't practiced Lingbo Weibu, I would have almost never mastered it. This fusion ring depends purely on talent. Ah? Is it really that difficult? Tang Lan scratched his head. He really thought it was not difficult. Rong and the others are either learning 9 Yang magic skills or Lingbo Weibu, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Let them learn by themselves first. Tang Lan took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Ning Rong. Chen Xin did not stop him. He closed his eyes and practiced the 9 Yang magic skills, while speeding up his journey. Juking was not idle either. She raised many accumulated cultivation questions and asked Tang Lan for advice. Not only about the skills, but also many questions about soul masters and soul beasts. Tang Lan answered them fluently. The head is full of knowledge. Later, Chen Xin became interested and asked a few questions casually. Such as, if you are stuck in a realm, how to break through? Generally speaking, there are only 2 points, life and death perception and adventure. Now there is Tang Lan's 9 Yang magic skills, and the Yijin Xi Sui has a breakthrough effect. But, Juking, tell me, people, why is the level stuck? Tang Lan asked back. It looks like he's going to teach. Juking was stunned. She didn't expect Tang Lan to ask her. After a little thought, she said. Being stuck in the level, according to the custom, means that one has reached the upper limit. Spiritual power, physical strength and martial soul quality are all likely to be stuck. Juking's answer was concise and to the point. But Tang Lan shook his head. Looking at Chen Xin. There is also artistic conception. Chen Xin looked up at the sky and said. My soul power has long been accumulated, but my understanding of the sword is not enough, and I can never break through level 97. So after the 9 Yang magic art Yujin Zisui, if it can really make me break through, it can really attract some old guys waiting to die. Juking heard it in a mixed way. If you haven't reached that level, you can't understand the so-called realm. Tang Lan shook his head. Uncle Jian, Juking, you all think too much. Except for the 100th level of becoming a god, which requires faith or a godly position. For levels below 100, there are only 2 possible bottlenecks, insufficient strength of the soul or body. Hey? This explanation made Chen Xin turn around and look at Tang Lan in confusion. Didn't you hear anything I just said? Tang Lan was not panicked at all. Smiling, he asked, Uncle Jian, do you know about the God's test? Chen Xin shook his head. Tang Lan was not surprised. The existence of the Sea God Island was blocked by the Spirit Hall. Others such as the Rakshasa God, the Angel God, and the Azura God were not in the open. It's normal that Chen Xin hadn't heard of it. The so-called God's test is a test set up by the gods to pass on the God's position. But the gods certainly can't do it themselves. In addition to the God's test, ordinary tests will be set up to select high-quality believers and help them find successors. Like the Poseidon Island overseas, Uncle Jian, you may not be able to obtain the Poseidon 9 tests, but you will have no problem getting the Poseidon 5 and 6 tests. After completing the test, the Poseidon will give you rewards, such as divinely bestowed spirit rings or level upgrades. What bottlenecks are there? Under divine gifts, they are gone. What does this have to do with perception? Chen Xin was speechless. This touched upon his blind spot in knowledge, and he had no idea how to answer. Tang Lan didn't care, and continued, so I concluded that the bottleneck below level 100 is a problem of soul and body. As for the congenital defects of martial souls, that is only the result, not the cause. The fundamental reason is that one's own body or soul is too low to bear the appearance of high-level martial souls, and has to degenerate to protect the owner, causing malnutrition of the martial soul. Just like absorbing spirit rings beyond the limit, one will explode and die. If the defects can be made up, the martial soul can also evolve again. For example, the golden iron triangle of Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Lu Erlong. It is the soul power, and physique of the 3 people that make up for the lack of Yu Xiaogang's martial soul and achieve the golden holy dragon. My martial soul, the blue-silver emperor, has also evolved 3 times. Chapter 82 The Underlying Logic of Self-Created Soul Skills. Juking's ambition. Tang Lan's words are well-founded. But Chen Xin still has questions. How to explain the sudden enlightenment and breakthrough of the bottleneck? He couldn't help asking. It's very simple, the soul is sublimated. Tang Lan answered fluently. The human soul generally cannot be cultivated, it can only grow naturally, or break through, and grow when absorbing soul rings. The so-called sudden enlightenment is to perceive the laws of heaven and earth, and the soul of the body fits with it, so as to grow stronger. The stuck realm is naturally broken. Ah, this. How can it be explained this way? Chen Xin wanted to find a rebuttal, but his mind was empty. How could he, a swordsman, understand these theories? So, according to you, what I lack is the soul level. Chen Xin asked in confusion, then how can the Nine Yang magic art Eugen Zisui help me break through? Tang Lan did not answer directly, but asked again. Uncle Jian, why does the upper limit of the soul ring increase with the enhancement of the physique? Chen Xin said without thinking, what is the problem? The physique and the soul ring are closely related. He was stunned. Then he understood. Blurred out, the upper limit of the soul, like the soul power, is also limited by the body. Tang Lan nodded affirmatively. This is also the truth that he saw through after the 3 awakenings of the blue-silver domain with the help of the ultimate life attribute. The soul is like the soul power. It is limited by the body, but it can also be purified and compressed. When people comprehend the world, the quality of their souls improves. Just like when the soul power is compressed, the empty space can naturally accommodate more. The bottleneck is broken. Chen Xin felt that it was suddenly clear. He drew inferences from one example and said, so, I don't have to be obsessed with the comprehension of the sword. Even if I comprehend other ways, as long as I can resonate with the world, I can break through the realm. Tang Lan nodded in agreement, but then shook his head. Chen Xin was confused. What do you mean? Tang Lan explained, that's the truth, but Uncle Jian has been dealing with swords all his life, and it's easier to understand the way of swords. Enlightenment. If you try to understand other things in the middle, you have to start from scratch, and you may still get stuck in the end. Chen Xin suddenly understood. Thumbs up to Tang Lan. You are worthy of being able to write the Tang sect encyclopedia. I have learned a lesson. Things that increase your understanding are hard to find. But things that enhance the soul, although precious, are still available. As soon as this idea opens up. Level 97 seems to be right in front of you, at your fingertips. But Jinexin couldn't help but calm down. There's no rush. After completing the second level of the 9 Yang Divine Art, you can naturally break through the realm. Using external force to break through may damage the foundation, so we should leave it to the end. Then Xiaolan, are you worried about the creative ideas of those self-created soul skills? Chen Xin asked again. He is so curious. Tang Lan and Tang San, creating their own soul skills is like free of charge. Don't say it. Tang Lan has really thought about this. Whether it is a self-created soul skill or a soul skill, in the final analysis it is the use of soul power. The nature of soul power is divided into attributes and forms. It's easy to say its attributes, like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. This form is the core of developing self-created soul skills. Tang Lan opened his palms. The fiery red internal force emerged in the palm of the hand, spinning clockwise, forming a small vortex. The soul power is essentially intangible and qualityless. It is our thinking that gives it shape. Now I let the soul power rotate, and it has cutting power like a wind blade. But the soul power itself is not hard, so the damage is not high. Then just think of a way to harden your soul power and create a self-created soul-cutting skill. Chen Xin frowned and thought. So simple? Because of his fixed mindset, he has never thought so much. But the soul power gathered in Chen Xin's hand and condensed the sword energy of the 7 kills sword. According to Tang Lan, let them rotate clockwise. The sword energy turned into a full moon, cutting the air and making a sharp scream. This. Is it just a self-created soul skill? Congratulations, Uncle Jian, for creating a new soul skill. Tang Lan said with a smile, this power makes me feel hairy on the back. The power of the 6-ring soul emperor is here. Chen Xin dispersed the sword energy in a funny manner. He is a titled Douluo, but he still cares about this little power? But this idea is priceless. He looked at Tang Lan carefully. Tang Lan felt uncomfortable looking at him, he felt that Chen Xin wanted to dissect him. Young people's heads are so useful. Chen Xin sighed, you're old. It's time to listen more to young voices. He turned around and fell into deep thought. Tang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. A warning bell rings in my heart. The theory he is showing now is a bit too evil. In the final analysis, he is only 12 years old. How do you know so much? Chen Xin was probably doubting this just now. Just as an elder, a partner, and Tang Lan returned the half-teacher's kindness. He selectively ignored it. Everyone has his own secret, which is also his bottom line. Tang Lan reflected secretly. He has been improving a little too fast recently, and he is starting to drift. Going with the wind and waves is a taboo and must never happen again. I was planning to chat more with Zhu Zuking to divert attention. Just found out. Zhu Zuking's eyes were bright and starry. The Tang Lan just now was so handsome. Although Zhu Zuking has a cold personality, she is still an 11-year-old girl and cannot resist the luminous Tang Lan. What an unexpected surprise. At the same time, Tang Lan also knew how Yu Xiaogang captured Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Nothing more than knowing how to show off. An hour later, the three of them arrived over the Sunset Forest. As one of the three major soul beast forests, the quality of the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest is far inferior to that of the Stardo Forest. Most of them stay at the level of cultivation between 1,000 and 10,000 years. Not many are more than 10,000 years old. No way. After all, this place is close to Tiend city, and the Soul Master's unrestrained hunting over the years has created the current situation. Tisk. If we don't understand ecological protection, future generations will only suffer. A sigh of relief. Tang Lan called Chen Xin down and launched the blue-silver field to communicate with the blue-silver grass. Even if there are few soul beasts, the blue-silver grass is still spread throughout the forest. A lot of information is fed back. Tang Lan soon had a general understanding of Sunset Forest. Zuking, how many years do you want to hunt? Tang Lan asked. 3,500 years. Zhu Zuking said without hesitation, didn't you say last time that the limit was this? Xiaonazai, your ambition is quite strong. Not now. Tang Lan corrected, my martial spirit has evolved again. It can be controlled by those who are less than 10,000 years old. As long as you are not directly exploded when absorbing the spirit ring. Zhu Zuking's eyes lit up. Looking straight at Tang Lan. Tang Lan didn't show off either. Your current physique will reach its limit in 4,300 years. Zhu Zuking nodded. Then 4,300 years. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Xin opened his eyes a little. The fourth soul ring of a normal person is only 5,000 years old. Your third soul ring is only 4,300 years old? Chapter 83, Heart Ripped Out? Chen Xin is furious. A normal person's fourth soul ring is only 5,000 years old. Your third soul ring is only 4,300 years old? It is 2,540 years longer than the normal 1,760 years. Among them, 1,200 years are amplified by whale glue. The remaining 1,140 years are given by Tang Lan's humanoid plug-in. If Zhu Zuking's physique could not hold up, this age limit could be increased. Then, Chen Xin felt a little regretful. Why didn't he meet Tang Lan when he was young? Then he wouldn't be stuck at level 96 now. At least he should be stuck at level 98. Then let's go. Tang Lan said, let's look for a day first, and mark the ones we meet. Tang Lan didn't say how to mark, and the two didn't ask. Since Tang Lan asked, there must be a way. The Sunset Forest is located in the center of the Tiendu Empire, close to the frigid zone with lower temperatures. The plant density is much sparser than that of the Xingda Great Forest. But the blue-silver grass is tenacious and still grows all over the mountains. Let Chen Xin restrain his breath. Tang Lan opened the blue-silver domain, and the surrounding soul beasts had nowhere to hide. Whether they wanted to attack or not, they were all tied up with the life soul blue-silver emperor. Directly drained. Life force feeds the right leg bone of the life blue-silver emperor. Mental force feeds Chong Tong. Soul power is no longer wasted now, and is used to condense the heart of the soul. Not a single cent is wasted. Occasionally, he encounters a few with matching attributes or years. Tang Lan implants soul seeds and marks the location. If the blue-silver grass hadn't been unable to tell the age of soul beasts, he wouldn't have even bothered so much. Everywhere he passed, there were exhausted soul beasts lying all over the place, and it was creepy to look back. A ghost legend has since spread in the Sunset Forest. Until night fell, Chen Xin didn't have a chance to make a move, and was swept away by Tang Lan alone. The point is, not a single soul beast died, all of them were drained and paralyzed. Your martial soul can fight, control, and sustain, it's really comprehensive. Chen Xin sighed. It's too buggy. Tang Lan smiled but didn't say anything. My martial soul has evolved 3 times, not to mention the rewards from the system. How can it not be awesome? Juking was tangled up, too many choices, not knowing which one to choose. I think the little ghost tiger I met today is pretty good. Tang Lan reminded. Although it is only 3,100 years old, the ghost tiger is known for its terrifying speed and attack power, which is very suitable for you. If the soul skill can inherit its innate ability, the shadow clone, it is not inferior to the general 5,000-year soul ring. In the original work, Juking's 4th soul ring came from a 5,000-year ghost tiger, and the soul skill nether shadow clone is also very good. But Juking was unwilling. Why does he need a 3,100-year one when he can absorb a 4,300-year one? There is a difference of 1,200 years. It's a pity. If there is any suitable herb on hand, it can be given birth to. Tang Lan didn't force it. Looking in one direction, he was a little eager to move. The huge sunset forest. There is a blank area of the blue-silver grass, which is covered by poison barriers and no grass grows. The yin-yang eye of ice and fire is in it. But with Chen Xin, Tang Lan couldn't just go there. After all, Tang Lan was planning to transplant his mother in the future. The fewer people knew, the better. In 2 days, I'll be able to see Douluo. There's no rush. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if we get caught stealing from the house. Compared to Tang San in the original novel, Tang Lan is now the leader of the Tang sect, and is closely related to the 7 treasure glazed sect. He is also the only supplier of communications and arms to the Tiend Empire. The difference in status is huge. How dare Douluo bomb? Chen Xin and Gurong played mixed doubles on the spot. Hey! With Chen Xin guarding him, Tang Lan was skilled and brave, and slept in the open air. And then, the blue-silver grass sent an alarm, and Tang Lan turned his head to look above. A ghost face loomed in the darkness. Come down! The seeds scattered around gave birth to the blue-silver emperor, which tied up the owner of the ghost face. Pulled him down. Bang! A human-faced demon spider fell to the ground, roaring and struggling. Human-faced demon spider. Juking said in surprise, Brother Lan, your 8 spider lance can absorb it, can't it evolve? Yeah, that's right. Tang Lan responded while untying the ropes. Let the human-faced demon spider run away. Juking was anxious. She thought it was the human-faced demon spider that broke free, and she unfolded her martial spirit without hesitation and was about to chase it. She was tied up by Tang Lan with the blue-silver emperor and pulled back. That was a 6,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Juking was just delivering food when she went there. It ran away. Juking said anxiously, Your Majesty sword Douluo, you give it to me. I let it go on purpose. Tang Lan interrupted. Juking slowly turned around. Hey? But then she reacted. You want to accelerate its birth age after getting the right herbs like the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang Lan gave him an admiring look. It is said that big breasts mean no brains, but it seems that his woman is an exception. Suitable for the human-faced demon spider herbal medicine is hard to find. Chen Xin said coldly, and if you let it go, it will be even harder to find. Tang Lan smiled carelessly. The herbal medicine is simple, and you must have the ice and fire eyes. If it doesn't work, use the Yuxiang Kiluo Immortal to feed it. Finding it is easier, the soul seed has been implanted. Can be positioned at any time. These days, Tang Lan used the soul seed puppet several times, combined with the heart of life soul, and discovered a cool operation. The soul seed can be stored in the heart of life soul. So, when needed, there is no need to condense on site. Just lift one out. Trouble-free and concealed. After all, his soul ring hasn't even lit up yet, who would be wary of this? Even the earthly heart has absorbed the soul seed and planted it in the body inadvertently. Originally it was just a test. But I didn't expect that this 4th soul skill, such a bug, would not even be noticed by the titled Douluo. This night, many soul beasts attacked one after another. They were all drained away by memory and thrown away far away. When the sky was about to dawn, the double pupils finally exceeded the 20,000 year limit. But the expected re-evolution did not appear. There isn't even a fourth skill column. 20,000 years won't work. Then let's wait 30,000 years and see. Tang Lan was distracted. A soul beast hidden in the shadow jumped behind Tang Lan like a gust of wind, clawed out with sharp claws, and went straight to the back of Tang Lan's heart. Clang! In the sound of gold and iron, golden light appeared and automatically protected the body. But he only persisted for less than a moment before it was broken open by the claws and sank into Tang Lan's heart. Take out a living heart. Brush. Until this time, Chen Xin, who closed his eyes and rested, finally reacted. The seven-killing sword flashed past and struck in the air. The soul beast escaped into the shadow again and avoided the titled Douluo's angry blow. No wonder Tang Lan had his heart ripped out without any reaction. Juking realized later. Looking at the left side of Tang Lan's heart in a daze, he could see through the hole the angry Chen Xin behind him. The pupils suddenly stood up. Die. Dead? Free extra updates. To congratulate my daughter on her first birthday, treat it like sending wedding candy to everyone. Chapter 84 Shadow Demon Cat. The Divinity of the Film God. The Sixth Soul Skill. The Sixth Soul Skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Chen Xin instantly condensed tens of thousands of sword blades around her body. About to raise the square circle to the ground. Uncle Jian, don't. Tang Lan said quickly, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Chen Xin suddenly looked back. Looking at Tang Lan's intact heart, he felt a little dazed for a moment. Ah, this. Your heart was ripped out, how could you survive? No. It healed itself within a second. How? But no matter what, it's good that Tang Lan is fine. Chen Xin waved his hand. Thousands of sword blades were shot out in all directions, surrounding a kilometer radius. Don't let any soul beast escape. But Tang Lan, who had fully integrated into the blue-silver domain, was very confused. There is no discovery of his mental power. Escaped? There is still a bunch of blue-silver grass growing in the cracks of the trees, sending a suspicious message, there is something in its shadow. Shadow? Fry. A giant tree hundreds of meters away was directly crushed to pieces by the thick life soul blue-silver emperor. A dark soul beast appeared out of thin air. He still wants to escape. The blue-silver emperor, the life soul that was everywhere, was directly tied into a knot, and his soul power was violently drained, and he lost the ability to move. Then dragged him to Tang Lan. This is a dark soul beast, even its eyes are pitch black. If it weren't for being tied up by the life soul blue-silver emperor, you wouldn't even be able to see its outline clearly. The rising sun splashed down, dispelling the darkness. But I still can't see it clearly. It is like a black body covered with carbon nanotubes, which does not reflect any light at all. Tang Lan, who owned the Soul Beast Illustrated Encyclopedia, recognized its identity. It's the Shadow Ink Cat. Tang Lan suddenly said, no wonder the spiritual power can't be found, and the blue-silver domain didn't find it either. It turns out to be you. Fortunately, he is immortal. Otherwise, it would be a great loss for him to die like this. Chen Xin also checked Tang Lan at this time and made sure that he was in normal condition. When I heard the name Shadow Ink Cat, I was a little confused. I have never heard of this Shadow Ink Cat. What kind of soul beast is it? Juking also cast a curious look. Juking, you are very lucky this time. Tang Lan said with some emotion, Uncle Jian, have you ever heard of the dark demon evil god tiger? Chen Xin was even more surprised. Dark demon evil god tiger? That is an extremely rare spirit beast. I have the ability to cross-level challenges, and I can challenge a 100,000-year-old soul beast in 10,000 years. It's even more bizarre than the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. But it cannot cultivate on its own. It needs to devour soul masters and soul beasts to improve. So whether humans or soul beasts discover it, they will immediately attack in groups. Be sure to destroy it before it becomes powerful. After all, he is a veteran titled Douluo, so he still has this knowledge reserve. But, Uncle Jian, what's the matter? Do you know why the dark demon evil god tiger is so strange? Tang Lan asked again. Chen Xin simply shook his head. Xia Lan, just tell me directly, don't ask me. His title Douluo is shameless? Tang Lan chuckled. Uncle Jian, Juking, this dark evil tiger is an evil existence that was born from the light white tiger devouring the evil divinity left behind by the evil god Shendi. If it is allowed to grow to the end, it can even inherit the throne of the evil god. Chen Xin and Zhu Zuking both stared with wide eyes. The evil god's mansion? It sounds awesome. Wait a minute. Chen Xin reacted, Xiaolan, are you mentioning this now? Is this the shadow black cat? Tang Lan smiled and nodded, looking at Zhu Zuking with emotion. This shadow ink cat is a third-level god, the shadow god. The remaining divinity after his death was swallowed by a wind shadow cat, and he was born as a mutant. Zuking, if you can absorb its soul ring, you will be able to inherit the soul skills of the wind shadow cat or the shadow ink cat. Zhu Zuking's chest rose and fell rapidly, she was so excited. This is also. How lucky you are. Only Chen Xin frowned. Staring at the shadow ink cat, his brows deepened. Xiaolan. How old is this shadow ink cat? Zhu Zuking woke up as if from a dream. Yes. To be able to successfully attack Tang Lan, I'm afraid it's. The age is not low. She looked at Tang Lan hopefully. Pity. About 5,000 years. Zhu Zuking's eyes were filled with tears. 5,000 years. Even if it is absorbed normally, her body cannot bear it. Not to mention absorbing alien soul rings, the pressure is also doubled. This. There was regret in Zhu Zuking's eyes. It's a pity, such a strange species. Chen Xin sighed, how about keeping it first? It's not bad to use it as the fourth soul ring. Zhu Zuking also nodded. The limit of her fourth soul ring will be around 6,200 years. There is a plug in Tang Lan, which can increase the age to 7,500. It should be no problem to absorb these 5,000-year-old shadow ink cats. But why do you have to wait for the fourth soul ring? Tang Lan said with a smile, there are ways to increase your physical fitness in a short period of time. He took out the 10,000-year-old tiger eagle left arm bone. For this special matter, Zuking, you first absorb the left arm bone of the tiger eagle. If that's not enough, I'll also absorb the right leg bone of the Felian silver fox for you. If the third soul ring can absorb this shadow ink cat, you will benefit a lot in the future. Zhu Zuking was extremely moved when he heard this. The left arm bone of tiger eagle and the right leg bone of Felian silver fox are both promised rewards. Tang Lan was actually willing to break his promise for his own sake? She. Okay, this is not like you, Zuking. Tang Lang Xiao said with a smile, there will be many opportunities in the future, so repay me well. That moment. Dozens of new postures flashed through Zhu Zuking's mind. He bowed his head heavily. Zhu Zuking took the left arm bone of tiger eagle, put it on his left arm and absorbed it with his soul power. Matching degree. Not too high. Therefore, it is not absorbed on the spot like the left leg bone of the coxcomb snake. Instead, she broke apart her own bones, crushed them into pieces, and then merged them with her soul bones. Only then can we be driven like an arm. That feeling. Zhu Zuking's body was trembling in pain, and his chest was filled with waves. But she still gritted her teeth and didn't make any sound. The opportunity was given to her by her man, but she couldn't let it slip. The dusty mind consciously closes its eyes and rests. But I was sighing in my heart. Although she dotes on Ning Rongrong. But now it seems that Zhu Zuking is indeed better than his little princess. As for using the tiger eagle left arm bone in advance. Opportunities are rare. It's just a 10,000-year-old soul bone. There will be plenty of opportunities to make up for it in the future. The worst. If it were replaced by other resources, the people below would not dare to say anything. Everything is based on the interests of the sect. Half an hour later. As Zhu Zuking opened his eyes again, the system prompt sounded. The host gave the tiger eagle left arm bone to Zhu Zuking, causing Tang San to lose his 10,000-year-old soul bone and robbing Tang San of a small amount of his luck. Reward, Tang Sect Hidden Weapon Technique, Batwing Reincarnation. The 10th ranked hidden weapon technique is not based on quantity. The number of hidden weapons launched at the same time does not exceed 36, and the trajectory of the hidden weapons is cleverly affected, so that the hidden weapons disperse the attack in an arc. Even if it is discovered by the opponent and bounced away, it can still return for a secondary attack. Forced target locking. It can be regarded as the core technique of Tang Sect, and it is very good. Tang Lan was quite satisfied. Watching Zhu Zuking stand up, he asked, How many years does it feel like it has improved? Juking. How does this thing feel? Tang Lan also reacted. Juking did not have a natal soul ring, so he could not check his age at any time. It's okay, let me check it for you. Examine? How to check? The next moment, Juking's eyes widened. All I saw. Chapter 85, The Evolution Direction of the Evil Eye. Martial Spirit evolves. How to check the upper limit of Soul Ring. Tang Lan started directly and carefully measured Juking's bones and muscle strength. Provoked Juking's eyes, the spirit is erratic. Although it has been touched, there is still a dust heart here. After half a minute, Tang Lan retracted his hand. The limit is about 5,100 years. A piece of 10,000-year soul bone increases the life by 800 years, with an 8% conversion rate. Not bad. It's just that absorbing this shadow demon cat may be a bit reluctant, and the process will be painful. Be prepared. Juking responded with a firm look. Tang Lan was still a little worried. Thinking about it, raised his hand and grabbed at the chest, his palm sank into the flesh and blood, and pulled out a green heart. The heart of life and soul. This is my 5th soul skill. Tang Lan explained, I will remove the soul power and retain the pure vitality, which will provide you with support at the critical moment. While speaking, Tang Lan pressed the heart of life and soul on Juking's left chest, and merged it into her heart little by little. The process was quite erotic. Chen Xin couldn't bear to watch. If he hadn't seen that the soul heart was indeed very special, he would have thought that this guy was taking advantage. Anyway, Juking was flushed, but she had to pretend to be calm. The extreme contrast made people's appetites grow. So, when Tang Lan withdrew his hand, he pinched it gently. Juking's ears burned red. Tang Lan pretended that nothing happened and stood back. The 3rd soul ring under his feet lit up, burying life. A large area of soul blue silver emperor enveloped Juking. Then the right eye lit up with a dark blue light soul bone skill reset mark. The preparations were completed. He raised his hand and sent the shadow demon cat tied up like a mummy to Juking's hand. The little thing had been sucked dry long ago. But under the threat of death, it was exhausted and still held on, condensing into a black shadow. Hat! Tang Lan sneered. The soul of Blue Silver Emperor shrank again, draining the soul power of its overdrawn life transformation again. At the same time, it activated the soul seed and absorbed its soul. Two-pronged approach. The shadow demon cat's limbs fell weakly, only the 2-meter-long cat tail was still stubbornly raised. This was its last deterrent. In response to this, Juking silently took out the barret and aimed it at its black eyes full of unwillingness. Boom, equals. The shadow demon cat, which could not move, had its head blown off directly. It was bloody. A purple and black soul ring condensed and floated above its corpse. Juking took a deep breath. Summoned the martial soul nether spirit cat and attracted the soul ring to put it on. At the same time, the soul of Blue Silver Emperor wrapped around her whole body, directly turned on the gluttony effect, and swallowed the majestic soul power. Even so, Juking's clothes still exploded, and her skin and flesh were torn apart underneath, which was very scary. Too much soul power was released, and her body could not bear it. Tang Lan activated the heart of life soul. A green light lit up at Juking's chest, and the life energy of the ultimate life attribute spread out and enveloped her whole body, repairing the cracks in her body. It kept Juking in the state of a porcelain doll and did not really break completely. Tang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Juking held on. Otherwise, even if there was a reset to save Juking, this soul ring would be wasted. Hey! Tang Lan suddenly found that his right eye was a little itchy. Looking carefully, it found that a breath of death was floating from the corpse of the shadow demon cat, and was swallowed by the evil eye, slowly evolving itself. Oh! The evolution condition of the evil eye is actually death? Tang Lan did not expect it either. Since obtaining the evil eye, Tang Lan seemed to have never killed, so he had never noticed this. After the black breath of death was completely devoured, the age of the evil eye increased by 4 years. The increase was not high. But the age of the evil eye is 20,000 years, while this shadow demon cat is only 5,000 years old. High-level soul beasts or soul masters will definitely have better effects. Should we do a massacre and evolve well? While thinking, A black light shot out from the corpse of the shadow demon cat at a high speed. Tang Lan, who seemed to be distracted, had a purple light in his left eye. Double pupils dragon catching hand. The golden dragon bound the black light and froze it in place. Tang Lan stepped on the water light step and flashed to catch the black light. A black bead rushed left and right in his palm. But it was useless to Tang Lan. Finally, he had to stop at full strength. Tang Lan chuckled. Little guy. I was just waiting for your move. When Tang San hunted the dark demon evil god tiger, it escaped with an evil god pearl, that was the real source of the evil god's power. The shadow demon cat, which also absorbs divinity, might have the same method. I was paying attention all the time. However, what's the use of this black pearl? I was thinking about it. The black pearl started to get restless again, but this time it had a clear goal and rushed towards Juking frantically. This is... Tang Lan hesitated. There were still 25 seconds left for the mark, so he could give it a try. So he let the black pearl fly out and went flying straight towards Juking. He plunged into among the ghost civets. Juking let out a muffled groan, and the cracks on his body suddenly soared. Blue-silver field. The dense blue-silver emperor of life souls rises from the ground, floating out little bits of green light, and gathers into a stream to rush towards Juking. Forcibly press down the crack again. Juking's frowned brows also relaxed. Start absorbing with peace of mind. Tang Lan carefully observed her condition and silently counted down the mark. The nether civet that absorbed the black bead was covered with a layer of black light, bit by bit eating away at the original purple light. It's like infiltration, transformation. It's the evolution of martial soul. The divinity of this shadow god is impossible to escape. Simply choose Juking's martial spirit as the new carrier to integrate and transform the nether civet. Until the last second, no new changes have appeared. Tang Lan did not activate the reset, and instead devoted himself to assisting Juking in absorbing the soul rings and black beads. Fortunately, Tang Lan has been practicing and controlling the distractions of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Now we have reached the heart of the 4 orifices. You can do 4 things at the same time. Control the life soul blue silver emperor to absorb soul power. Control the heart of life soul to replenish vitality. Use the blue silver field to infuse vitality. Just do 3 things at once. It's a small matter. As for consumption, the absorbed soul power is used directly, combined with the endless life of the 9 yang divine art. Internal strength decreases slowly. With his reserves 10 times that of the same level, he could spend a whole day here. But Juking doesn't need that much time. 1 hour later, the ups and downs of the soul ring could not escape being tamed after all, lying docilely at Juking's feet. Absorption successful. The purple light on the nether civet's body was also completely swallowed up. It turned into absolute darkness that did not reflect any light, like the previous shadow demon cat. I thought this matter was over. In no mood. A ray of black light shot directly into the back of Juking's buttocks from the body of the shadow demon cat. Ah! Juking let out a rare cry of pain, and a black tail poked out without being possessed by a martial spirit. The 2-meter-long black cat tail is composed of 23 bones, and its appearance is shrouded in the same absolute blackness. Echoing the new martial spirit from afar. This is Chapter 86 Bug Soul Skill. Juking offers a kiss. Oh! Tang Lan asked doubtfully, a soul bone attached to the outside. It's strange. He just used his mental power to check the shadow demon cat as soon as it died. No soul bones were exploded. Where did this external soul bone come from? Tang Lan looked at the pure black civet spirit behind Juking. It is probably a chain reaction caused by absorbing the black beads. Think about it too. After all, it is a soul beast inhabited by the shadow god, so it is natural that the explosive block has a soul bone attached to it. So, the dark demon evil god tiger was also able to explode soul bones, but the evil god pearl escaped, causing Tang San to miss a big opportunity. You can hunt this guy later and absorb the evil god bead. If you can explode a soul bone, you must give the mistress a few more glances and get a reward. In imagination, Tang Lan only felt that Nephrite was in his arms, but Juking rushed over. She hooked Tang Lan's neck, stood on tiptoes and gave him a sweet kiss. Chen Xin. Today's young people are really open-minded. But Juking successively obtained super limit soul rings, martial soul evolutions, and even attached soul bones. It is understandable that you vent your emotions when you are excited. Chen Xin silently turned around, stepped on the 7 kills sword and floated out. Give the 2 young men more space. Tang Lan also came to his senses. Juking, who was really cold-tempered, suddenly took such initiative, which caught him off guard. But after you come to your senses. Girl! You are playing with fire. Half an hour later. Chen Xin reappeared, bringing with him Juking, who was blushing but pretending to be calm. Returned to Tiend city. After receiving the internal power of the 9 sun magic skills for a while, Juking regained his composure. He glared at Tang Lan angrily and twisted his little hand around his waist. Hiss! Hold C. Are all women self-taught in this trick? Quickly hold her hand. Juking, tell me what you gained. Speaking of this, Juking actually laughed out of his crescent eyes, unable to hold back his joy. If the spring breeze blows after the ice and snow melt, it is incredibly beautiful. Tang Lan was stunned. Turn out to be. Juking smiled, so beautiful. The soul skill of the 3rd soul ring is called Shadow Step. That's the trick the Shadow Demon Cat used to sneak attack you before. Instant, speed increased by 50%, can travel in the shadows and hide for 15 seconds without being detected by any mental power. It comes with a stealth breaking blow, which increases the damage by 50%. It can be used in conjunction with other soul skills. Good guy. Is this the effect of a 5,000-year-old soul ring? Increase speed, concealment and increase attack. It's comparable to a 10,000-year-old soul skill. What about the attached soul bones? Tang Lan asked. There should be an increase in the output of the same soul beast, right? Yet. Juking affirmed, the attached soul bone gives me the invisible blow. It can ignore the defense of no more than 10 levels of its own. The ratio of soul skills should also be improved, but the original ratio is unknown, so it is not clear. Oh no! No need to ask. The Shadow Demon Cat broke through the Vatra indestructible body by relying on this ignoring defense. As a divine alien species, the 5,000-year-old Shadow Demon Cat can actually be calculated as 50,000 years. It is approximately equal to the 7-ring Soul Saint. What about the soul bone skills of the external soul bone? Tang Lan asked again. Juking raised the corners of his mouth higher. The soul bone skill Shadow Sorrow, attacking the enemy's shadow, 50% of the damage will be synchronized to the main body, and it also has the effect of ignoring defense. If the 3rd soul skill is used, the synchronization ratio will double to 100%, and the soul skill can also be used to enjoy the bonus of breaking invisibility. Okay. Who can resist this? Anyway, Tang Lan asked himself. If they were at the same level. Without knowing, Juking sneaked into his shadow and used a combination of skills. If he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. If Tang Lan was like this. If it were any other soul master, it would be even worse. There's more. Juking summoned a pitch-black martial soul with uncontrollable joy in his eyes. My martial soul has evolved. It has strengthened the power of the shadow. It's more appropriate to call it the Shadow Spirit Cat now. The 1st and 2nd soul skills have also changed. The 1st soul ring under her feet lit up. The original soul skill was Netherworld Stab, which grew claws and accelerated. Now it was the shadow under her feet, which jumped up from the ground in the form of a cat, and scratched several deep grooves on the ground with one claw. The cat shadow returned to Juking's feet and turned into a shadow again. The 1st soul ring lit up again. This time the shadow split into 2 black balls, attached to the back of Juking's hands, and turned into 2 shadow claws. The 1st soul skill, Shadow Stab. It can attack alone or amplify itself. The speed is also doubled, and it will get extra acceleration in the dark. Is this a 100-year soul ring? 1,000 years is nothing but this. Juking continued to show, and the 2nd soul ring lit up. It also rotated at high speed, and the shadow claws attacked the soul of the blue-silver emperor like a gyroscope, cutting a small gap. It was difficult for the 7-ring soul saint to break free from this thing. The black energy remained on it, and it made it impossible for the ultimate life attribute to complete self-healing. After a few seconds of stalemate, the black energy was exhausted and expelled. If it were an ordinary person, even if the blood was drained, it would be difficult to heal. 2nd soul skill Shadow 100 Claws. It's similar to the Netherworld 100 Claws, but it strengthens the damage to the wound. The shadow power will penetrate into the body and destroy the meridians, internal organs, and bones. After Juking finished speaking, she looked at Tang Lan steadily. It was like a little woman waiting for a man's affirmation. Great! Tang Lan said sincerely, I declare that the fierce level is invincible. Juking smiled brilliantly. This little woman's attitude was the first time Tang Lan saw it. On the side, Chen Xin looked at Tang Lan and Juking, as if pink bubbles were floating. He shook his head helplessly. Juking now has a perfect figure, appearance, strength, talent, and potential. This third soul skill and the external soul bone form a perfect match. Let Juking transform into a shadow assassin. Even if he is at the same level, he dare not say that he can defend against it. How can Rongrong compete with him? I heard that he has a younger sister? Go back and tell Feng Ji to give up the idea of marriage. Since the soul ring has been obtained. The three of them took a brief rest and flew back on the sword. On the way, Juking naturally hugged Tang Lan and massaged Tang Lan with her softness because they were going to hunt soul beasts, the burden had long been removed. She looked like a girl in love, ignoring the existence of Chen Xin. I didn't expect Juking to be a little love-brained. It's worthy of being the love continent. Although love-brained is mostly a derogatory term. But if the person being loved is oneself, it is a great advantage. Who doesn't want a partner who is biased towards oneself? And the person has beautiful breasts and a big butt? Anyway, Tang Lan is enjoying it now. Chen Xin just pretended not to see it. Without a woman in mind, it is natural to draw the sword. It doesn't matter. It's just that. The 7 killing swords have soared out of the sonic boom cloud. It shortened the time by half and landed in front of the city gate. I thought Chen Xin would turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Chen Xin put away the 7 killing swords and landed together. Uncle Jian, do you have anything else to do? Tang Lan asked. The competition will start tomorrow, so I'll stay at Tangmen for one night. Chen Xin said casually. Okay, I'll have someone arrange for Uncle Jian to take care of Rongrong. After passing the city gate, Chen Xin flew the sword again, taking the two of them to fly slowly to Tangmen. Too fast a speed may cause unnecessary trouble. After all, this is Tiend city, the territory of Emperor Shuiyat. Outside the Tangmen Academy, there are still crowds of people. A Tangmen encyclopedia makes Tangmen famous throughout the continent. The biggest beneficiary is the monopoly of knowledge of civilians. And civilian soul masters are the largest group. They are either grateful, yearning, or making a pilgrimage. But without exception, they are all very optimistic about the future of Tang sect. Looking forward to joining the Tang sect and becoming a pig in the spotlight. Soaring into the sky. If Tang Lan hadn't had the foresight to entrust Jian Rongxiu to send someone to help with the selection, the Tang sect has taken over the entire Tiendu city. It can also be overcrowded. Thriving and prospering. Chen Xin said happily, the people's will, the Tang sect is bound to rise. Uncle Jian has really good eyesight. Tang Lanpi paused, causing Chen Xin to chuckle. Yu Jian will directly enter the Tang sect. A figure rose into the sky and stopped the three of them. This is a middle-aged man with flaming red wings on his back, and he exudes the aura of a strong man. He bowed respectfully. I took the liberty of stopping Sword Douluo, Your Majesty, but my daughter is being imprisoned in the Sky Prison. Please forgive me, Senior. Sect Master Tang, I am Huo Wu's father, Huo Rong. I am here to apologize to Huo Wu. I have prepared a small gift. Huo Rong took out a big slap gift box from his arms and threw it at Tang Lan. It made a sharp sound that broke through the air. Good guy. Is this an apology or a show of force? Snort. Chen Xin snorted coldly. The gift box exploded open, revealing a fiery red bead. Huo Rong's body sank, as if a mountain was suppressing his head. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Huo Rong's complexion changed drastically. It's finished. I underestimated the relationship between Sword Douluo and Tang Lan. There is inevitably some resentment in my heart. He is a dignified Contra, and his daughter is imprisoned in a sky jail, so he can't have a temper? Tang Lan didn't say a word either. Looking at the fiery red bead, I recognized its origin. The core of fire. The fire spirit beast, the fire spirit, has a small chance of condensing its core after 10,000 years. If the fire attribute soul master carries it with him, it can increase his own cultivation speed until it is exhausted. Or swallow it directly to increase the soul power, and there is a small probability of helping to break through the situation. Calculated based on 1 centimeter per 1,000 years. The core of this fire is 12 centimeters in diameter and is about 12,000 years old. In the eyes of ordinary people, it can be regarded as a treasure. But for Chen Xian and Tang Lan, they are a bit disdainful. Not to mention, Huo Rong came in a menacing manner. He said he came to apologize, but it was better to call him a charity. Yo! Tang Lan sighed, you are already a dean, but your eyesight is still so bad. Huo Rong was stunned. I am being. Did you ridicule? Then he realized, he was the only dean at the scene. On the spot, a raging flame ignited on his head, he was really furious. Sect Master Tang. What do you mean? Huo Rong asked, I am here to apologize to you on the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you still want to disobey? Okay. Not only is he a hot-tempered person, but he also has a bad brain. Use the title of prince to suppress him? It was your prince who personally ordered that your daughter be imprisoned and asked for you to beg Tang Lan for forgiveness. This partiality couldn't be more obvious, right? Chen Xian is too lazy to talk nonsense. The internal force condenses the sword energy and turns into a sword wheel at high speed, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Throw it casually towards Warong. Seems simple. Huo Rong is like a formidable enemy. Time is too hasty. He only had time to summon a flaming birdman, possessed by a martial spirit that brought on special flame effects, and he put his hands together to try to catch the sword wheel. But even if it was Chen Xian's casual attack, it was still a level 96 peak Douluo. Huo Rong could only barely catch the blade without being chopped into pieces on the spot. I flew out crookedly like a kite with its string cut off, looking towards the palace. This is a kind intention to send him back and ask His Highness the Crown Prince for more details. Thank you, Uncle Jian. Tang Lan shrugged and said, otherwise, if I come back by myself, today's affairs will be in trouble. This fire is like a powder keg, and Chen Xian will explode at the drop of a hat. If the dust heart is not there. Oh, it's just a level 82 contra. Chen Xian chuckled and said, Xiao Lan, you have no problem holding him back. If Xiao San uses that Barret again, it's just his luck that he met me. Chen Xian seemed to be teaching Huo Rong a lesson, but in fact, she saved his life. If it weren't for Huo Rong being a princeling and Xue Qinghe being Ning Fengzi's disciple. Today's matter is not so simple and kind, this is the doorstep of the Tang sect. Huo Rong and his daughter were blocked at the door of their home one after another. If we don't give you some clues, where is the majesty of the Tang sect? This matter. It depends on how Xue Qinghe will deal with it. Regarding Chen Xian's words, Tang Lan smiled and said nothing. The past 2 months of training are not just physical training. At least everyone knows how to play Barret. The error within 1 kilometer is within 1 palm. When the time comes, the 7 big snipers will be set up, and the little contra will fall out in seconds. Not to mention, the ammunition assembly line has been established a long time ago, and the Vulcan cannon is also fired by one man, and the fire suppression consumes him to death. Neither of them paid much attention to this matter. Fly straight into the inner perimeter of Tangmen. From afar, I saw the light of the soul skill flashing. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Meng Yuran. Opposite them, it was Jiangzhu with the healing aura on, and there were 6 teammates beside him. This was a full formation of 7 people. Useless to fight more. The battle situation is not one-sided, but is in a state of anxiety. The heart of dust is floating in the air, stopped and locked eyes with Ning Rongrong. At this moment, a young man with a feminine appearance and a crazy haircut was chasing after her. Tang Lan recognized him. He is Jingling, a student of Lanba Academy and the substitute of the original Shrek team. As a member of the agility attack system, his martial soul is a rare skeleton, and his sensitivity is even higher than Zhu Zuking's. At this moment, there was nothing that could be done against Ning Rongrong. The fierce quick attack, ordinary fighting spirit masters can only resist forcefully. But Ning Rongrong held the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in his hand and moved around in a small space. He was always in danger of passing by Jingling's bone blade. Lingbo Weiabu. It's clearly within reach, but it can't even touch the corner of the clothes. The more I fight against Jingling, the more urgent I become. He is a majestic agility attack type war soul master, but he can't attack an auxiliary type weapon soul master who is less than level 30 for a long time? It's simply embarrassing. Open it directly. The second soul skill, Bone Demon Blessing. Jingling's speed surged again, and she jumped towards Ning Rongrong. The eyes are sure to win. I will definitely catch you this time. However, faced with Jingling's thunderous blow, Ning Rongrong didn't panic at all. Because the second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. The tacit understanding cultivated in 2 months allowed Dai Mubai to save the situation in time. Jingling had no choice but to give up the attack and dodge. The blue-silver grass wrapped around Ning Rongrong's arm in time, trying to pull it back. Chen Xin nodded repeatedly. Rongrong's body technique is the self-created soul skill Lingbo Weibu, right? Not bad, not bad. Tang Lan didn't reply. He stared at the girl with aqua blue shawl hair in the middle of the field. Her fair face is dotted with delicate facial features, and she has a mature lady look but is not charming. The 1.65-inch tall figure is very well proportioned, not as exaggeratedly plump as Zhu Zuking's, and more attractive than Xiao Wu. It's not surprising at first glance. But the more I look at it, the more beautiful I feel. The more I look at it, the more I think it looks familiar. This is not. Chapter 87 Open the Gundam's Martial Spirit. Cousin by Chen Xiang. Ad. Update 80 Monthly Pass. Tang Lan looks more and more familiar to this girl. But Zhu Zuking seemed to have misunderstood. She continued to look at him carefully, and the more she looked at him, the more strange his eyes became. Another top-notch girl. Tang Lan. Are you excited again? The first soul ring under the feet of the girl with aqua blue shawl hair lit up. There is no trace. Ning Rongrong and Lan Yinko were frozen in place. Instant soul skill? Freezing effect? Tang Lan finally recognized this girl, the former captain of the Tiend Shui Academy team, Shui Binger. How did she join Tangmin Academy? Look at the team again. Another girl with the same aqua blue shawl hair, although her appearance is more cute, her eyebrows are somewhat similar to Shui Binger. It is Shui Binger's half-sister, Shui Yuer. The two sisters came together? Then this year's Tian Shui College seems to be a mess. Tang Lan was thinking. When Dai Mubai saw Ning Rongrong being accused, the White Tiger's fierce light wave changed direction and headed straight for Shui Binger. Seeing this, Tai Long, who was from the attack system, decisively stood in front of her. The second soul ring under Shui Binger's feet lit up. The second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. The crystal blue armor surrounded Tai Long and Shui Binger. The White Tiger's fierce light wave came, and cracks appeared on the surface of the ice ring armor. After a few seconds of stalemate. Still, Shui Binger was defeated, and the ice ring armor shattered. But the power of the White Tiger's fierce light wave doesn't have much left. Tai Lung didn't even use soul skills, just relying on physical fists to smash them into pieces. Only a little scratch left. In Jiangzhu's healing aura, healing is achieved in the blink of an eye. In the collision of their second soul skills, Dai Mubai was slightly better. But Shui Binger's ice ring armor is a group defense soul skill. Dai Mubai's White Tiger fierce light wave only had one shot. Overall, Shui Binger is stronger. Meng Yuan took the opportunity to rush to Ning Rongrong's side. The first soul skill, Snake Blade. The ice on Ning Rongrong's body was broken, and the 3,000-year soul ring under her feet lit up. The third soul skill, Snake Shadow. The top of the snake head crutch split into 3 red, purple, and blue snake heads, which rushed out and bit the attacking spirit masters Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Tai Long. Jingling swayed out of the attack range. The blue snake head that attacked him immediately turned around and locked onto Tai Lung. The first soul skill, Wolf Flash. Huang Yuan felt that he was outmatched and retreated. The second soul skill, Explosive Power. Tai Lung's fists turned into heavy hammers, and he hit the 2 purple and blue snake heads in the front, swinging them aside. Without any hesitation, he chased Ning Rongrong through the snake head. There is no hesitation that he will be flanked. The first soul skill, Freeze. The 3 smugglers, together with Meng Yuan, were frozen on the spot. Tyrone easily passed her. Huang Yuan, who had retreated suddenly, was embarrassed at this time. This was the result of a lack of tacit understanding. Tai Long caught up with Ning Rongrong and attacked from both sides with Jingling, who was dodging away. I thought that the cooperation between the two of them would be a sure success. But Ning Rongrong actually advanced instead of retreating, swaying left and right to avoid the two men's attacks, and slid towards Meng Yuan close to the ground. Lift with one move of his hand, he captured the dragon at close range. It collided with Tai Lung's fist and used his destructive power to smash the ice. It's obviously just an auxiliary. Not only was he unharmed under the attack of a strong attack and a sensitive attack, he also took advantage of the situation to help his teammates out of trouble. Ning Rongrong's operation can be called a show of talent. But as the backdrop, Tai Long and Jingling only felt extremely ashamed and angry. Shame. The stain in life. About to attack with anger. An afterimage passed by. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan were grabbed by Oscar's hands and flew into the sky. At the same time, he was also out of Shui Binger's soul skill range. The female soul master who was chasing Oscar could only look at the sky with hatred. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Her martial spirit is of the flying type. But because the level is too low, the flying soul skill has not been absorbed yet. I can only watch, unable to do anything. That's so angry. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. Hey! Another acquaintance. She is tall and well proportioned, with a graceful body, light and slender, an extremely beautiful appearance. Just a little bit thinner. Slightly inferior to Zhu Zuking and Xiao Wu. Calculated according to seniority. This should be Tang Lan and Tang San's cousin, Bai Chen Xiang. It is also one of the roots of Tang San's double standard God King. Has she come to Tang Min too? This is interesting, the Min clan can accept it. As everyone looked up, Tang Lan and the others were naturally exposed. Sect Master. Grandpa Jian. Zhu Zuking. You are back. Press the pause button in the fierce battle. Oscar took the opportunity to lead his men and quietly joined Dai Mubai and Tang San. Chen Xin controlled the 7-killing sword to fall. Zhao Wuji came forward to greet him. Sect Master, Your Majesty Sword Douluo, you are back. I'll let Mubai and the others compete with the Academy's second team. These 7 people are all good prospects. After the assessment, I hope to recommend them to the sect leader for you to recruit into the inner section. 4 are from the original Lanba Academy, and 3 joined later. Lu Erlong spoke up at the right time and pulled Jiangju over. Sect Master, you have seen my goddaughter Jiangju, a martial soul healing scepter, a 16-year-old level 28 healing weapon soul master. Jiangju was still boldly dressed and smiled at Tang Lan, polite with a hint of resentment. Probably still angry about not letting her eat melon last time. But due to Tang Lan's identity, he didn't dare to show it. But how familiar is Lu Erlong with her? He immediately scolded, what is your attitude? Kneel down. Jiangju was shocked. The white waves rolling on the chest are eye-catching. Then I realized how stupid I was to do this. He knelt down with a snap. She was already dressed boldly, but now most of it was directly exposed in front of Tang Lan's eyes. Tang Lan was speechless. He even suspected that Jiangju had done this deliberately to seduce him. Pity. It was far worse than Zhu Zuking, so Tang Lan was not interested. Waving his hands casually. For Lu Erlong's sake, I won't do it next time. Thank you, Sect Master. Jiangju stood up, with some regret in his eyes, it was indeed deliberate. Lu Erlong hurriedly continued the introduction. This is Tai Long, a powerful gorilla with a martial spirit. He is a 16-year-old and level 30 attack-type warrior spirit. He is the most talented person in our academy. As the name suggests, the Tai Long people are tall, strong, and muscular. He smiled innocently, the kind that showed his gums. But when he opened his mouth, it was. Sect Master, the Tang sect encyclopedia you wrote is too thick. My old man asked me to recite the entire text every day, but after 2 months I have only recited less than half of it. Good guy. When you first meet, you complain about someone else's masterpiece. Or is it a recognized masterpiece? This is Tyrone. Lu Erlong has such a bad temper. Clang. He punched Tai Lung directly into the ground, and then kicked him far away. Go back and invite your parents. Then kneel in front of the school. If you dare to get up, I will ask you to search for benzene oil. 2 proud students in a row behaved like this. Lu Erlong felt a little confused. He could only give Tang Lan a wry smile. Tang Lan smiled carelessly. Tai Lung has an upright character and does things without considering the consequences. Although he easily offends people, he is an honest person. As long as it is used properly, it is a model worker cow that eats grass and produces milk. Seeing that Tang Lan was not angry, Lu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tang Lan is young, he can't resist his high achievements. Decisively waved to Jingling to come forward. Jingling, Wuhan skeleton, is a very rare nether system, 16-year-old, 30th level agility attack system war soul master, his talent is above Tai Long. It was said earlier that Tai Lung was one of the most talented, but now he has fallen down a gear. It seems that the emotional intelligence is too low and points were deducted. Tang Lan became interested when looking at this mat-killing boy whose homophonic name was Elf. That skeleton martial spirit reminded him of Susanoo. It's outrageous to make skeletons a sensitive attack type. Isn't it nice to drive a Gundam? If there are 8 people missing from the 5-star rating, you can add more. After reaching 60 people change to 5-star praise for every 10 people. Everyone, please rate quickly. Chapter 88 The Air Force of the Soul Master World. The opportunity for the evolution of the martial soul. The skeleton martial soul, but it became a sensitive attack system? It sounds outrageous. Wouldn't it be better for him to drive a Gundam? Fortunately, Jingling has just absorbed 2 soul rings, and it's still time to transform now. How to match them? Countless soul beasts flashed in Tang Lan's mind, and he combined several plans. The plan is feasible. I have some ideas about your martial soul. Tang Lan said directly, if you are willing, you can be a second-generation disciple of the Tang sect. From now on, the soul ring hunting will be formulated by me. Even Jingling, who is as cold as his personality, has golden eyes. The author of the Tang sect encyclopedia, tailor-made soul ring packages for you, do you still need to hesitate? Bowed neatly. Disciple Jingling, meet the sect master. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction, and found a new fun. A ball of spiritual light shot out with a flick of his finger and merged into Jingling's mind. It was Lingbo Weibu. This is an advance payment for you to serve Tang sect well in the future. Jingling tried his best to resist the temptation of Lingbo Weibu and knelt on one knee to Tang Lan. I will obey the will of the sect master. After waiting for Tang Lan's response, Jingling stood up and consciously walked to the side. He began to digest Lingbo Weibu just now, he was suffocated to death by this body movement. Tang Lan was very satisfied. He was smart and restrained. He was a good seedling who was worry-free. The last Huang Yuan looked at Tang Lan expectantly. Lu Erlong, this is Huang Yuan, Wuhan Lone Wolf, 16 years old, 29 level strong attack system war soul master, a reliable boy. Both are 16 years old. Tyrone is level 30 and Huang Yuan is level 29, the difference is obvious. But Wuhan Lone Wolf? Is it a coincidence? Huang Yuan, right. Tang Lan narrowed his eyes and said, blind, I mean, Su Yun Tao from the Spirit Hall, do you know him? Huang Yuan was a little confused, what was blind? But he still said respectfully, replying to the sect master, Su Yun Tao is my uncle, with a congenital soul power of level 2, and a low talent. My congenital soul power is level 5, and I am the best in our family. Is that so? It's fate. Tang Lan smiled and said, Xiao Sanzi and I awakened the Spirit Hall, and it was Huang Yuan who was presided over by Su Yun Tao. You will be the 3rd-generation inner sect disciple. Tang Lan ejected a spiritual light ball. In addition to the 2nd level of the 9 Yang Divine Art, there were also a few instructions, let him pass the message back and bring Su Yun Tao to the Tang sect. The famous novice village signpost, the blind Douluo, and the first poisonous milk. Even if he is asked to watch the gate, he may have the blessing of luck. Anyway, the family is big and the business is big, so it's okay to support him. It can be regarded as thank him for his impotence. Huang Yuan was puzzled, but he bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Tang Lan nodded, and turned to look at Shui Binger and the other 2 girls. Zhao Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and introduced them proudly. Master, these 2 nieces Shui Binger and Shui Yu are the daughters of an old friend of mine. They had already enrolled in Tiend Shui College, but I persuaded them to transfer here. Shui Binger's niece, 16 years old, 38th level control system battle soul master, martial soul condensed water flying Luan, but I think it's more appropriate to call her Ice Phoenix. The first soul skill is instant group control, the second soul skill is group protection, and the third soul skill is group repel. She has a calm and steady personality, and is very suitable to be the captain of the second team. Shui Bing'er cooperated to release her martial soul, a phoenix covered with ice crystals, beautiful and magnificent. Tang Lan seemed to have discovered something, and took a closer look. A scent of flowers came to my face, refreshing my heart. Shui Bing'er was a little nervous, staring at Tang Lan without blinking. Good student.jpg. Like waiting for the test paper to be corrected. Interesting. Tang Lan touched his chin. Your condensed water flying Luan is not as good as the ice phoenix. But if there are natural treasures with ice attributes, you can evolve into an ice phoenix, and maybe you can get the ultimate ice attribute. Let me think about it, what's suitable? Ice type 100,000-year-old soul bones, or ice type fairy grass over 50,000 years old, or ice type soul beast inner pills over 80,000 years old. They are all hard to find. Having said that, Shui Bing'er's breathing was still a little faster. This is the evolution of martial souls. It's difficult for others to evolve, but she has been pointed out the direction. Searching with a purpose, and running around by yourself. Can it be the same? Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. Shui Bing'er was very curious. I know about the evolution of martial souls, but what is this ultimate attribute? It is not recorded in the Tang sect encyclopedia. Wow! With such a confident tone, it seems that he has memorized the whole text. She is a studious material. Even Chen Xin cast a curious look at her. Tang Lan did not hide it. I only discovered this ultimate attribute in the past 2 days, so it is not written in the Tang sect encyclopedia. To be precise, it should be called, a martial soul with ultimate attributes. Tang Lan released his life soul Blue Silver Emperor. My martial soul has undergone 1 mutation and 2 evolutions, and has reached the ultimate of Blue Silver Grass, with dual ultimate attributes of life and soul. The effect is also very simple. It can amplify the soul skills of the same attributes of itself and suppress the soul skills of the same attributes of the enemy. For example, Jiangju, open your soul skills. Jiangju obediently summoned the healing scepter and used the first soul skill, Healing Aura. Slowly restore everyone's physical strength. Tang Lan's mind moved. Everyone clearly felt that the recovery speed plummeted by more than double. How could it be? Jiangju exclaimed, the consumption doubled, but the effect was halved. It vividly explained the ultimate attribute. Instantly, everyone's eyes looking at Tang Lan changed. Envy, admiration, obsession, pride. There are many. But without exception, they were all impressed by Tang Lan's charm. This is already the prototype of the field, right? Chen Xin couldn't help but said, suppressing the same attributes and amplifying one's own attributes, most fields are like this. I'm not sure about this, but it can be used as a bold guess, and we will verify whether it is consistent in the future. Chen Xin nodded. I didn't care too much. Shui Bing'er couldn't help asking, then Sect Master, does the absorption of a single attribute soul ring help the ultimate attribute? Tang Lan simply shook his head. For the evolution of martial souls, piling up a single attribute only has an auxiliary effect and cannot play a decisive role. There must be enough qualitative factors, such as the 100,000-year soul bone and fairy grass inner pill I just mentioned. But the best choice for the ultimate martial soul is to choose a single attribute soul ring. There is a primary and secondary relationship between the two, and we must distinguish them clearly. Shui Bing'er nodded repeatedly. She immediately became clear-minded. Sure enough, she persuaded her father to drop out of Tiend Shui College and resolutely joined the Tang sect. It was a correct choice. Zhao Wuji interrupted at the right time. Master, there is also my niece Shui Yuer, who is also 16 years old. She has the same father and mother as Shui Bing'er. Her martial soul is Yingya Dolphin and she is a 30-level agility attack war soul master. The 2 nieces have a martial soul fusion skill ice and snow drifting. It is very powerful and can be used for both offense and defense. It is enough to become the main force of the second team. Tang Lan pretended to be surprised and looked at the sisters carefully. He said suddenly, your martial soul fusion skill should be the stronger ice phoenix, right? Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer didn't understand. But they all nodded. Shui Bing'er said, our martial soul fusion skill has 2 forms. One is the continuous attack of snowflakes. The second is that I injected the essence of the martial soul, so that the snowflakes condensed into a giant ice phoenix. Tang Lan smiled. I can confirm that your martial soul, Shui Bing'er, can indeed evolve into an ice phoenix. According to my research on the martial soul fusion technique, it is actually the potential of the martial soul that is stimulated, and the power of many people is gathered to carry a higher level of martial soul form. For example, the honorary elder of our sect, Yu Xiaogang, his mutant martial soul Luo Sanbao, can evolve into a golden holy dragon with the complementation of the other two. So if he has the opportunity, he can evolve as many times as I do and eventually become a golden holy dragon. Oh, by the way, my innate soul power is only level 3. The last sentence. Shui Bing'er and others who knew about it for the first time, all opened their eyes wide. What the hell? Innate soul power level 3? Tang Lan could actually evolve to the peak of blue-silver grass. Instantly. An inspiring image of studying and exploring in order to change fate emerged in everyone's mind. It can be called a typical example of changing fate. Lu Erlong's eyes also ignited hope Xiaogang can still be saved. Although Yu Xiaogang's innate soul power is only half a level. But he doesn't need to grow too high. As long as he can break through the bottleneck and improve his soul power, and then increase his lifespan. Master, you are too amazing. Shui Bing'er said sincerely, your story should be written into the Tang sect encyclopedia, so that everyone will not lose hope. Tang Lan waved his hand. Heavenly materials and treasures are hard to come by, and my 2 evolutions are also unrepeatable, otherwise I would let Xiao Sanzi evolve as well. This kind of low probability event, if published, will only give ordinary people unwarranted hope. We must recognize a reality that most people can only be mediocre all their lives, so don't disturb their peace. Such a situation. Shui Bing'er felt inferior, and the light in her eyes was about to overflow. Shui Yuer, Bai Chen Xiang, Meng Yuren, and Jiangzhu were the same, with little stars in their eyes. Who can resist handsome and talented? Tang San's eyes were also very complicated. Brother was thinking about him, but the opportunity was really rare. Are you 2 sisters willing to enter the inner gate of the Tang sect? Tang Lan said in a formality, for the first generation of disciples, teach the skills of Lingbo Weibu. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer nodded like crazy. They bowed straight. Tang Lan ejected a spiritual light ball, which contained Lingbo Weibu and Jinwu's 7-section formation. This is also the standard configuration of a first-generation disciple. Shui Yuer was directly immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. Shui Bing'er was more calm. Resisting the desire for knowledge, she bowed again and pulled her sister aside. The last Bai Chenxiang stepped forward consciously. Master, my name is Bai Chenxiang, my martial soul is sharp-tailed swift, I am an 11-year-old 27-level agility attack spirit master, a member of the agility clan, and I came from my family to join the Tang sect because of my reputation. The look and posture were just short of saying, this lady came for you. Unfortunately. With the relationship between the two, it is destined to be not possible. Tang Lan pretended not to know and made a recollection. I remember that the Min clan is in the extreme style, right? And all the soul rings are only inflicted with the same kind of soul beast, right? The sect master is really knowledgeable. Bai Chenxiang said unwillingly, it's a pity that I applied the soul ring twice, but I didn't get the flying soul skill. Otherwise, I definitely couldn't have let that uncle run away just now. Oscar, who was stroking his stubble on the side, was petrified on the spot. Can't you get over this joke? Every newcomer needs to fight. The Min clan. Chen said with a hint, Xiao Lan, do you know that they were once an affiliated sect of the Haoshan sect? Since the Haoshan sect disappeared from the world, their life seems to be very unsatisfactory. When Bai Chenxiang heard this, her expression darkened. We, the Agile clan, only have fast speed, which is really useless. This is a misunderstanding of Chen Xin's intention. I thought it was a reminder to Tang Lan that the Min clan was useless and still a hot potato. I am about to leave in despair. Tang Lan said, limit flow has flaws, so its advantages will naturally become more prominent. It's just that the attack power is not enough. Uncle Jian, don't forget that our Tang sect produces something. He looked at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, show me. Ning Rongrong walked out with a smile. Start showing them one by one. The production of firearm soul guides has not increased yet. Now the Tiendu Empire will purchase as much as it ships. Therefore, the people do not know the Tang sect's status as an arms factory. Otherwise, the Warong wouldn't be holding it. Looking at this, everyone was immediately shocked. Good guy. It turns out that the sect master is not only knowledgeable, but also a scientific researcher. Have all the soul guides been developed in complete sets? Bai Qianxiang's eyes were even brighter. This firearm soul guide perfectly makes up for the shortcomings of the sensitive clan's lack of attack. It even really blew up. Barrett's long-range sniper? In the hands of the sensitive clan, they can rush directly in front of the enemy, stuff the gun barrel into his mouth and blast him. Bai Qianxiang had a strong hunch that the Tang sect would be the key to the rise of the Sen clan. Look at Tangmen again. They annexed Lanba Academy, purchased surrounding land, and even sent out the royal guards to help select members. You want money, you want power, you want a bright future. And it happened to be during the startup period, manpower was scarce. Do you still need to hesitate? They are a sensitive family. But it was so miserable. Kong has speed but is not strong in combat, and he has no side job. He pretends to be a soul master and becomes Kong Yuji. These years. It all depends on the other three families for help, otherwise it would have been disbanded long ago. Bai Qianxiang said expectantly, Sect Master, if you don't dislike it, why don't you join the Tang clan if you belong to the Min clan? Oh. Tang Lan asked, can you make the decision? Of course. Bai Qianxiang puffed up her chest, my grandfather Bai He is the leader of the Min clan. He listens to my words. Tang Lan looked at Ning Rongrong. Are these little princesses of the same clan the same template? Look at what I'm doing. Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose and said, I've already changed my ways, so don't keep holding on to the dark history. Tang Lan shrugged. Look at Bai Qianxiang who is full of expectations. The Min clan is indeed useless in peacetime, but in wartime they are the top scouts. Paired with firearms, it is a ready-made air force. Must win. Tang Lan took out a storage ring and put 2 copies of all the firearms in it. Pass it to Bai Qianxiang. Bai Qianxiang, if you can convince the Min clan to join the Tang sect, I promise you the status of a generation disciple. You can choose 3 kinds of cultivation methods at random in the section. At the same time, the Min Hall will be created specifically for the Min clan, and you, the Min clan, will choose the master of the hall. This reward, this treatment. Full of sincerity. But Bai Qianxiang shook his head. I don't want to be a disciple of the first generation. Bai Qianxiang's eyes drifted away, I want a promise. Promise? What promise? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. Bai Qianxiang murmured a few words, but her face turned red with embarrassment and she couldn't say anything. He ran out in a hurry. Wait for my good news. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Bai Qianxiang's so-called promise is. Juking was quite helpless. Although I have already prepared myself mentally. But Tang Lan was like a walking soul bone that was 100,000 years old. Even a woman couldn't walk after seeing it. How much will the sisters get from now on? Tang Lan didn't take it to heart, he wasn't interested in the matter of getting married. Glancing around. Tang Lan he smiled and said, in order to be in better condition for the competition tomorrow, I will be your sparring partner. It's no fun just fighting, let's get some luck. Juking and I will form a team, and you disciples will form a team. If you can defeat any one of us, I will give each of you a copy, the opportunity for your martial soul to evolve. In an instant. Everyone's eyes are red. The little guy had a fever again, so I took it too. I just drove back from buying medicine. I have to go to boil the medicine. Today I will spend 4400 plus update. Chapter 89 Bug Shadow Step. Zhu Zuking's personal show. Tang Lan's words made everyone red-eyed. It's a chance to evolve the martial soul. There are 10 disciples present, and there are only 2 of them, Tang Lan and Zhu Zuking. Tang Lan is a pervert and difficult to deal with. But Zhu Zuking is just a 3-ring soul master. Even if he absorbs the soul ring to upgrade, he can only be level 31 at most. If you can get a reward by defeating any one of them. Uncle Tang, are you giving me benefits? Ning Rongrong tried to say, I don't mean anything else, but we have 10 people anyway, how about you pick 1 or 2 more? Others nodded repeatedly. The number of people is too different, it's embarrassing to take the grand prize. Unexpectedly. Chen Xin was anxious. This is a chance to evolve the martial soul. Although there are a lot of people, there are 10 people. But when Tang Lan said this, Chen Xin believed it without a doubt, if he said there was a way, there must be one. We must seize this opportunity. He reminded her, wrong, if this little girl's soul power wasn't too low, she could probably kill you all by herself. Ning wrong wrong. Everyone, underscore. Hey? When did Zhu Zuking become so powerful? Even if she got a super awesome soul ring with Tang Lan's help. That was only a 3-ring soul master. There were several 3-ring soul masters present, could she still kill them all at once? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But this was said by Chen Xin again. Sword Douluo is so famous, there is no reason for him to play tricks on them. My brain was smoking, and I didn't know how to respond. Tang Lan stepped forward and briefly told the story of the shadow demon cat. So, the tiger eagle left arm bone has been given to Zhu Qing. Now, through this lopsided duel, I want to let you know that this is for the benefit of the sect, not for personal gain. While speaking, Tang Lan has been paying attention to Tang San, these words were spoken to him. Tang San lived up to expectations. His face turned black on the spot. That was the soul bone he had reserved. How could he give it away in advance? Even if this opportunity is rare, what does it have to do with him? He just wants that soul bone. In comparison, the only other contender, Dai Mubai, acted very relaxed, his chances were not high to begin with. He took the initiative to say, it would be a pity to give up such a good opportunity. Everything should be based on the interests of the sect. I have no objection. The pattern was immediately revealed. Compared with Tang San's dark face, the difference was immediately apparent. The newcomers Shui Binger and others silently labeled Tang San as small-minded and narrow-minded. Host lets Tang sect disciples see Tang San's true face and distance themselves from him. Snatch a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, all soul bones plus 500 years. Oh? Can I play this twice? Tang Lan suppressed the corner of his mouth and continued to act. Although the opportunity is rare, it is not a reason for me to break my promise. I'll add another prize. Whoever defeats me or Zhu Qing personally, I will take all his future soul rings. Definitely the best one. But if my sister Xiaosong takes this tiger eagle left arm bone, it will be given to Zhu Qing in advance. Who agrees, who disagrees? Dai Mubai took the lead and said, the new reward from the sect master is no worse than the 10,000-year soul bone. Who can object? Everyone looked at Tang San. Now that it's said so, what can Tang San do? Let Zhu Zuking dig out the soul bone? He wanted to. But Tang Lan couldn't agree. He could only force a smile and said, brother, you decide. In that case, we certainly won't have any objections. Ning Rong Rong said with a smile, Zhu Qing, please go easy on me later. Zhu Zuking didn't say a word. She held Tang Lan's hand tightly, her eyes moving across everyone's faces. Tang Lan had done this for her. She almost broke up with her best brother. She had to do it beautifully to be worthy of this effort. So, she would be merciless. Ning Rong Rong received the signal and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Oscar took the opportunity to chant a spell, created a flying mushroom sausage, and threw it to Ning Rong Rong. In a team battle, priority should be given to protecting the auxiliary. Oh? It's starting now. Tang Lan smiled and said, Zhu Qing, come on. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zuking leaped and pounced on the nearest Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan reacted quickly and released his lone wolf martial spirit. However, he didn't notice that a cat-like shadow jumped out from under Zhu Zuking's feet and flashed past at high speed. First soul skill, Shadow Stab. Blood shot out from Huang Yuan's shoulder, which was a millimeter away from his neck. Jiangju's healing aura took effect, but it couldn't heal the wound. A black energy rolled, causing the wound to continue to tear. If the attack just now had hit the vital point, he would have died. Huang Yuan's face was extremely ugly. He was killed in seconds. The battle continued. Jingling, who was very sensitive, stopped Zhu Zuking. With Huang Yuan's lesson learned, directly possessed by the martial spirit, the second soul ring under his feet lit up, and his status improved significantly. At the same time, a series of blue-silver grasses were thrown out by Tang San using hidden weapons, and came from all directions. The first soul skill, Freeze. Zhu Zuking's body surface was covered with ice, making it impossible to escape. The blue-silver grass was entangled on it, making it more difficult for Zhu Zuking to break the ice. Dai Mubai, Shui Yuer and Meng Yuan also rushed to surround Zhu Zuking. Take it easily. But who will give this fatal blow? Several people looked at each other and exchanged glances. Suddenly, brush! Juking disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, but the ice was not damaged at all. What? Where? Gone. Everyone looked around. But Chen Xin shook his head and sighed, wrong, you are still careless. At this time, Ning Rongrong just ate the flying mushroom sausage and spread her green wings to fly into the sky. Juking took the lead and emerged from the shadow behind her. The shadow claws rested on the snow-white neck. Whispered in his ear, you lose. It is Juking's third soul skill Shadow Step. But walking through the shadows, not even Tang Lan's blue-silver domain could detect traces. Under the protection of a group of people, a Kaibao glazed pagoda assistant soul master was forced to go offline without even opening his martial soul. Jingling's brows jumped at the sight. He had been chasing Ning Rongrong for a long time, but he didn't even touch the corner of her clothes. You! And while everyone was stunned, Juking escaped into the shadow again and appeared behind Jiangju more than 10 meters away, preparing to do the same thing. The first soul skill, freeze. Only a hollow ice cube was left in place. I can't control Juking at all. Shui Bing'er felt in trouble. The invincible instant control met its nemesis today. But the second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Including herself. Ice Ring Armor emerged from the remaining 8 human bodies. If I can't control you, then I won't. Everyone leaned back in pairs. Shui Bing'er shouted. Everyone immediately followed suit. So that Juking could no longer make sneak attacks. But does this really work? Chapter 90 The Power of Shadow Shang. Humanoid plug-in Tang Lan. The defense of the ice ring armor was obvious to all just now. So, when Juking appeared in front of Shui Yuer and held out his shadow claw, out of trust in her sister, she did not put up any defense. Slap a palm with your backhand. The second soul skill, Bibo. A spiral water wave attack missed Juking's shadow claw and directly attacked Juking's towering chest. Result. The ice ring armor was just like the air, unable to hinder the shadow claws at all, and easily chipped off Shui Yuer's earrings. Escaped into the shadow again and disappeared. Leaving behind the stunned Shui Yuer and the wide-eyed Shui Bing'er. Ignore defense. Shui Bing'er reacted very quickly, the ice ring armor will only be broken into pieces. It ignores defense. You guys. The words haven't been finished yet. Oscar and Meng Yuan were back to back, and Juking jumped out with a claw. This time Oscar is prepared. Tilt at a weird right angle, letting the shadow claws pass over the tip of the nose. Lingbo Weibu. But could Juking not have thought of that? The shadow under his feet turned into the shadow of a cat, spinning rapidly like a top. Completed 100 attacks in an instant, breaking the ice ring armor abruptly. Oscar's clothes were all scratched into strips of cloth. The second soul skill, Shadow 100 Claws. Success with one blow. Juking escaped into the shadow again. Brush. Coax. Click. Daimyubai's white tiger fiery light wave, Jingling's bone blade, Meng Yuan's snake head cane. They all fell into the void. Shui Bing'er was about to call everyone together. Swish, brush, brush. Strips of blue-silver grass wrapped around everyone's waist, pulling them to Tang San's side. Don't act separately again. Tang San said solemnly, with Shui Bing'er and I as the core, the others will surround the periphery and form a defensive formation. Shui Bing'er was quite surprised. This clown man still has some sense, because he has never awakened. Tang San's appearance is only average. 6 people gathered together to form a formation. If Juking launches another attack, he will have to face at least 3 people at the same time. So she decisively gave up the sneak attack. Appeared from behind Tang Lan, leaning on Tang Lan's shoulder, rising and falling rapidly. Absorbing the internal energy transmitted by Tang Lan. 4 people were killed in a row, 2 of them were powerful assists. It seems relaxed and freehand. But don't forget. Shadow Step is the third soul skill. A single use will consume 30% of the internal energy. If it weren't for Tang Lan using his life soul heart to replenish her internal strength from afar. The food has been served for a long time. Don't give her a chance to recover her soul power. Tang San shouted, everyone, maintain your formation and fight quickly. Daimyobai took the lead and directly activated the third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Meng Yuan also used his third soul skill, his snake-headed crutch transformed into 3 snake heads, and attacked side by side with Dai Mubai. Tang Lanyi raised eyebrows, thinking I don't exist? Then raised his hand. The third soul ring under Shui Binger's feet lit up. Third soul skill resist ice ring. A circle of ice rings radiated, passing by everyone in peace. Only hit Tang Lan's chest, trying to push it away. Golden light appeared on Tang Lan's body, and the Vajra indestructible body automatically protected the body. Stuck with the ice ring, as steady as Mount Tai. Shui Binger was shocked. Her third soul skill, can't you move it? It's outrageous. But Dai Mubai had expected it, and he sprayed out. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Tang San raised his hand and threw a black ball. Third soul skill Spider Web Binding. Meng Yuren's 3 snake heads also aimed at Tang Lan's lower 3 roads. Fully respect Tang Lan's strength. Unfortunately. Get up. A large number of Life Souls Blue Silver Emperor rose from the ground and formed a wall. It smashed the ice ring. Bounced off the spider web. Wrapped around 3 snake heads. Resisted the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. And this is just a variant application of Tang Lan's third soul skill. It is so powerful. Take advantage of this opportunity. Zhu Zuking, who took a breath, disappeared into the shadows again. Tang San, who opened the purple demon eye, saw her through the gap. Immediately shouted, "Be careful." She disappeared again. Everyone was alert all around. Even though they didn't see Zhu Zuking. Shui Binger's ice crystal earrings were cut by a black shadow and fell to the ground and smashed. When? Tang San was doubting his life, how could he not see it? The purple demon eye was opened to the limit. Finally. He saw a darker outline in Jingling's shadow, slashing towards Jingling's shoulder. Puff! Jingling's clothes were torn and blood spurted from her shoulders. She was also eliminated. In Jingling's shadow. Tang San said in disbelief, she attacks the shadow, and the damage will be fed back to the body. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Dai Mubai sprayed out a light bullet and landed in Jingling's shadow. But the speed was too slow. Zhu Zuking had already dodged away and returned to Tang Lan's back, with a black bone tail swinging behind her. She hung weakly on Tang Lan, greedily devouring her internal energy. That was her soul bone skill, Shadow Sorrow, which could feed back damage to the body by attacking the shadow. The effect was remarkable. In the vigilance of a group of people, she killed 2 more people in a row. But the consumption was also exaggerated, and she would have no combat power in the short term. Tang Lan removed the Soul Blue Silver Emperor wall and smiled at Tang San and the other 4. Do you want to fight again? Tang Lan joked, Zhu Qing is overexhausted. If she fights again, she can only fight me. Tang San and Dai Mubai's eyes twitched. If there were 10 people just now, they still had the martial soul fusion skill. Maybe there would be a chance to fight. Now. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and said, there is no hope of fighting the sect master. I admit defeat. Tang San's face was livid and he remained silent. He couldn't accept the reality. How did it end? He still had a lot of hidden weapons and firearms, so he could fight again. However, Tang Lan also maintained his prime condition, so it was hard to say whether he could continue to fight. At this time, Ning Rongrong ran over and helped Zhu Zuking down from behind Tang Lan. Zuking, what was that just now? Ning Rongrong said exaggeratedly, invisibility, displacement, ignoring defense, and finally attacking shadows, are these your third soul skills? Everyone was in disbelief. How could this be the third soul skill? Don't even mention 5,000 years. Even a 10,000-year soul ring can't be so exaggerated. Zhu Zuking didn't say anything. She swung the external soul bone shadow cat tail around in front of her. External soul bone. Shui Binger exclaimed, that shadow demon cat also gave birth to an external soul bone. It's incredible. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? No wonder. Oscar suddenly realized, the soul bones and soul rings of the same soul beast will greatly increase the effect of soul skills. If it's combined with soul bone skills, it won't work. It's still too exaggerated. Of the 10 of them, 6 were killed by Zhu Zuking. It's just a 5,000-year soul bone. Even if it's an external soul bone, it can't be so exaggerated, right? It's outrageous. Okay, don't worry about it. Tang Lan smiled and said, it seems that Zhu Qing picked up the girl alone, but I provided her internal strength. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted after using the third soul skill at most 3 times. So that's it. The soul skill of Bug, coupled with the soul power endurance, has the terrifying harvest performance just now. The root cause is still Tang Lan's humanoid plug-in. It's just that. There will be an extra chapter later, and I'm typing. Chapter 91 Huo Rong apologizes. The resentment of Soul Douluo? Extra chapter 605 star praise. Everyone still can't accept the reality. Before, Juking's strength was only considered medium and low in the team. Now she has become the leader, and she is leading by a cliff. She has the momentum to catch up with Tang Lan. And all this is because Juking followed Tang Lan on a trip. Hey? Wait. All the changes in Juking are just because she followed Tang Lan on a trip? Ning Rongrong and the others looked at Jingling with some envy. You are so lucky, kid. Jingling's cold face couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I can't help it. I can't help it at all. Our future soul rings are all tailor-made for the sect master. I don't ask for Juking's strength. Even if it's only half, that mouth will be crooked with laughter. On the side, Chen Xin was also full of emotion. No wonder Tang Lan would rather break his promise and give the tiger eagle left arm bone to Juking to absorb the soul ring. This is really too strong. Wait. Juking hasn't used the soul bone skills of the tiger eagle left arm bone yet? Good guy. Tomorrow, Tiend Royal Academy will be in trouble. Remind Xiao Lan later, don't let them lose too badly. At least the Snow Knight Emperor will be there at that time. Ding ding ding. Lu Erlong's chest trembled. She reached out and took out a mobile phone and took a look. It's Xiaogong's call. He's recruiting students at the school gate. Will there be trouble again? Master, I'll take the call. Tang Lan nodded in agreement. She felt a little sorry in her heart. How could such a good young woman follow Yu Xiaogang? What? Lu Erlong exclaimed, okay. I know. She hung up the phone and looked at Tang Lan. Master, the Crown Prince brought Huo Rong, the Dean of Shuo Academy, to the school gate to apologize. Oh? Qian Rongxiu came out on her own? Don't train today. Combine work and rest. Disband. She gave the order. Tang Lan showed the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life and used the flying soul bone skill to shoot towards the school gate. Registration has been suspended. Huo Rong, who was so arrogant just now, took off his shirt, carried a person-high iron thorn grass on his back, knelt on one knee at the school gate with his head down. There were crowds of people eating melons around him. Although Huo Rong was not pointed at because of his soul Douluo status. But just the look made Huo Rong feel extremely ashamed. If Xueqing he hadn't been standing next to him, he would have exploded long ago. As soon as Tang Lan landed, Qian Rongxiu came up to him. I didn't instigate this. Qian Rongxiu said seriously. I didn't even meet Huo Rong. I just told him to ask for your forgiveness, and he would let you go. I didn't expect that he would use my name to bully others. I failed to control this matter, and the reputation of the Tang sect was damaged. I will definitely give you an explanation. Qian Rongxiu turned her head and looked at Huo Rong. Huo Rong's face flushed, but he didn't dare to get angry at all. Shouting loudly. I, Huo Rong, failed to take care of my daughter and she made a scene in front of the Tang sect academy. Before that, I was disrespectful to sect master Tang in front of the Tang sect academy, making a mistake on top of a mistake. Today I cut off one of my arms to serve as a warning to others. After the words fell, Huo Rong raised his right hand and slapped his left arm hard. The whole arm exploded on the spot, and a soul bone with a red glow floated in the air. The eyes of the onlookers were all green. Huo Rong gritted his teeth and paused for a few seconds. He took out the 10,000-year-old fire spirit core and pushed it to Tang Lan together with the soul bone he had just dug out. He shouted again. This is the left arm bone of the 12,000 fire spirit and the fire spirit core. As an apology, I hope Sect Master Tang will show mercy and spare us, father and daughter. This behavior. It can be said that both the face and the substance were given. The dignity that the Tang sect lost was not only recovered, but also greatly increased. The Dean of Blazing Fire Academy and Soul Douluo offended the Tang sect and still acted like this. Who would dare to seek death if he didn't have some ability? But Tang Lan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huo Rong's miserable appearance. He cut off his arm and his treasure was taken away. How could he not feel resentful? The Tang sect was just founded. Being hated by a soul Douluo is not a good thing. And for this matter, killing a soul Douluo is obviously unrealistic. After all, it is an important fighting force second only to the title Douluo. So, Tang Lan suddenly smiled. Oh, why is it so bloody? It's just a misunderstanding, can't we just talk it out? Come on, I'll help you heal me. Tang Lan opened his hand. He took out a soul heart from his body. This thing can be stored in the body like a soul seed. Press it against Huo Rong's chest. The latter wanted to hide, but heard Jian Rongxiu cough. He shook his body and continued to kneel in the same place. Tang Lan pressed the soul heart and merged it into Huo Rong's chest. From then on, Huo Rong's life was in Tang Lan's hands. The vitality of the soul heart was stimulated, along with the internal force of the nine yang divine art surged to Huo Rong's broken arm. At the same time, the blue-silver domain was opened. The blue-silver grass had long been listed as a national protected plant, and almost all the green plants in Tiend city were replaced by it. A large amount of vitality surged and poured into Huo Rong's body. The broken arm squirmed and grew slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The process was naturally uncomfortable. But compared to the loss of the broken arm, Huo Rong gritted his teeth and held on. A few minutes later, Tang Lan stood up in a sweat, and his steps were a little shaky. Regenerating a soul Douluo's broken limbs is really a big consumption. Just now, it took 2 life soul hearts to resist. But the effect is also huge. Although Huo Rong's eyes were still complicated, his emotions had calmed down a lot. Now think about it. It was their father and daughter who made the mistake first. What's wrong with Tang Lan? Stand up. Huo Rong had one hand of soul bones and one hand of heart core, and bowed to Tang Lan and handed them over. As expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, I, Huo Rong, am convinced. If there is any mission in the future, Sect Master Tang will just give you the order. Tang Lan naturally accepted this free favor. Wait for him to put away his soul bone and heart core. Jian Rongxiu said at the right time, Dean Huo is still in a hurry to pick up your daughter. Go quickly. Huo Rong then straightened up. Tang Lan nodded. The possessed spirit flew away in a hurry. Jian Rongxiu smiled and said, I have informed my father about the venue of tomorrow's competition and it has been temporarily changed to Tangmen Academy. The original location was at Tiend Royal Academy. This is compensation for the misunderstanding just now. What can Tang Lan say? This Jian Rongxiu's wool is so slim. Tang Lan went up and punched Jian Rongxiu on the chest. King He, you are so interesting. If you weren't my brother's disciple, I really want to become a sworn disciple with you. Jian Rongxiu's body froze. Hammer. Chest. Although she now uses soul bone skills to change her appearance. But my heart is still that of a girl. At once. Ha, we can call ourselves brothers. Jian Rongxiu said with a strong smile, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, King He still has important matters to attend to, so he will leave first. Jian Rongxiu ran away in panic, making Tang Lan chuckle. The future angel goddess's breasts are a bit soft. Turn around. Then he saw Yu Xiaogang with a strange look. Stare at yourself. If the 5-star rating is less than 4, we will add more. Chapter 92 Test the Ring Explosion. Big cat that is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Yu Xiaogang stared at Tang Lan with strange eyes. But their eyes are facing each other. His eyes immediately changed and he nodded as if nothing had happened. Shouted, registration continues, line up in an orderly manner. A large number of people suddenly poured into the vacated venue just now. But because of 2 lessons learned from the past, they both stayed far away from Tang Lan. Human soul Douluo is so miserable, why go and find someone to smoke by yourself? Tang Lan saw this. Fly into the sky and take a position, observing Yu Xiaogang from a high position. This guy. There is a problem. I don't know what bad things I'm holding back. Now Yu Xiaogang is of little value, he just does some insignificant things. Otherwise, find an opportunity and kick this guy out. Maybe let the people from Wuhan Palace do it for him. This way Lu Erlong can stay in the Tang sect to work, and he will fight with Wuhan Palace in the future. Flying towards the courtyard, Tang Lan began to think about how to distribute the treasures this time. Needless to say, fire fine core, use it yourself. Just right. The levels he increased after level 47 were all soul power transformed from blue-silver energy. With this fire core, even if you don't swallow it, it just helps you practice. It can also quickly convert blue-silver energy into the internal power of 9 Yang divine skill. As for the left arm bone of the fire elf, this thing has a fire attribute, which is inconsistent with Tang San's attributes. It can't be considered a chance for him. There is no way to earn rewards. Leave it to Xiao Wu. Tang Lan doesn't like 12,000-year-old soul bones. But to others, it's already pretty good. Return to the Lord's palace. From a distance, I saw Zhu Juking, standing upright at the entrance of the palace. Seeing Tang Lan flying over, he took the initiative to show a slight smile. For her with a cold personality, this is worth 1,000 words. Tang Lan landed. Zhu Juking came forward and hugged Tang Lan with so much force that he was crushed. Hiss! This feeling. Going into battle in a vacuum? Thank you, Lan. Zhu Juking breathed Rulan into Tang Lan's ear. I have prepared a surprise for you, let's go in and talk. Tang Lan was just pulled into the palace. Then there was a strange sound. Hiss! Ah! Hulyalu! Cough cough cough! Watching Zhu Juking dive into the shadows and flee the scene quickly, Tang Lan only felt a little dazed. When this Bing Shan woman becomes so enthusiastic, is it really overwhelming? But thinking about what happened just now, even in the sage time, my heart is still burning. To be able to think of these moves, she must have put a lot of thought into them, right? Is this a big cat that is cold on the outside and hot on the inside? Love it, love it. Tang Lan stood up. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor appeared, packed up all the mess at the scene, and burned it with the flames of the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer. Let Lan Yunko send a message and ask people to rearrange. Tang Lan came to the backyard of the palace and calmed down a little. Summoning the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, the 5 black crystals turned into soul rings again. A dark blue evil eye appeared in his right eye, and he activated the soul bone technique to mark himself. Then, click! The first soul ring was shattered inch by inch and was shattered by Tang Lan's shock. While it backfires on itself, it also releases a large amount of soul power. Boom! The indestructible Vajra opens and resists the backlash. At the same time, spiritual power emerged, and he used the 9 Yang divine art to forcibly collect the escaped soul power into his body for his own use. But the effect is very unsatisfactory. If Zuan's soul power is 10, then what he has collected now is only 3. Moreover, it is impossible not to be injured, and it depends on the indestructible body to resist. Once or twice is fine. But if it happens more than 3 times, the indestructible body will not be able to withstand it, and the physical body will be seriously damaged. The gain outweighs the loss. If it's hurtful, try this. Click. The second soul ring shattered. This time Tang Lan opened the immortal seal in advance, converting more than 30% of the counterattack power into his own soul power. The remaining ones are then hard-topped with the indestructible body of Vajra. Finally, the soul power of the bombing ring was gathered. This time I gained soul power. According to the ratio, there can be about 5. But with the addition of the immortal seal, the upper limit has been raised from 10 to 15. The total amount of soul power has increased, but the utilization rate has decreased. That's interesting. Seeing the marked time, there are only more than 40 seconds left. Tang Lan opened all the externally attached soul bones and stacked buffs crazily. Then he exploded the 3rd, 4th and 5th soul rings in succession. Tang Lan's face trembled. There were cracks on the body, but they were repaired by the green light before they spread. The right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life. This time Tang Lan added the devouring effects of the 8 spider spears and the Life Soul Blue-Silver Emperor. The total amount of 15 is converted into about 7. The surging blue soul power filled the whole body, so much that it escaped outside the body, forming a layer of blue flame clothing. But Tang Lan was very dissatisfied. The soul power transformed from his explosive ring is just pure soul power. It cannot be poured into the martial spirit like the Haoshan sect's explosive ring, and its attack power can be increased without limit. And because his soul rings were all exploded, he couldn't use his ring melting ability at once. Very tasteless. He can still lack soul power? Come here. The countdown is also nearing the end. Tang Lan activated the soul bone skill and reset. I changed the frame and returned to the state when I marked it. including the exploded soul ring, the damaged body, the vitality consumed by the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, etc. They all return to the full state. The only change is that the evil eye disappears. You need to wait 12 hours for cooling before you can use it again. This ring-exploding magical skill is indeed a secret that has not been passed down by the Haoshan sect. It is indeed difficult. I am injury-free for 2 minutes a day, and I don't know when I will develop it. It's better to find an opportunity and learn directly from Tang Hao. But with Tang Hao's old-fashioned thinking, I'm afraid I still have to obtain the approval of the Haoshan sect first. Only then can you come into contact with this sect's secret technique. Tisk. A bunch of old antiques, don't you know that only by sharing knowledge can you maximize your benefits? Never mind. Let's talk about the ring explosion later. The system can directly reward the best. If not, just follow the steps and learn them later. Anyway, there is no one in this generation of Haoshan sect who is more suitable than him. Turn around and go back to your room. Today's hard work is over. Let's reward ourselves by taking a nap. There is an automatic hang-up technique, which is so cool. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Lan only felt very warm in his arms. Open your eyes. Zhu Zuqing curled up in his arms and fell asleep like a little kitten. This reminded Tang Lan of a psychology from his previous life. People who feel extremely insecure will curl up into a ball when sleeping. It seems that even if the martial soul evolves deep in Zhu Zuqing's heart, the shadow of the Stardo Empire still lingered. Follow-up plans regarding the Stardo Empire can be implemented by Zuqing. The best way to build confidence is to face your fears. Perhaps it's because I feel the gaze. Zhu Zuqing opened his eyes suddenly, his gaze was extremely sharp, not the slightest bit hazy from just waking up. This is a sleeping habit developed under high-pressure life all year round. It made Tang Lan very heartbroken. Rubbing Zhu Zuqing's head, he said softly, "This is the Tang sect, no one will hurt you." Zhu Zuqing put away the sharpness in his eyes and nuzzled Tang Lan's palm obediently. This is the most secure love message she has ever heard since she was born. The posture is to climb down, but was held back by Tang Lan. Just listen. Chapter 93 Team Exchange Competition? High-end exchange meeting. Zhu Zuqing was moved, but was held back by Tang Lan. I'm not with you because of that. Tang Lan corrected, there is no need to humiliate yourself just to please me. In no mood. Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, no, this is what I want to do for you. That's all. Then he lowered his head. Hiss. The Tang sect is divided into 3 areas, the inner sect, the outer sect, and the academy. The canteens are also separate. The cafeteria in the inner gate is called Tiend and is in charge of a 5-ring soul king of the food department. I learned that Tang Lan might come for dinner today. That food. Just like Chinese New Year, it's all meat and no vegetables. Tang Lan, when I arrived with Zhu Zuqing in my arms, I was a little surprised. The food at the inner gate is pretty good. Zhu Zuqing pursed his lips slightly and said with a smile. Chef Qi, I was stuck at level 49 for several years. I made a breakthrough after reading your book and signed up on the first day at Tangmin Academy. He refused to become an outer disciple and only wanted to be the chef of the inner canteen. Got it. A book lover. And things like this can be found everywhere on the mainland. Seeing the leopard in the tube, it can be seen how prosperous the Tang sect's reputation is now. But compared to these, Tang Lan looked at Zhu Zuqing with a smile on his face, feeling full of accomplishment. This iceberg was eventually melted by itself. Wow! Today's dishes are so rich. Shui Yuer's exclamation came. Zhu Zuqing immediately put away his smile and returned to his cold look. In front of outsiders, she is still aloof. This made Tang Lan even more satisfied. The iceberg goddess outside, the charming wife at home. Such a contrast ratio can stimulate sexual interest even more. Sect Master. Shui Binger discovered Tang Lan and said enthusiastically, I've met the Sect Master. Is the Sect Master here to have breakfast too? Good morning, Master. Ah. Hello, Sect Master. Turn around. I saw 3 girls, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Meng Yuren, standing side by side obediently. There is a different kind of light in the eyes. But Tang Lan just nodded. Sister Kunya Yanmo, don't pay attention to me. Take Zhu Zuqing upstairs. The first floor is for the inner disciples. Those various dishes were only for Tang Lan to see. The hall master is on the second floor. The elder is on the third floor. The sect master and deputy sect master are on the top floor. There are closed boxes and open dining tables. The choice is yours. I have to say, it only took a month to build it to this point. In addition to spending a lot of money, the construction team is also extraordinary. Sit down on the open-air balcony. A fat middle-aged man trotted over with a smile on his face. He bowed and handed the menu with both hands. Sect Master, here are my subordinates. I am the chef of Taila Canteen. Please order, Master. Tang Lan took the menu and glanced at it casually. Hey! There are quite a few who know how to do it. He handed it to Juking casually and looked at the things in front of him. Those who can enter the Tang sect have gone through several screenings. The character will not be too bad. This fat face smiled harmlessly, and the eyes under the eyes were filled with respect and admiration. A fan looks excited to see his idol. But Tang Lan seemed to have not seen it, looking at the scenery outside in trance. Until Zhu finished counting the dishes. Together we can only leave disappointed. I thought you would doubt him. Juking said suddenly, after all, this is not normal no matter how you look at it. The majestic five-ring Soul King, seeking neither fame nor profit, comes to be a chef in the sect master? It's just weird. Tang Lan shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter whether he is here for retirement or an undercover agent of any organization. If there is any problem with this first group of people, they can only be sent by Wuhan Palace and Tiendu Empire. Now Tang Lan and them are in the honeymoon period. Very safe. And when these undercover agents came in, they were just looking for those things. But neither the skills nor the Tang sect were the foundation of Tang Lan's foundation. The recipes for concealed weapons and firearms are just random. Because Tang Lan's real core is to gather faith. If there is a day when the secret is leaked, Tang Lan will definitely issue a book and directly announce the techniques and formulas to the world. It will definitely be very lively then. Seeing Tang Lan being so indifferent, Zhuking's eyes sparkled. My man is so handsome. Let's not mention the origin of the story for now. But when it comes to cooking skills, you really have no choice. Zuking, Tang Lan said, let's come over for these 3 meals from now on. Juking nodded in agreement. I have prepared an evening dress for you, do you want to try it on now? Tang Lan was stunned for a moment. Evening dress? Why did you suddenly prepare this for him? Zhu had a prediction early in the morning. Explained. Before the competition, there will be a banquet. Emperor Shuiyat, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo will all be present. There will be a grand auction later. The last thing is the exchange match between the two houses. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has sent someone to handle the matter. We don't need to worry about the banquet and auction. But the Tang sect is the organizer, and you are the head of the sect, so your clothes should be more formal. It was fun for Tang Lan. Can an exchange competition between 2 academies be turned into a high-end exchange meeting? He also put the exchange competition at the end. Is this a show? Very good. Then I'll give you the whole big job tonight. Okay, let's go try on an evening dress. After 2 awakenings, Tang Lan's figure has long been perfect, and she has a good clothes rack. The well-tailored evening gown highlighted his tall figure, and the lines of his legs were perfectly highlighted. At first glance, it looks like obsidian in the night sky, shining and deep. But like a prince, elegant and noble. Zhuking's eyes almost turned pale when he saw it. Is this his own man? He's so handsome. What about Dai Mubai? Fortunately, he escaped in the first place. Otherwise, how could I have met such a perfect man? Looking at the iceberg queen, I will transform into a wild big cat. There was a knock on the door. Sect Master, I am Zhao Wuji. There are some things that require your approval. Juking regained consciousness instantly and licked her lips with some regret. He twisted his waist and opened the door. That charming look that was emanating was given to Tang Lan. I really want to punish her on the spot. Take a few deep breaths. I saw Zhao Wuji walking in a little uneasily. When he saw Juking appearing here, he realized something was wrong. Look at Tang Lan dressed so handsomely again. How could I not know that he came at the wrong time? But everything has come. I can only bite the bullet and say. Sect Master, as the organizer of the auction tonight, the Tang sect must bring out a large item. It turns out that the Tiend Royal Academy prepared a treasure. It is said to be a soul guide as big as a palm but weighing 10,000 kilograms. If our Tang sect is worse than them in preparation, we will lose face. So you see. Zhao Wuji really had no choice about this matter. How to arrange the auction funds? Tang Lan asked. All the money will be given to the winning college to be used as teaching funds. Zhao Wuji said. Oh? Isn't that the Tang sect's own money? You can be more generous. Tang Lan thought about it. He has a lot of good things. It may be put up for auction, but not many. The simplest one is the storage soul guide. Although this thing is rare, it is not outstanding enough. Those present tonight are the top few people from the Tiendu Empire again. Too ordinary. Think left and right. Tang Lan suddenly smiled and made a good decision. Old Zhao, you do this again and again. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 94 An Irresistible Temptation. Leave a name through the ages. Add. Update queue reading 100 monthly tickets. Old Zhao, you do this again and again. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened after hearing Tang Lan's words. Sect Master, is this really okay? Zhao Wuji asked, isn't this going to be a problem? Don't worry, just report it. Tang Lan was confident. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth, but stopped talking. But I couldn't think of anything to say in reply. I could only respond in a muffled voice and leave quickly. Look at the way he scratches his head all the way. Obviously confused. Zhu Zuking, on the other hand, gave Tang Lan a thumbs up. Lan, you have a very accurate grasp of the psychology of those nobles. Right. Tang Lan said proudly, a group of guys who can't practice, they may not be excited about 100,000-year soul bone, but this matter is destined to blow out the brains. Zhu Zuking thought of that scene. I couldn't help but grin. Tang Lan also took the opportunity to step forward and push Zhu Zuking by against the wall. Whispered in her ear, Ji Zhan Pan Xi Sun Cai Chu Jun. Zhu Zuking gave Tang Lan a look that was as charming as silk. Then go down. Hiss. It's night. On the playground of Tangmen Academy, a grand open-air banquet was going on. Zhao Wuji and Lu Erlong were at the school gate, welcoming the big bosses one after another. There is a doorman next to you to announce your door. Tiendu Royal Academy Education Committee, Meng Shenji, Bai Base Han, and Zhilan are here. Prince Snowstar and Prince Avalanche are here. His Royal Highness, here we come. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Sect Leader Ning and Bone Douluo are here. Every important person present is refreshing people's understanding of Tang sect. How could a newly established small sect be able to attract so many powerful people? The Tang sect's status is rapidly rising. But until the banquet is about to begin. Tang Lan joined hands with Zhu Zuking, but he arrived late. One of them is handsome and the other is charming. It immediately attracted most of the attention at the scene. Such a combination of handsome men and beautiful women has made countless nobles eager to move. Some people have to go up and talk. But then he stopped. Because Qian Rongxiu and Ning Fengzi rushed up to them immediately. Brother Lan, why did you come so late to your home court? Ning Fengzi reminded him warmly. Tang Lan smiled helplessly. It was really Zhu Zuking who was so charming that he couldn't bear to leave. This is not a distance communication, that's all. If in the future. I can't imagine how happy I am sexually. Ahem. It's nothing, I made a small breakthrough in my cultivation. Tang Lan said casually, I think everyone is here, right? When will the auction start? Then congratulations to Brother Lan, your strength has improved again. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, most of them have already arrived, just waiting for Shuet. Suddenly. The doorman shouted. His Majesty the Great Emperor Shui come. Arrive. Dong dong dong, the guards who maintained order vigorously stamped their spears. Tang Lan looked towards the door. I saw a white-haired old man wearing a gilt imperial robe, walking into the banquet with full aura. Tisk. Is it okay to bring your own BGM to the venue? Everyone, including Ning Fengzi, bowed in the direction of Emperor Shuiyat. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tang Lan also followed suit and saluted. Anyway, it's not a kneeling ceremony, just respect the elders. Well, let's get back on our feet. Emperor Sui raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up. Ning Fengzi and Qian Rongxiu, one on the left and the other on the right, led Tang Lan towards Emperor Shuiyat. Father, this is Tang Lan, the sect leader of the Tang sect. Qian Rongxiu introduced. Emperor Sui looked at Tang Lan. Tang Lan also looked directly at the other party. This made Ning Fengzi sweat. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. As the lord of a country, Emperor Sui would not be angry if he looked at him like this, but he would definitely feel displeased. I was thinking about how to smooth things over. Haha, good, good. Emperor Shuya laughed loudly, as expected of a talented person who can write the Tang sect encyclopedia. He is so courageous. Your Majesty is overly complimentary. Tang Lan said politely, if your Majesty is willing, you can be added as the second author of the second volume of the Tang sect encyclopedia. Emperor Shui's laughter stopped abruptly. His heart is moved. The influence of Tangman encyclopedia is beyond doubt. That's not Yu Xiaogong's half-baked work, with only conclusions and no details. It's true that as long as you have a Tang sect encyclopedia, you can teach yourself to be a soul master. Not to mention everyone has one copy. There is no problem if each family has one copy. What's this? What a reputation throughout the mainland. It's still the kind that will leave its name for eternity. The life of Emperor Sui is coming to an end, and he has enjoyed what he should have enjoyed. What can attract him is this reputation in future generations. So, he was very excited. But, as an emperor, he deeply understands that for what he gets, he must pay for it. The signature of the second author. It's not easy to get. Between the electric light and flint, countless thoughts flashed through Emperor Sui's mind. In the end, for the sake of the overall situation, he could only chuckle and shake his head. Sect Master Tang is interested. But a signature is not necessary. I just didn't expect that such a detailed Tang sect encyclopedia could continue to be expanded. Tang Lan felt a little regretful. If Emperor Sui agrees, he can make a fortune. Yes, it is a more in-depth supplement. Tang Lan replied, for example, the recently discovered ultimate martial soul, the direction and possibility of martial soul evolution, the analysis of the field, or the method for a titled Douluo to break through, etc. Good guy. Which of the problems Tang Lan mentioned is not the problem of the century? Especially the last one. Let the titled Douluo break through? Are you serious? Emperor Shuya was madly excited again. Ning Fengzi and Qian Rongxiu did not dare to speak. Waiting for Emperor Shuya to make a decision. Pity. Emperor Sui finally defeated his desire and looked deeply at Tang Lan. I will not be involved in these intellectual matters. Lest future generations know the reason and ridicule me for being so happy. 2 sentences explain the matter. Emperor Sui walked towards the main table, followed by Tang Lan and the others. Juking consciously returned to the team to prepare. Xuebeng and Prince Xuexing, who were at the main table, immediately stood up to greet them. Emperor Shuya naturally sat on the main seat. Ning Fengzi belongs to the upper 3 sects and is located at the lower left of Emperor Sui. The 3 educational committee members of Tiend Royal Academy are ranked below Ning Fengzi. Everyone thought. Qinren Suiwi is the crown prince and will sit at the lower right of Emperor Sui. But Emperor Sui glanced at Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu understood instantly. Xiang Tang Lan smiled and said, Sect Master Tang, you are the master today, please. Tang Lan was not polite and sat on it. Qian Rongxiu did not move. She stared at Xuebeng beside Tang Lan, her eyes as calm as water. But it made the avalanche extremely stressful. Fourth brother, I have something to discuss with Sect Master Tang. Can you give up your position? Then Xuebeng dares to refuse? Why are the 2 brothers above me missing? Why is he missing tonight? I didn't dare to say another word to Qian Rongxiu. He lifted his legs and walked away. Thank you, fourth brother, for making it possible. Said a scene. Qian Rongxiu sat down naturally, next to Tang Lan. He turned a blind eye to the angry look of Prince Snowstar beside him. The dignitaries were also stunned to see it. Is this newly created sect leader so awesome? Can you even squeeze into the position of crown prince and be on an equal footing with the Kaibao glazed sect? And this avalanche prince? Too cowardly. After eating melon. Everyone was also quick with their hands and feet, and they all found their seats and sat down. The show is about to begin. There will be an additional chapter later, it may be very late, everyone go to bed early and watch tomorrow morning. Chapter 95 Titan Giant Ape Soul Bone. Gather the Education Committee's wool. Add. Update queue reading 120 monthly tickets. On the main table. Sect Master Tang. The Great Emperor's Way on the Snowy Night. I intend to use the Tang Sect Encyclopedia as a theoretical knowledge textbook for the Soul Master Academy. I wonder what you think. Is there such a good thing? To cultivate believers, we must start from childhood. Tang Lan said righteously, it is our duty to do our part for the empire. Emperor Shuiye smiled happily and nodded. Facing the outside, he announced, then, let the auction begin. A light came down. Illuminating the luxurious auction stage, a girl in a blue gold dress bowed to everyone. Thank you, Your Majesty Shuiye, for the opening. I am Douluo, an outer disciple of the Tang sect, and I am responsible for tonight's auctioneer and competition explanation. The proceeds from this auction will be provided to the winning college for educational funds. Now let's look at the first lot. The tray held by the maid next to her came forward so that Douluo could peel off the red cloth on it. A floating skull was exposed. The whole body was earthy yellow, giving people a feeling of heaviness like a rock. It's actually a head-soul bone. I believe everyone can see it. This is a head-soul bone from a mutated titan ape. The fire attribute is missing, leaving only the pure earth attribute, which is more suitable for an earth attribute soul master. Although it is only 3,000 years old, as a mutant titan great ape, it is completely comparable to a 10,000-year-old soul bone. This lot is provided to His Majesty Shuiye. The base price is 100,000 gold soul coins. Each increase in price shall not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Start shooting now. There was polarization on the scene. The nobles headed by Prince Snowstar lacked interest. Soul bones or something. They don't want to practice cultivation, they might as well be beautiful. The soul masters who still had the idea of improvement stared at the titan ape skull with fiery eyes. Soul bones. Even though it's only 3,000 years old, this is the soul bone of the alien beast titan ape. It is more than enough to compete with thousands of years. No one has asked for a price. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, then Ning will start with 200,000 gold soul coins. Adding 100,000 gold soul coins when you open your mouth is inhumane. This soul bone is not bad. I'm sorry, Master Ning. Zhilan, the education committee member, said loudly, 250,000 gold soul coins. From then on, the bidding began. Some nobles with younger generations in their families began to participate in bidding. Ning Fengzi and Zhilan, who were at first, became silent. This is not giving up. This is to wait until the price is reached, then come out and kill with one strike. On the main table. Emperor Sui glanced at Tang Lan and said. This titan ape skull can increase one's own strength by 30% when it appears. Soul bone skill and gravity blessing can increase the weight of items touched by up to 3 times. Such detailed data. Obviously. This soul bone once had an owner. Tang Lan was thoughtful. Power-oriented? What the hell is it, a head soul bone? That's outrageous. 3,000 years is not too much, but it is not too much. The alien soul bone of the titan ape is still useful. Otherwise, bought it and absorbed it by Tang-san? Anyway, the tenure is low and you can't get many rewards. If you always don't give Tang-san any sweetness, this brotherhood will break up sooner or later. And with this head soul bone, it takes up Tang-san's share. Tang-san was not qualified to snatch the 50,000-year-old wisdom skull that was awarded in the elite competition. Soul bones can be harvested from other parts, like your head. The plan is passed. Douluo just called out the price, 270,000 gold soul coins twice, is there any higher? This is the soul bone of the alien beast titan ape. Ning Fengzi and Zhilan looked at each other and were about to bid. Tang Lan raised his hand, 300,000 gold soul coins. When Ning Fengzi saw this, he put down his hand. Low-level soul bones are not hard to come by, and the 7 treasures glazed sect still has quite a few. What is rare is a soul bone that is more than 10,000 years old or adapted to one's own body. Since Tang Lan wants it, give it to him. But Zhilan is not so easy to talk to. You kid will challenge Tiend Royal Academy as soon as you come here, and you will also fight for the recommended quota. Can this be tolerated? 350,000 gold soul coins. Zhilan said with a smile, Sect Master Tang, the one with the highest price will get it, no problem. Tang Lan just smiled, knowing that this was a fight. Pity. You have found the wrong person. Let's not talk about the current Tang sect. Making money is faster than digging gold mines. The proceeds from this auction alone will all go to the winning team. No longer afraid. It's just a matter of turning the left hand into the right hand. Why, isn't Sect Master Tang going to bid? Zhilan pretended to be confused and asked, isn't it time to count down? Douluo on the auction stage looked at Tang Lan. This is my sect leader. What a big deal. Tang Lan smiled and said, 360,000 gold soul coins. Oh, you're adding 10,000 gold soul coins at once. Zhilan said angrily, 400,000 gold soul coins. As contra, he is also the educational committee member of Tiend Royal Academy. That makes a person extremely rich. Tang Lan ignored his sarcasm and raised the price again. 410,000 gold soul coins. 500,000 gold soul coins. Zhilan increased the price significantly again. 510,000 gold soul coins. 600,000 gold soul coins. 610,000 gold soul coins. This time it's more than once. Zhilan realized something was wrong. This boy. Why do you add 10,000 gold soul coins every time, Who are you disgusting with? He immediately said angrily, I'm offering 10 million gold soul coins. Just in time to renovate the teaching building of Tiend Royal Academy. Okay. When CEO writing this guy, he also firmly believes that the left hand is better than the right hand. So, can Tang Lan weaken his momentum? I bid 10.01 million gold soul coins. Zhilan is so angry. If Emperor Shuya hadn't been here, he would have wanted to show off his martial spirit. I don't believe you can get it. Zhilan said coldly, do you know what tens of millions of gold soul coins are? A kid with a yellow mouth, talking nonsense. This doubt is well founded. After all, very few people knew about the arms business that the Tang sect was involved in because it was wrapped up by the Tiendu Empire. As for the mobile phone, it has always been the Kaibao glazed sect that has come forward, and it is also the royal special tribute for the time being. Ahem. Qian Rongxiu said, Zhilan Education Committee, tens of millions of gold soul coins, Tang sect still has this strength. The prince personally provided guarantee and no one dared to question it. But Zhilan's eyes widened. No. Your Highness the Crown Prince. We are your people. Why are you still turning your elbows out? Seeing the deadlock, Emperor Shuya came forward to make peace. This soul bone should be used as a competition prize, and together with the proceeds from the auction, let it be awarded to the winning college. Zhilan, who was angry just now, immediately smiled and saluted. Just follow His Majesty's will. Yo-ho! This speed of changing faces is also unparalleled. But Tang Lan is not a good person, can he bear this disadvantage? Immediately took out the right leg bone of Felian Silver Fox and threw it to the auction table. Then our Tangman Academy will also add a bonus. This 6,000-year-old Felian Silver Fox right leg bone will also be used as a prize in the competition. Anyway, you will definitely win in the end, which is called generosity. It was placed there by Zhilan. Can he sit down here? Then Chapter 95 Titan Ape Soul Bone. Gather the Education Committee's wool. From now on in Tiendu City, won't Tiendu Royal Academy be inferior to your Tangman Academy? No. Absolutely not. Anyway, in this exchange competition, their Tiendu Royal Academy will definitely win. So, let's take out some rewards in advance. All I saw. The second chapter of the additional update of the Q Reading Monthly Pass is over. I will update the starting point tomorrow. There are still 4 5-star reviews left, so I can add more again. Chapter 96 The Transformable King Kong is indestructible. Durable Wahunsen. Body. Seeing Tang Lan increasing provocation. Zhilan Tang Contra, Second Education Committee member of Tiendu Royal Academy. Can you bear this tone? Immediately he also took out a piece of white left leg bone and sent it to the auction table. This is the split right leg bone of the Devil's Claw, 11,000 years old. Also as a prize for this competition. Finished. Zhilan looked at Tang Lan with disdain, you have the nerve to take out the 6,000-year-old one? Tang Lan grinned. Oops. Wanyan's left leg bone is really polite. I felt secretly sad in my heart. If the 10,000-year-old tiger eagle left arm bone was still there, Zhilan might be able to pull out the 30,000-year-old bone with all his might. But there is really no soul bone left in the body, so I can only give up. He raised his hand to Zhilan and said, the Zhilan Education Committee is very impressive. Zhilan snorted coldly. Lesson, young people don't know how high the sky is, so don't be too arrogant. Tang Lan smiled and remained calm. People have given you a piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone. What's wrong with saying a few words? At the same time, it is also emotional. Tiend Royal Academy is used to dominating this day, and there is no investigation into Tangman Academy at all. After all, Flanders is in Tiend Royal Academy. Tang Lan can compete with the 7-ring soul sage after enrolling in school, and Daimyo Bai's soul power level is also level 38. Everyone else is not weak. If Zhilan knew more about it, he wouldn't be so blindly confident, and he would be cheated out of a 10,000-year soul bone. The next is the second lot. A piece of 50,000-year-old whale gum. According to the original text of the Tang sect encyclopedia, this piece of 50,000-year-old whale glue can increase the body's soul ring life by about 1,200 years. Even if you are not a soul master, you can still strengthen your body and create greater glory. The starting price is 50,000 gold soul coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 1,000 gold soul coins. Auctions pay attention to a good start. So after the first soul bone, the level dropped a lot from the second one. Most of them are physical fitness, famous toys, calligraphy and painting, antiques and treasures. Tang Lan has no interest. On the other hand, the nobles frequently bid for the money and grabbed it enthusiastically. As if they were people from two worlds. Tang Lan shook his head. If you don't become a god, your life will last only 100 years. These so-called nobles think they are in a high position. In the eyes of God, they are not even ants. At best, it's just dust on the roadside, and a large piece of it will be blown away. Tang Lan had nothing to do and started to cook. Chat with Jian Rongxue from time to time. Quite boring. If he hadn't waited to see the show at the end, he would have left long ago with some excuse. Until midfield. It's the one who is being an auction item attracts attention. The next 13th lot is the soul guide produced by the Kaibao glazed sect. Its name is the Divine Wind Boat. It is made from the fins and tail of the ink dragon. It can withstand the soul attack of a 100-year-old soul beast based on its material alone. You can travel thousands of miles in a day by using the power of your soul. It is the best choice for travel. The starting price is 100,000 gold soul coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Start shooting now. Oh haha. Soul guide? Looking at the hand-sized flying boat in Douluo's hand, Tang Lan became interested. Although he has the soul bone skill to fly, where can he find a comfortable car to fly by himself? Direct bid, 150,000 gold soul coins. It attracted everyone to look over. I was a little surprised to see that it was Tang Lan who had been working hard. Then there was silence. Most of the nobles are not of high rank. They are not very interested in this kind of soul guidance device driven by soul power. A small number of people who have the idea of competition think of Tang Lan's net worth of tens of millions. Also silently shut his mouth. As for the Zhilan Education Committee, it was already one step ahead just now. There is no need to pursue him so hard that it seems that he is too petty. So, after Douluo counted down to 3, he happily knocked the auction gavel. 150,000 gold soul coins, deal done. Congratulations, Sect Master, for obtaining the soul guiding tool Shenfeng Zhou. A maid brought the auction item, and Tang Lan played with it with interest. Ning Fengzi felt a little regretful when he saw it. I forgot about you, Randy, you are very interested in soul guides. Brother, I will pay more attention in the future. Tang Lan never refuses this free gift. Thank you very much, brother. Tang Lan said cheerfully. Ning Fengzi nodded indifferently, it was just a small amount of money. Since Xiaolan likes soul tools so much, King He will also pay more attention to them. Jian Rongxue said. King He is interested. If you don't understand the technique, you can ask me. Tang Lan replied. Jian Rongxue responded with a smile. This time around, isn't the relationship closer? The exchange between the two is also telling everyone. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, practices the Tang clan Kung Fu. It can be regarded as half a teacher's kindness. Don't look for excitement if you have nothing to do. This is not the case. The expressions of the 3 education committee members in Zhilan all showed slight changes. Chief Meng Shenji called for someone and whispered a few words. After several lots, the man trotted back and handed over a piece of paper. It's full of words. Meng Shenji glanced at it, eyes widening in disbelief. He slapped Zhilan's hand bitterly. Zhilan didn't understand why at first. Wait till you finish reading. That face is very long. His eyes frequently looked at Tang Lan, full of disbelief. Tang Lan smiled and said nothing. Such simple information can be found by just asking around. But you are so arrogant, are you at a disadvantage now? Zhilan's face twitched a few times and he sat there with a sullen expression. If Emperor Shuiye were not here, there would still be a glimmer of hope of winning. He had already run away in his martial arts spirit. It's such a shame and humiliation to be tricked by a junior. The next item is an artifact made for the divine craftsman Lu Gao, the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. The raw material used in the soft armor is a malleable memory metal synthesized by Senior Lu Gao after 10 years of research. In addition to automatically conforming to the wearer's body shape, it can also withstand a full blow from the 6th soul skill of an offensive soul master. The base price is 200,000 gold soul coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Start shooting now. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. It was indeed an auction where Emperor Sui was present. There were indeed many good things. It is the 6th soul skill of the attack system that can be resisted without using soul power just by relying on the material itself. Such a life-saving thing made the nobles at the scene go crazy. Voices of price increases kept coming and going. But Tang Lan looked at the soft armor on the stage and was a little speechless. The combination of earthy yellow and bright silver is cheap and vulgar. If you want to say that this is soft armor and cannot be seen under clothes, then forget it. But it's also inlaid with a ring of diamonds? At once. It seems that even a master craftsman is just a blacksmith. I really can't agree with this aesthetic. Tang Lan didn't expect it originally. Until 470,000 gold soul coins. This voice couldn't be more familiar, it was Tang San shouting the price. As the general person in charge of the firearms assembly line, his income is not low. Tang Lan did not deliberately restrict this aspect. After all, most opportunities, gold soul coins are useless. So Tang San also had a small treasury. But since you want this soft armor, then forget about it. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to bid openly. So use the spiritual link to transmit the message to Jian Rongxiu. King He, I want to take a picture of this soft armor, but it's hard to compete with my brother. Can you help me take a picture? Jian Rongxiu glanced at Tang Lan strangely. Please report it in the newspaper. Although Tang San's younger brother didn't live up to expectations, Tang Lan still loved him very much, right? What now? Thinking of Zhu Zuking, Jian Rongxiu had the answer. This means having a woman and no longer having brothers. But no matter what. When Tang Lan opened her mouth, she could never refuse. With a slight nod, he agreed. Wait for the price to rise steadily. Under the encouragement of a group of nobles, the starting price of 200,000 gold soul coins was suddenly raised to 710,000 gold soul coins. It has long exceeded the value of the soft armor itself. A large number of nobles felt that it was not worth it and withdrew from the competition. Until the end. Tang San struggled to offer 800,000 gold soul coins, but finally no one raised the price. Just when he thought he was safe. 850,000 gold soul coins. The price will be increased by 50,000 gold soul coins at once. Tang San followed the sound and saw Jian Rongxiu smiling at him and nodding. He also said loudly, King He is a low-level person, so this software is suitable. I hope Deputy Sect Leader Tang will give up on me. That's it for now. If not necessary. It's time to sell the prince's reputation and do favors. But Tang San faced the countdown. Still gritting his teeth and shouting the price, 1 million gold soul coins. He didn't explain either. It gives people the illusion that they are out of anger and deliberately raising the price. Jian Rongxiu frowned slightly. He glanced at Tang Lan calmly, then stood up with a smile. It seems that Deputy Sect Master Tang is determined to get this soft armor. Then King He will add another bonus to the exchange between the two academies. 2 million gold soul coins. Good guy. A direct increase of 1 million gold soul coins? Although it is in the name of adding color. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jian Rongxiu is trying to compete for face. How can the price of something that the dignified prince likes be set back? Tang San's eyes looked extremely unwilling. He stared at the soft armor on the stage, ready to make a move and wanted to bid. Anyway, with my brother here, I will win this game. When the time comes, just find me again and get the gold soul coins back. Little third prince. Tang Lan mentally linked to him, don't antagonize the prince if it's not necessary. Brother. We must get it. Tang San said anxiously, this soft armor's malleable alloy is related to the research and development of the new Buddha's furious Tang lotus. I must get it. Tang Lan understood. No wonder Tang San was so determined to win. It turned out to be for Buddha Nu Tang Lian, who ranked number 1 in hidden weapons. So, doesn't it represent a higher level of opportunity? I can't even let you get it. Little third son, Emperor Sui is here today. It's not a good thing for the Tang clan that you don't give face to the crown prince. Tang Lan advised, give it to the crown prince first, and I will think of a way later to see if I can trade it. When Tang San heard this, he was very confused. But in the end, he also knew that there was nothing he could do, so he could only sigh. Watching Douluo finish counting down, the auction hammer fell. At the same time, Tang Lan also received a system prompt. The host snatches the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor, greatly delaying the birth of the Buddha's furious Tang lotus. Seize a moderate amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, the indestructible magic power of diamond. In an instant, a large amount of information poured into the brain, but it was quickly digested by the huge mental power. It is different from the indestructible Vajra body that tempers the body and increases the physical strength. This indestructible magical skill is a transformation system skill. It can strengthen the whole body into a golden body, indestructible, invulnerable to all poisons, indestructible, and invincible. Does it sound familiar? The functions of the 9-yang divine art of Dzogchen and the indestructible Vajra that you have developed seem to overlap. But the indestructible magic power of Vajra can once again comprehensively strengthen his defense, strength, speed, etc. based on the indestructible body of Vajra. It can be understood as having an additional martial spirit true body. And the duration of the indestructible power of the Vajra depends on the person's power. To put it simply, this is a transformation skill that continuously consumes mana. Unfortunately, Tang Lan recovers mana quickly, has spare mana bars, and can also devour others to replenish mana. As long as the enemy does not fall, Tang Lan can definitely use the indestructible power of the Vajra all the time. When you reach the 7th ring Soul Saint, you can open a martial soul avatar. Hammering Contra, isn't that an easy task? Tisk. This Tang San is a good man. But the Vajra indestructible divine skill is just a technique. Even if it has the Vajra indestructible body as the foundation, I still have to practice it little by little. The celestial grass, the velvet, and the sky-reaching chrysanthemum can allow Dai Mubai to practice the indestructible body of Vajra. Should it also speed up the magical power of Vajra's indestructibility? No matter what, I want this fairy grass. As for Dai Mubai, I'm just cultivating a subordinate god, I don't need such a good one. Change to the next level fairy grass and practice the technique slowly by yourself. Next, it's time for our grand finale. Douluo's voice suddenly became louder and said. This lot is also a soul guidance device, obtained by Tiend Royal Academy in an ancient ruins. She suddenly opened the red cloth, revealing a ring underneath. Tang Lan could tell at a glance that it was a storage ring. Strangeness. Didn't Zhao Wuji say? Then I saw Douluo pick up the storage ring and flashed it in his hand. A small hammer as big as a palm appeared, and it fell straight to the ground. Rumble. The huge roar scared everyone present. The auction table was directly smashed. Douluo summoned the white pigeon spirit, carrying it on his back. The white wings flew in the air. Several 5-ring soul kings of beast martial spirits worked together to move the small hammer out. I only heard Douluo excitedly introduce it. This hammer-shaped soul guide is only the size of a palm, but it weighs 10,000 pounds. And after absorbing soul power, the weight will continue to increase. To use it completely, at least a 7-ring soul saint is qualified. More detailed information can only be known after bidding. The starting price is 150,000 gold soul coins, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Start bidding now. The voice fell. The scene was silent. A soul guide with unknown specific use and dead weight. Anyway, the nobles are not interested. As for the remaining soul masters, those who are interested have no money. Those who have money are not interested. No matter how Douluo boasted, no one wanted to bid. It made the 3 education committee members of Mengshenji a little embarrassed. You know, this was originally the main item they prepared. If it failed to be sold in Tiend Royal Academy, wouldn't it be a big deal? On the contrary, Tang Lan looked at the small hammer, thinking. Somehow, he felt that this thing seemed to be useful to him. He was about to bid. 150,000 gold soul coins, I want it. Hey? This voice. Xiao Sanzi? Why did he bid for this soul guide, which didn't appear in the original novel? Wait. The main item failed to be sold, and was picked up by the protagonist at a low price? What kind of old-fashioned plot is this? It seems that my intuition just now was correct. There is something strange about this hammer soul guide. Since that's the case. Sorry, Xiao Sanzi. 4,000 plus 2 in 1, 2 more chapters later. Chapter 97 5 Soul Bones Reward. Outrageous main item. 30 plus 60 monthly tickets from Kidian. Don't bother 2 people with one thing. Tang Lan sent a voice message to Jianrongxiu again. Jianrongxiu glanced at Tang Lan strangely, and made an offer without stopping. 200,000 gold soul coins. Tang San glanced at Jianrongxiu and said nothing. Just now, he didn't know why she was bidding a price as if something was attracting him. But since His Royal Highness wants it, then give it to him. That's it. Tang San covered his chest, not knowing why. When the auction hammer fell, he didn't know why, but his heart was blocked. It was like he had lost something very important. Tang Lan was also a little confused. Why is there no system prompt? Yes. Another accident happened? At this time, Douluo flew in the air, shouting with unprecedented excitement. Next is our main item, which is also provided by our organizer Tang Sect, Tang Lan Tang Sect Master. It is unique. It can make you famous for thousands of years. It can make you worshipped by thousands of families. It has laid the groundwork. It has aroused everyone's appetite. But Emperor Shuiyat, why does it sound more and more familiar? This main item is the 2nd volume of Tang Sect Encyclopedia, the 2nd author's signature right. The scene was silent. Then, it exploded. How is it possible? Can the 2nd volume of Tangman Encyclopedia be published? Now every household has a copy of Tangman Encyclopedia. If even half of the people buy the 2nd volume, it will be famous forever. I must buy it. I want everyone to know what my full name is. Duke Picasso, your full name is Pablo Diego José Santiago Crito Ruiz Blasco Picasso. The violent reaction below encouraged Douluo. He said excitedly. The starting price of the 2nd author's signature right is 1 gold soul coin, and there is no limit to the increase in price. Now I declare that the 2nd volume of Tangman Encyclopedia, the 2nd author's signature right, is now open. The voice fell. 1 million gold soul coins. Good guy. He raised the price so high at the beginning? And the person bidding the price was the extremely cowardly Avalanche before. But it was different from the bidding of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. No one would give this dude a face. 1.1 million gold soul coins. I'll bid 1.5 million gold soul coins. 2 million. I'll bid 2 million gold soul coins. It's Duke Picasso, we must not let him win. 3 million gold soul coins. The fierce bidding on the spot was far more intense than before. Zhao Wuji was stunned in the dark. When he heard Tang Lan say that he wanted to use this as an item for the auction, he still didn't understand. Who would bid for this thing? As a result, a bunch of nobles were about to have their brains beaten out? He didn't understand. It's just a signature, is it worth spending such a high price? Especially the Duke Picasso, who rushed to the front line and raised the price in a rounding up way. At the main table, Jianrongxiu smiled and said, Xiao Lan, it seems that everyone likes your auction item. Hey, everyone is showing me your love. Tang Lan said modestly, this 2nd volume is after the show, it's unlikely that there will be a 3rd volume. Or is it a final work? Emperor Shuiya looked at the fierce price chase below, his eyes flickering. It seems that this year's allocation for Tiend Royal Academy has not been approved yet, right? Then take some off. Just after the price rose to 7.85 million gold soul coins, only 2 people were left bidding. Emperor Shuya directly made the final decision. 10 million gold soul coins. The scene is silent. Is this the first time in the history that Emperor Shuya has asked for a price at a banquet? Who dares to raise the price? Everyone looked left and right. In the end, it all fell on Duke Picasso. Duke Picasso's expression was also changing. He wanted to increase the price but was afraid of offending Emperor Shuya. I'm confused. Emperor Shuya said, the one with the highest price will get it, you don't need to worry. Otherwise, because of his intervention, the price would fall, and he would still owe Tang Lan a favor. When Duke Picasso heard this, he gritted his teeth. 35 million gold soul coins. This is the highest price I can accept. If your majesty can add more, the right to sign will belong to you. You can see it. Duke Picasso is extremely eager for this right of signature. Pity. Emperor Shuya did not blink an eye, and quoted the price. 50 million gold soul coins. Directly increase the price by 15 million gold soul coins. Duke Picasso smiled bitterly and sat back down. Adding once is already the limit. Dare you continue bidding? I really thought that Emperor Shuya would not remember the tax after he said that the one with the highest price would get it. Oh. Douluo is also very discerning. 50 million for the first time. 50 million for the second time. 50 million for the third time, deal done. The second volume of the Tang sect encyclopedia, the second author's signature, was acquired by His Majesty Shuya. Congratulations, Your Majesty Shuya. Emperor Sui laughed, Long Yan was delighted. Stand up. I am happy to announce a few things today. First, for today's winning team, all members will be awarded hereditary barons, and the captain will be awarded hereditary viscount. Second, for the winning college, in addition to the proceeds from this auction, the Tiend royal family will award another 20 million gold soul coins for the construction of the college. Third. Emperor Shuya flashed his hand. A three-dimensional triangular pyramid the size of a palm was taken out. The whole body was a crystal clear blue with rippling lines like water waves. This is the most important treasure of the Tiendu Empire, the vast sea Kyun can cover. The one who performs the best today will be awarded a hereditary earl and given the vast sea Kyun can cover. Tang Lan stared at the vast sea universe cover, full of longing. If it weren't for this artifact, who would be with you at night? Isn't it nice to cuddle with a big cat? The other side. Meng Shenji and the 3 members of the education committee looked extremely ugly. 99% of the students at Tiendu Royal Academy are nobles. This is the reward from Emperor Sui. Why do you feel that it is tailor-made for Tangmin Academy? Zhilan saw Tang Lan standing up and took the lead. Sect leader Tang, as the leader of a sect, you don't need to participate in this kind of exchange competition, right? Tang Lan was stunned. Then I understood. Zhilan wanted to solve his biggest trouble off the court. Tang Lan said. The vast sea Kyun can cover is too important. If he is not there to take charge, I will feel uneasy. Not taking the call at all. Is there anything against my age? Tang Lan pretended to be confused and asked, are there any other violations? Zhilan's face jumped. If you had told me earlier that you were a 4th ring soul sect, even the imperial team would not accept this exchange match. But now that the matter has come to this, we can only try our best to make amends. This bug in Tang Lan must not be allowed to end, otherwise the Royal Do team will have no chance of winning. Zhilan has a great idea to take advantage of nothing. He took out a black torso bone, which was so complete that it even contained 8 ribs, reflecting light like ice crystals. At first glance, it is extremely extraordinary. Zhilan hinted, this is the torso bone produced by the demonic tiger for 30,000 years. It is my private collection. As one of the prizes today, I will personally designate one person from the winning team to give it to you. How? Yo. 30,000-year-old trunk bones? You really have it in stock. The implication. I want to use this trunk bone to make Tang Lan give up playing. Then if the Royal Do team wins, will it be digested internally? What a white wolf with empty gloves. But what Tang Lan was thinking about was. The soul bone needs to be designated by Zhilan himself, and everyone knows about the relationship between Tang Lan and Tang San. If you win in the end. Could Zhilan be so generous as to assign such a good soul bone to Tang-san? The probability is yes, but not high. Not bad, not bad. But since you, Zhilan, want to save face, you have to hide what you say. Then the young man just pretends not to understand. There is no room for failure in the vast sea of heaven and earth. Tang Lan smiled and said, the Zhilan Education Committee is so generous, I can't be stingy anymore. I would like to take out the Tang sect's most treasured 9-yang magic skill as a prize, and personally designate one person from the winning team to give it to me. Zhilan. Okay. Not only did it fail to achieve its goal, but a piece of soul bone was attached to it. No. This is nothing to lose. I was about to change my tune. Then Tang Lan said again, if the Zhilan Education Committee is willing to add another piece soul bones, I can guarantee not to use soul skills. Zhilan's eyes lit up. What I'm afraid of is your fourth soul skill. You just don't need them all? Okay. It's settled. Zhilan did not dig out the soul bones again, but looked at Meng Shenji. His family fortune was empty. Meng Shenji stood up slowly and observed Emperor Sui from the corner of his eye. Make sure Emperor Shuiye will not object. Only then did he take out a dark golden left arm bone. The strong left arm bone of the Vajra iron arm is produced from the 7,000-year-old soul beast Vajra Lion King. Is the Tang sect leader satisfied? Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Add this. In this exchange competition, there are 5 soul bones as rewards. Anyone who has lived for 10,000 years has 2 pieces. Plus the artifact vast Sekyun can cover. Tisk tisk tisk. What kind of welfare bureau is this? Elite competitions are not so generous. In that case, let's go down and prepare. Emperor Sui said, in 15 minutes, the exchange competition will officially begin. Yes. Okay. Tang Lan and the 3 education committee members went straight to their respective colleges' camps. He didn't mention the extra bet. Prepare to give everyone a big surprise. Adjusted the status. The time is up. The teams on both sides came to the training ground. Douluo flies in the sky and starts to introduce one by one. Let us be the first to welcome the Tang sect team. Tang Lan led the team forward slowly. The person coming to us now is none other than the author of the Tang sect encyclopedia, the Tang sect leader, and the Tang sect team captain Tang Lan. You are already a control soul sect at the age of 13. The mutated martial soul life soul blue silver grass is the absolute core of the team. Next to the sect master is deputy sect leader Tang San, a 13-year-old 31st level control type war spirit master. Juking, an inner disciple of the Tang sect, is an 11-year-old 31st level agility attack war soul master. Another genius. Daimyo Bai, an inner disciple of the Tang sect, is a 15-year-old 38th level attack type battle soul master. Do you love those evil eyes? Oscar, an inner disciple of the Tang sect, is a 14-year-old level 30 food type soul master. Wow! The youngest food type soul master. Meng Yuran, an inner disciple of the Tang sect, is a 15-year-old 31st level agility and attack type battle soul master. As well as Ning Rongrong, an inner disciple of the Tang sect, is a 12-year-old 29th level auxiliary soul master. His martial soul is the number 1 auxiliary in the mainland, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Let us give them a warm welcome. Douluo's series of introductions can be said to have been done with all his strength. The nobles who were watching also applauded in unison. Don't say anything else. Except for one Meng who is still a bit mediocre in the lineup of the Tang sect team, the rest are all monster level. Especially Tang Lan. The 13-year-old 4th ring soul sect. Listening to the discussion outside the venue, Oscar couldn't help but whisper. What would they think if they knew that the sect leader was already the 5-ringed soul king? My jaw will definitely drop. Daimyo Bai said with a smile. At this time, members of the Imperial fighting team also entered the venue. The Imperial fighting team has also entered the scene. The leader is Captain Yu Tianheng, a level 39 attack type fighting spirit, whose spirit is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Vice Captain Duguyan, martial soul jade phosphorus snake, control soul master. Team member Shi's brothers, the top defensive spirit Suanwu turtle, defense spirit master. Team member Ma Hung Jun, the martial soul evil fire phoenix, an attack type soul master. Team member Oslo, martial spirit ghost leopard, agility and attack type spirit master. Team member Yelingling, Wuhan Juxin Haitang, Auxiliary Soul Master. Let us welcome the Imperial Fighter Team. Welcome them. The introduction is a bit sloppy. But who made her an outer disciple of the Tang sect? The unruly Duguyan stared at Douluo with dangerous green eyes. Originally, as a member of the Royal Fighter Team, it was very unpleasant to be dragged over to act. Still being treated so differently. She, Duguyan, has never suffered such grievances. Suddenly, Duguyan saw a familiar figure appearing in the sky opposite. He laughed immediately. He said in a low voice, "My grandpa is here. Let's fight quickly and let my grandpa see how powerful we are." Yu Tianheng nodded slightly. Then Tang Lan, since he promised not to use soul skills, then we will win this game. Come out with that plan and make a quick decision. Tang Lan also discovered Dugubo standing in the sky above his head. I thought this product wouldn't come. Let's be gentler with her granddaughter later. The host, Douluo, still doesn't know anything. Continuing with the process. The players on both sides are in place. You have 1 minute to summon your own martial spirit. You can only attack when I announce the start. The game is over until one party admits defeat or all of them fall down. Now, release your martial soul. For a time, the scene was dazzling, and brilliant martial arts spirits emerged one after another. Hey! Yelingling suddenly said, something's wrong. The healing effect of my Juxin begonia has been greatly reduced. Yu Tianheng was shocked. What? The core of their tactics is Juxin Haitang. Very quickly, Yelingling found the source and looked at Tang Lan opposite in disbelief. Yes. It's his martial spirit. The life soul blue silver grass suppressed my 9-heart begonia. This. How is this possible? 2 in 1, plus the starting point of 30 and 60 monthly passes. A new fan group has been added, at the end of the introduction. Why does the 5-star rating still stop at 66? It's just 4 short, so I'll add more. Chapter 98 The battle begins. Tang Lan violated the rules? At the beginning, Juxin Haitang was suppressed. The soul power is doubled, but the treatment is halved. The tactics of the Royal Do team are self-defeating. And the source of all this? It's just that Tang Lan accidentally released the ultimate life attribute. He didn't even deliberately target it. It seems that the Imperial fighting team has encountered a problem. Douluo asked puzzledly, look. Ning Rongrong from Tangmin Academy is flying. There was a moment of hesitation. Oscar has made a flying mushroom sausage, allowing Ning Rongrong to fly into the air. The 7 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, so hurry up. Juking accepted the increase and hid in the shadows. Meng still cut in diagonally and found Oslo, who was also from the agility attack system. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass, which is called power. Dai Mubai was bathed in the light, and he used his white tiger Vajra transformation to attack Yu Tianheng. The Sheep brothers opened the black tortoise and attacked Dai Mubai from both sides. A blue-silver grass wrapped around Dai Mubai's waist. Tang San used controlling crane to capture dragon, throwing Dai Mubai over the 2 of them. The 3rd soul skill, spider web binding. The purple spider web fell and enveloped the Sheep brothers. Seeing it, I can't avoid it. The 2 brothers actually took off their turtle shells, made shields and threw them in spirals, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. The original intention is to break up the shackles of the spider web. But as a super long-term absorption, the tenacity of the spider web binding is beyond imagination. He just endured the destruction of the 2 turtle shields. The Sheep brothers' subsequent attacks failed. The only option is to disband the martial spirit and reconcentrate it. This process consumes a lot of money. At this time, Dai Mubai also rushed in front of Yu Tianheng, slapping the tiger's claws on his head to give him a head-to-head confrontation. Yu Tianheng is naturally not afraid. The 1st soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The Thunder Dragon Claw flew through the air, and the air in its path was violently distorted, and a heart-stopping thunderclap erupted. The 1st soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. A white light shield emerges from the body. Dai Mubai used the blessing of the White Tiger Vajra transformation to forcefully break open the Thunder Dragon Claw. Continue to kill Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng's eyes became more solemn and he no longer held back. The 3rd soul skill, Thunder's Fury. Thunder and lightning splashed all over the body, and he entered a berserk state, with his attack power increased by 100% and his soul power increased by 50%. The head-on collision with Dai Mubai caused a shock wave. Duguyan and the others, who were about to rush for help, couldn't help but take half a step back. Just at this moment, Juking jumped out of Tianheng's shadow, and the shadow claw in his hand went straight to the left heart. Careful! The reminder is too late. The shadow claw has already ignored the protective thunder and cut into the heart of the back with overwhelming force. Holding his heart with your bare hands. Daimyo Bai didn't stop at all, and turned back to kill the Shi brothers who were separated. Tianheng froze. He turned his head in disbelief, but Juking had already left. The light of Juxin begonia fell and tried its best to heal Tianheng's heart. In the past, the cure was immediate, but this time it was hit by unprecedented obstacles. The power of shadow is destroying wantonly, making the wound unable to close and even tending to get worse. Meng Shenji and others on the stage were so frightened that they all stood up. Tianheng is from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. If he died in the exchange competition. Fortunately, Tang Lan released the suppression of the ultimate life attribute, and the healing effect of Juxin begonia was restored. Although the wound still failed to close, at least it no longer worsened. The price is... Most of Ye Lingling's mind was restrained. So, when Juking appeared from her shadow, she didn't even notice. It would be easy to kill her. But... The first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Wire. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth and spit out flames, forcing Juking to retreat into the shadows. It's unbelievable! Douluo exclaimed in shock. The core strength of the Imperial fighting team, Captain Tianheng, was eliminated in a fight. This fat player reacted very quickly and saved his support. Look! Duguyan has released her third soul skill, Jade Phosphorus and Purple Poison. Duguyan spit out a mouthful of rich purple mist and spread it. The pungent fishy smell makes people sick and dizzy. Covered most of the arena, but cleverly bypassed the members of the Royal Do team to prevent them from being poisoned. The first soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Red Poison. The red mist spread and enveloped the Imperial battle team. Each one of them was like taking steroids, their speed soared. The second soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Blue Poison. Oslo, who is an agility attack type, actually started to use injury for injury tactics with Meng Yuran. Even though Juxin begonia is healing. But the wound cut by the snake-headed crutch is as if there is no pain, it did not affect his counterattack at all. A fierce pressure. For a while. With the help of Duguyan, the Huangdu team, which had been eliminated from the main force, also suppressed the Tangmen team for a short time. How could Ning Rongrong not do anything? As soon as he lifted the Seven Treasures glazed tower, he was about to exert his strength. Yin! The little fat man Ma Hongjun had wings on his back and rushed straight towards Ning Rongrong. Second soul skill Phoenix Rising in Fire. First soul skill Phoenix Fire Line. Ning Rongrong was forced to control the green wings and fly back out of the Phoenix Fire Line. 7 treasures turn out glazed, one is strength. 7 treasures turn out glazed, the second is speed. Both retreat and increase are possible. Even according to each person's ability characteristics, either increase speed or increase strength. Fatty, you didn't expect that, did you? Ning Rongrong said proudly, this is the distraction control of my 7 treasures glazed tile sect. This princess has already cultivated to the 4 apertures of eternal heart. She worked hard to catch up with Tang Lan. Ma Hongjun looked gloomy, flapping his wings to chase and kill. The green wings behind Ning Rongrong turned red, turning into fire wings and shooting quickly. With Ma Hongjun's pitiful shooting range, he couldn't touch her at all. Below. Ning Rongrong's 30% increase instantly turned the tide of the battle. They were beating the royal fighting team fiercely. But Duguyan's bi-phosphorus snake poison controlled the field. Plus the black tortoise martial soul of the Shi brothers, their skin was thick and tough and too durable. It was still difficult to kill people in a short time. And as long as they couldn't kill people in a second, Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia could restore them to their state. It seemed that the battle was at a stalemate. But everyone knew that the royal fighting team was just struggling to survive. Did you notice that Sect Master Tang never made a move from beginning to end? Douluo shouted. He has been standing there all the time, and he has not even moved his feet. He is watching the show. In the VVIP seat on the field, he is watching the show with his arms folded. He is so handsome. Wu. At this time, everyone noticed Tang Lan, who was like an outsider in the rear. Everyone was stunned. Co authored such a fierce battle, it has always been 6v7? Even the Shuya Emperor was a little dazed. Is my royal fighting team so unbearable? Your Majesty is overthinking, it is the Tang sect team that is too strong. Ning Fengzi comforted, my brother Lan seems to have not made a move, but Your Majesty, if you observe, everyone has the life soul blue silver emperor wrapped around their waists. That is brother Lan outputting his soul power in the air to replenish their status. Can it be like this? No wonder they use their spirit skills so frequently and are still in good condition. Qian Rongxiu said with emotion, even if Xiaolan doesn't take action, it has such an effect. In this elite competition, the Tang sect team has great hope of winning the championship. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Meng Shenji and the 3 teaching committee members looked very ugly. Yu Tianheng was killed in seconds when he came up, which no one expected. With Tang Lan as the endurance, it is only a matter of time before the royal fighting team loses. Suddenly, Tang Lan's left eye has a double pupil copy and life burial. But it didn't swallow anyone. Instead, it grew in the center of the field. Like an air purifier, it swallowed the poisonous fog in the air. Duguyan's poison that restricted the Tang sect team and amplified the royal fighting team's poison. It faded at a speed visible to the naked eye until it finally disappeared. On the other hand, Tang Lan was fine. Impossible! Duguyan screamed, you promised not to use soul skills. You broke the contract. Chapter 99 The End of Poison Douluo. The 30,000-year-old trunk bone belongs to him. You promised not to use soul skills. You broke the contract. Facing Duguyan's testimony, Tang Lan pointed at her left eye. Are you blind? Such a big soul bone, what can we do? Duguyan's face twitched. She looked at the stage unwillingly, and Zhilan, the education committee member, shook his head helplessly. Soul bone skills, really not a foul. Without the protection of snake venom. Zhu Zuking appeared behind Yelingling again. This time no one stopped her, and the shadow claws were easily placed on her neck. Dai Mubai faced the Shi brothers alone, and did not lose. Tang San seized the opportunity. Binded the 2 remaining spider webs of the day, and threw them out to the left and right to trap the Shi brothers. The 2 were originally defensive, and were weakened by the poison of the spider web. They were unable to break free. Meng Yuan activated the 3rd soul skill, and the 3 snake heads bit the opponent Oslo. 1 tear would cut him into pieces. In an instant, only Duguyan and Ma Hongjun were left in the royal fighting team. The defeat was certain. And until this moment, the gap in Yu Tianheng's back had not been filled. Duguyan was stunned on the spot. She had been smooth sailing since childhood, how could she have suffered such a tragic defeat? For a moment, she was filled with grief, and 2 lines of lavender tears slid down from her eyes. Swish! A green figure fell from the sky and landed beside Duguyan. This man's hair and beard were all dark green, his face was stiff, his cheeks were sunken, and his green eyes were full of heartache. It was Duguyan's grandfather Poison Douluo Dugubo. Duguyan saw Dugubo. She threw herself into his arms, burying her head deeply and sobbing silently. Dugubo cried so much that he was at a loss. I can only stare at the Tang clan team. You are the only ones bullying my granddaughter, right? Dugubo didn't care about team exchanges. He only knows. My granddaughter has been wronged. The aura of the titled Douluo rises, overwhelming others with his power. The shoulders of Dai Mubai and others felt heavy, and they were under great pressure. But because of long-term gravity training, he has not lost his ability to move. Form up a formation. Tang San shouted. Dai Mubai and the others moved closer and formed a formation, connecting each other's inner strength in the formation. His momentum increased several times, and he was able to withstand Dugubo's pressure. Exactly, Jinyu 7 interception formation. Dugubo was a little surprised. Does the Tang sect team still have this trump card? And why didn't Tang Lan, who was at the back of the team, react at all? The changes on the field. This made Emperor Sui a little displeased. After all, it was an exchange competition hosted by him. This was too disrespectful to Dugubo. But there is nothing you can do. Dugubo is the only titled Douluo in the Tiendu Empire. He could only look at Ning Fengzi. But someone is faster. Bone Douluo Gurong walked out of the black mist. Sword Douluo Jinexin also dropped his sword. The 2 titled Douluo surged out with momentum, suppressed Dugubo's pressure, and swept back. Most of the imperial fighting team, which was engaged in a fierce battle, fell into a coma without saying a word. Only Yu Tianheng managed to hold on, but his pale face had lost all color. Compare the two and make a judgment. Douluo squinted his eyes slightly, flashing a faint light. Kendo Chinexin, is this why you want to date me? Douluo said in a hoarse voice, even if I face you too, Douluo, am not afraid. He looked like he was going to fight to the end. Made Gurong smile. If you, the poisonous snake, were not disrespectful to the elders and attacked the juniors, would we have been punished? Douluo was not ashamed at all. These little guys bullied my Yanner, and they deserve this disaster. Good guy. Neither Chen Xin nor Gurong knew how to respond to him. The juniors are playing in an exchange match. Do you still have to worry about Duguyan, who has a grandfather with the title of Douluo? At this time, Tang Lan walked out from the side and stood in the middle of the momentum of the three-titled Douluo, as if nothing happened. Ultimate soul attributes. This kind of imposing pressure, even if it is at the title Douluo level, will have a greatly reduced effect on him. Tiend Liu is almost here. Old Poison, I entrusted Uncle Jian to ask you to meet. Tang Lan went straight to the point, you are about to be poisoned to death, I am here to save you. Douluo glared. Little thing, you are looking for death. Just raise your hand to attack. As a result, Chen Xion's 7 killing sword and Gurong's bone dragon were inserted directly in front of Tang Lan, one on the left and one on the right. Douluo, I advise you to speak politely. Gurong said rudely. Chen Xion said nothing, but his eyes were like swords. It's rare for two people to be so consistent with each other. The effect is also remarkable. Even if he has a weird personality like Douluo, he still has to suppress his temper. He said angrily, I am a poison Douluo. A Douluo whose title is poison. Will he be poisoned to death? What a joke. This matter. Chen Xian and Gurong looked at Tang Lan, wanting to hear his explanation. Tang Lan is confident. Among the many knowledges rewarded by the system, poison identification is included. Every time it is cloudy and rainy, you will have a numb and itchy feeling on your sides, which will gradually get stronger. It lasts for more than an hour, and occurs once each at noon and midnight. Every third watch, you will experience pinprick-like tingling on the top of your head and soles of your feet, and your whole body will convulse for at least half an hour. Yes or no? Douluo's complexion changed drastically. It's surprising. How did I know? Tang Lan smiled and said, are you sure you want me to continue talking about the flaws of the Jade Phosphorus Snake clan? Douluo looked at Tang Lan, his eyes uncertain. Tang Lan knew, it was done. Old Zhao. Tang Lan shouted, take Senior Douluo to the guest room to reminisce with your granddaughter. Zhao Wuji immediately jumped over and politely asked Douluo's grandson to leave. Chen Xian and Gurong stared at Tang Lan fiercely. Xiao Lan, did you learn this when you were still in your mother's womb? Gurong asked in confusion, why are you so clear about that old poisonous snake? It's just a coincidence. Tang Lan said modestly, Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian please wait a moment, and we can go see Douluo together later. This guy has an eccentric personality, and Tang Lan is also worried about being cheated. That's natural, you go and get the reward first. Chen Xin said with a smile. The two of them ducked and disappeared. The teachers of the Royal Do team, Qinming, Flanders and the 3 members of the Education Committee, Meng Shenji, were the only ones who dared to rush onto the field. Checked the status of the students a little. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He was just knocked unconscious by the momentum, and his foundation was not affected. I'm sorry, teacher, Education Committee. Yu Tianheng said guiltily, I was careless, and I was. Hey, no wonder you. Meng Shenji sighed, it is pride that has blinded our eyes, and we do not pay enough attention to Tangmen Academy, otherwise it would not be like this. He looked at Zhilan. Zhilan's face was filled with pain. But breach of contract cannot be achieved in public. He could only walk slowly to Juking and take out the 30,000-year-old trunk bone. Baby caressed a few times, then closed his eyes and handed it to Juking. Let Juking look puzzled. Take it. Tang Lan said, this is a private bet between Zhilan and the Education Committee. Juking obediently accepted the trunk bone. Zhilan still couldn't help it. Instructed. This is a 30,000-year-old demonic nether transformed trunk bone. This is all I have left in my life. I originally planned to leave it to my disciples for foundation building. Just now I saw that although your martial spirit is a cat, it is more bizarre than the white tiger of the blonde boy. This trunk bone is suitable for you. If you make a name for yourself in the future, please take care of my Tiend Royal Academy. Juking's breathing stagnated. 30,000-year-old trunk bone? Oscar and others, QQ. Wait. Tang San said unconvinced, other people can absorb this trunk bone, why give it to her? He was almost saying directly, why not give it to him? Around 2300 hours, there will be more chapters. Chapter 100 Get the external soul bone. Get the vast sea universe cover. More Chapter 90 monthly tickets from Kidian. Zhilan squinted at Tang San. He even disdained to talk nonsense, but said to Tang Lan. Master Tang is so talented, I admire you. Today, the royal fighting team lost because of arrogance. We will come to ask for advice again in the future. When the time comes, please agree. Yu Tianheng heard this and looked at Tang Lan with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Can Tang Lan refuse this free sparring? The Tang Sect Academy is here, and the royal fighting team can come to practice at any time. Tang Lan smiled and said, there is also the second team of my Tang Sect team, the combat power is also good. Zhilan frowned, a little unhappy. What do you mean? Is my royal fighting team only worthy of practicing with your second team? The captain of the second team is level 38, with the top beast spirit Ning Shui Filyuan, and has a spirit fusion skill with his sister. Tang Lan explained. Zhilan's eyes fixed. Just by listening to this, you can tell that he is extraordinary. Is this the configuration of your second team? The configuration of other people's first team is just like this, right? But thinking of Tang Lan's Tang Sect Encyclopedia, it has won the hearts of countless people. I can only smile bitterly and shake my head. This era belongs to the Tang Sect. I won't embarrass myself here, goodbye. Leaving the royal fighting team dejectedly. In the team. Ma Hongjun looked at this side with hatred, his face twisted abnormally. These honors and spirit bones should have been his share. But no one paid any attention to him. Tang San and others surrounded Tang Lan and Zhu Zuking. Brother! What's the matter with this soul bone? Tang San couldn't wait to ask, a 30,000-year-old torso bone. Who can't absorb it? Attracting everyone's contemptuous eyes. If you want it, just say it directly, why are you beating around the bush? Zhu Zuking's eyes were even colder. She has already got the soul bone, why would she give it to me? Xiao Sanzi, this matter is not my decision. Tang Lan shrugged and said. My bet with the Zhilan Education Committee is to freely choose one of the winning teams as a gift. The Zhilan Education Committee gave this torso bone, and I have no right to interfere with his choice. And what I gave is... Tang Lan swept his eyes and fixed on Dai Mubai. A spiritual light ball popped out with his fingers. This is the condition of my bet. Pick one and give me the complete set of the Tang Sect's unique 9 Yang Divine Art. Key point: the Tang Sect's unique 9 Yang Divine Art. Tang Sect only has the incomplete version of the first 3 levels. The complete version of the 9th floor, that is Tang Lan's personal collection. Dai Mubai absorbed the spiritual light ball, his face showing ecstasy. The second floor's Yujing marrow cutting and the third floor's extreme rigidity and yang are simply tailor-made for him. Thank you, Sect Master. That's it. The distribution of the demonic nether alienated trunk bone has also been settled. The host let Tang San miss the demonic nether alienated trunk bone and it fell into Zhu Zuking's hands, snatching a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, 3,000-year-old external soul bone, the left foot of the meteorite scorpion. Very good. Another external soul bone. Wait for absorbing another left leg bone, and the lower body will be complete. At this time, Douluo finally recovered and went online again to host the process. Although there was a small accident, let us congratulate Tangmin Academy for winning this exchange competition. Let us invite His Majesty Shuiye to present awards to the winning team. After saying that, she flew away shakily, her long white legs trembling, hosting an academy exchange competition. How could there be 3 titled Douluo? Emperor Shuiye was at the top, inspecting the Tangmin team with satisfaction. Congratulations, the future backbones of the empire. The empire will award Tangmin Academy 20 million gold soul coins for academy construction funds. Win the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and be guaranteed a place. An award, 4 soul bones. At this moment, the eyes of Tang San and others burst into brilliant light. 4 soul bones? Oh my god! looking at the 4 soul bones floating on the maid's tray beside Emperor Shuiyat. Except for the right leg bone of Felian Silver Fox and the head soul bone of Titan Giant Ape. I don't recognize the other 2 soul bones, especially the white soul bone. The aura it exudes can even compete with the soul bone of the Titan Ape's head. Either the soul bone of a strange beast, or one that is more than 10,000 years old. Everyone's eyes are green. Emperor Shuiye continued to speak as if he had not heard anything. Zhu Zuking, Daimyo Bai, Oscar, and Meng Yuran, I grant you the title of hereditary baron. Tang San, I grant you the hereditary position of viscount. Immediately there were guards who presented him with tailor-made robes that symbolized his title. Focus on the key points, tailor-made. Who can't see now that the reward has been prepared long ago? This so-called exchange competition is just a show. After waiting for Zhu Zuking and others to thank them, Emperor Sui once again took out the vast Sekyunkan cover and waved Tang Lan forward. Tang Lan activated his soul bone skill, flying, and flew to Emperor Shuiyat. Tang Lan, the leader of the Tang sect, has done great service in guarding the empire's defense line, and has cultivated such a genius for the empire. I now give you the hereditary earl and the sacred weapon of the country, the vast Sekyunkan cover. And I am not allowed to see the royal family without bowing. I hope Earl Tang will continue to work hard and continue to contribute to the glory of the empire. Qian Rongxiu followed closely and put on Tang Lan's countenance attire with her own hands. Congratulations, Count Tang, the empire will be counting on you from now on. Tang Lan approached with a smile and whispered in Qian Rongxiu's ear. Your Highness the Crown Prince is sincere, so you should do your best. If you don't give me any favors, just say a few nice words, but don't try to bribe me. Qian Rongxiu nodded and didn't stay any longer. Tang Lan first accepted the 4 soul bones and threw them into the Blue King. Then he carefully took over what he had longed for, the vast Sekyunkan cover. But the system prompt did not sound. It is estimated that it will be done after recognizing the master. This made Tang Lan think of something. Earl Tang. Emperor Shuiye sighed with emotion. Although this thing is a national treasure of the empire, I have spent decades but still have no harvest. I only know from history books that soul power needs to be injected. If it is recognized, you will naturally understand its efficacy. Hope it's useful to you. Tang Lan just smiled and put the vast Sekyunkan cover into the Blue King. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty Shui Sui reminded me that it's okay and I will withdraw first. Wait for Emperor Sui to nod. He turned around and left. Most of the opportunities for the Tiend royal family are almost gone. Emperor Shuiye can exit. Tang Lan returned to the playing field, and everyone looked at him eagerly. What about the public? Let's go back to the lounge. Return to the lounge. Tang Lan didn't waste any time and directly took out the 4 soul bones. Think about it. He held the white 10,000-year-old soul bone in his hand. Devil's Claw split right leg bone was born from the 11,000-year-old demonic Lin beast. Most of its soul skills are group attacks, and it relies on quantity to win. The innate ability is dual casting. You can spend double the soul power to attack again nearby. Theoretically, any soul master from any department can use it. Instant. The gazes of Daimyo Bai and others were fixed on the split right leg bone of the Devil's Claw. Ning Rong, on the other hand, took a step forward with some regret. There are no gems suitable for me among these 4 soul bones, so I will withdraw from the competition. Immediately win the favor of the other 5 people. That's okay. Tang Lan nodded. From now on, if the team obtains gem-like soul bones, Rong will give you priority. Ning Rong smiled sweetly and returned to the team. So. There are only 5 people left, Tang San, Zhu Zuking, Oscar, Daimyo Bai and Meng Yuran. Zhu Zuking thought for a while and took a step forward. I have the demonic alienation torso bone, so I won't participate in the competition for these soul bones. Okay. The remaining 4 people's eyes lit up. So don't they each have 1 soul bone? The resentment towards Zhu Zuking being designated to receive the 30,000-year soul bone disappeared on the spot. That's okay, that's fine. Tang Lan nodded, then you will each get 1 of these 4 soul bones. I will assign them directly based on your own characteristics. Is there a problem? Oscar and Meng Yuran, who were extremely surprised, nodded repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. I thought I was just here to run with me this time. I didn't expect to earn a soul bone. How dare you have an opinion? Daimyo Bai also nodded. He was already satisfied with obtaining the full set of 9 sun magic skills. This soul bone is purely an unexpected surprise. Tang San, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. Designated? The soul bone designated by brother should be. Could it be that piece? There will be an additional chapter later, but it will be very late. Everyone will read it when you get up tomorrow morning. There are still 8 monthly passes left from the starting point, so you can add more.